towel. Have you ever considered whether you are indeed a little towel? Now, we have things to do. I am in a mood you don't understand. I was playing Irish Rebel songs for the Twitter friends on the intro. But for the YouTube friends, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Roll the intro. Come on, little towel.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the little towel. That's it. Oh, look at me. That's me. I'm a little towel. Have you ever thought to yourself, I've always wanted to hang out with Grant on the day before a snowstorm when I'm a completely captive audience and listen to Grant go over Brian Tully's internal affairs report and then talk about the federal probe and his non-disclosure agreement and then open up a Twitter space so Grant could just rail on Kate Peters' moles during interrogations because it will be hilarious. Well, this is your day. Yes, we started on the Twitter with Irish Rebel songs because I'm trolling the hell out of Kate Peter and all her people you don't understand. You don't understand how incredulous I get when you mess with Towel Mom. Also, I think I figured out how the state police got to Towel Mom. It wasn't just Liz Proctor's uncle. Oh no, it was my brother. He's not doing well. I think he got caught up on criminal charges and they exploited that to get Towel Mom to work for them. And I also got to tell you about how I railed the fuck out of this mole last night. Not literally, figuratively. This motherfucker, okay, had been fucking with me for like a year, all right? He was using his real name. I knew he was a mole. He was trying to help, say, oh, I'll give you some money to help you. You got stuff going on. Then, as soon as the whole Kate Peter operation fell down around Karen and all her moles got exposed trying to play off Karen's what ended up being artificially planted hatred of Aiden, Turtle Boy Carney, in order to get folks around Karen, once that fell apart, this motherfucker just started tormenting me. Well, I said, you tell your handlers to go fuck themselves. And this man, after I trolled the fuck out of him, admitted, he was like, well, my handler likes to rail Turtle Boy. I was like, yeah, bro, I know you're a fucking rat. Why you would be a rat towards a journalist is fucked up. We don't run intel operations on journalists in this country. I don't care if you're the state police or God. What are you doing? We need a church committee hearing. You don't understand. I'm gonna create a modern church committee, these motherfuckers. How dare you? Anyway, so I railed out that mole. I railed out Courtney Egan. Like, I didn't even respond to her after Christy blew her cover. Now, I railed through that koala motherfucker to the point where he docks Shark, that moron. You don't think I didn't find the fur bushes on Shark's fucking Facebook profile in like 5 minutes? I never forget a pair of eyes. Shark met me in person. You don't understand. Those eyes, motherfucker. You never would forget those eyes. And Koala goes so on tilt, this motherfucker, because he gets exposed for knowing 9 vodkas, who's actually anti-free Karen Reed and working with Kate Peter, that he doxes Shark. Oh, motherfucker, there must be some internal tensions, and I'm gonna play off all of them to get the answers this world deserves. Anyway, I'm in a mood. We haven't even gotten to the IA report. I'm just talking about how we are establishing the colony of Free Towel. Okay? If you want to enter this colony today, you better be ready to pay the toll. It's not actually a physical toll. There's no money involved. You just have to deal with me, and I'm in a mood. You don't understand. We were listening to Irish Rebel songs during the intro. Now, you might be saying, Tao, what the hell is going on? Why are you yelling? Please explain this to me. Okay, so this last week has been fucking glorious. All right, I just want to be direct with you. First of all, these motherfuckers pushed me, so I dropped the voicemail I got from the FBI, and then they all got fucking terrified. Second of all, it's glorious. Everything is glorious, you don't understand. There is an active effort going on right now to put Turtle Boy in jail via the people who are closest to him, who are not actually his supporters. And Karen was targeted with the same operation. Then I figured it out. David Yannetti figured it out too because of a September 29, 2023 report from Kate Peter to Yuri Buchanan about the John O'Keefe motor vehicle homicide, okay? And now I think David Yannetti's mole hunting. You don't understand. Do you all know when Jack Ruby, okay, in 1929, Okay? There was a man named Jack Rubenstein. The world came to know him in 1964 as Jack Ruby. Okay? But do you know what Jack Ruby was doing in 1929? He was in a faction of the Communist Party in the United States called Lovestonites. All right? It's a real thing. Now, you might be saying to yourself, why is this relevant, Grant? Well, there was this whole, Russian Civil War between the Bolsheviks, it involved Trotsky and Stalin after the 1919 USSR revolution. Now, I hate the fucking commies, all right? That's not really relevant to this, though. What's relevant is in America, you had, a Trotskyite faction of the fucking commies who got blacklisted when Stalin sent Trotsky to Mexico and then killed him with an ice pick, all right? Now, the Lovestonites in the United States in 1929 got purged from the Communist Party. Do you know what Jack Ruby did from 1929 until 1940 when he started doing signals intelligence work for the Army? I'll tell you what he did. He mole hunted in the trade unions in New York for the government. Now, I don't work for the government. I don't know anything about the government. I don't speak for the government. Never been involved in the government. I'm a fucking towel. I'm fucking mole hunting. And I'm good at it. And I spent a long time doing it. I put it all together. I have baited all of these moles. Dag Nabbitt's a damn mole. Christy Citroni's a mole. That koala guy's a mole. Nine Vodkas is not even a mole. She's just working with them. Elisa Twisted Tragedies was a mole. Everyone around Aiden, at a certain point, 60% of the people around him were moles. And it got worse for Karen. Jason Broyles, mole. You don't understand, they have all been collapsing. Core Commentary's a fucking cop! This is outrageous. We caught on to a privately subsidized public prosecution of Karen Reed and Aidan Carney, and Kate Peters' involvement in the 2023 cases against Aidan has guaranteed they're going to be dismissed. But that's not even the craziest fucking shit that's going on right now. These morons decide that as this is all coming out, they're gonna start tormenting Lindsay Gattani and children and anyone that gets close to figuring this out. So what does Little Towel do? Well, what the fuck do you think I did? I called the FBI. Wouldn't you call the FBI? Don't you think this is the kind of thing that the FBI would want to know about? What if they had been looking at all of this for years? What if this is an ongoing situation, specifically targeting the manipulation of discovery in state criminal cases by the people in the orbit of Michael Proctor and Brian Tully State Police Unit? These fucking morons. All right? You want to go? What is wrong with them? What is wrong with them? They think it's a good idea to just go to war with the Department of Justice. Are you out of your fucking mind? Listen. And then they were going to October surprise Adam Deutsch because Karen was a cooperating informant about Jen McCabe and Michael Proctor and obstruction. Fuck you. You don't got no October surprise. I ruined your October surprise. He's winning that election. It's over. Their operation is over. It's burning down in real time. And I think Obach's part of it too. And Sean on the Gulf. You don't understand. You don't understand. And Crawford. You don't understand. It is that deep. It is that deep, and they're all panicking, and they can't stop taking the bait. So, today's going to be the coup de grace. Join this space later today at your peril, because I am just going to kneecap motherfuckers rhetorically. You think it was bad earlier this week? Oh, no. I'm in a completely different, even more egregious mood today. Those jokes I was making to Christy about her mom and Marty Kraft, fucking hilarious. Yeah, Sean's definitely a plant. Sorry, Sean. Don't run confidence games on me, motherfuckers. I'm a little towel. I am proud to be a towel. Yeah, Nanya, I don't know if you're... I think you are close to figuring it out. I just told you what's going on. There are a bunch of people who for years have been very close to Kate, but pretending to be Free Karen Reed and Pro Turtle Boy. Now their networks are collapsing. The last-ditch effort that the state had to get Karen and Aiden was having moles like Meredith O'Neill pretend to be mad at Aiden so that they could get close to Karen, so that they could get derogatory information on Karen, which then they could use, the state police and the Norfolk DA could use to take out Adam Deutsch from the DA race, okay? And try to get Karen caught up on one more indictment before the Norfolk DA leaves office, you don't understand. Because if the Norfolk DA can indict Karen, they can force Deitch to recuse because of this bullshit about Deitch's campaign manager's husband knowing Ann Peruti, when in reality, Karen Reed was definitely a cooperating federal informant against these people with Adam Deutsch, who was part of the public integrity section under Dustin Chow. And in turn, this is going to become a clusterfuck. And then, as all of this is coming out, like, I'm baiting all these moles on purpose. If you missed the stream the other day with the X Space, it was glorious. I'm baiting all these trolls. I want to expose them because I think it's important to break down this network to take away the October surprise, protect Deutsch, and then simultaneously kneecap the fuck out of Kate Peters' well-funded, privately financed public prosecution of Turtle Boy and potential further prosecution of Karen Reed, which, by the way, we don't even know if can move forward because we still don't know if Judge Krupp has ruled on the Commonwealth's request 600 days later to search Karen Reed's seized cell phones. All right? Now, all of this, folks, all of this ties to one central theme. A state police unit run completely amok and protected by the powers that be. And why they chose to involve Towel Mom blows my mind. You don't understand. Why is Liz Proctor's uncle in Towel Mom's life? Why was Kate Peter talking to Towel Mom as early as 2024, and then why were both Towel Mom and Kate lying to me about it? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a travesty. It is a sham. It is a mockery. It is a towel Travis-sham mockery. Somebody call the ShamWow guy. The only way to fix a towel Travis-sham mockery is the ShamWow guy. I think he actually got into like some drug trouble. Maybe let's not call the ShamWow guy, but maybe let's bring back ShamWows without the ShamWow guy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think that guy was actually pretty fucked in the head. So forget the ShamWow guy. Fuck that guy. We just need a ShamWow without the ShamWow guy. All right, everybody on the same page? That's the only way to undo a towel Travis-sham mockery. But you're probably like, Grant, you are clearly in a mood. Can't we read the IA report? Sure. It'll be wonderful. That's what I want to do. I just want to get people ramped up because let me just tell you, you come in here for an interrogation with me today, I'm going to rail on you. All right? So, you know, maybe Erica can co-host it again and we will overthrow Canada. You don't understand. We have to overthrow Canada and Greenland and Australia. Okay, so a few things. One, I would like folks to know that Chris the Koala caused me to go on a crusade to conquer Australia, not for America, but to turn it back into a penal colony because they're half of them are criminal-minded, and in turn give it to New Zealand. Now, I only wanted to give it to New Zealand because of Jacinda Ardern, and then it turned out she's not the Prime Minister anymore of New Zealand. Fuck it. We'll just give Australia to New Zealand anyway. It'll really piss off the fucking Australians, especially Koala. Now, I'm not sure Koala is actually... I think Koala is a real person pretending to be involved in this to give cover to the actual people involved in this. Does that make sense? Like, he's just trolling with 9 vodkas. They're both anti-FKR, anti-free Karen Reed. But they got friends. They got serious friends who are all in the orbit of the O'Keefes and the McCabe's and the Alberts and Kate and the state police and the powers that be. All right? That's what freaks me the fuck out. Ooh, we got Towel Super Chat. Let me read the Super Chat. Grant's a rock star now. I'm a rock star towel. I didn't know that. Well, if you all think so, I just go around being a little towel. Now, listen. I think it's adorable when these people do these little small spaces that get a few thousand views and they think it's going to rile Towel up. Motherfucker, I know when I do this it's going to get like 250,000 views, especially like that last one. So I pick my spots. So I'm not a rock star, I'm just a towel. And I don't take the bait. You motherfuckers take my bait. Thank you for that wonderful super chat, though. All right. So, no, Jesse Roberts. Unfortunately, here's what's going on. I'm not a coincidence theorist, all right? If you want to be a coincidence theorist, you want to come up here, debate, take Kate Peters' toes, make them nice and shiny, that's fine. I don't see how you can do that without throwing up. But if you enjoy the taste of stale vape and non-showering in the morning while cleaning up your handler's toes, that's fine. But I'm not a coincidence theorist. Kate Peter worked for Marty Kraft. Jen McCabe retained Marty Kraft to spy on Karen Reed in February of 2022. Matt McCabe has a lot of money from DOD contracting. I wonder if this was an effort because Michael Morrissey couldn't get $1 million from the legislature for the Karen Reed prosecution and the Turtle Boy prosecution. I wonder if this was an effort to evidence launder and actually use private funds to subsidize a public prosecution. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, go directly to jail for obstructing justice, and make sure Adam Deutsch goes into the Norfolk DA's office so he can take you all down with the help of the federal government. God bless the United States of America. If these people had not targeted children and manipulated Lindsay and released her phone extraction and preyed on her and run confidence games on her, I probably wouldn't be so mad about this. But let me just tell you, you all, those people around the state police and otherwise, and Kate, and enabling this behavior, not to actually catch criminals, but to insulate themselves from responsibility for doing horrific things in the name of the justice system. Let's be very clear, this is all crescendoing, and the FBI definitely knows, so does the DOJ, and it's going to be fucking chaos when they rain hell down on these people. I want to be there. If Kate Peter gets perp walked with Brian Tully and John Fanning, that would be the greatest moment of my life. I think I would cry. And I think I would break down crying if the feds managed to get them. It would be wonderful. You don't understand. They've tormented people. They've ruined lives. They've gone after children. Kerry Roberts and Kate Peter spread a fake lie about Tim Bradle's kid, and Kate Peter called him a sexual deviant. These people are monsters, and they go around pretending to be sanctimonious, and they invoke John O'Keefe's name to do it, which really pisses me the fuck off. And then it's possible that one of the people John O'Keefe reported for drug activity in his neighborhood was Meredith's ex, Greg, who knows a Canton cop named James Galanis. Oh no, we are onto some shit. 128, 138 Trillium, that's a major fucking drug trafficking route up through Canton from New York to Canada. Do you think I was born yesterday, some of you motherfuckers? Why do you think so many federal agencies have task forces that operate out of the split there? The 95, 93, 128, 24 split. Because that's you go right up to Roxbury or you go left up to fucking Canada. That is the biggest drug trafficking corridor in the Northeast. The 93, 95, 128, 24 split. It's a dual split. Because you could take 24 and then you come up a little right of Canton, or you can take 95 north through fucking Rhode Island and come up a little left of Canton. The point's the same. You're going to hit what is in essence like 128 east to west, but it actually is not called that. And then you can choose to go to Boston to the right, like Dorchester, Mattapan, Roxbury. It's a straight shot up the 93 ramp, okay? Or you can go left and take 128 around the bend, go up to the Pike, go north, go out south. They don't take 84. It's too risky. They go up 95 because they have more friends in Providence than in Connecticut, like on the shore, than they do going through 84 and up to Vermont. It's a hot fucking route. Yeah, and the reason for the poor performance on the Karen Reed case is these state police thought they only answered to God. It was a mutual cover-up. It is so obvious what happened, okay? I don't know if someone wanted John dead. I don't know what the fuck. There was an accident, and they saw John on the lawn, the people in the house, and they let him die. That's why Matt McCabe and all them were acting weird as fuck. Okay, they were doing shit in that house they shouldn't have been, and I think they wanted John dead. I don't know why. I don't think they liked him. I think he was fucking up the shit they had going in Canton. I think the drug stuff was touching the police department, not to mention Sandra Birchmore. Ken Berkowitz was going around saying the Birchmore thing was a big issue for the Stoughton cops and Tully's unit and John Fanning. All right, this is a big deal. This is serious. I'm shocked I lived. I want to be very honest with you. Every day I wake up and I'm just like, all right, they're going to get me. Like, I look under the car. I'm like, oh, did they put something there? Did they try to cut the brake lines today? No, they're just going to walk up and execute me in the middle of the road. Well, at least people will know I went down trying to expose this. Literally, that's what I think. I just walk around. I'm like, oh, they're going to take me out today. It's scary. And it's not a coincidence theory that this is all happening. These are bad men in positions of power who hid in plain sight and worked with people like Kate Peter to basically operate a private prosecutorial apparatus to target Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. And cover up the Sandra Birchmore murder, which the feds, by the way, are pissed about. Okay? They're going to rail those people because that was a cop brothel network and they're onto it. So we have a lot to talk about today, and the thing we're talking about is Brian Tully's IA report. Now, why does this tie into so much of this? Because I want you all to remember, Tully in his interview that we're going to read. By the way, I'm going to read Brian Tully's interview to you all, and then we'll do the space after that, because I want to interrogate people about Brian Tully getting interrogated. We're going to see some weird shit in this IA report. The 30,000-foot elevation perspective is that Tully, like, got demoted for, like, not supervising Proctor and them, right, about Proctor's text, and then, like, within 5 days was, like, re-promoted, all right? It was weird as fuck. Now, somebody called it an inverted promotion, all right? Now, what's weird is we're going to read a shocking part of Tully's IA interrogation where, and he has his lawyer with him, by the way, like a lawyer that's like 2 degrees removed from Leah Bathtub Genduso, who's Kate Peters' like BFF. Like they hang out in bathtubs together, I heard. I'm kidding. That was a joke. I don't even think Kate Peters has a fucking bathtub. I think Kate Peters actually hydrophobic. She goes near water and the water runs the other direction. Kate Peters and water don't mix. Anyway, there's probably something to be said. If you sprinkle holy water on Kate Peters, does she just start melting? Somebody should try that. No, don't do that. Actually, don't waste the holy water. We need to save it, okay? But if you sprinkle holy water on Kate Peters and she just starts, like, melting, I'm pretty sure that's a sign that she's, like, you know what I'm saying? All right, so, we're going to see Michael Proctor and Brian Tully have this, like, panic conversation after Michael Proctor gets interrogated by Josh Levy for 6.5 hours in February of 2024 at a federal grand jury. Then we're going to see in, I don't know, maybe, like, April, Brian Tully releases Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction after only removing messages from Kate Peters, his PI, to Lindsay, and from Tully to Lindsay, and an audio message from Bathtub Leah Genduso to Lindsay, while Tully was secretly under investigation by the Federal Department of Justice, by the DOJ, for obstruction of justice in state criminal proceedings. You know why Laura McLaughlin couldn't read everything to Brian Tully about Michael Proctor's text? Because the real reason there was an NDA, it was because the feds had Michael Proctor's entire phone records the entire time. They were running a continuing obstruction trap on him and Jen McCabe, and it wasn't until July of 2025 that Michael Proctor, ladies and gentlemen, lied to a judge in the Miles King case, and in turn, as a result of Michael Proctor lying to a judge in the Miles King case by saying that Michael Proctor got rid of his old phone in November of 2024 and that his new phone auto-deleted every 30 days. As a result of that, the DOJ 2 months later dropped 12 years or 13 years of Michael Proctor's phone records, proving he obstructed justice, and then Adam Deutsch ran for Norfolk DA. And then Kate Peters and her moles lost their mind, blew Meredith's cover to pull her out of Aiden's circle, try to get her close to Karen. But now Karen and David Yannetti and Jackson all know about all the moles around Karen, so that operation failed. And Kate Peters having like a freak out, and all her friends from Discord, because it's over. I kneecapped the fuck out of them, and I loved every minute of it because they went after kids. These are not good people. Just because they wanted to get Karen and Aiden does not mean they are good people. They hurt children. They cover up very bad crimes. They obstruct justice. They use private money to fund public prosecutions. They pissed on my fucking Constitution. So you don't come in here and be sanctimonious because you think I should look the other way because they happen to go after Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney. Fuck you too. Take that shit right the fuck out of here. I don't want it. I won't indulge it. Okay? Now I'm aware that my mother is not doing so well. Okay? I'm aware that Kate Peters and Michael Proctor's family have been manipulating her. I'm going to let counsel deal with that. Okay? That's elder abuse. It's exploitation. It is horrific. Okay? All right? And I believe that this apparatus around Brian Tully's unit and Yuri and Proctor, it's crashing down. And Nick Garino is not the only one who ran to the feds. Come on now. Come on. People get scared when they cross this unit. Uh-oh. I don't really get scared. I get fucking angry. And then I call people in the government and I'm like, fuck these people. I don't just call people. If I call someone, something is very wrong. Okay? And this situation has gone far over the line. Okay? Because this IA report does not touch on half of what went down. And there's something that doesn't make sense about the timeline of this IA report. There is no reason that Brian Tully, after November of 2024, would have been continuing to only investigate the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy cases. And then out of nowhere, Tully's friend Murphy, or whatever the fuck his name is, comes onto the case and Tully's just removed and has no more assignments. No, he got in trouble again. There is an active investigation. I don't think it's a fucking IA investigation. I think these people committed crimes. And I don't know why we're just waiting for them to be held accountable. They're hurting people. They're hurting women. They're hurting children. They're abusing the system. They're obstructing justice. They're engaging in lawfare. They're manipulating the political process. They're taking my Constitution that I love so dearly, the living, breathing embodiment of the values that brought the Enlightenment's insights to the historical scene as literally a living cathedral. Okay? Oh my God, that's the great work. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. So the great work of the Enlightenment wasn't cathedrals or movies or art. It was fucking democracy. It's a living, like, artistic. Oh, it's so genius. It's sui generis. It's a self-generating great work. Oh, I get it now. That's glorious. The point is you pissed on my fucking Constitution and I'm fucking mad about it. There will be no negotiation. You pissed on the 14th Amendment. You pissed on the 4th Amendment. You just took everything that's sacred, that's meant to prevent this from happening, and just said, well, fuck it. Let me just piss on it. And that pissed me the fuck off. So take your sanctimonious bullshit right the fuck out of here. It's not going to go over well today. I'm in a mood. We haven't even started reading the IA report. You already got me yelling. You don't understand. I'm also worried Kate Peter may be blackmailing certain people. Like, I'm really worried about that. I think the FBI might be too. Like, she's a menace. She's dangerous, folks. Somebody's got to put her in federal prison. And that's the, like, it's not even a game. Like, she is very dangerous. That's my opinion. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to read through this IA report. All right, I'm going to read you Brian Tully being interrogated, and I'm going to say all the ums and ahs. And then I'm going to read John Fanning's part blind, because I haven't seen that part yet. And then we'll host a space. So if you're thinking, oh, I can't wait for Grant to just rail on people, we're going through this first. Now the link is up at the top. Okay, I put all of these pages. I put this all in a single PDF if you want to follow along. So we see the charge sheet. We see him getting informed. These are the emails about coordinating the interrogation that Tully's going to go through. Then there's this weird picture of, like, I don't know if it's like, oh yeah, it's Yannetti on the news and them shit-talking him. It's really funny. And you can't tell, like, exactly what happened. Like, there's the word, like kind of like, it's all, like, weird here. And then, oh yeah, no nudes so far. And then Chris Moore, who's one of Proctor's, I think, like, high school friends, disliked it. I wonder what department he worked in. Then Yuri Buchanan is like, laughs when Proctor said, funny, I am going through his... and by the way, Kate Peter, I don't think, uses this R word so liberally as a coincidence. Like, all of Kate Peter and her friends and the state police who are around her and the local cops, like, use this language, like, just commonly, colloquially. They look down on people with mental disabilities. Frankly, because I think they're all kind of fucked in the head themselves. So, like, they have this, like, complex where, like, they know they have these really fucked up thoughts, so they have to project onto others. Least people recognize how, like, demonic they are. And, like, yeah, bro, like, you're pretty fucked up, some of you. Like, some of those people are really fucked in the head, like, around Kate. And I think it's because they went through a lot of trauma. But, like, also, like, to be a handler in that world, you have to use human lives as currency, and you got to be fucked in the head, like, to run informants like that. So all these guys are fucked in the head. They've seen death. They've seen a lot of death up close, and they're fucked in the head. Kate Peter, I think, just is like a criminal, in my opinion, who they use. Like, they exploit her. They must have some serious blackmail on her. I bet she looks at some fucked up porn, and they caught her doing it. So they use her. Which makes me feel a little bad for her, but also, like, fuck you, bro. Like, don't look at that shit. Fuck you. I have no sympathy for anyone who does that shit. Fuck you. You and your weird fucking predator hunters who are actually predators. Fuck those people. Alright, so this is the IA report. It kind of goes and goes. That's not what we're really interested in, and we don't really care about this, which is just the handbook. All we're really interested in is the interviews. Something about furniture sex. Nanya, listen, I do not discriminate. You want to marry a piece of furniture, I will officiate the wedding. I don't think you're allowed to marry inanimate objects. Maybe in Oregon. I don't know. They have some fucked up rules out there. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think you can marry an inanimate object in Massachusetts. Like, I'm proud of you, Nanya, that, like, you want to engender the standing of pieces of furniture in the legal process by trying to marry one of them. But I don't know if that's allowed. Like, it can't consent. It doesn't talk. What are you going to do? Like, write on it, like, yes, when you ask it to marry it? I don't know how that's going to work, Nanya. You're going to have to explain this to me. I don't know if I'm comfortable with this, actually. No, Nanya, you cannot marry a piece of furniture. I've decided that the furniture is incapable of consenting, therefore the marriage would be invalid. I refuse to officiate it. Sorry, Nanya, that was a big hard turn on you there, but that will not be happening. All right. Who's ready for me to read Brian Tully's IA interview and then interrogate people? We should be on the space, I'd say, around noon for the people wondering. But we don't get to do a space until I get to rail on Brian Tully. Well, Brian Tully, maybe it was not the greatest life decision to release Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction while Ken Mello was in the hospital. Or maybe it wasn't the best idea for me to find out about it. I don't know. Either or. 5150. I dropped my phone. 5150, you know what I'm saying? I've decided the phrase isn't 50-50 anymore, it's 5150, you know, for no reason in particular. I think Kate and Meredith are friends, by the way. All right. Hello, Annie. I am thrilled to say hello to you from Belfast in Ireland. I like how you call it Belfast, Ireland. As you can see, this is a stream dedicated to reconquering not only Ireland. We're going to protect the unity of the Irish nation. Our British friends, cover your ears, earmuffs. We're going to conquer Australia. We're not giving it to the British, though. We're giving it to the New Zealanders so we can piss off Koala, because then he'll have to be New Zealand, and we'll take away his rugby team. That'll be fucking hilarious. He can keep his koalas, though. It seems like he cares about the koalas. I feel bad about talking about how he had sex with his koalas. I don't think Koala actually had sex with his kangaroos, all right? I just want to apologize. If he cares about those animals, good for him, okay? He might have like one redeeming quality if he cares about those little kangaroos. I'm not going to mock him for that, all right? Just want to be clear. Be a Truth Live factually says the towel is mopping up and crushing the masshole mafia. Yeah, well, Kate always loses. Listen, if your catchphrase has to come from a fun song from 2012, that means you're the most basic fucking internet troll of all time. Who listens to fun? Bro, it's 2026, you fucking boomer. Like, your catchphrase, being Kate Peters, comes from a fucking fun song from 2012. Get with the times. Like, you are the most uncool parent out there. I'm sure your kids roll their fucking eyes at you, even when you're not misgendering them to their face, even if you don't care about them. You are like the lame mom who everyone is embarrassed to have to talk about at school, you know, and that's why your daughter and you work to call DCF on people and lie and weaponize that agency. By the way, Kate, I found out that Kate Peter knows a few people in DCF, so I called the FBI about those people. Then I called some state senators. I'm trying to convene an oversight committee. We're going to call it the Kate Peter Committee. We're going to investigate everyone who has ever talked to Kate Peter that works in government. And I'm going to ask them questions. I won't be up there on the lectern, but you'll hear my questions. That's representative democracy for you folks. I am petitioning my government. What do you think it means when I said I'm going to petition my government for redress of my fucking grievances? Hello? Hello? You think I literally wrote a petition? That is not what petition means. Petition means petitioning activity. I went to my fucking government, and I was like, fuck these people. And the government, speaking very broadly, was like, Grant, why are you so bad about this? And I was like, because they're fucking predators. And the government was like, oh yeah, that seems to be a problem. And I was like, damn fucking right, it's a problem. Listen. I'm ready to read But every time I see a comment about Kate Peter, I just rail on her. Freeze frames like, Grant, I'm going to be your spiritual advisor today. We will get through this. Island Girl OG is like, Grant is on fire. Well, you know what, Island Girl OG? You can have a wrench. I know a lot of people want me to go on a space, but also it's Saturday morning. The entire region is preparing for a storm. It's like 12 degrees outside. We're starting the space around noon when people are ready to bunker down. No one in New England is leaving their house for the next 36 hours. So you got me all day. At a certain point, I'm not going to be able to leave my house because there's going to be like 3 feet of snow on the ground. I'm just going to literally be snowed in. So you got me for like 3 days, okay? I don't think I'm going anywhere until Tuesday. Literally, I think I'm going to be stuck inside the house until Tuesday, okay? You want me to stream until Tuesday? I probably could do that. I don't think that would be very healthy. It would be fucking hilarious, though, and it would drive Koala and Kate Peter insane, which is really funny. All right, here we go. I shall give freeze frame pan out their wish. Detective Lieutenant Blanchett. Today's date is Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. The time is 11:16 a.m. This interview is in regarding Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability case number IAS 2024-0028 and is being conducted at Work Bar, Needham, 117 Kendrick Street, Suite 300 in Needham. The name of the complainant is Major Keith M. Egan, ID number 2733. The commissioned officer in charge of this investigation is Detective Lieutenant Michael J. Blanchett, ID number 2952. The commissioned officers conducting this interview are Detective Lieutenant Michael J. Blanchett and Detective Lieutenant Jeremy F. Sweeney. The department member to be interviewed is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, ID number 3520. Please state your full name, rank, ID, and present assignment. Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, Tully, 3520. I'm the unit commander for the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit. Detective Blanchett, do you understand that this interview is being recorded? Tully, yes. Blanchett, do you understand you are a subject in this investigation? Tully, yes. Blanchett, are you familiar with the department's policies and procedure? Tully, yes. Blanchett, are you familiar with the department's rules and regulations? Tully, yes. Blanchett, do you acknowledge and understand your rights regarding this interview? Tully, yes. Blanchett, do you understand that you are required to answer all questions truthfully pursuant to rules and regulations, Article 5.27? I like this guy. Tully, yes. Blanchett, do you have any questions prior to this interview? Tully, no. Blanchett, other persons present are Attorney Timothy Burke and Attorney Jerry Burke. Timothy Burke's the one who knows, what's-her-face, bathtub. He has a 2 degrees removal from bathtub because Timothy Burke represented, like, this colonel or this woman who knew this colonel that bathtub was banging, and the colonel and this other woman, the colonel was the third in command at the MSP in 2018, and they were manipulating a report about a judge's daughter. They got caught up. Bathtub got caught up because she got a job as a dispatcher in 2009. This is Leah Genduso after like a drugs conviction, and like wrapping drugs and money laundering and all this stuff. Got a job as a dispatcher, then became a trooper in 2014 without ever disclosing the drugs conviction. Then she got fired because in the context of the manipulated report about the judge's daughter, Turtle Boy found out about Leah Genduso. Then she got into like a Stockholm Syndrome situation where she was talking to him after he exposed her, which is weird. I'm a little bit worried that like there's like a humiliation fetish involved in all this, which like you want to have a fetish, that's cool, but like I don't understand, so I don't know what to do about that. Anyway, so then Bathtub becomes friends with Kate Peter, and then they work for years, like prior to the Karen Reed case even, to try to take down Turtle Boy. I'm wondering if Kate's a little sexually frustrated towards Turtle Boy. You know, I don't think Andy, her boyfriend, really takes care of her needs. Frankly, I wouldn't either. I don't know who would. But I'm a little bit concerned that Kate is sexually frustrated towards Turtle Boy, and that's the root of all of this. It's not Meredith who's jealous of people who sleep with Turtle Boy, and it's not all these other people. It's Kate. Kate wanted to bed this man, and she's just an ogre, so of course he wouldn't, and he gets a lot of, like, women. She gets nothing. I think he wants to, I think she wants to do him. That's just my opinion, okay? All right, so, anyway, I don't know what that was. Oh, right, Burke. Attorney Timothy Burke represented Jen Dusso's, like, the woman who was connected to Jen Dusso's former lover in the state police before she got humiliated by Turtle Boy and then talked to him and God knows. Anyway, the point is there's some weird sexual shit involved in all this, and I don't get why people are so weird about sex. If we all were just open about it, then no one would ever have to be humiliated about it, and then they couldn't use it as a weapon. But apparently some people get off on that humiliation shit. I don't understand it. It's not my cup of tea. Good for you. All right, anyway, you know, like, as long as you don't, like, fuck with people who can't consent, or children, or animals, like, you could even, like, Nunya apparently wants to marry a couch. If Nunya, like, I don't understand, but, like, okay, like, cool, good for you. Be nice to the couch, please. I don't know if it's gonna do very much for you, like, emotionally or spiritually, but, you know, to each their own to a certain extent. What have you all done to me? You don't understand. Allegedly. Nunya's like, I didn't want to marry a couch. I allegedly wanted to marry a couch. All right, Nunya. Well, listen, no judgment. No judgment. You and the couch, you just, you know, take it slow. The couch has some trust issues. Kate fucked it in the head. Kate used it as a fucking unwitting honeypot to help Jen McCabe by making Turtle Boy look dumb by having her neighbor submit a fake affidavit, which is a self-obstruction of justice. But the point is, think about how the couch felt. Think about how that couch felt being used as an unwitting honeypot. It's never going to trust anyone again. Oh, God, help us. It's not about your love of furniture, Nunya. It's about the couch's trust issues. Oh. Imagine having to be Kate Peters' couch. Oh, my God. That would suck. Do couches have, like, support groups when they have to deal with shit like that? Nunya, get on that, will you? All right. All right, prior to this interview, we discussed that if any time you need to take a break, just let us know. Okay, I don't care about that. How long have you been employed with MSP? 18 years. What was the troop, your training troop you graduated with? 79th. Did you have any prior law enforcement or military experience? No. Can you give me a brief history of your assignments with the state police? For the first 6 years, I was in the field office in Millbury, Foxborough, and Milton. Milton. Hey, were you friends with Meredith? I was transferred to Norfolk SPDU in 2012. I stayed there through promotions of sergeant and lieutenant. I was appointed unit commander in November of 2021. November of 2021. Who was the unit commander before you? Did they leave because of Birchmore? And what are your duties and responsibilities as the unit commander of the State Police Detectives Unit assigned to the Norfolk DA's office? Oversee the administrative duties of the unit? Are there other personnel that are attached to the unit as well? There is the unit, yes. There are sworn members within the unit. Okay, and can you explain the breakdown of supervisors and troopers that are within the unit? I have an executive officer, Lieutenant John Fanning. I told you all, Fanning and Tully were very, very close. I told you all. Fanning's the one who had to write the Birchmore report. Pretty sure he's the father of her unborn baby. I can't prove it, but that's my opinion. You know, Towel lives a very simple life. I just pop up some places, and then I'm like, wait a minute, what am I doing here, and why am I, like, helping these very complex historical situations get resolved? Then I go about my business. Anyway, the point is, I don't trust John Fanning at all, and I don't think anyone involved with the investigation of Sandra Birchmore's murder does either. In the homicide section, there's one Sergeant, Yuri Buchanan. There is a narcotics section who is supervised by Sergeant Keith Pantanzalos. I wonder how many of these informants know Keith Pantanzalos. How much you want to bet a lot of these people around Kate got caught up on either, like, fucked up child charges or drug charges, and then it's not that they were sheep dipped. They all were informants for this unit, just from different fucking divisions. Like, half these people have drug issues, and the other half are fucked up, and they do weird shit. they catch criminal charges because they're out of their mind. Like their parents get like charges for fucking with CSAM. Like they have like weird histories, like wiping floors for the fucking mob, like because their family has debt. Like what the fuck is with these fucking people that this unit has around them? And then Pam the Scam Friedman protecting Jason Broyles for Kate Peter. Come on now, these people were all in different like parts of this unit, like all these different informants around Karen and Aiden. And then we have another group that we have 2 open supervisor spots on our org chart that have an open homicide sergeant spot on the org chart. Attorney Burke, that's Tully's attorney. By open you mean vacant? Tully, vacant. Question, and who ultimately fills those roles at this time? Answer, Fanning or Buchanan. Question, how many troopers are assigned to this unit? Troopers? 13, I believe, currently. And how many troopers are assigned to the narcotics section and the homicide section, and where do they fall with the supervisors? There's 4 troopers in the narcotics section that fall under Sergeant Pantanzalos. There are 3 in this computer. I'll just call it computer crimes and sexual assault. They report to Lieutenant Fanning. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Fanning runs the fucking computer crimes and sexual assault unit? Oh, no! Oh, no. Oh, he's going to federal prison. Oh, no. Oh, no! This can't be happening. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, this was a ring of fucking blackmail. Oh, my God, they were all extorting each other. Oh, my God, you don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand how bad this is. Somebody's got to go arrest these people, like, immediately. Oh, my God. The feds cannot wait much longer. These people are going to start hurting people because they're going to, like, lose their fucking mind. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, this is horrifying. I can't even believe I'm dealing with this. Why the fuck is John Fanning in charge of fucking anything related to computer crimes or sexual assault? No wonder nobody's fucking doing anything about all this hacking that's going on. They're working for these fucking people. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is as bad as humanly possible. This is a level of corruption and obstruction of justice I've never seen before. It's ungodly in its scope. You wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it in front of your very eyes. Oh no. Oh no! These people are very dangerous. They're going to kill someone. We need to protect these people. I don't know what to do here. I really don't know what to do. I've done my best to get all this information out there. These people are going to murder someone to stop this from getting out there. The DOJ has to arrest them. They are literally going to start murdering people because they're getting so frustrated because nothing's working. Like even DCF's being investigated by the FBI now because of what they did for these people. Like, no one's going to help them. Oh, my God. Oh, dear God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, we need to protect Lindsay Gattani, okay? A lot of moles will try to get near her. It's not going to work, but we need to protect her. She has a lot of information that can bring these people down. We need to protect Turtle Boy. Okay, we're going to put Emily C. in charge of that. She may not look like a wartime commander, but I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if we needed to invade Europe to take back the continent to protect against the rise of the commies, Emily C. could do it. I could put her in the UK and she could lead the invasion of Norman Towel. All right, I'm just telling you, she's that good. Okay, so we need to protect Turtle Boy, so we're going to send Emily C. to be the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe to invade Norman Towel. I'm not really sure how that will protect Turtle Boy. I just think that will be funny. Okay, so once we're done conquering Europe and we've protected Turtle Boy, which aren't necessarily related, I just think we should do them both to be funny, then we need to protect Karen Reed. Now, I think David Yannetti and Alan Jackson are doing a pretty good job at that. Now, are there any moles that I'm concerned about in those legal teams? Potentially. Potentially. Okay. But I also think the people calling the shots are so smart that, like, it's not going to work much longer. Now, I think also, like, some people have information that's even better than my information, and they're well aware of, like, who had criminal charges before they started to come around Karen, so who's a potential informant for this unit. My point is, this unit didn't need to go out and get informants. They had their own informants that were already doing other things, and then they just started using them. Oh my god, did Meredith commit fucking cyber crimes in Norfolk County? Like, I know she lived in the north, but wasn't she also from Milton? I wonder if John Fanning investigated Meredith for hacking into her ex-boyfriend's account at PricewaterhouseCoopers and then sending pictures around of the ex-boyfriend doing cocaine. Oh my god, she was an informant for this unit. Oh my god. This is fucking incredible. It's just the bravado of these people. By the way, the Globe's onto this. All these informants. The Boston Globe is onto this. You could kill me tomorrow. The Boston Globe's still going to write about this. It's over. You can't kill the entire Boston Globe. Sorry. This is incredible. This is the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I just can't believe it's this expansive. And Pantanzalos and Fanning and Tully and just all these fucking informants. They would just catch people doing crimes, get them in this informant network, and then when they needed them, deploy them. And the big secret is they did it with the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy prosecutions using private funds, and Kate Peters' involvement with Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts helping her through a private eye agency run by Marty Kraft, who knew John O'Keefe 10 years ago. These people using John O'Keefe's name, I'm somewhat worried they may have been involved with the people Johnny knew about in Canton. And the whole reason they started getting involved with the Justice for John O'Keefe movement was so no one would ever figure out what Johnny knew. Bro. Oh my god. Now that I look back, going into D&E Pizza was so fucking scary. Like, just, like, oh my god. It was really scary. Like, first of all, like, Timmy Albert definitely came down there and was, like, very much implying that they have people in Southie. And I was like, bro, I'm leaving. Like, there is a limit to what you should, I don't want to know. It was scary, okay? And Colin, strangely, looked like he was, like, concerned. You know, very concerned. But he didn't say anything. He just would, like, his eyes just had this look of, like, I'm in over my head. And I was like looking, but that's why people, like, Colin is not a problem. Colin is in over his head with these fucking people that are like his family. This shit runs deep. Dude, it's so scary what this is. When you actually look at what this is, it's not just corruption and favors. It's a lot of people who are doing some bad stuff, to put it lightly, and then using their positions as cover to do it. And the fact that there was all these units and that they were we're going to find out that a lot of the people who were pro FKR and are really moles for Kate really got caught up on criminal charges in and around Norfolk County and were informants for this unit. That line sitter for Aiden, who Aiden now knows is a mole, informant. That dude who was catfishing me, informant. Courtney Egan, informant. Sean's not an informant, Sean in the Gulf. I think he was coordinating this with Jen. I think he might actually know Jen and them, or Marty Kraft. And the stuff that Sean dropped about Marty Kraft was cover to make it look like he was hostile to him. Wow. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, DCF got themselves in hot water for playing ball with Kate Peter and her friends because, like, I know the FBI office that is investigating specifically Massachusetts DCF leaks to Kate and the people in Marty Kraft's orbit. Bro, that is not the Boston FBI office. I just want to tell you, like, if we're going to just show cards, it's not whatever. It is not the Boston FBI office. It's not Worcester. It's not Lakeville. It's not even in the state. Okay? I'm glad we're all on the same page. We can continue with this interview, but I'm really upset now. Now that I know that all these people were getting away with crimes because of fanning, oh my God. Like, I know they're going to get fanning, but now I know what they're going to get them on, and it's so much more than I thought. Oh, we're going to have quite a spaces debate in a little bit. Oh my God. All these people. I wonder if Larry's an informant. And Obach. Not really informants. I think that, like, some of them are contractors, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these people got, like, caught up on crimes, like we come to find out, and then they got out of it because they cooperated. Like, the mole they had around me that I caught last night, like, definitely got caught up on some criminal shit, and then they, like had him target me. I caught him, by the way. Like, I was trolling the fuck out of this guy last night. And I caught him trying to commit extortion, and I called the FBI. And that freaked them the fuck out. And then last night he finally dropped the mask and was like, yeah, my handler, like, really likes fucking Turtle Boy, you know, like, really fucking with him. And I was like, all right, don't ever come near me again. Like, fuck yourself. Go right. Human lives are not a job 509 times. And then bill your fucking handlers for it. I hate these people. I hate them. They're con men, con shreks, con women. And I want the DOJ to put them all in federal prison for so long that Hugo Chavez, he might be dead. Whoever the fuck the guy is we just captured, the commie from Venezuela, he sees sunlight before some of these people. Can we put Kate Peter and Maduro in a cell? What do you think they would talk about? Can you imagine that conversation? Like Shrek, like just being like, let me tell you about the internet. And Maduro being like, I'm a communist. Like, that would be great. I would pay to see that. Who do you think would have more influence over the other? Nicolas Maduro on Kate or Kate on Nicolas Maduro? Can we just put them in a room for like 10 years and just let them mind fuck each other? Then bring them out and put them on some kind of exhibition to raise money for vulnerable women who were targeted by the state police? I'm just saying. Like, I just think those two in a room, like, I don't know who would manipulate the other more, but they won't be able to harm anyone if we just put them in a fucking room together. All right, run games on each other. Let's take bets on if Kate comes out a communist or if Maduro comes out like a state police informant. Ready? Go. All right? It's a very insulated, sandboxed environment. You know what I'm saying? They can't harm anyone. They can just fucking go at each other. They'll think they're doing it. The Kate will be like, oh my God, this man used to be the president of Venezuela. Proximity to power is the last glimmer of endorphins that I'm able to get. And then Maduro will be like, who the fuck is this random person? I'll make her a communist. It would be hilarious. Yes, neither of them are allowed to shower. And then we have to take bets on who'll smell worse at the end. All right. So this feels like a Batman plot. Yes, indeed. All right. Now that I've put this all together. By the way, this dropped last night, this was the most epic drop of all time. Because, like, Proctor and Kate Peter and Jen McCabe and all them were trying to, like, run interference because they must have knew this was coming. So they're, like, I'm pretty sure, like, Koala literally, like, found a tree, managed to drill a small hole in it with, like, a very tiny nail, and then started, like, fornicating with the tree on the space. Like, they were doing anything. Now, you might say, Grant, that is not how koalas have intercourse. They actually have forked, anatomy, and it's a very complicated process. Okay, fine, but do you really want me to talk about that, like, right now? No. The point of the analogy was that koala, like, rhetorically drops his pants, and instead of just, like, so Kate's tactic is normally to just kind of, like, defecate on the board and walk around in it. That's her dialectical sort of debating tactic. Koala, like, rhetorically pulled his pants down, took a small little nail, drilled a hole in a tree, and then started fornicating with the tree. I couldn't believe that it was happening. All because Brian Tully's IA report got dropped. And the best part is, I think they tried, like, the state police, I'm pretty sure LTL might be involved in all this, and Crawford as well, because the state police tried to slow drip it to LTL, and then Emily C. in this other wonderful account on X, who I will get the name of in a second, it's like M6428579 or something, to be exact. I might be very wrong about that. But anyway, there's some of those numbers in there. They just dropped the fucking whole thing right as Koala's, like, preparing the nail to go into the tree and dropping his pants while Kate's defecating on a board and everyone's just baffled. Right as Koala's like mid-pants drop, all right? He's preparing to enter the tree. Christy Citroni is like losing her mind in glee because she's going to get Aiden put in jail. As Koala is dropping the pants, in the middle of a space with like, I don't know, probably like 40 people watching, somebody goes into the comments, it might have been me, and is like, holy fuck, Brian Tully's entire IA file just leaked, and he talks about the federal grand jury with Michael Proctor. Oh my God, I'm pretty sure I heard koalas, like whatever you call that, when you have like a small appendage that's forked and doesn't function, so you target children instead of, you know, being a normal human and understanding sex and all of that. It fell off. Like, I heard a little clink, I heard the silence, and everyone lost their mind. It was the greatest moment of all time, ladies and gentlemen. They could paint it on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and still it would fail to do justice to the harmonic cosmic glory that was that moment. I want to relive that moment last night every day for the rest of my life, but I had to go to bed because I was trying to read the document, and I couldn't do so because I was so tired. So I'm reading it. I'm like, oh, fuck, this is a big deal. Oh, my God. And then I was like, wait a minute. I can just go to bed. I can get up and read this tomorrow. Light the world aflame and then take a nap. That's the way of the towel. All right. So anyway, we'll get back to reading this in a second. I just wanted to, you know, fuck with all of their souls for a little bit there. Righteous vengeance, ladies and gentlemen. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, who saith better than all. Okay? This is comedy gold. I am hilarious. Oh, it's Laura. Hello, Laura. We haven't started our X Space yet, but you are a towel fan. You are a super towel. Enjoy your new towel emojis. What did I dream about last night? I don't know if I had a dream last night. There wasn't really like much going on in my head when I went to bed. I just kind of laid down with a smile and was like, I think it's almost over. And then I woke up and I had to find my computer charger. And then I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to rail these fuckers today. So I got a coffee and some energy drinks and now I'm here. So, I don't know. I didn't really dream about anything. I was just more like, fuck these people. I'm glad they're getting fucked. And then I laughed. Oh, I did send Howie Carr an email the other day about Marty Kraft. Now, Howie Kraft and my mom write for the same newspaper. So, like, I think the Herald's got a mole, too, so they got to be careful with my mom there. But, yeah, if Howie's out to take the MSP down, I got the inside line. I would totally go on Howie Carr. Crawford, I think, is protecting them a little bit, all right? I think he's protecting Kate, trying to get Karen mad at Aiden, trying to take Karen down. I'm sorry. I'm calling it how I see it. Same with LTL. Sorry. Same with Meredith. Same with Koala. Same with 9 Vodkas. I'm telling you, folks. Same with Jason Broyles. They all fit a profile. But there's mole hunters afoot. There are mole hunters afoot. Some of them are here right now. Did you know that some of your own people are hunting moles for you within your own circles? Oh, my goodness. What if your look to your left, look to your right. One of them's a mole. One of them's a mole hunter. And I'm stuck here in the middle with you. Isn't this great? Yes, thank you, Leslie. I do have a suit and tie. Now, you might be saying, Greg, keep reading the document. I'm on one right now, and we are about to get snowed in, and I'm not going anywhere for like 4 days, so we got time. And some of you are saying, Grant, I just want you to rail these people on an X Space. Fine, but I just want to talk about how we got here. You don't understand how glorious last night was. I had the night of my life, and then I slept really well. You know how it's a good sign. You're normally doing well, acting authentically, and, like, being a good person if every fucking night you go to bed just very comfortable. You know? Now, I'm not saying that trauma can't play into this and, like, throw off that scale, but, like, if you go to bed comfortable every night, like, you're probably, like, doing the right thing most of the time. And every night I sleep incredibly fucking well. Now, I'm disabled, so if I roll the wrong way, sometimes, like, I can't breathe. That fucks with me. But mentally, I sleep well every night. And that's, I guess, my reward, kind of, for, like, being a good person. Like, I never have any guilt. Like, I sometimes, like, might, like, miss something and then I have guilt about it. But I never have moral guilt because, like, I don't do bad things. I follow everything to a T for a reason. I'm a Kantian. I follow the categorical imperative. No exceptions. Okay. Let's go back to reading. Rail them. Yeah, I just want to build some rails, and then I want to run a train on those rails on these bitches. Okay. Mixed metaphors. You see what I'm saying? The other day, I watched this clip back where I was like, I can't wait for Lindsay to get here so she could run train on these bitches. And then there was like a pause, and then Esty just yells out, "What?" It was the funniest thing. I think it was like Esty like simultaneously realizing I knew what that phrase meant, and then also that I just used it as comedic relief, and that it was funny. All right. And that particular individual with the unresolved case unit, do they also help supplement as a member of your unit? It's a new arrangement. They report to DLT Robertson. We're still trying to figure out their role. Oh, is this Murphy? Then we have someone from unresolved case who is... okay, so can we figure out if this person who's from unresolved case unit is last name Murphy? If so, this guy is Tully's friend, okay? And this is the guy they are now using to investigate Karen and Aiden, if this is this guy. And that particular individual with the unresolved case unit, do they also help supplement as a member of your unit? It's a new arrangement. They report to DLT Robertson. We're still trying to figure out their role, but they're working Norfolk unresolved cases. This might be that guy. Brian Murphy or something? Okay, do you recall who was assigned to the unit on January 29, 2022, which was the date of the death of the investigation of Mr. O'Keefe? Yes. Who was assigned to that unit then? You want everybody in the unit at that time? If you can recall... me, Lieutenant Fanning, Sergeant Buchanan, on the homicide side, it was Trooper Dave DeChico, Trooper Kotowski, Trooper Proctor, Chris Moore. Oh, Chris Moore was on the unit. Okay. Came in the next day as a transfer on paper. That's all I can recall on the body side, which means like the human personnel side. On the narcotics side, there was Sergeant Pantanzalos, Trooper Brian Sullivan, who's no longer with the unit. I believe Kevin Tufts was assigned to the unit at the time. I think that was it for the drug unit. And then in this other computer crime, sexual assault, Trooper Kathy Prince, Trooper Nick Garino, Trooper Connor Keefe. You just said that Fanning was in charge of that. It'd just be... okay. Yeah, but what about Fanning? You said Fanning was in the sexual assault and computer crimes network. Now it's Kathy Prince, Nick Garino, and Connor Keefe? Okay, for the body side or homicide members, would it just be them that would be assigned to death investigation? Or would there also be some cross or supplement from the narcotics members and computer crimes? Everyone outside of Trooper Prince is on the on-call schedule, so narcotics kick into the weekend rotation for unattended deaths. Anything suspicious would be assigned to a homicide person. Okay, and when Trooper Proctor, Trooper Michael Proctor, first transferred into the unit, were you the unit commander then? No. Okay, what was your position at the time that Trooper Proctor first began in the unit? I think I was a trooper, the rank of trooper. Do you recall what year he came into the unit? I want to say 2018. Attorney Burke, don't guess if you don't know. Tully, I don't know. And when were you promoted to sergeant? 2019. And when were you promoted to lieutenant? July of 2021. And then you became the unit commander in November of 2021, at which time you were promoted to detective lieutenant. Oh my God, they promoted him for covering up Birchmore, huh? Answer, yes. Have you ever worked directly with Trooper Proctor when he first began in this unit as a trooper? We were both troopers in the unit. Did you work cases with him, or did he shadow you for investigations? Yes. What? Yes to both? It was an or question. Prior to becoming the unit commander, did you ever directly supervise Trooper Proctor? I'm trying to think of when I was a sergeant, who was my direct reports. I don't recall if he was. I don't think he was. How about Sergeant Yuri Buchanan? Do you recall when he first transferred into the unit? I don't. You don't? Attorney Burke, sorry. Question, were you troopers together as well? The Yuri and Tully. Answer, yes.
And did you work with Sergeant Buchanan back then on cases that you can recall? Yes. Okay, and did you ever directly supervise Buchanan? Answer, I don't recall if I ever did. Oh, this is shady as fuck. And was Trooper Proctor assigned as the lead investigator for the death investigation of Mr. O'Keefe? Yes. Was that something that you assigned? The on-call schedule gets generated a month in advance, and whoever's on call for the date that the call comes in would be assigned the lead investigator. And was Sergeant Buchanan assigned as the direct supervisor for that investigation? Much like the on-call person, the on-call supervisor for the week would be the supervisor for that case if it comes in on their on-call week. Okay, what was your role during that investigation? I had received a call shortly after the initial call came in from Sergeant Buchanan, so we were in constant communication from early in that morning, 1/29/2022. I ended up responding out to the scene. And who kept you informed of the status of the investigation, and how was that communicated to you? At what point? From the beginning and for the days to follow. Sergeant Buchanan. And was Miss Karen Reed subsequently identified as a suspect in the investigation? Yes. Were you aware that Miss Reed's cell phone was seized? Yes. Do you recall who seized her cell phone? It was during the interview that night. Either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor would be the singular person to do it, but they were there during the interview. Okay, were you aware in advance that they would be looking to seize her cell phone? No, they developed information during the interview that resulted in the seizure. Okay, do you recall whether Karen only got her cell phone searched because of the interview. Wow. Say no. Say no. Say I'll talk to you later. Don't wave unless you know what you're fucking doing. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Don't wave unless you know what you're fucking doing. Wow. They only got her phones initially because she agreed to be interviewed. They were probably like, nice try, Miss Smarty Pants. Never do that. I am not a lawyer. Never fucking do that. Why the fuck would she ever wave? Oh my god. Oh my god. They never would have got her phones. They didn't have probable cause for the phones. Yannetti must have bashed his head on a fucking wall. She was so perfect too, until that moment. What are you doing, Karen? You're not going to throw them off the scent. They only got the PC to seize the phones because of the... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. No wonder Yannetti had to clean this mess up. Oh, this is fascinating. Oh, my God. You really have to... So our space will get started around the top of the hour. You got to read this close. You have to really know... But there's gold in them there hills. I'm telling you. Oh, my God. That changes my entire perception of all of this. They baited her. They knew she was fucking cocky. So they were like, oh, yeah, we'll just let her wave. And then they used the initial custodial interrogation to get the fucking phone. Oh, Karen. They were playing chess with each other from the very beginning. Good thing she quickly found Yannetti. Tao will try to watch his language. It's going to get worse during the space. I just want to let you know it's going to get so much worse. Hold on one second. Tao. 1 second. Jesus. I'm telling you, folks. I'm telling you, the fact that Tully's IA report got released last night has caused Kate Peters' people to lose their mind. It is causing them to actually lose their mind. Folks, I cannot believe this. I can't believe they lost their mind this much over the IA report. I knew it was bad, but I didn't think they would actually blow all their cover. Because what the price of this is that all the people around Karen and all the people around Aiden are now telling Karen and Aiden, all the people going at Lindsay and Grant are working for Kate. It was bait. Why do these people not understand it was bait? By the way, like at a certain point, okay, I don't want to do this. I will call the State Department. Okay, I have my friends there. I will call the State Department and I will tell them to actually reach out to Australia, and we will find out a way to get the people in Australia prosecuted if we have to. You don't understand. Like, I'm ready to do this. I'm ready to coordinate an international effort to bring down Kate Peter. I'm committed to this. Children were hurt by these people. I'm actually willing to do this. And I don't just call in people. If I make a call, somebody's going to be like, oh no, he's really mad. I will get the Prime Minister of Australia on the phone, and I will explain to them that we are going to give them to New Zealand unless they give us the koala. They're going to extradite the koala. Do you understand? He's not really koala. Koala is just a Kate person from Massachusetts, and Shark is also working with him. Shark's just an O'Keefe cousin who likes to threaten people online and then pretend he's some guy named Steven when he's not some guy named Steven. I know exactly who the fuck he is because you see those blue eyes and you remember them forever, bro. They're like fucking planets glistening in the sun. So who do you think? It's like, you know, I get that it's kind of fun to like use these cover identities, but do you think that's going to stop the IA investigation into Liz Proctor's uncle? Do you think that's going to stop the FBI from moving forward with what they're doing? No, it's just going to piss them off. Do you think going to war with Ann Peruti and Adam Deutsch is just going to result in them saying, oh, look at these internet trolls, they're adorable? No, they're going to be like, who the fuck is coordinating an international effort to obstruct justice to protect the state police? And then they're going to fuck you all, and I'm going to laugh. I'm going to help them do it too. So they're going to take the bait. They are eventually going to realize that some of the people they're targeting were cooperating with the FBI, and that by retaliating against them for cooperating with the FBI then has jurisdiction to deal with the retaliation. That was part of the bait. I don't know why they're taking it. Like, if Koala does things that can get traced back to Kate, then the obstruction charge is going to go to Kate by the feds in Massachusetts. So they kind of took the bait a little bit. And then also they were being monitored. So I don't want to talk about taps because it's inappropriate. But I will say that there was, from what I've heard, one wiretap at least of someone who was communicating with, you know, people in this orbit. And they may have got caught planning to like commit extortion. And, you know, now they're waiting for them to finish the final act to confirm it. So, you know, for me, I want to tread very lightly because, yes, it was bait, but also if they actually take it, like, you know, it's what everyone's been waiting for. I can't believe they're going to do it just because of the Brian Tully IA report. But, like, the whole time, this was a setup to catch them retaliating against cooperating federal witnesses, and they're about to do it. I'm actually stunned, especially because there's a paper trail connecting Meredith and Kate to Koala. And being a state informant can't protect you from what they're about to walk into. So, I don't know. I don't want them to do it, but, like, the cat's out of the bag now. Everyone knows exactly what's coming. I can't believe they took the bait. Like, it wasn't a coincidence that LTL got sandbagged and this IA report got released last night. They were intentionally being baited to retaliate against the people cooperating with the FBI, and they're going to do it. And like I said, like, it's more about Meredith and Koala's links on paper and Christie's to each other, you know, because I mean, it's pretty serious. Like, it is really serious. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they found out people were cooperating with the FBI. They took the bait, fell right into it, and now they're going to fall into the fight. I told you this stream was a setup. Like, I told you. And I want to like kind of be live when they fall for the final part of the setup. I don't think they're going to do it because I kneecapped them on the thing about Deutsch and Karen working together and Karen being a DOJ main justice approved cooperating witness. But there are some other cooperating witnesses I don't think people know about that they are being baited into attacking because it's retaliation against a cooperating federal witness. So, I don't know. Like, I can't believe it only took like an hour. I thought it would take a little bit longer into the report than that, but they are very dumb. This is incredible. It's actually stunning. I didn't think they'd actually fall for it. It was bait. I mean, the IA report is very real, but like inducing them to pull that final ripcord. Because think about it, they lost their Netflix deal. Like Gretchen's boss is going to lose her mind, as is Kate, as is all the people involved in that. Kate had like book tours and speaking deals and plans to link the documentary to her website. My God, she got kneecapped on that. Because obviously they were being manipulative, and the producers found out it was going to become a huge liability. But so she gets kneecapped there. They get kneecapped on the 2023 Kearney cases, the Turtle Boy cases, which are Carney cases, which are all going to now be dismissed because of Kate's hidden involvement. Then their backup plan is to get Meredith and a few other people close to Karen by having them attack Aiden. And I kneecapped them there. So then they had a few other backup plans. All those got kneecapped. And then the last plan is to fall for the bait and attack the cooperating federal witnesses. I mean, you already attacked Ann Peruti. You already attacked Adam Deutsch. Like, they are teed up and ready to swing, and I'm watching it happen. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, it's so glorious. And I do think Shark's involved. I'm sorry. You never forget those blue eyes, Sharky. Sharky, baby. Towel never forgets a set of eyes. Your eyes are so blue. What are you doing involved with these people, Sharky, baby? And why is Core Commentary a cop? Why are all these cops on Kate's Discord? Why did Kate Peter have a Discord where the witnesses from the Reed trial and the Turtle Boy case were communicating in real time, in violation of the Reed trial sequester order? Oh boy. Oh boy. I just can't believe it. Like, I didn't think the state police... I said it to somebody last night. The state police have the stupidest fucking informants I've ever seen in my entire life. This is like a comedy of Shakespearean tragic proportions. They're so fucking dumb, it actually is an insult to, like, actual intel operations. They are the dumbest fucking group of fucking morons. And they all, like, are around Kate Peter, so they all are that fucking stupid. Like, you set them up, okay, to retaliate against a cooperating federal witness, and they literally do it after like an hour just because the Brian Tully IA report gets leaked in full. Like, they're the stupidest fucking people I've ever met in my entire life. Whatever, let them walk right into it. I wonder what the feds were working on this week. Things got really quiet for a few days. Got really quiet, you know. It just makes me wonder, were the feds calling people, leaving voicemails? I don't know. Were they thinking, oh, maybe if we push these people just the right way, they'll do the one thing we want them to do to finish it off? I don't know. And should we have Grant live? No. I'm a towel. I don't know anyone in the government. And I wouldn't do that anyway. Glorious. Fucking glorious. I thought we were going to have to go, like, for an hour or two, read the document, go into the space, bait a few of them, and then they would do it. They just did it off the jump because of the Tully report. It's so damning. It's not funny. It's really pissing me off, but also, like, they only had to do one thing to close the loop. I just can't believe they went there right away. I don't know. I think Kate and Meredith would look good in federal prison orange, don't you? I don't know. That would be a good mugshot. You're so fucking stupid. Oh, I just live around people who are very dumb. Grant, read the poll. Hold on one second. How excited are you for Towel Just Go Off? I love this. I want to marry Towel. This is amazing. That's a good poll result. This is amazing indeed. I'm not a shark, I'm a towel. I have blue eyes. That's good, Nunya. I don't think you're the guy I'm talking about. Are you a cousin of the fur bushes? All right, let's continue. They are freaking out about this IA report. I knew it. They got caught. They were covering for Tully. The whole state police establishment. Feds are going to be thrilled. I just can't believe these people fell for it. All right, here we go. Okay, do you recall whether there are any issues with their cell phone, such as a delay in accessing Karen's cell phone? It was password protected. We were unable to access it immediately. At some point, did you become aware that Trooper Proctor looked through her cell phone? Yes. And do you recall when this occurred? August of 2023. So the investigation was January of 2022? My apologies. Yeah, it's August of 2022 when we were able to access the phone. So after they indicted. They indicted in June. Okay, and do you know how that access was accomplished? Was accomplished, thank you. Sure. We have Gray Key, which is software that attempts to bypass passcodes for iPhones in the office. Yeah, so there was a federal court decision in 2012 that got Apple in trouble. So Apple was forced to make a very secretive software that lets cops like override the brute force limit so you can put in as many passwords as you want. That's as much help as Apple will give the cops. They will not do anything more than that. They will let them brute force it like without a limit, but they won't let them run what's called a backdoor. Every other operating system just gives the cops a way in. Like, you don't need to brute force the password, but Apple's very, like, not every operating system. Some are more secure, but, like, almost every major platform gives authorities what's called a backdoor, which is where they can just access your devices, like, after they get a warrant, because the software has a workaround in it for them. But Apple is, like, tech conscious, like privacy conscious. So 10 years ago or 20 years ago, they were like, fuck you, we are not doing that. And for a while they pulled it off, but eventually the feds dragged them into court. And I think it was out in California, the Ninth Circuit in 2012. They made Apple do this. It was a settlement agreement, and the judge ordered them basically to not create Gray Key, but like facilitate an unlimited number of brute force attempts on an Apple phone as a compromise. Otherwise, the judge was going to hold Apple, the company, in contempt. And Apple was pissed. I mean, I'll tell you, like, people have shit to say about Apple, but they were pissed that they were forced to do that. They fought it. They spent like $50 million fighting it all the way up, and they lost. I don't even think it got to SCOTUS. The Ninth Circuit ruled against them, and SCOTUS denied cert. So they got fucked. But the point is, that is the only reason, okay, that this is in existence. Gray Key, like, they wouldn't have even been able to brute force Karen's phone if the federal court didn't make Apple allow them to do this. It attempts by brute force entry, so it continues to try different combinations. We had hooked it up, and it took 7 months from the time of seizure when we got a warrant attached to it. It took that long for the software to accomplish the passcode break. Wow. Okay, so think about this. Even after Judge Krupp approves the search of Karen's phone, if he does, they still have to Gray Key it. If Karen can run out the clock, they're done. But that's why Kate's losing her mind. Kate needs these moles to get Karen, because Karen's too good. Karen's got to shut up. She's got to cut everyone out that she doesn't do a defensive briefing on, and then cut some more people too, just for the fuck of it. There's no loyalty in this game. You don't need anyone. Just cut them. Cut them. Cut. Don't keep your enemies close. Don't keep your friends close. Cut. There are no liabilities. If you don't drink, if you don't have sex, there are no liabilities. It's a conscious choice. You're completely impenetrable. Don't drink. Don't have sex with people. Cut your circle. Okay? Let me just repeat. Don't drink. Don't have sex with people. Cut your circle. Cut. If you can follow those 3 rules, you're impenetrable. You'll always be in the zone. You'll never be compromised. You have no weaknesses. Humans are simple, stupid creatures. So, don't do things that make you simple and stupid.
especially in politics. For example, there is no reason for Turtle Boy to be communicating with Christy when she's trying to put him in jail. He just delegates too much. That's why Emily C is very important for Turtle Boy. She's very smart. She's an academic, and he respects her, and I don't ever want to see any sexualization of Emily C, or I'll be fucking pissed. Somebody did it the other day. I fucking railed on him. One of the Kate Peter people, who was Brian Riccio's friend. I was like, don't fucking come in here trying to demonize or degrade Emily C's contributions by sexualizing her. And then I said to the guy, like, fuck you, motherfucker. That might work in Kate's world. It does not fly here. So anyway, I think Emily C has the ability to help explain that to Aiden. Everything will be better for everyone if they cut these fucking people out of their lives. If they cut, build up defensive briefings, and then also do things like from a very methodical, analytical perspective. No drinking, no sex. I'm sorry, like, somebody hold a clinic with Karen, with Aiden, like, no drinking, no sex, okay? No sex in the champagne room, no going to the champagne room, no sex, no drinking, okay? Like, this is classic intel training. Motherfucker Lyndon Johnson, when he would drink with Congress, would water his drinks down. He stayed sober, they got drunk, he passed the Civil Rights Act. See what I'm saying? Got to fuck with him a little bit. No drinking, no sex, okay? No drinking, no sex in the intel world. No going to the champagne room, no sex in the champagne room. Just generally no drinking, no sex. I don't know how many times I have to fucking say this. No Xanax, no drinking, no sex. No anything that suppresses the GABA-1 receptor, because you will lose your inhibitions. You'll give up information. A truth serum just means your GABA-1 receptor is suppressed and you are losing your social inhibitions. No drinking, no sex, okay? I'm just going to keep repeating it. No drinking, no sex in the intel world. All right, everybody on the same page? You can't, no champagne. That is drinking. No drinking, no sex in the intel world. That's how you get compromised. No Xanax. Nothing that suppresses the GABA-1 receptor. And if you're going to do it, treat it like fucking acid and do it when you're like in a safe environment for 12 hours and turn your fucking phone off and don't talk to anyone. No Xanax. No drinking, no sex. Okay? There we go. We all on the same page? This is Towel's lesson for the day. Everyone write it on the blackboard. No drinking, no Xanax, no sex. Okay? That's how you stay on the ball. I'm not saying that you can't have sex. I'm saying if you are in the intel world, no drinking, no sex, no GABA-1, like, no GABAergics, okay? No alprazolam, no clonazepam, fucking whatever the fuck those drugs are. No drugs that inhibit your social functioning. No sex, okay? People think of sex as like this pleasurable thing. No, motherfucker, it is no different than any other drug. When JFK and Howard Macmillan used to talk, JFK was like, Mac, I get a headache if I don't bed a different woman every 3 days. Well, JFK, you think maybe that's how they got to you? Hello? Oh, my God. You know, maybe it's not a good idea for the president to sleep with a different woman every 3 fucking days? Oh, my Jesus Christ. God rest his soul. Tao loves JFK. But still, that was a big weakness. That and the pain pills for his back issue. My point is... All right? If you want to live a regular day-to-day life, that's great. Okay? You go chase all those things, have a great time, enjoy your concerts, enjoy your bread and circuses. We'll do the heavy lifting, and the benevolent ones among us will protect you. But if you want to be in the intel world, you cannot be driven by this conflagration of oxytocin and serotonin and dopamine. Okay? You can't. It is an extreme fucking liability. Which means no drinking, no GABAergics, no sex. Okay? It's not for any reason other than it fucks with your mental acuity and therefore you cannot be analytical. No drinking, no GABAergics, no sex. All right, that is Tao's lesson for the day. Everyone is on the same page. Now, back to the morons who don't know how to follow those rules and tried to investigate these people and then fucked everything up for all of them. Here we go. How much you want to bet that every single person in this story somehow drinks, has sex, or does GABAergics, and that's why they're all so fucking sloppy? I'm not saying all of you are sloppy. Some of you are brilliant. Most of them are women. Okay? And I respect you unconditionally. But a lot of these fucking evil fucks are sloppy as fuck because they either drink, have too much sex, or do GABAergics. And I can tell from a mile away. Blow at least makes you some kind of a worthwhile adversary, but I hate people who do blow. But, like, you give me someone who's on Xanax or, like, a drunk, I'll fucking wipe the floor with them. They can't keep up at all because their fucking brain is broken. However, you can get over it, okay? Just because you do those things, like every other human, doesn't mean you can't evolve, all right? There are those of you who, everyone has their demons, but some of you out there are brilliant. Towel knows it, and he's got your back. However, I also see those of you who are evil and your weaknesses, and that's why I'm so good at interrogations. You don't want to be interrogated by me. All right, here we go. And during that investigation, in the summer of 2022, August of 2022, were you aware that Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and other members of the unit, including Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Jeffrey Kotowski, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Trooper Chris Moore, were part of a group text message thread? Oh! Oh! It's all of them! Oh my God! That's what they're freaking the fuck out about! I knew it! I knew it! That's why you have to do a close read. Okay, hold on. What do? Do I run around in circles? I don't know what to do. Somebody get Emily C. and Kyle and Dee Dee. I don't know what to do. I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! These motherfuckers! What do I do? I don't know what to do. I'm paralyzed. I'm overwhelmed. Somebody get Dee Dee! I fucking knew it! I knew it was all of them! All of them! Take them down! I must report this. Hold on. I just want to run around in circles right now, but I think that would look absolutely fucking absurd, so I'm not going to do it. I know it. I know it. Goddamn fake Canadians. That's it. That's it. We're invading Canada. Steffi, this is your punishment. Somebody give me Canada. Don't tell Laura. She already captured Marco Rubio. Give us Canada right now. That's the only way this can be resolved. I want Canada. I am so upset. Damn it. Fuck. I knew it was all of them. All of them. All of the fuckers. Fire them all. Somebody call Dee Dee and Kyle and Emily C. I need to be calmed down. That's it. I want a cheeseburger. I demand satisfaction. Yes, blame Canada and Kyle's mom and Kate Peter. Oh my God. Oh my God. Blame Canada. Blame fucking Canada. Oh my word. Alright, I gotta write this shit up. Alright, fine. Fine. I will write it up. Alright. Fine. Respect my authority. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna troll the fuck out of all of you all day. There's nothing you can do about it. Just in the names of the men on the text message chain from Michael Proctor's cell phone involving highly disturbing messages about Karen Reed are, and we also know Sean Good was on there somewhere, are at least the following. per Brian Tully's IA interview. All right, let's go through these names again. I'm a towel. Nothing's going to calm me down now, unfortunately. It is all coming to a conclusion. You know, I have friends that work on stories for a long time, like 3 years. All right, and they just kick ass, take names, be little towels. Well, let me tell you right now, friends, this story is almost at its conclusion. Not really sure how it's going to conclude. I'm a little baffled, frankly, by all of this. There's just a lot of revelations happening right now. I would like a cheeseburger. But anyway, let me write these names. All right, all these people are getting fired, clearly. I don't know why they're still working. Okay, they included John Fanning, Jeffrey Katowski? Who the fuck's Jeffrey Katowski? He's probably like, oh no, Grant said my name. Kotkowski. David DiCicco, Dicicco, and Chris Moore. All troopers. All troopers under Brian Tully's command. Oh, and Yuri. And Yuri Buchanek. I'm not adding a second Y into that name. It's R-U-R. Kate called him Y-U-R-I informally, so I'm calling him that. All right. These people are getting fired. Enjoy your towel wrench. I'm giving out towel wrenches all day. Just towel wrenches flying around. All right. Did I spell DiCicco right? No, there's the second C is capitalized. I don't want to disrespect him if he's going to get fired. You know what I'm saying? The state police must be like, fuck this guy, Grant. Well, you know what? You fucked with my friend, state police. I love the government. Do you think I hated the Cannabis Control Commission? No, I hated the men in power who were abusing those vulnerable women. I spent like 3 years on that, okay? Now I got to deal with the state police. I don't hate the state police. I like the state police. Clearly, I'm sympathetic to the work that they're doing generally to get the bad guys and girls, you know, and koalas. You know what I'm saying? But it's the cover-up. I don't like this institutional rot. I know which people around the new colonel are a problem. I'm aware. I know the holdovers. The feds know. What do you do when you get to this level? You call every government agency you can think of and say, help me, the state police are out of control. And then they're like, Grant, are you sure? And you're like, yes, I'm sure I have the documents. I'm a towel. And they're like, well, Grant, you're pretty right about that Cannabis Control Commission thing. Yes, and I'm right about this too. Oh, God bless the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm on one. Somebody tell a towel. And yes, we will do our spaces. Probably, we're going to be a little bit late because I want to read this whole thing. Oh my God, shit just hides in here. I need to breathe. I need a cheeseburger. Everybody relax. Everybody count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was useless. Useless, I tell you. Useless. You all are going to be my collective support system as we get through this. There is a chance I'm just going to continue yelling. I'm a great host, though. People are like, Grant, you have a great voice. I didn't know I have a good voice. I just like to say things. Apparently, I have good intonation. You know, I put the right emphasis on the right syllables, even though I didn't do it there. That was a joke and a reference to some random movie with Mike Myers from 2004. I'm pretty sure I have ADD and I'm just completely unmedicated, which is hilarious and also hyper efficient. You know what I'm saying? But that's my choice. That is my choice. I don't like those medications. They make you go far too fast. Now imagine me faster than I am now. How many words per minute do you want me to speak? 450? How fast? Do you want me to type 300 words per minute? You may as well just make me into a robot at that point, okay? I need to retain some of my humanity, and my humor comes from my spastic nature. It's fucking hilarious. It's like reading a James Joyce novel in real time with more references and somehow more recursive connections. It's literally like trying to travel through history with a narrator who just will never stop. You just have to keep going. You can jump in at a random part. It's like riding a current on a river. And you're like, oh, I'm along for this one. Oh, damn it, there's some rapids coming up. I probably should have brought a helmet and a towel. That's why I like to say my life is like a commodious vicus of recirculation. And like Adam and Eve, river run through Bendith Bay back to the peninsulate shore, ladies and gentlemen. And therefore Boston and its environs are the modern playing field for whatever it is that I am. Yes, I just walk around and make random historical references while explaining convoluted recursive historical circles, and then I reference James Joyce and Hegel to flex on the bastards. It's like a form of interpretive art. You know what I'm saying? My contribution to the great work. But I'm not becoming a Mason. Sorry, Hank Brennan. I'm not into that shit. I'm not a pagan. I'm a Catholic. That's why I wear the Virgin Mother. One of Kate Peters' people earlier were insulting me for wearing the Virgin Mother. I was like, motherfucker, you have no idea. I'm not part of your cult. No pagan shit for me. No Baal worshipping. I don't worship the planet Saturn, motherfuckers. I worship Jesus Christ, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. Stop me, bastards. All right. I was yelling a little bit there. All right. I'm ready to start reading again. I am ready to start reading again. I had to defend Jesus' honor. What do you want from me? It was very important. Not into that pagan shit. If they invited me into their club, I would take their club over and make them worship Jesus. Damn pagans. The pagans are worse than the Canadians. The Canadians are relatively pleasant on the whole, except for Rob Ford. They're relatively nice, even when they're being weird. Okay? But the pagans, motherfuckers, it's not just the maypoles. Let me tell you, those fucking pagans are a problem. You damn voodoo doll, fucking pagans. Fucking pagans. I hate the Canadians, just the fake Canadians. I hate the pagans worse. Listen, we need to do something about these fucking pagans. Take your maypole and give it to Kate Peter and let her eat it. Fucking pagans. I mean, seriously, who has fucking voodoo dolls of Karen Reed and Aidan Carney unless they're fucking pagans? They're either Wiccans or pagans or atheists, and I'm pretty sure all of those are just the same fucking thing. A Wiccan is just a pagan who doesn't understand plants. My God. And an atheist is just a child intellectually, okay? Sorry, that's the easy way out. Some of you are like, oh God, Grant's coming for everyone today. All right. Are you a good witch or a bad witch? I don't know, but that's hilarious. Or you can have a wrench. And Donovan can have a wrench too, because I think Donovan's hilarious. The atheists are like, oh no, Grant grouped us in. Well, you know what? I have bad news for you. The commies are godless atheists, so I kind of have a problem with the atheists. Brian Tully's probably listening to this like, oh my God, why do people listen to him? That makes it even more funny. All right. So, back to Michael Proctor's text messages. That was like the time I was like, all right, back to the Cape Cod chips government. The CCC was debating whether cannabis stores should be able to sell Cape Cod chips, and someone wanted to do a small business impact study. And I was like, no, you got to see this. Like, it's like, you know, some of us, it's not a lot watching the Cannabis Control Commission. I'm just yelling on the stream. No, Commissioner Stebbins, we do not need to do a small business impact study about the fucking dispensary selling Cape Cod chips. We've spent 4 hours debating this. How dare you? And now they can sell Cape Cod chips. Commissioner Roy won the battle at the end of the day. And then to troll Commissioner Stebbins, she kept referring to it as the debate about Cape Cod chips. Oh, you don't understand. The government thinks I'm fucking hilarious, okay? I am hilarious, and the government knows it. Just the government as an entity, just they meet and they're like, isn't Grant hilarious? And some of them are like, yeah, but he's brilliant. No, he's fucking hilarious. The fourth wall doesn't exist with him. He just walks right through it constantly. We're about to get to the NDA backseat juror. I'll determine if you can get a wrench in a second. It depends if you say something funny about Kate Peter or Brian Tully or Michael Proctor. Oh no! Oh no! Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I have dropped my brand new ashtray. I have fixed it. I'm baffled. I don't really like this ashtray. Because if you have a roach and you put the roach in the ashtray, it goes down into this like lower container. And I like to save the roaches. So I don't like that at all. I'm baffled by this. I like the concept of this. You know, it's like a smokeless ashtray. See what I'm saying? I like the concept, but I don't like its functional utilization. I'm going to file some kind of complaint. Or I just won't buy this again. I don't know. I have a lot going on right now. I don't have time to deal with this. All right, let's continue. Was it common for SBDU Norfolk members to utilize, yes, these texts? Okay, can you explain how they would utilize them? To send messages to multiple people at the same time. Okay, and for what purpose? Answer, I can't really testify to how other people use their cell phones or messaging. Okay, I don't believe that. Was this something that you also communicated in group texts? Oh my God, he's on there too! Oh, God bless America! Get him! Fire this motherfucker! Oh, he's on there. I knew it! Oh, this is going to be a great Spaces today. Oh, I love America. I'm a proud American towel, and I hate the fucking commies. If you got a problem with that, talk to President Trump. You probably shouldn't do that, though, because he'll just take your country. You know, we took Venezuela in, like, one night. And I heard, through the grapevine, that the way we took Venezuela is we fucking incapacitated their military through ultrasonic weapons. Like, the report from, like, the one guy who lived from the elite Cuban military force around Maduro. It was like they were all fucking chilling. Their radar went down because we used graphite bombs, which is like, imagine if you went to power lines and then exploded a bomb that contains like graphite fibers that spread out over the power lines and just fuck them. Okay, so we graphite bombed their entire fucking power network. And I'm talking within like 10 minutes. And then immediately came in and we didn't like EMP them, although I'm sure we did that too. We used something that I don't even understand, okay? But one guy lived. It's like they let one guy live so he could tell everyone else what happened. There were 200 elite Cuban paramilitary operatives guarding Maduro. The one guy who lived said he was sitting at his little command station watching the radar, all that. He was in the military. All the shit went down. And they were like, oh no, they fucking jammed us. And they graphite bombed them, so there was no power. And then they look around. There wasn't guys with guns. They all started bleeding out of their fucking noses and eyes. And they were vomiting. And this guy's like, we can't get our weapons. We can't do anything. We're completely blinded. Our radar's down. The power's down. And then they came in and slaughtered us. There was 10 or 12 commandos against 200 elite Cuban paramilitary men. And those elite commandos didn't fire a shot. No Americans died because all of them were incapacitated, bleeding from their noses and mouths because we hit them with a fucking like a telekinetic weapon of sorts. It's a very advanced form of war fighting. Like, we literally paralyzed them, not like into stone. We made them bleed from their eyes and nose and then vomit. And then we went in there and killed 199 of them, shot one guy in the leg, let him live, and took Maduro. You want to fuck with the United States? No. No. So, yeah. Anyway, my point is, give us Canada and Greenland and Australia. And you can keep New Zealand, but the price is you have to take Australia and deal with the koala. All right? I don't know what that means. Like, I think I just want to turn all of Australia into a penal colony for the koala. So all you other Australians can, like, go about your business. Lily, too. Lily can be the koala's jailer, okay? So we're going to turn Australia into a penal colony. Lily is going to be the privandant. She's going to be the professor and the ruler of this penal colony. And her job will just be to torment koala all day. All right? She'll poke him with a stick. He'll walk around a little bit. She'll poke him again. He'll move a few more feet. She'll poke him. And then we'll all just watch. I'll put it on live cam. And everyone in Australia can go about their business and continue. They don't have to live in a penal colony. But your whole country is just going to be a Truman Show where Lily walks around poking the koala with a stick. And I watch it on a webcam and laugh because that's fucking hilarious. All right. Here we go. Was this something you also communicated in group text message threads through the unit? Yes. Oh, that's right. Brian Tully is on Proctor's phone, too. Okay, and what was the purpose of those? Quickly share information among multiple members. Okay, and would that be through work cell phones that were provided by the Norfolk DA's office? For other members, I don't know how they use their phones. Were you issued a cellular telephone from the Norfolk DA's office? No. Oh my God. Oh my God, Brian Tully used his personal phone! How does this man still have his job? Oh my God. I didn't mean to do this close of a reading. I just wanted to have a space to talk about all this, but we had to read it first. How does this man still have a job? Somebody tell me right now. Grant, you should be at WEF, the World Economic Forum? What do you want me to do at the World Economic Forum? I mean, I guess we could, like, fight the damn commies. I'm totally on board with that. I don't know really what I should do. I think, like, I don't know. We should probably send Tal to Washington at some point. I'll just go fuck with him, you know, and it'll be hilarious. Like, President Trump set the tone, and I'm thrilled. I think he's amazing. But just imagine me up there. I could really fuck with him. Like, just making the press listen to me just rail on someone one day. It would be fucking hilarious. All right. So, anyway, my point is Brian Tully used his personal cell phone in communications with Michael Proctor, and now we know, and this is amazing, and I can't believe what I'm reading right now. I now understand why Kate Peter and her people are targeting cooperating federal witnesses and being absolute fucking morons, because this is fucking incredible. There's no way these people should have kept their jobs. I'm such an excitable towel. I don't even know what I should do right now. I feel paralyzed by the weight of these revelations into just saying, I'm a fucking towel. Earlier I was just screaming for Dee Dee and Emily and Kyle because I don't really know what to do about the implications of all this. I need an adult. This was like the time we figured out Bala Prado's father stole our nuclear or our missile defense secrets and gave them to the Egyptians, and then did bad things in Attleboro that got like brushed under the rug with Kevin Reddington as his lawyer. Oh my God! I just started screaming. I was so upset. I was incredulous. Right. I have no fucking clue how Tully only got rehomed and demoted. Well, you earned a wrench for that one. All right. Yes, Australia was a penal colony. All right, I got to write this up now, too. All right. Towel, if we're actually going to get through this, you need to focus. How am I supposed to focus, though, with all of this fucking going on? I can't believe this. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Brian Tully used his personal cell phone to communicate about work matters, including with Michael Proctor. And somehow he was not fired after the communications from Proctor's phone were initially revealed. See what I mean? That's how you write. I don't need to edit. I just think and type. The other men on the text were... Oh my God. I just can't believe it. Somebody FOIA his fucking personal phone. If you use your personal phone for work purposes, it could be FOIA'd. Oh my God, Tully used his personal phone. This is incredible. No wonder they're losing their fucking minds. Bro, I would kind of lose my mind too. I'd be like, oh no. Oh, no. Oh, no! And then now I see why they tried to give it to LTL as what's called a limited hangout. LTL was never going to release all this shit. Emily C. and that other wonderful EM account absolutely sandbagged the fuck out of MSP. Good job. Everybody give Emily C. and EM, the account on X, a absolute round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let me actually get that name right now for you so that we can give them cheers. They fucked LTL's plan. They fucked the state police, not in that way, in a good way. And I am thrilled. Okay, their name is... Where is it? Emily C's like the first reply. Hold on. It is... This is how journalism is done, says Aiden. Post it all at once. No dramatic reveals. Well done, Grant. Hey! Turtle Boys, onto it, folks. Turtle Boys, onto it. It's like getting the Pentagon Papers all over again. Great work, Towel. Okay, hold on. Where is it? Where are you, Emily C? Oh, thank you to ER39431. So I was way off on the numbers earlier, and it wasn't an M, it was an R. But I was close. Their name is blank space Aaron Lundberg. So, everyone, give a round of applause to Emily C. and Aaron Lundberg for sandbagging and kneecapping the fuck out of these bastards by getting this whole file, stopping LTL from doing a limited hangout, and simultaneously ruining Kate Peters' world. Oh, I love America. Clip that, motherfuckers. All right, Kyle. I need to tag Kyle and Marbury v. Madison. Corey Hopkins is going to love this. We got the bastards. I'm having the time of my life. Oh, I love this. Oh, this space could be great. But the price of the space is we're not doing a space unless we know the document inside and out. And you also have to listen to me just rail on these people, and it's hilarious. And also, I'll order a cheeseburger, I guess. I don't have time to actually go get it. Like, there's no way, but I will have one delivered. Hopefully I have a coupon. All right, anyway, let's continue. I should have got a cheeseburger earlier. I was actually thinking about it, but then I was like, well, if I buy it now, I'm not going to want to reheat it. I can't eat it 2 hours after it's made, or it won't be healthy. You got to eat it within the safe zone of 2 hours. Fuck, I'll just start the stream and deal with lunch later. That's like an embodiment of my mind. I'm like, fuck it, I'll deal with it later. And then I'm like, oh, I probably should have dealt with that earlier. All right, let's continue. Tully used his personal cell phone. Have other members of the unit been issued one? Yes. What is the process to get a phone from the Norfolk DA's office? When someone transfers in, they get an option to get one, and that gets set up through the fiscal department of the DA's office. And who is the contact through the DA's office for that? Deb Leahy. Did you say Deb? Deb. And not all members opt to get a work cell phone? Correct. Okay, do these fuckers know that the East Hampton case says that if you use a personal phone for work purposes, it makes it subject to the public records law? Hello? Oh, hello, Allie. Listen, I don't know how we're going to do co-host today. I will see. I think there's a limit. I welcome you, Allie, but Allie, you got to ask me before you add people, because I'm very attentive, and I know you were helping last time, but like, I'll bring people up. Now, at the end, I got so tired other people did it, but like, for today, if I want someone to come up, I'll bring them up. All right? So that's the only ground rule. And I'm a technically proficient towel. So, all right. Okay, are you aware of Trooper Proctor had a cell phone that was issued by the Norfolk DA's office? He did. Okay, and are you aware if he also had a personal cell phone? Yes. And in your group text message threads that you would be involved with, would you be in threads that also had Trooper Proctor in them to discuss cases? Yes. Wow. The only explanation for asking that question is that this guy, the person doing the interrogation, hates Brian Tully.
dude, this is not a cover-up. Let me just tell you, like, whoever's going after Tully hates him, because you don't have to ask that question. There is nothing as the MSP investigator that makes you ask, were you using your personal cell phone for work purposes? Like, by making him respond to that, you just subjected his personal cell phone to FOIA requests. You hate him if you just sandbag the fuck out of him. This is incredible. These guys are all getting fired. There's no way these guys are keeping their job. Somebody tried to protect Tully. Somebody in the chain of command. That's the only explanation for this. This was all supposed to just blow over. Oh my God. This got to be some serious shit. Why would they go to bat so hard for him? And then why would this IA guy fuck him so hard? Like, this IA guy is by the book. I don't know who this dude is. Never heard of him. But he is a fucking soldier. Somebody put him in the DOJ. He didn't have to do this to him. Like, you could easily have done this whole interview without asking that question. Like, this guy must be, like, okay, there must be prosecutors. I'm not trying to insult this state cop working for the IA unit. But listen, first of all, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a law student. None of this is legal advice. But I am a trained journalist who quite literally has done FOIAs for 10 years, 7 years, whatever. I know everything about FOIAs. I know the precedent. I know the controlling cases, like the East Hampton case. I know the most recent case law about the public records law. To know ahead of time, all right, that the implications of using a personal phone for work purposes, or that whole phone is subject to FOIA, and then ask him about that, you're sandbagging him. Yes, thank you for the folks keeping an eye on the time. We'll get through the document. We'll see how I'm feeling. And when it comes time to upgrade these work cell phones, do you know how often these upgrades occur? Multiple years in between. Okay, and Trooper Proctor was recently relieved of duty. Is this accurate? Yes. And at the time he turned in his work cell phone, are you aware of that? Yes. Okay. Do you know if that was his work cell phone that he used back in August of 2022? I don't. And when there is an upgrade that occurs with these work cell phones, are you aware of the process that the member goes through in order to turn in that phone, where it goes to, and how they get reissued a new one? I am. Okay, and can you explain that? The IT director, or Deb Leahy, would contact the member to say they're up for renewal and facilitate the exchange of a new phone and the retrieval of the old phone. Okay, and who's the IT director? Howard Wong. Howard Wong, W-O-N-G. And do you know why they do that with the old cell phones that are turned in? No. When did you first become aware of inappropriate communications that were part of this group text message thread involving SPDU Norfolk members that were ultimately used in the court proceedings? Following Trooper Proctor's federal grand jury testimony in February of this year. So February of 2024? Yes. And who informed you of that? Trooper Proctor. And what did he inform you of as far as the communications? He stated that the communications involved him using the word C, disparaging comments about Ms. Reed's appearance, and looking for nudes in her cell phone data. And when he appraised you of these messages, was anyone else present? No. Where did this conversation occur? Was it in person or over the phone? Over the phone. And was this directly after his testimony? Within a couple hours. Attorney Burke, you're talking about testimony in the grand jury? Question, Trooper Proctor's testimony at the federal grand jury. Answer, yes. And with this information, what did you do? I immediately reprimanded him for the content of the messages, discussed how it was unprofessional. I then subsequently contacted Major Kuppenrath, who was in my chain of command and in DIS, to inform him of the messages. A little something so you can DoorDash a cheeseburger. Keep going. Thanks for covering this, Grant. Oh, God bless you, McMuffin. God bless you, McMuffin. What a wonderful doggo. God bless you for your support. You are a super towel. Thank you so much for your support, McMuffin177. Now, I am like Dobby the house towel elf. Okay, you send me a gift and you give me my freedom. So, with that said, I'll order some towel cheeseburger. I have an idea. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get my favorite thing if it's open. So there's a restaurant that when I first became very sick, like I was in the hospital a lot, and my dad was still around back then, and God rest his soul, I miss him a lot. Wish I had, I did reconcile with him before he died, which meant a lot to me. But when I was very sick, like I didn't know, like I had to get lumbar punctures, like it was bad. My dad brought me some food from where we lived because the food at the hospital was bad, and I only eat chicken and rice. And I remember, like, I had come out of a surgery. I think I had, like, a lung biopsy. So, like, I had a fucking, like, tube in my chest. And I couldn't eat for a few days. And I was like, Dad, all I want, like, I don't want to bother you. But, like, when you can come, like, all I want is just some, like, food from this place I really like. And he brought it to me. And I think ever since then, like, that is my comfort food. So that's what I'm going to get today. And, like, that's a good reason to have a comfort food. Like, it just reminds me of, like, even in that moment when I was very, very sick, I was like, like, I just have to, like, find a reason, And I was like, that chicken and rice is a good reason to be happy. All right, so let me do this. I have to check to make sure I have enough money to tip the guy. The delivery drivers worked there for, like, 25 years. I love that guy. I bet I have some coins, too. $5 on 20 is not enough, but I'll tell him I'll give him next time. All right. Is there a delivery fee? Oh, wait. Did I do the wrong one? No, I want a delivery. I have to do this again. I selected the wrong kind of order. I'm a stupid towel. And you might be saying, you're not a stupid towel. Well, I am, because I'm ordering lunch live, and I would rather just finish this, so. All right, I'm doing this again. I know. Well, Towel's got to eat. I'm a one-man show. I do the streaming by myself. I do the software by myself. I do everything by myself. And I'm not going to call it in, because then I'd have to, like, mute the stream, so I'm just going to order it online. And this place actually has, like, its own menu. I just, by accidentally, selected pickup instead of delivery. This is really upsetting me now. Why can't I make this work? I'll start a new order. All right, I made it work. My towel. For being so technically proficient. Like, I guess it's because, like, it's a local pizza place, so I don't exactly expect them to have, like, the most fancy software. And you can't get it on Uber Eats. You have to do it through them. All right. Let's do that. Okay. All right. And then, of course, you can't use Google Pay because it's one of those websites. Well, this is our lunch hour, so if you need to stretch, we only have about, I'd say, 30 minutes left, 45 minutes left. I'm going to read Fanning's interview, too. That's the one I'll be blind reading. But if you need to stretch, this is time to stretch. And when lunch does arrive, by the way, we'll take 15 minutes to watch my video about the Overton window, and that will be our lunch break, and then we'll go to the spaces. And the spaces could just go and go and go. So I just want to tell you that right now. I'll tip him in cash. All right, it's done, little towels. All right, we can go back to reading. Who tried to let me know? Allie, what did you try to let me know? Let me see. Warm brownie with vanilla ice creams. I got another dono. Oh, God bless you, Miss Leah. Get some dessert with that DoorDash. So, Miss Leah, one step ahead of you. I didn't just get dessert. I got their homemade sauce that they are the only one in the area that makes it. And I guess you could call it a dessert because like it's not really a sauce. It's more like a honey style dip that is like better than any sugary substance on planet Earth. It's extremely unhealthy. People who get addicted to this sauce eat it like on every meal. I haven't had it in like 3 months because I was eating so much of it. I was like getting hooked on it. So I stopped eating it. This is my first time having it in like 3 months. So God bless you to both McMuffin 177 and then also Miss Leah 719. God bless you, Miss Leah. I can't wait to have my special towel honey mustard. And yes, I love towel honey mustard. I'm going to simulcast. The spaces will be on here as well. So the plan is finish reading this document, 15-minute intermission where you'll watch me give a talk at the Internet Archive from 2022. I'll eat my sandwich while we're watching. And then as soon as we're done with that, probably around 1, which is within an hour of when I wanted to start the space, I'll start the space. You will hear it here. I get to moderate. I get to own the fuck out of people. Who knows? I think Allie's going to come up for a little bit. I will let Allie co-host, but our ground rule is we have to ask Towel each time we add someone. That's the only ground rule. We can be friendly. Turtle Boy can come up if he wants, etc., etc. But that's the ground rule, and I think Allie's fine with that. Eric and I can talk about how we're going to reestablish the colony of free dairy. Give us Cregan, the Bogside, and the Moor. Give us Canada. Give us Greenland. Give us Australia and Venezuela. I think that's all we need for now. If I need more, I'll tell you. Oh, yes, and we need part of northern France. To establish a kingdom for the Towel people, it shall be called Norman Towel. All right? I forget who I put in charge of that. Who did I say I was going to appoint as the leader of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe? Oh, Emily C. I think she'd make a great wartime commander. Imagine her with a boat of animals storming France. They wouldn't fucking know what hit them. They'd be like, Nanya, I know you're going to be upset about this, but Nanya, can you cede the captaincy to Emily C? Imagine her in a boat of animals invading northern France. It would be better than Joan of Arc. They'd be like, what the fuck is this woman doing here with this boat of animals? She'd be like, too late. This is mine now. Oh, yes, I have thought this through extensively, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. In short, Emily C is going to conquer Northern Europe, and then we'll take care of the Canadians, the Australians, the people from Greenland, the Venezuelans, and then the Australians. In particular, the Australians, who shall become a penal colony. You think the state police are mind-fucked enough yet by watching this? They went from having to deal with Turtle Boy to a man who wants to send Emily C to northern France with a boat full of animals to conquer Norman Towel, which is itself a homeland for towels. They gotta write this all up. Oh, Commander, you gotta understand this, man. It's a very unique style of humor. I think Andy Kaufman would probably enjoy this. The dude's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you even listening to this? He's clearly engaging in satire and trolling the fuck out of you. Who wants a wrench? Okay, Brady Bug, you can have a wrench. You can't really do anything about it. If you put people, if you do actions, I see them. But, have fun. It's a towel wrench. One time, someone was like, if everybody's a mod, everybody behaves. Well, yeah, what are you going to do? Yell at each other? All right, I have good news. We have commandeered Bodie McBoatface from Nunya. I'm going to give it to Emily C, and she's going to conquer France. I don't have time to explain. Okay, let's continue. Oh, God bless you, Runner 50 Cal. Stay hydrated, eat and drink tomorrow, and keep the turtle free. Okay, well, God bless you, and I will let Emily C know that part of her mission in conquering France includes keeping Turtle Boy free and away from Syria. Now, I've determined that we should not send Turtle Boy to Syria. I've thought about this. I thought about it extensively. I don't think he would do well there. So she can take him to France, but she cannot go with him to Syria. They would stone him. They wouldn't get the humor. I'm telling you, they're Syrians. They're militant as fuck. You shouldn't go there. We all should not go there. One time, this woman in the FBI was dating this guy who was around ISIS. The guy fucking made the FBI agent fall in love and took her to Syria. And then she got there and was like, fuck this shit. I don't want to live in Syria. So she defected back.
That reminds me of Christy Citroni a lot, actually. Christy Citroni, the ISIS bride. Now that's a TV show the world needs. I would watch the shit out of a show about Christy Citroni falling in love with an ISIS fighter, trying to infiltrate ISIS, right? Christy goes up to an ISIS guy and is like, hi, I'm Christy Citroni. I'm crazy as fuck, but, you know, I'm whatever the fuck she calls herself. Some kind of goat involving throats. I don't really want to repeat it. It's fucking gross. The point is, she tricks the Muslim guy. He falls in love with her. Then she's like, wait a minute, ISIS? That sounds nice. I think I'll join up with you. The guy's like, great. Like, are you a federal agent? She's like, yeah, I'm going to blow my cover because I love you now. And the guy's like, let's go to fucking Syria. And then her and the guy go to Syria. Christy gets there and she's like, wait a minute, this is not the promised land, this is fucking Syria. And the guy's like, I told you we were going to Syria. And Christy's like, fuck it, I'm going back to America. Oh my goodness. Oh, somebody let me write TV. How great would that show be? We could make 7 episodes just about their trip to Syria. Then like 3 episodes about the time in Syria, and 2 episodes is the finish where Christy has to escape back to America. She's the modern Lee Harvey Oswald. I'm having the time of my life, and we haven't even started the stream yet. Oh, yeah, Christy thought they said it was the nicest group, not the ISIS group. That's right. Oh, my God. Tully's like, oh, my God, why this man? Why this man? Yeah, so limited Amazon series. Fuck like Kate Peters' proposal. We have to make this documentary about how Marty Graff's friends like got Christy Citroni inadvertently recruited into ISIS. Oh my God. I can't. Oh, that's what the world needs. I'm just telling you right now that the world needs that. I mean, if you're new to this channel, I'm probably on one a little more today than I normally am because I knew I was right about everything, so I just want to flex on the bastards. And also conquer northern France and Canada and Australia and Greenland and Venezuela. But anyway, that's kind of an aside from the main point. I'm hilarious, and I want you all to know that I think I'm hilarious. It's even better than an Andy Kaufman skit, because with Kaufman, the joke is that Andy knows it's funny but pretends it's not funny. I just tell you I think I'm the most funny fucking person in the world, and that makes it even funnier. Okay, hold on. Oh, I want to play this video while I get my food. Hold on one second. Change of plans. Food is not here yet. It's just leaving the place, so we're not playing a video for 10 more minutes. Let's keep reading. All right, here we go. And with that information, what did you do? I immediately reprimanded him. And when you speak with Trooper Proctor reprimanding him regarding those texts as being unprofessional, was that during the same conversation over the phone? It was over the phone, and then I went to his house and met with him. Oh, yeah, because that's normal. Hey, Supervisor, Josh Levy just interrogated me for 6.5 hours. And by the way, you know, I used some very derogatory language about defendants we were investigating. And the trial starts like in 2 months. Brian Tully was probably like, fuck, I got to release Lindsay Gattani's cell phone. And then he did. Now do you see why I'm so mad? Michael Proctor, Brian Tully, Kate Peter, and Pam the Scam Friedman, and Michael Morrissey, I'm pretty sure, were like, fuck, we got a hot potato on our hands. Karen's going to leak this shit.
They weren't protecting Jen McCabe when they leaked Lindsay's phone extraction, an unredacted 15-year production of Lindsay's phone with only messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay removed. They were protecting themselves. This was about Michael Proctor the entire time. This is why my mom is so in the bag for them. She's with Liz Proctor's uncle, who still works for the MSP. Oh my God, this was all about... They released Lindsay's cell phone to protect Michael Proctor? Brian Tully. Mr. Tully. Somebody call the Senate. We need a congressional committee. Put me in charge of it. It will be called the Towel Committee. Give me a gavel. And let me begin. God bless the United States of America. God bless Little Towel. They sandbagged her. They weren't gonna release her phone. Tully, in a fucking panic, was like, oh no! What did Proctor do? Karen has it all! Let's use Lindsay as a distraction. I am so upset. Listen, the DOJ has to help Lindsay, in my opinion. How can they not see that Tully leaked that fucking phone in April of 2024 because of what Proctor told him in February? Laura McLaughlin was in on it. Damn it, Laura McLaughlin! Have you no soul? I trusted these people. My own mother. Nothing is sacred around the state police. That's it. We're demilitarizing the state police. Nope, nope, nope. There will be no negotiation. Nope. This thing is completely the fuck out of control. Nope. We can't just, it's not just about removing these individual units from the DA's office. It's not just about a centralized homicide bureau. We got to overhaul this whole fucking system. You cannot be paramilitary anymore. Sorry. No, no. No, no. No, no. Nope. 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 Pick like 3 things. What do you want to do? Patrol the highways, pull over commercial trucks, investigate homicides. Pick 3. Okay? That's it. You cannot be paramilitary. No more. Nope. No, no, no. This is very bad. Complete overhaul. We got to change this whole operation. And the problem is, they're going to start targeting people who try to reform them. So we got to get like the auditor, the OIG, half the Senate, half the House of Representatives. And we got to get them all involved so that no one can get targeted. Because if the whole fucking government is coming for the state police, what are you going to do? All right. I'll quarterback this effort, or they'll kill me trying. If they take Little Towel out, you remember what I was fighting for. Carry on this mission. You make sure you have a unified front. You get the auditor. That's Diana DeZoglio. You get the OIG. Okay, the Office of the Inspector General on the state level. You go to the House Oversight Committee on Government Accountability on the federal level. Okay, and then you find a few senators who are aligned with the auditor and the OIG and don't hate them because of the ongoing battle over the bill to audit the legislature. Then you get a unified front and you reform the state police from inside out and accept no negotiation, pay them, but take away their paramilitary status and completely disband all of their investigative units and rebuild it. Appoint an ombudsman. Okay? We have to change this. I'm sorry. It's rotted to the core and they hurt people. And they do it really maliciously. Like, they don't give a flying fuck about the Constitution. They don't care about victims, vulnerable. They look at women in compromised positions as fucking sexual targets or blackmail targets. Fuck these people. We need to reform this. They're giving... It's not one bad apple. It's all of them, basically. And their chain of command enables it, and they're giving policing a bad name. They're destroying the credibility of law enforcement in Massachusetts and in the United States. And furthermore, they're making a mockery of the people who they're harming by basically being like, fuck you, do something about it. I hate that mentality. That's what was happening at the Cannabis Control Commission. I hated that. The bill to reform that is in compromise committee now. We need a state police reform bill, and it's not an all cops are bastards thing. I'm a fucking President Trump supporting right-wing person, basically. Okay? It's not. I won't need cops to do good jobs. This is broken. All right? Liberal, conservative. Karen Reed was right on the Rotten Mango interview. This whole thing is rotted to the fucking core. And they hurt women. That's what pisses me off. Pick on fucking... like somebody who has the political power of you, like the Senate president. Pick on Ron Mariano, the Speaker of the House. Why are these state police picking on fucking vulnerable single mothers? They like punching down? Makes me upset. All right, I'm putting this video on because my food's going to arrive soon. Yeah, I'll finish this page. So then he goes to his house. But you did go to his house at some point after the conversation. Yes, and have additional conversations. Yes, all right. Can you explain how the conversations went with Trooper Proctor at his house? He described his testimony in front of the federal grand jury. He went over those topics I talked about. The use of disparaging words, comments about Miss Reed's appearance, and the looking for inappropriate material in her cell phone data. We discussed I was displeased and angry with the fact that that he had sent those messages. That was the topics of the conversation. Was anybody else present? John Fanning was there for this period. Tully, Fanning, and Proctor were fucking hanging out talking about Proctor's grand jury testimony. Did Trooper Proctor expand any further on any additional text? No. And were you aware of who else was involved in that text thread? No. At the time, no. He wanted to answer that before it even got out. He's lying. Did you have conversations with Lieutenant Fanning about these texts as well? Yes. And how did those conversations go? We discussed how they had happened. That we were both unpleased or displeased or angry that they had occurred. Were you aware that Lieutenant Fanning was part of a group of that, was a part of that group text message thread, or did he indicate that Attorney Burke, objection when you say a part of, were you aware that Lieutenant Fanning's contact was contained within that group text message thread where these inappropriate texts were sent by Trooper Proctor? When? At this time? No. When in February, that's when we met this time. I did not know. When did you ultimately learn of that? I became aware in March. Oh my God, Fanning obstructed Tully. Oh, what is going on? They obstructed each other. Fanning lied to Tully. Oh my God. All right, we're putting this video on. Sorry, my lunch is here. This is fucking absurd. This is fucking absurd. I am in crazy land. The state police were misleading each other. This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this. This is absurd. All right, you're going to learn for 15 minutes about how I do my work. And also, Christy Citroni mocked me the other day and said, you don't write laws. Motherfucker, let's learn a little bit about the time I wrote a law and how I did it and why I'm a fucking boss. I didn't just write a law. I fucking brute forced a law, motherfucker. And that was like for fun, like when I was like 5 years ago, like my first year of law school. That shit is like every day. All right, where's this fucking video? What was it again? It was my talk at the Internet Archive, wasn't it? I thought I posted it like yesterday. I post a lot of shit. Sometimes I'm just like, Grant, you are posting a lot of stuff. Well, yeah, I have a lot of shit to say, but I didn't realize I post this much. You know, like, I guess that kind of makes sense, though. I have a lot to say. I'm up at the table. Where's the video, though? I just want my Internet Archive speech. I just quoted it yesterday. I was making some kind of grandstanding remark about how I do my work, so it should be quoted with the quote yesterday, like at like 10 in the morning. I remember doing that, unless it was like the day before. I don't think so.
Maybe it was the day before. I was pretty sure it was yesterday, though. Might have been the day before. All right, 1 second. Okay, my food is here. See what I'm saying? That was good timing. The delivery man has arrived. There are some funny images up here, but I need to find your video so I don't keep the food man waiting. Hold on. Where is this fucking video? I cannot believe I cannot find this video. This is tormenting me. Was it really 2 days ago? Oh my word. Yeah, it was. Okay, I found it. Here you go. I'll be right back.
Lisa and everyone involved with Aaron Schwartz Day for putting this great event on, as well as to the Internet Archive for their wonderful hospitality. I have spoken at Aaron Schwartz Day before, but I will give a quick refresher. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a grassroots drug reform policy activist and advocate. I do have a number of different hats that I wear. I also do some grassroots journalism, but I'm here in my personal capacity today, so that disclaimer off the mark. I'm also I'm studying law at the New England School of Law in Boston, Massachusetts, and I find so many of these talks interesting because I think the intersection of public discourse and law and the internet is an emerging domain of democratic legitimacy, which reflects the very best of what our modern world has to offer in a time when those very best labels are few and far between, unfortunately. So initially, I was going to talk about something which is a theme of a lot of the talks I give at Aaron Schwartz Day events, or at least I have given in the past, which is weaponizing the Overton window, which is the range of acceptable topics of discussion in the public forum about a given issue or person or debate. Weaponizing that Overton window to achieve grassroots policy victories in the context of legislative framing or regulatory policy implementation, or even sub-regulatory guidance documents, which are far more important and effective than most people realize. But we'll talk the discipline of public relations or propaganda by the nephew, interestingly enough, of Edward Bernays. He was a gentleman, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, a gentleman by the name of Edward Bernays, exactly. And what's really fascinating, and why I find this sort of emerging domain of propaganda at that time so interesting, is something that Corey talked about earlier, which is the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, and the implications of the, Corey didn't necessarily agree with my term appropriation, but I do want to talk a little bit more about that as well. The corporate appropriation of the language of liberty that was so crucial to the post-Civil War period for formerly enslaved Black Americans, by corporate interest to, in essence, indemnify themselves from oversight by state governments. And so that sort of emergence of this corporate appropriation of the 14th Amendment, and at the same time the emergence of this corporate weaponized propaganda by Edward Bernays, really forms the basis for why a lot of public policy in the 20th century in the United States, and then unfortunately due to the colonial inclinations of this country still to this day around the world, it became such a force to centralize that corporate control. Now, what's fascinating about the cannabis industry, of course, is that in some ways, in particular as to social equity, which refers to facilitating pathways to ownership of regulated cannabis companies by individuals from communities that were disproportionately impacted by the drug war. What's somewhat fascinating about this new emerging market is that it's created an opportunity to break from the norm in the American tradition and shift away from that consolidated corporate control in some regard. Not every state by any means has done well at this. Some states are just completely controlled by corporations through something called regulatory capture, where well-funded interests manipulate the lawmaking or regulatory process to centralize control and, in essence, pull up the ladder So they get the first shot at the new market. No one else gets to come in, and then they get a monopoly or oligopoly in law forever. Some states do that. Other states, however, like Massachusetts, have done the opposite. Now, I've talked in the past about how Massachusetts created special licenses where you can only get that license if you are someone who was from a community disproportionately harmed by the drug war. But something else we did this year, which very much came about by way of grassroots advocates taking charge, framing the public discussion in a way which gave lawmakers no choice to do but what I'm about to tell you all about, and following through in a way that was meaningful. So we, as a group of advocates, went to our state lawmakers and said, you know, two of the biggest hurdles to getting into the regulated cannabis industry are funding and municipal apathy. Because banks, traditional banks, can't lend to cannabis companies or even get involved with them really in any way. So why not have the state oversee 0% interest loans and grants for social equity companies and give them directly to these companies? And what I want to talk about is the way that that debate played out and how that is a microcosm of these kind of Overton window discussions in real time and how it can have a real impact on public policy. So when this idea of a state-run loan fund, which by the way does not exist anywhere, there are no governments on the whole that give 0% interest loans and grants to private companies to open. There are subsidies, don't get me wrong, but those are multinational companies normally getting it, and it's not necessarily framed as a 0% interest loan or grant for many reasons. So when this idea was first proposed, the legislative language was 10% or 20%, either or, of the yearly excise tax on adult use cannabis in Massachusetts will go towards this 0% interest loan fund. Well, about a year later, obviously the legislative session ends, so the bill gets reintroduced. That was 2021 or so. When the bill gets reintroduced, somebody suddenly, no accountability, changes the language from a 10% dedicated yearly levy to fund the 0% interest social equity loan program to a one-to-one match program where up to 10% of the tax revenue would go in every year if there was a matching corporate donation first. Subtle change, but very much entirely undermines the program because therein the people making the donations could ensure there was not enough revenue to give out the loans in the fund. So the policy advocates involved in this picked up what was going on. They got in the room, so to speak, and they said to lawmakers, the debate can't be between a one-to-one match or a dedicated levy. The debate has to be between, should it be 10% of the yearly tax going for this loan fund or 20%? And out of that room came a group of lawmakers who sold to the public the idea of either 10% versus 20%. And that's what I'm talking about, a subtle, small shift, but that's the Overton window in real time. If the discussion is, should it be a one-to-one matching contribution or a dedicated levy, and you lose, you get that one-to-one matching contribution, the loan fund's undermined, you lose on the policy issue. But if the discussion is 10% versus 20% yearly dedicated levy, you win no matter what the outcome. And that is, in essence, how to weaponize the Overton window in a benevolent way to achieve public policy victories in the cannabis arena, but also it can be applied elsewhere. I do want to touch on one other thing, though, because coming back to the 14th Amendment and what corporations have done to the United States by virtue of their appropriation of an amendment that was meant to benefit a race freed from slavery, I think is one of the most abhorrent trends over the past 150 years in this country, and that's saying something. In particular, to come back to something I put a pin in earlier that Corey was talking about, the way that corporations went about doing this in the context of public relations and propaganda is really something we can take a lesson from if we can pull out their tactics, not the content, obviously, right-wing fascist nonsense, but the tactics, the form of what they were doing. Someone once said that to understand Hegel's philosophy, you have to look at how its form and content met at Stalingrad in 1944. And I think that a lot of that is true in terms of taking lessons from how corporations deployed propaganda over the course of the 20th century to learn how to do it in a benevolent way. You're looking for pulling out its form rather than its content, and then turning those tactics around, weaponizing them, and then using them to achieve public policy victories. Something that I think I wanted to dive into as well is how did corporations do this? And I told Brewster earlier that I would send him this court decision, but I encourage other folks to read it as well. There's a great court case from 1939 called Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson. And the dissent in that case was written by a man named Justice Hugo Black. Now, on the whole, not a good man, but in terms of this decision, very on the ball. Now, Corey talked earlier about how the 14th Amendment from its very inception was intended to benefit corporations and cover their personhood. But if you read Justice Black's dissent in Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson, what you'll see is that's not the case at all. Dating back to a case from 1886 called Santa Clara County versus Southern Union Pacific, what you'll see is that the first time this idea of the 14th Amendment protecting corporations in the way that our modern legal system understands that concept was a court reporter's headnote on a Supreme Court decision talking about a secret purpose on the part of the framers of the 14th Amendment in secret congressional meetings to have it extend to corporations. That's the origin of the doctrine of corporate personhood, and Justice Black spells it out word for word in that dissent. And so even Corey, take it for granted in some regard that this is just an established constitutional principle, when in reality, this fight, I think, should never have been ceded, and as a result of doing so, we have almost lost the republic. Perhaps we have indeed lost the republic. And I guess to tie it all together, the cannabis arena represents a very unique opportunity to achieve these kinds of wins because the language of social justice matters. It's a people-centered form of discourse that cuts through a lot of the profit-driven incentives that otherwise exist in policymaking on the legislative or regulatory level. And I think there's an insight there, which is that when policy is centered on the human being, it can change the world. When policy is centered on money, it tends to be regressive, fascist, and extremely domineering. And so I guess, and I never know what I'm going to talk about before I give these talks, but I guess that's the theme of what I really wanted to convey today, which is whatever field it is you may be working within, if you're finding your ideas running into a wall, if you're not getting legislative action, if regulators are ignoring you, if newspapers won't cover your stories, don't accept that as a commentary on the work that you're doing. Look for ways to use narratives, much like a corporation would use an advertisement, to achieve your work or the goals of the work that you're doing in an applied way. And do not be afraid to play dirty in the narrative context. So if you're up against a foe, in particular if you're dealing with consolidated corporate interest, government actors, police forces, whatever it may be, I assure you they have press secretaries and communications departments who are weaponizing the Overton window against your work every single working day. And so leaving yourself susceptible to that by not actively fighting back is pretty much a way to seal your own fate before the game even begins. So I want to leave a few minutes for questions. I think I went just, long enough. I tried to only go 10 minutes and was not allowed to, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, so I'm staying.
Questions in a minute, all right. And who has a question? Any questions?
Please.
If they were to like deschedule cannabis and make it so that banks could lend, how would that play out from your perspective in Massachusetts, given the kind of unique loans that are happening in the vacuum of traditional banks lending to these types of businesses? So like, if they were to deschedule tomorrow, would it screw up the 0% loan thing that you talked about?
Oh, so very interesting question for a number of reasons and a topic I wish I had dived more into, so thank you for it. On the loan fund, no, it would probably make it a little bit easier actually, because banks wouldn't be restricted from the FDIC rules from lending to companies, so it wouldn't impact the 0% loan fund, which is state administered, and if anything may make reasonable access to low interest capital more accessible. But there's another reason it's a huge threat, which is there's something called the Dormant Commerce Clause of the Constitution, and it has to do with states' ability to discriminate against out-of-state commerce. And it's not, right now states obviously are forced to not allow out-of-state commerce in the cannabis arena. If there were a flood of interstate cannabis commerce, it would almost certainly result in a big tobacco or big alcohol situation. And for that reason, the Safe Banking Act hasn't passed. For that reason, descheduling has not really moved forward in terms of a lot of groundswell of support from the activist community, because it's a threat. It's a threat to sort of small craft markets. However, there is a potentially functional solution, which is interstate compacts for interstate cannabis commerce only for small businesses, small locally owned companies. That might be a viable approach. I'm at the internship that I work for at the Parabola Center for Law and Public Policy does a lot of work related to this. I encourage you to check it out if you're interested in it. And there may yet be a way for the federal government to take an intentional approach to descheduling, which wards off corporate consolidation and facilitates interstate commerce, but it's certainly an evolving area and well worth watching. Any other questions?
That was good, wasn't it? I'll bring my camera up. I didn't want to eat in front of you. I ate most of my sandwich. It was really good. Okay, where am I? There I am. Okay, so first of all, this stuff is like gold. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Towel, it's just honey mustard. Okay, no, it's not. This stuff, okay, this stuff is gold. It's not shelf stable, okay? So they don't sell it. I spoke to the owner. I've been going to this place for like 20 years. And I was like, why don't you sell this on store shelves? And she was like, no matter what we do, we can't get it to be shelf stable. Like, no preservatives, nothing will work to keep it the way it is. You just have to make batches, keep it cold, and sell it cold. This stuff, I don't think you understand. It is not honey mustard, okay? It's from Mama Goose in Cambridge. It is buttermilk honey mustard. And you would say to yourself, that is not a thing. Yes, it is. So it's not called buttermilk honey mustard. They just call it honey mustard. But it is it's not Grey Poupon. It is not spicy mustard. It is like almost like a ranch with honey mustard, but far more sugary. It has like a vinegar base, and then like it tastes almost like a ranch mustard with sugar. So it's like eating candy but it's honey mustard. You don't understand. You eat this once, you will eat it for the rest of your life. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. They should pay me to tell you all about this. But, like, don't go there. There's only one store. So if too many people go there, I have to wait like an hour for my lunch. It's the greatest thing. If you like honey mustard, I know someone who likes honey mustard out there. Okay, we share honey mustard. We share a love of a lot of things. Honey mustard is one of them. I'm telling you, this is very good. All right, so Kyle asked how my lunch was. It was very good. Thank you, Kyle. So, now, Nanya, you may think that it is just honey mustard. It's not. It is not. You go to Mama Goo's, you get their honey mustard. You'll be like, oh my God, I'm an adherent. I want to join the Church of Honey Mustard. Damn right you join the Church of Honey Mustard once you go to Mama Goo's. Literally everyone in Cambridge, like, it's the secret. Everyone loves Mama Goo's. Everyone's going to know about it now, but, you know, whatever. It's literally the greatest thing in America. And no one else has it. You can't just, like, buy it. You have to go to that specific store, and they make it there, and no one else makes it, and no one has the recipe. And they won't commercialize. Like, I keep asking the owner, like, don't you want to, like, buy a store, like, another restaurant? She's like, you know, we almost did, like, so we could deliver farther out from Cambridge. And I was like, why didn't you? And she was like, yeah, you know, we're old school. They've been there since, like, 1964. And I was like, I love everything about you. Don't ever change. They named a sandwich after me. Do you understand? It's really funny. Like, in their system, there's just a sandwich. Because I am the only one that eats this sandwich. It's a very specific kind of sandwich. And, like, I got it so many times, they were eventually like, screw it. And they just put it in the system as, like, a Grant wrap or something. All right. But here's the news. At the top of the hour, I'm going to go on Emily C's show. So, I know this is dynamic, which is fine. But Emily C is awesome, all right? If you've never seen Towel and Emily C talk, we have a lot of fun. So here's the plan, all right? We're going to read this for another hour. And we're going to get through a lot of the material. I'm not going to do as many sidetracks. At 2 p.m. Eastern, around there, I'm going to go on Emily C's show. You're going to get a simulcast. So you'll see me being interviewed by Emily C on the screen. But then Emily C will also be live interviewing me. It'll be very meta. Then, okay. Oh, God bless you, Microdots. Thank you so much for your support. I would like to like that. Hold on. God bless you, Microdots. I am sure Koala is now on to the fact that everyone here is a mod, and also that you are a towel. Koala sucks. Microdots, however, is wonderful. Thank you, Richie. What a very kind donation. Great coverage, says Microdots. All right, so 2 p.m. simulcast with Emily C. Then we will do a Spaces. I don't know when Turtle Boy is going to go live, like 9. So we'll try to do the Spaces. Like, instead of me just interrogating people for 9 hours, we'll cap it at like 4 hours. All right, we'll do a space from like 3 to like 7. All right, and so if you're thinking to yourself, all right, I either want to go up there with Grant and just have a field day teeing off on Kate Peter, great, pencil it in your calendar. If you're like, all right, I want to be interrogated, fuck it, it's all over, okay, you can come up too, but just forewarned, like, when I control the space, like, sometimes I just hit the mute button to fuck with people, so I'm very technologically proficient, and I don't like a lot of these moles, so, you know. And I told Esty Lindsay was going to run train on bitches, and she laughed about it on the last one, which to me was the standout moment of the whole thing. I don't care what anybody else said. I thought that was great. Esty's funny. I think a lot of these people who get too close to this, they're just like, you know, regular people trying to get by. But then they run into Towel, and they're like, oh no. Like, whatever's going on with that, I don't want to be on his bad side. I hope he figures it out. Good luck, Grant. All right. Where is my lighter? Is this working? Damn it. Towel time. We can't just move on. Where is my lighter? Oh, there it is. You want to know what my lighter says? It says, Home of the Brave. Oh, am I not? Oh, no, wrong way. Home of the Brave. All right? Give us Canada. Give us Venezuela. Give us Mexico. Oh, shit, I wasn't supposed to tell him about Mexico. Forget that last part. We do not want Mexico. We do not want Mexico. But give us Venezuela and Canada and Australia and Greenland and part of northern France. First thing I'm going to say to Emily C. is, Emily C., I'm sorry to let you know we've appointed you a wartime commander and we're invading northern France. And you are in charge. You're a modern Eisenhower. She's going to be like, oh, no, I wasn't ready for this one. All right, here we go. Can't you see Emily C. just, like, planning D-Day? you know, they would never see it coming. I'm telling you, she shows up on a boat, they're going to be like, what are you doing here? She's going to be like, oh, I'm just Emily C. I want to teach you about things. You know, drama free. Nope. Invaded northern France. All right. I get excited about invading northern France. It's long been a dream of mine. Some people want to own the Dallas Cowboys. Some people want to have a nice, you know, life and whatever. Nope. I want to invade northern France. Okay? I've just felt this calling for like, I don't know, my whole life. I need to take northern France. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I have some ideas. But the point is, give me northern France. All right. Back to the Cape Cod chips. I mean, Brian Tully's IA interview. I don't think there were any Cape Cod chips involved in this. All right, so what were we talking about? Oh, yes. Were you talking about John Fanning? John Fanning was there for this period. Did Trooper Proctor expand any further on any additional text? No. And were you aware of who else was involved in that text thread? No. At the time? No. Did you ever have any conversations with Lieutenant Fanning about those texts as well? Yes. And how did those conversations go? We discussed how they happened, that we were both unpleased or displeased or angry that they had occurred. Were you aware that Lieutenant Fanning was a part of that group text message thread, or did he indicate that? Attorney Burke, for Tully. Objection? When you say a part of, question. Were you aware that Lieutenant Fanning's contact was contained within that group text message thread where these inappropriate text messages were sent by Trooper Proctor? When? At this time? No. When you... In February, is that... I mean, that's when we met this time. I did not know. When did you ultimately learn of that? I became aware in March of 2024. So this conversation with Trooper Proctor at his house occurred prior to March of 2024. Yes. Okay, when you went to Trooper Proctor's house, about how long after having that phone conversation with him in February 2024 was it? An hour or two? Okay, same day? Yes. Okay, when you spoke to Major Coppenrath, was that also the same day? The following morning? Oh, why didn't you call Major Coppenrath right away, Mr. Tully? I gotta write this up. Hold on. That's some shit right there. Fanning lied to Tully. Well, oh, hold on. I want to actually do a repost of my stream so people will come watch this. Hold on. I'm at the town. Hold on one second. Okay. Oh. What's this? John Fanning was also on the text message exchanges from Michael Proctor's phone, which Brian Tully was involved with on his personal phone, which Tully used for work purposes. And Fanning withheld that from Tully until the DOJ revealed it to Tully. Oh my God. This is a fucking comedy of errors. Like, that sentence... First of all, the fact that I got that in a single tweet is fucking hilarious. Second of all, that sentence doesn't even make sense unless you know all of this. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. What the fuck were these people doing? I mean, honestly, what were these people doing? Were they thinking? Were they just being morons? I've never seen anything like it. This is not believable. Nothing that Tully is saying is believable. The DOJ was probably like, oh my God, this fucker is complicit in this shit. That's why they made him sign an NDA so he couldn't tell all these fuckers that they were targets. This is incredible. I'm a towel. How did I'm so right. I'm so right. It's because I saw how they were moving. They were so evil. And I was like, you can't be anything but a fucking, like, evil wench to do this. Like, you have to be evil to your core. You have to just not care about procedural due process. You have to just be completely flagrant. Like, there isn't even a justification for it. Like, they just were doing it because they didn't answer to anyone, and then when they got caught, they had to get their story straight. Which is, I mean, you realize why this is fucking freaky.
because that's exactly what people accused them of doing when they were working on the Reed investigation. Like, they got caught doing weird shit, and then they all tried to get their story straight. And, like, the weird thing is, like, they're obviously not telling the truth. Like, Fanning didn't just lie. Like, you're going to read in Fanning's interview that they were worried Proctor was going to end his life. What? Proctor's not going to end his life because he called Karen Reed the C word, bro. Like, yeah, it's really embarrassing. But, like, cops talk dirty. Okay, nobody's surprised. Like, yes, it's weird for it to come out, but, like, it's not, like, come on. Yes, he got disciplined and fired, but, like, come on. Like, they had a meeting, a crisis meeting, and that means Liz Proctor was probably there, okay? They had a crisis meeting. It's incredible. Incredible. And you think Fanning and Proctor didn't just sit there and be like, hey, Tully, you know, we also said this, this, and this. The feds might have it all. Oh, my God. These people obstructed justice. Like, this is bombshell. No wonder why this dropped last night. I can't wait to talk to Emily about this. I can't wait to do a space about this. This is incredible. I feel so bad for Lindsay and Karen. Like, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit more sympathetic to women in this because, like, at least Aiden had a fighting chance. But, like, Lindsay, even Karen barely stood a chance. I'm honestly shocked she lived. Like, good for her that she did. But, like, look how I treated her. Me, who's the person that put this all together, I was so mean to her. Like, that's how smart these people are. Like, even though I never would have gone along with their fucking scheme, the MSP and my mom and Kate, they had me, like, out there without me realizing it, going at Karen so that I wouldn't listen to what Karen and Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Jackson were saying. Bro. Karen is very smart, and the only reason she lived is because she figured out what they were doing and built a system around her, a movement, to keep herself safe. Now, I hope Karen has respect for Lindsay Gattani, because Lindsay absolutely stumbled onto the same shit that Karen did and also lived, but Lindsay didn't have a mass movement. In fact, Lindsay had to earn a lot of your respect because Kate was out there trying to make you all think she was evil. But it was Kate and Jen McCabe. Jen Voodoo Doll McCabe. The Voodoo Doll. Jen McCabe has voodoo dolls of Karen and Aiden. That's a little weird. Oh, I've more than seen the light. I've seen their tactics, which is worse. Everybody says they don't like seeing how the sausage is made. This is worse. They weren't making sausage. I don't know what the fuck they were making. They're making little Shreks. Little evil Shreks. Fucking pagans. They're all fucking Wiccans. They just sit around worshipping Moloch, whatever the fuck their devil god is. I don't know, and the planet Saturn. And then Jen McCabe makes voodoo dolls, and then they sacrifice some kind of koala. Clearly, that is what's going on here. And John Fanning and Tully just stand around being like, this is pleasant. What the fuck do you mean it's pleasant? They're fucking Wiccans with voodoo dolls sacrificing koalas. Fucking crazy motherfuckers. How dare you? Leave those poor koalas alone. Goddamn Wiccans. Damn Canadians. I got a lot of problems with a lot of people. The Wiccans, the Canadians, the voodoo dolls, the Australians, the Venezuelans, the Greenlandians, and then just part of France. Okay, when you spoke to Major Coppenrath, was that also the same day? The following morning. And was there any information that Major Coppenrath had for you regarding those texts? He didn't provide any information to me, no. Okay, were you able to review those texts? No. When? At that time? February? No, here comes the NDA part. In February of 2024? No. Okay, when was the first time that you were able to review these text messages? Attorney Burke, do you mean physically see the text messages? That's awkward. Question, or did you ever see those text messages? No. Were those text messages broken down to you in a conversation with anybody else other than Trooper Proctor? Answer, so, overarching here, I I have signed a non-disclosure order from a federal court order regarding the materials that was turned over, that was gathered during the federal investigation, and that was subsequently turned over to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. This non-disclosure allows me to just disclose that I've signed a non-disclosure. I cannot talk about the parameters of the non-disclosure, nor can I talk about anything that was contained with the question, excuse me. Yeah. Question, could you just restate? Only because, Attorney Burke, I apologize. Question, I'm recording and it's not going to come through. Answer, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, I'll try to remember where I was at. I am signed a non-disclosure. I cannot disclose the parameters of the non-disclosure. The non-disclosure here is regarding the materials that was turned over from the federal investigation to the Norfolk DA's office through the TUI process, which, as we all know, we love the TUI process. Listen, U.S. XREL TUI v. Reagan, 1951, interpolated 28 CFR 16.26 through 27. Write this all down. There will be a quiz, which is itself interpolated in Section 25 of the DOJ Operations Manual. Is everyone on the same page? Write this down. There will be a quiz. 28 CFR 16.26 through 27. Google it. Look it up. I'm 100% right. You must understand that the CFR related to TUI and the Section 25 of the DOJ Operations Manual is just an interpolation of the 1951 case U.S. XREL TUI v. Reagan. Everybody loves TUI v. Reagan. It's one of my favorite cases. You have to understand, I love the DOJ Operations Manual. I read it for fun, and I'm like, oh my God, this is so interesting. Isn't that what you all do on the weekends? It's wonderful. The point is, I love that case. Ladies and gentlemen, I love that case. All right, let's continue. As far as dates, it has to do with the parameters under which the U.S. Attorney's Office can disclose information to both sides of a state criminal case during an active federal investigation, if you're wondering. Yes, I hear that unfortunately koalas spread a lot of chlamydia. I'm sorry to the people that have that. I hope you get the help you need. We have a lot of modern vaccines. God bless science. You know, God and science are not necessarily at odds. But that's a topic for another day, right? As far as dates and times and kind of this line of questioning, Grant's going to start converting all the atheists. I'm just trying to tread lightly to satisfy my requirement. Oh no, the Bohemian Grove people are going to be pissed. I'm pushing Catholicism. They're going to be so pissed. You don't understand. Ever thought about why we only ever had one Catholic president? Well, two now, I suppose. Telling you folks, they don't like Catholics. They hate us because we like Jesus. And they don't like Jesus. I forget why I started ranting about that. As far as dates and times and kind of this line of questioning, I'm just trying to tread lightly to satisfy my requirements for rules and regulations, but also honor the NDA. And when was that NDA signed? I signed it March 7th, 2024. How do we know this? Because Brian Walsh's attorneys asked for it in discovery, and that leaked about a month and a half ago, and I was yelling about it on Twitter. And that was through the U.S. Attorney's Office. Yes. Who was the assistant U.S. attorney? I bet it was Adam Deutsch. How much you want to bet it was Adam Deutsch? I bet you dollars to donuts it was Adam fucking Deutsch. Listen to his answer. I signed it through ADA Laura McLaughlin from the Norfolk DA's office. She was facilitating that aspect of it. I'm unsure of who sent it to at the U.S. Attorney's Office. You're unsure? Yeah, and I was born yesterday. Who the fuck lets him get away with that answer? You know what my follow-up question would have been? As I eat some bread and rice. You know what my follow-up question would have been? I also blew my nose. You signed a document without reading who the counter signatory was? You signed an NDA and you don't know who you signed it with? You signed it with an amorphous entity? Do you make a habit, Mr. Tully, of just taking documents as a police officer, a state police detective lieutenant? Do you make a habit of signing documents from the DOJ without reading who the counter signatory is? Is this your normal investigative procedure? What do you mean you don't know?
bullshit you don't know. And why did the interviewer just move on? Do you understand? Ken Mello and Tully threatened to investigate Josh Levy. They got a stand-down order right around this time. Because in December of 2023, Tully was asking Lindsay Gattani who the target of the federal probe was. And they said they wanted to ask about that at the grand jury into Karen and Aiden. They were like, oh yeah, we're going to get into why Josh Levy was talking to Karen and why Turtle Boy knew about it. And then later, for some reason, they were like, no, we're not touching that. We can't touch that at all. Hello? Everybody see what happened? Brian Tully tried to use his official position, and Kate Peter helped him. Brian Tully tried to use his official position as a member of the state police to do what's called run interference or do counter intel on the feds to find out what the feds were investigating, which was Sandra Birchmore at this time. Oh my God. Oh my God. Laura McLaughlin knows that John Fanning covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder and she signed an NDA and can't talk about it. Oh my God. That's why she looks like has seen a fucking ghost every time she stands up. Oh my God. We have to protect Laura McLaughlin. Listen. I think the feds are protecting Laura McLaughlin. Oh my God. Oh my God. She knows everything. That poor woman. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my God. The scope of this. It's incredible. What are they going to do? I think John Fanning's going to get arrested. I take no pleasure in this. I don't feel vindicated. I'm not pleased. I'm upset. And I'm disappointed. I don't think a lot of you understand. I wanted to rule all of this out. Everything I found out was a diagnosis of exclusion. I didn't go into this trying to find this out about these people. I'm very upset. And I don't think I'm ready to come to terms with what all of this means. Sorry, I burped. I'm disabled, so I have trouble drinking liquids and eating. My esophagus and airway penetrate into each other, and it sucks. I know, I make it worse by smoking cigars, but it's the only thing that calms the stress. I didn't want to be right. I just wanted it not to be this. Like, I just wanted them to convince me it wasn't this. I just didn't want it. Like, I just wanted to rule this very thing out. And reading it, seeing it. We got to keep going, though, because I told Emily C. I would join her at 2 to talk about it, and I want to get through Fanning's interview. We're almost at the end of this. But there's I guess the art of this is you have to read between the lines, but I know so much about the timeline and what Tully was doing unrelated to this, and how they were all moving, and when the Farwell investigation started, which was August of 2023, and how Tully was moving about how much he hated Levy and why they were trying to investigate Levy through Ken Mello. Bro, I think they all got caught up in a federal obstruction investigation. I think Kate Peter might. Oh my God. I think they actually might have Kate Peter on federal crimes. And you can't immunize as the state police. This is kind of why I thought this is where this was going. You're not permitted to, as a state police officer or trooper, immunize an informant from federal charges. And as a federal officer, you can't immunize an informant from state charges, which is why Aiden got charged. That's why they charged him with witness intimidation, because it's one of the exceptions. The MSP have sources in the FBI. And one of the exceptions to the protection rules for informants is the FBI can't protect you if you get charged with obstruction or witness intimidation. Anything that has to do with obstructing the court process, they will bail on you. That's why they charged him with it. That's incredibly intelligent. Morrissey's a fucking fighter. But it was inappropriate to do it in this case. And the vitriol isn't because Aiden went to these people's homes or wrote videos about him. The vitriol was because they had something to hide. And Aiden and Karen helped the DOJ uncover it. Now, I do think it is more than just drama and personalities. Here, best they could do. Because, like, what an IA investigation is meant to do is it's like a limited hangout. You can Google limited hangout. It's an intel term. You got to can't win on a team that's compromised. That's why Kate always loses. But this is incredible. Just to see it. To see the timeline, and then Lindsay's phone. They were going to put together what Tully was doing. Tully was literally trying to investigate the feds. And you understand here that the feds 100% knew right away that Tully was in December of 2023 asking about who the target of the federal probe was. You realize they had to have known right away. They're not stupid. They have taps on these people. So then when Tully's asking, they immediately fucking hand slap him? No, it's not a coincidence. They fucking railed this motherfucker. They're like, you prick. How fucking dare you? You're going to hold a state grand jury into Josh Levy? And use poor Ken Mello as the cover? And then Tully, unbeknownst to the Fed, then went, we need nerds. They might have been able to investigate stuff in the old world, but in the new world, to be able to teach them how to fucking do boomers with too much power from the old world, like, we got to reform all of this. If they take me out for doing it, so be it. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Those things actually impact life. You're still, like, people are going to forget you, but who fucking cares? Change the law so that the law lives on. Your name doesn't. All right, let's continue. Are there any members that are also part of the NDA, members of the MSP? Sorry. And that NDA is still in effect today? Yes. You spoke to Major Coppenrath about this information. Was there anyone... I wonder why it's still in effect. 2 p.m., 23 minutes from now, Eastern. It goes live later. I don't mind being like, lead up to Turtle Boy. No one's doing anything for the next, all of us are hunkering down. If you do, by the way, let's take a 10-second to say this. If you live in New England, or I guess the store, get everything you need, get your snacks, and hunker down. Do not expect to leave your home once this starts tomorrow. There's no way they're wrong about this. It's going to be, epic. And we're going to know it's coming because it's going to start in, fucking Missouri, and then it's going to hit, and then Boston. And it's going to rail us. And it's going to be bad. So nobody's going anywhere until Tuesday. Get your shit done. You're not going anywhere if you live in this area. If you don't live in the path of this, as I'm concerned, I'm not leaving this property till Tuesday. I bought enough energy drinks and coffee and CBD flour and cigars and everything to go all the way until Tuesday. I'm not leaving. I'm already declaring myself snowed in. All right, let's rush. What do I need to fix? What do I have to fix? Oh, hold on. Okay, we're fixed. It's not you all. It was just drop frames. Okay? We should be now stable. The reason is I can monitor the frames. We should be stable. If you are still spinning, just reload the YouTube, but we are stable. Everything is stable. Sure. Well, Nikki, who are you undercover for? Okay, buffering should be fixed. All right, so if you are still buffering, just go ahead and refresh your YouTube client, or just let people know that they can do that. The reason that happens is if it starts dropping frames, I will eventually catch up and go live again, but your client may just be stuck. All right, so just refresh anytime that happens. It's just I don't use StreamYard. I use a software client, and some people's phones really hate when it drops frames. They don't know what to do, and it just gives up. But anyway, we're back now. Nikki undercover, I'll give you a wrench. Just, if I see you censoring people, I'm going to remove your wrench. No, definitely let me know whenever we have buffering issues, because I have this real-time monitoring, and I can look at the drop frames, and if it is an actual stability issue, it's very important to tell me, because I'll get it fixed, and I fixed it here. All right, hold on. Sound is good here. I can report to you that sound is good. All right, so I will double check. How am I going to double check the sound? I'm going to go to my channel. I'm going to click live. Hold on one second. All right, hold on. Sound is good here. All right, I can confirm to you that, so if you can't hear, just go ahead and refresh. If you lost sound, just go ahead and refresh the feed. All is working for me. All right, don't worry. Everyone has different clients. I've been streaming for so long, I'm fully aware, of how much an Android versus a desktop versus an Apple phone, hate or dislike dropped frames. Some are okay with it, some hate it. If that ever happens to you, just refresh your feed. You'll be back. Now, the NDA is still in effect. Isn't that interesting? So this part that I was reading right here, I don't know how much you all missed, but I was saying Tully signed this, okay? And Tully doesn't know who signed it at the U.S. Attorney's Office. Is it Adam Deutsch? All right. And here we go. We also know that Colonel Mon, Deputy Pinkham, Lieutenant Colonel Connors, and MSP Legal are involved. Now, I was saying something about the new colonel. I was saying that his number 2 is probably okay, but are the other people around him? Is anyone around him? Did he background check them? Are they holdovers? And this is very much an indication that Brian Tully was going to try to use the MSP to investigate Josh Levy. The feds caught him and spanked his hand. And then all my frames started dropping as soon as I talked about that, because I'm 100% right, and I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I'm right. And this is America. This is America. I have a right to petition my government for redress of grievances. This is the United States of America. Now we're going to join Emily C., so let's keep reading. Was there anyone else you spoke to other than Colonel Coppenrath? I spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Connors. I don't know what date, but
consistently in this time period. So February, March of 2024. I don't know if I talked to DCAP Collins about it. I know Lieutenant Colonel Connors had expressed that he wanted me to talk to him directly, mostly because he had signed the NDA and not to involve any other members kind of in this situation. Oh my God. Okay, and was that by phone or in person? Both. Okay, so prior to signing the NDA, did you have to see Lieutenant Colonel Connors prior to, or Major Copperrath prior to the NDA being signed? Yes. Okay, and during these conversations, what was discussed about these texts? About what I knew about them at the time, which was exactly what I had just shared? I didn't learn anything really new between the beginning of February and March when the NDAs were signed, when we got the material from the federal government. So we talked about those messages, who I knew to believe who were on the messages. I didn't have any specific information, but Lieutenant and who may have been on them. Okay, and in order to decipher who was on these messages, were you provided a copy of those text messages that you were able to review as part of the NDA? No. And how are you trying to decipher some of those numbers or contacts? Prior to my signing of it, I met with Lieutenant Colonel Connors on March 6th, I believe, the day before I signed it. And we were just talking in generalities about what I knew at the time. And I was strictly conjecture about who may have been on them. But I knew that I was not on them. So I made sure Lieutenant Colonel Connors knew that. Motherfucker, you weren't on them, but you were all over that phone. Okay. Did you author a to-from letter or document through any written means of your conversation and ultimate meeting with Trooper Proctor at his house? No! Okay. He hid it initially. He hid it. He hid it. He didn't document going to Proctor. Bro, no. No. This is so not okay. This is so not okay. I am so uncomfortable with this. I can't wait to talk to Emily about this. I need a support towel. We need all the fluffy little animals, you know? I'm upset. I am upset, and I am a towel. No, this is not good. Brian Tully never once documented the fact that he went to Michael Proctor's home on the day Proctor testified at the federal grand jury and talked with Proctor and John Fanning at length about the content of that federal grand jury testimony. Proctor's phone. Damn it. I defended these people. I never would have done that if I knew. Damn. And yeah, he eventually Lally, to try to save Tully, Lally coordinated a question where he disclosed it under oath, but bro, you already obstructed justice earlier. An administrative proceeding is the same as a court proceeding. Tully's going to get fired.
The MSP covered up what Tully did and tried to write a fake IA report. Yeah, this IA guy is not, like, in the bag, but, like, they slapped him on the wrist. They made this investigator do a semi-real cross. It's like 30% on the gas. It's all a show. They're going to get in trouble for this. This is a fake IA investigation. It's very well play acted. Like, give him that, but it's fake. And when further asked what was Proctor admonished in any way, he responded that he was by you in that conversation. Is that accurate? Yeah. Is there anything further as far as admonishing Proctor beyond that conversation? He's been relieved of duty and suspended without pay. Okay, did you take any other action to admonish him beyond that conversation? I reported it up my chain of command. Yeah, but you never documented going to his home. Okay, did you have any discussion with Sergeant Buchanan about his text message response in that group text message thread? No. Were you aware of those text message responses? After I signed the NDA, I became how can you have a fucking typo in something this important? He didn't sign anyone's DNA. I became aware of who was on the messages, but I was precluded from discussing that at the time because of my restrictions in the NDA. They were investigating these guys. Why the fuck out? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. They made him sign a highly unusual NDA because they were investigating his guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my word. Brian Tully was forced by the DOJ to sign an NDA about Michael Proctor's text messages because clearly the DOJ was looking into other members of Tully's state police unit, and the DOJ did not want them to know. Tully clearly got in trouble for talking to Proctor about Proctor's federal grand jury testimony. Oh my god, they're out for this unit. They're gonna get him. They're gonna get him. It is like a sense of futility, but they're also gonna get him. They're gonna get him. Tully knows. It's like that song about Beyonce. Tully knows. Tully knows. And Laura McLaughlin knows. I want to have lunch with Laura McLaughlin. So how was that clusterfuck? Congratulations on living. I like her. I think she did the right thing. Clearly, the DOJ trusts her. Laura McLaughlin was the superhero the whole time. Somebody send her don't send her anything, but let's make her a cake or a statue. And be like, Laura McLaughlin was the super... That's why she looked like she's seen a fucking ghost for 2 years. Oh my god. Laura McLaughlin was like the only person the DOJ was like, alright, you can help us. But all these guys were getting them. They must like her. I bet she's gonna go work there. I bet she's gonna work for Deutsch. Imagine Laura McLaughlin as Deutsch's assistant. She might have to leave. Unless she really was, like, the only one that the feds could trust. The sleeper Laura McLaughlin. Yeah, but they picked her for a reason. Sorry, they didn't trust Morrissey. They didn't trust his first assistant at the time, who was Lynn Beatty. Sorry, the only person the feds trusted in the Norfolk DA's office was Laura McLaughlin. Dude, she must be a player. She's very smart. She's an appellate attorney. Bet you $10 she's a federal informant. She's a G. I was wondering why she was on that fucking team. Like, yeah, you need an appellate attorney second chair, but she's a G. She's a genius. You ever read any of her written pleadings? Bro, smartest lawyer out there. I'm sorry, David Unetti's really good. Alan Jackson's really good. Their whole firm couldn't match what Laura McLaughlin does in a single brief. She's a fucking genius. I'm saying that as someone who's pretty smart. You ever read her writing or her other appellate work? she would fit. She fits the profile. I think that's why they had her do it. Yeah, I think she earned their trust. I think she's the only one that's going to walk away from this. I think she's, like, considered cool by them. Which means all the people who, like, are now in her orbit are like, oh, fuck, she fucked us. Well, she didn't fuck you, bro. Not what I don't mean. I'm sorry for being vulgar. It's like when Levy cooperated with the OIG. Levy and Bill Abley and Dustin Chow, who was Deutsch's boss, against Rachel Rollins. Bro, you played yourself. Laura McLaughlin, I bet, has no sympathy for these guys. In fact, I'm getting the sense she doesn't like them. That's brilliant. Brilliant. There's another mindfuck for you. Were you aware after the NDA of what the content of those messages were? I was read summaries of them by ADA McLaughlin. See where I'm going with this? Okay, I could not look at the document. I could be read it. They didn't let a state police detective lieutenant, the feds, didn't let him touch the document. They didn't trust him to touch them. Laura McLaughlin had to read them to him. She knows everything he doesn't. Erica, absolutely. Erica Walsh, ladies and gentlemen, breaking on Towel Stream. Somebody clip this. Erica deserves it. She would definitely conquer Northern Ireland if we needed to protect the integrity of the Irish people. Erica Walsh is launching a YouTube channel. Yes, let it ring out throughout the Towel land. Erica Walsh, Towel, strangest crossover, but greatest crossover of all time. Erica Walsh is ride or die. You don't understand. You don't want to fuck with her. She's launching a YouTube channel. Everybody go subscribe. Go click that little button on Erica's profile. Click subscribe. Let's get her like 100, 200, 300. If she gets to 1,000, she'll really take off. A little towel. What a wonderful moment. Everyone say congratulations to Erica. Not just because she would conquer Northern Ireland. Don't tell the British. They will get mad. Don't tell the British. Fucking Canadians. We have to deal with the British because otherwise we can't get Canada. The British might be a little pissed. Well, to be fair, do you understand I'm really pissed at the Canadians because they rose their flag over Detroit in 1812? The only time, not even during the British invasion of Washington, the only time a foreign flag has ever been flown on U.S. soil was when the fucking Canadians invaded Detroit. All right? I hold a grudge and I'm pissed about the Canadians invading Detroit. How dare you give us Canada? Laura can be the queen of Canada, okay? It will be fine. And Erica Walsh can be the, whatever you call it when a territory has some type of governor. You go to Canada and you keep them in line, Erica. And that will take over Northern Ireland. And Emily C. is going to help us invade France. This is all working out exactly as I planned. You don't understand. Brian Tully's probably like, fuck this guy. Yeah, well, you earned this, Kate Peter. Okay, so you had become aware by reading those messages, but you did not physically review them yourself. Correct. Okay, and that also includes Trooper Proctor's text messages. I thought that's what we were talking about. I'm sorry, that includes both Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's text messages? I'm only aware of messages that were authored by Trooper Proctor. Okay, just clarifying. I know I'm a little confusing here. Sergeant Buchanan had some responses to Trooper Proctor's text, and you were aware after the NDA of those responses that Sergeant Buchanan also had. I'm aware of, yes, a response. Okay. Attorney Burke, a response. Tully, a single response. Attorney Burke, yeah. And which response was that? Answer, a like to a comment of Trooper Proctor beginning to digest the data of Miss Reed's phone. Uh-huh. Okay, but did you have any discussion with Lieutenant Fanning about the inappropriate text messages and what he did about them in that group message thread? No, because I was precluded by doing that with the NDA. When did you learn that Lieutenant Fanning was a part of the group? This is a very specific term to use. When I was read in by law by ADA McLaughlin. Bro, read in? Read in? That means, like, incompartmentalized intelligence. You can have what's called a TS-SCI clearance, top secret, sensitive, compartmentalized information. if there's a code word program, okay, let's say like Data Upstream or Project Echelon, whatever the fuck, you have to be read in. It's a need to know classification. That's fucking crazy. That means the feds deputized Laura McLaughlin to read in Brian Tully about certain aspects. Laura McLaughlin is cooperating with the feds. I'm telling you right now. If she's not a member of the federal team, like a joint task force, she is cooperating. This is very clear. He's saying it. Laura McLaughlin. I love it. I love it. I complimented her during the trial so many times on stream. Never even like both sides would be like, yeah, she's pretty smart. Bro. Smart. Try the person you answer to, motherfuckers. She knocks. I love this woman. She's the perfect person to do it to. Because Lally takes a little shit. She takes no shit. Lally gets bitched around a little bit. Try bitching Laura McLaughlin around. Good luck with that. She might smile and nod in the moment. She'll go write a brief and like ruin you. This is so bad. And that was, do you recall when that was? Subsequent to my signing, so early March. Subsequent to learning those text messages and who was included in the text message thread, did you have any further conversation with any of those members about the inappropriate text messages contained within that thread? Which members? Of the involved members that were part of that thread? No, I couldn't. And why couldn't you? I was restricted by the federal court order that I had signed. I can only speak to other people who had signed the non-disclosures. Wow, it's almost like you were going to try to obstruct a federal investigation, and they knew. Charge this motherfucker. Did you write or direct any other supervisor to write a negative EES or make note for Trooper Proctor regarding those inappropriate texts? No. Did you write a negative EES or make note for Buchanan regarding his text message response to Trooper Proctor's inappropriate text messages, or no? Let me go a little further. Or his failure to take corrective action as a supervisor upon seeing those messages? No, because I couldn't because of the NDA. And did you write a negative EES or make note for Lieutenant Fanning for failing to take corrective action as a supervisor regarding those text messages? Same reason. I couldn't. No. Okay, were you ever aware of whether Trooper Proctor's inappropriate text messages in other investigations? I'm not aware of any. Do you understand? Do you understand? That's what Laura McLaughlin knew about the whole time? Oh my God. Oh my God. Laura McLaughlin knew that they had all those years of Proctor's phone records and they told her, Laura, you can't tell anyone because we want to see if Proctor, when he gets fired and has to disclose information in other cases, is going to lie to the judge. And then he did. Oh my God, they're going to charge Proctor. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're going to charge Proctor. They're going to charge Fanning. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe this. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. And Laura McLaughlin knew the whole time. And she was okay with what the feds were doing. Oh, this is so much worse. Oh, Kate and her people are fucked. They thought they were so smart, and Laura McLaughlin was on the inside the entire time. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. Oh, my God. All right, we got to talk to Emily C. I know she's waiting, so let me just jump forward. Were you aware, did you authorize Proctor to go with Kevin Albert for alcoholic drinks? No. Did you allow them to utilize their cruiser to go for alcoholic drinks? Never. What about the AVL switches? Pursuant to a letter, switch on. Oh, this was about Proctor tracking himself. Okay, so we have to go down to Fanning's part of the interview before we go forward because I really want to... because this just talks about why didn't Tully write up Proctor. And, like, why did he give him ratings that were so high after this? You said you've now assigned an officer from the unresolved case unit. When did they come on board with you guys? Oh, so it wasn't the Murphy guy. It was Trooper Kotkowski. So he transferred really on paper. And he was formerly
a member of the unit and just on paper is under that command structure. I don't recall when that happened, within the last year. So at the time of the blank case, he was just a member of the homicide unit. Might be O'Keefe case. He wasn't in the unresolved case unit. Correct. That's all I had. Attorney Burke, can we go off the record? Back on the record. Last question. Is there anything else that you can tell us regarding this case that could bring the state police into further disrepute? No, he lied. Is there any other information out there that we need to know that could be related to the public, such as further inappropriate text messages that you're aware of? No. Oh. His hands were tied by the NDA in sequestration. He was talking to Jen McCabe during the trial, calling her on his phone. This is a lie. He's going to get in trouble. All right, so this is another interview of Tully. Is it just a repeat of the first one? I might have uploaded the same document twice. Oh, so this is another interview with Tully, I think. But I want the Fanning interview. This is Coppenrath getting asked about that. But I want the Fanning part. Hold on. Gerald P. Collins. No, I want the Fanning one. And then I'm going to go on Emily's Live. I know she's waiting. I just need to read this Fanning part because it's very important. Is this Fanning? Yeah, this is Fanning. Okay. Rules and regulations. Other persons, Attorney Burke. Okay, before we get started, do you wish to take a break? Okay. How long have you been employed? 19 years. Right. Him and Tully have known each other the entire time. Fanning and Tully for the time. I said 20 years, but it's 19. I told you John Fanning worked in Stoughton from 2000 to 2005. He went to 78th RTT and then went to the Brighton Barracks, went to Danvers, Framingham, Special Emergency Response Team. Everyone has to do that. Or CERT team. No, it's actually the POP team you do for the first 3 years. Between 2007 and 2012, motor vehicle law instructor, drill instructor for the 80th RTT, worked as a DRE from 2007 to 2014. Norfolk State Police as of 2014. Promoted to sergeant, got promoted, and for the last 12 years, that's been my assignment. Your current assignment is executive officer. What are your duties? Supervise the homicide unit. These duties are split between myself and Sergeant Buchanan. And one of us has an on-call supervisor duty Monday to Monday. So this week, while I'm away, the timing worked where Yuri is the on-call supervisor. When I go back next Monday, I'll become the on-call supervisor. Crime team, administrative duties, collect information, does the payroll. So he supervises the unit. Fanning and Tully. It wasn't Yuri that was the second in command. It was Tully. Have you worked with Detective Lieutenant Tully prior to him becoming the unit commander? Yes. After he came into the office approximately 4 months after I did, so I came in April of 2012. He came in late June. So you had worked with together as troopers and as sergeants and lieutenants, and now as him as the unit commander, and you're the executive officer. I knew it. They were very close. State Police Detectives Unit. Are you familiar with the O'Keefe case? Michael Proctor. Wow, Burke was representing Fanning and Tully. Testimony before the grand jury. Oh my God. Yuri was also subpoenaed. Wait a minute, did anybody catch this? Wait a minute. Yuri was also subpoenaed? Were we aware of this? I spoke with Sergeant Buchanan. It was my understanding, and it was their understanding, that they were each going to testify at the grand jury for approximately 2 hours. Trooper Proctor was going to go first, and Sergeant Buchanan was going to go after. Oh, my God! Oh, my God, Erica. That's horrifying. Wait a minute. Oh, my God. Is everybody reading this right now? Hold on. Did anyone know that? Did we? Oh, my God.
Someone please let Emily C know I need a few more minutes. Okay, I'm going to do it myself. Sorry, I don't mean to delegate. That's what I criticized Turtle Boy in the loving way for doing. Okay. Finding, getting through fanning and hoping to be done in 10 minutes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh dear Lord. All right. Okay. 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 This is wild. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. They thought, what? This could get very sensitive. This is wild. Oh my word. Oh my word. I bet Kevin Linehan knew this the whole time and withheld it. This is wild. All right. Just in. Both Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan were scheduled to testify in front of the federal grand jury related to the performance of the state police in February of 2024. Proctor wasn't going to be the last witness. It was going to be Yuri. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Per John Fanning's interview as to Brian Tully's IA investigation. Oh, Jesus. This is so wild. One of the wildest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't need an adult, but I'm upset. I am upset. I'm an upset little towel. You're a towel. Have you considered that? Yes, I have, sir. Yes, I have. I am flabbergasted. Kevin knew the whole time. These fuckers. They were hiding it. They were making it. They wanted people to think that it was an investigation of the O'Keefe case. It was an investigation of this fucking unit. Oh, dear God. Towel loves America. I am a towel. Oh, my God. All right, let's continue. We contacted Sergeant Buchanan to see if he had concluded his testimony, and he stated that Proctor was still finished, and it could have been through Sergeant Buchanan. But then I was concerned for Trooper Proctor. I was really concerned about his well-being because he had thought he was going to be in there for 2 hours. It turns out he was in there for 6.5 hours or so of federal grand jury testimony. So at some point I talked to D.L. Tully and told him we should go check on Trooper Proctor's house and check in on him. We also were aware that his wife was away. Trooper Proctor was under an extreme amount of stress at that time with everything going on. So really the focus of the visit was to check in with him and really his well-being. I was really concerned with his well-being, so it wasn't so much the content of his testimony as the reason for the visit, it was really more to check in on him and see how he was doing. Okay, were you at SPDU Norfolk on February 1st at the time that Trooper Proctor was testifying at the federal grand jury? I was various places. No, I wasn't. I did go to work that day. Oh my God. He's a liar. I was working and I don't recall exactly where I went. I'm not exactly sure where I went that day or kind of the sequence of events that day, but eventually I did learn that Trooper Proctor was still in there for the majority of the day, and we went to his house later that night after hours, I believe. Sir, the question was, were you at SPDU Norfolk on February 1st at the time Proctor was testifying while you were communicating with Yuri Buchanan about Proctor testifying? And your answer was, I was various places. No, I wasn't. I did go to work that day. Okay. And then they went to Proctor's home after regular work hours. And were you at the office at some point with D.L. Tully to commute to see Trooper Proctor, or was that through a phone call to make arrangements? Phone call. And phone call. Okay. Do you recall where you were when Detective Lieutenant Tully called you? I called him.
And did Detective Lieutenant Tully make you aware whether or not he had a conversation with Trooper Proctor prior to going to his house that night? I do not recall that. Okay, and did you meet DL Tully prior to going to Trooper Proctor's house that night? We could have, yes. We may have met before. I don't recall where we met, but we did meet. I'm not positive if we met. I just remember going there. We were both on our own cruisers. I honestly don't recall if we met earlier that night. Okay, or beforehand. Okay, did Detective Lieutenant Tully inform you of some of the information that he was aware of that Trooper Proctor had testified to at the federal grand jury prior to going over to Trooper Proctor's house? No. Okay, do you recall if you arrived first at Trooper Proctor's house? We both arrived at the same time. And you didn't meet up before? This guy is fucked. Okay, and did you go into the house together? We did. Okay, were there any other department members present at Trooper Proctor's house? No. Do you recall about what time you and Detective Tully went to his house? 7 or 8 that night, 7 or 8 p.m. Okay, and the reason why you and Detective Lieutenant Tully were going there was because you're the one who called DL Tully with your concerns for Trooper Proctor. That's how I remember it, yes. Okay, and when you're talking to Trooper Proctor, does Trooper Proctor explain or describe some of the testimony that he provided at federal grand jury to you and Detective Lieutenant Tully? Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't recall us getting into much content. The feeling that I had was, and it still remains that way, is that the federal grand jury's secret. So I didn't really want to get into details with Mike. I let him talk, really. We came in, how are you doing? Are you okay? He did speak about his testimony. He stated that it was pretty much all personal text, that, right from the beginning through 6.5 hours was pretty much exclusively personal text messages with various people. I'm stunned into silence. I'm sorry for delaying, Emily. We need to wait just a little bit more. KK, I am finding some bombshells. I'll try for 225. All right, 225, hard stop. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my word. Oh my word. I cannot believe what I'm reading. This shouldn't be possible. This is incredible. Brian Tully and John Fanning basically lost their mind when they found out that Michael Proctor was interviewed by federal prosecutors before a grand jury for 6 hours exclusively about his personal conversations. This is way bigger than Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're gonna get arrested. I can't believe this. 6.5 hours? Bro. Oh no. Hold on, I hope it saved that as a draft. 1 second. This is incredible. This is incredible. My mind, I mean, I understand people are exhausted. Folks, you don't understand how big of a deal this is. This is everything. I'll be ready to debate this. I'm going to talk to Emily at 2:25 exactly, but I had to get through Fanning, or Fanning's the target of all of this, so I had to. And I'm saving my voice, by the way, because I know I'm going to be doing a lot of yelling today.
Dude, I was not ready for this. Dude, I went to bed last night. Oh my God. I was meant to see this live. And then, that he did state that his lawyer said there could be issues with the job or some of the things that were brought out, meaning, investigations, personal investigations, into some of the things that were brought out in text messages. Okay, and when you mention his lawyer, is that something that Trooper Proctor told you? Or he broke his privilege! Oh my God. Oh dear goodness. Do I have to capitalize goodness? No. Michael Proctor voided his own attorney-client privilege by disclosing to John Fanning and Brian Tully the advice Proctor got from his lawyer after being interviewed for 6 hours by federal prosecutors about his personal text messages. Fanning and Tully melted down when learning the news. We were here, folks. This is not a day to celebrate. This is sad. Hubris is a fatal flaw. I'm sad. Don't feel good. I feel upset. Very upset. Certain numbness to it all. Just like, how could they do this to America? They weren't worried about his well-being. They were worried about their liability and exposure. They thought the feds knew about everything. Proctor wouldn't want to take his life over saying bad words about Karen Reed. Oh my God. They didn't talk to Michael Proctor for 6 hours about Karen Reed. Sorry, guys. Sorry, they didn't. He didn't talk that much about her. I know he said a few things, but not 6.5 hours worth. 2 hours worth. They baited him. They told him it was going to be 2 hours, and then they sandbagged him. Oh my God. Okay. And when he did describe some of his grand jury testimony, what are some of the specifics that you can recall him saying that night? It was the conversation, as I remember, was really about kind of the mechanics of what happened. He went in, he had prepared to answer all these different questions regarding the case. That's what he thought he was going in there for. He had prepared with his lawyer. I remember that when he first got in there, he started getting, the first text was a text between his mother, his sister, and him, and he was kind of taken aback, as I recall, that this was the first thing that this was, being brought up. Oh my fuck.
And that continued for 6.5 hours. I think there were some breaks in there, and he had just talked with his lawyer, and really he was just saying that they didn't give him target warnings or anything like that, and then he just continued to answer their questions and tried to redirect them back to the facts of the case as opposed to these other text messages. In our entire conversation with Trooper Proctor, I do not remember any specific language he used other than I left there with the understanding that he had made some disparaging remarks about Karen Reed, and it was likely going to come out in testimony at some point, and that, there was at least some concern from his lawyer that it could lead to a personnel investigation. That was really the extent. I do not recall any specific language, and that carried through until I watched his testimony during the trial. There was never a point where someone told me the specific language that Mike had used in testimony. It was just, I knew that there were things that he was going to have to answer to when he went on the stand, and that was a little bit part of his trial prep. He had to prepare himself for these questions with the ADAs assigned to the case. Okay, when he mentions that there's these various communications with these various people, do either you or Detective Lieutenant Tully make some inquiries to kind of get a pretty good idea of what these communications consisted of? Answer: He didn't say about those, meaning who he said these things to. Yes, like in the text messages. Like if he tells you that there were these communications between him and his mother and other people, and they were concerning. Did you make any inquiry, or did Detective Lieutenant Tully make any inquiry of what the content of those messages were and the problem or issues were? No. Because I'll go back to the fact that I know the federal grand jury is a secret process, and I did not ask any point during the entire meeting with Trooper Proctor specific details. Quite frankly, if I went over there and he didn't tell me anything about it, I would have been fine with that. The whole purpose of the visit was to go there and check on his well-being. Coached answer. He shared those things. Again, not specifics, not who those things were communicated with. I just specifically remember that it started with the communication between his sister and his mother, and he was taken back by that. But I did not leave that day knowing who specifically he spoke to. Whether it was in the office or friends of his. I mean, I learned later when it went to trial, but that night I did not leave with any specific knowledge about the content of what it was or who he was communicating with. Liar. Okay, and I know you refer to the federal grand jury system as being secret, like the proceedings are secret. However, if a witness outside of those proceedings talks about it, that's not a secret, right? Answer: Well, certainly it's not a secret because he told someone, but I'm not going to try to break those rules. I'm doing my best to not be on any federal grand jury list or break any rules relative to federal grand jury. Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I have to go on her street. I can't. I'm going to start crying. Holy shit. I know it's 2:25. Holy shit. John Fanning openly said that he was, quote, trying his best to not be on any federal grand jury lists when being evasive about answering questions as to why Josh Levy spent 6.5 hours grilling Michael Proctor about texts with Proctor's mom and sister at a minimum. Oh my fuck! Fuck these people! They were not honest with me. They lied to Little Towel. All right, we're going on Emily's show. And Fanning was never subpoenaed. As of this point. Oh, my word. Were you anticipated to be a witness in the federal grand jury? Not that I was aware of. You weren't subpoenaed? No. Okay, so you weren't bound by the federal grand jury of not to talk about a case. Yeah, I wasn't bound by anything with relative to that case. No. Okay, were you aware of a non-disclosure agreement that came later? Yes. And were you a part of that? Did you have to sign that? I did not. I read it, but I did not sign it. Okay, were you aware of who the other department members that signed it were and bound by it? Only Detective Lieutenant Tully. Okay, how long did you and Detective Lieutenant Tully meet with Trooper Proctor? Hour or two. And did you yourself admonish them? I did not. And I know he's concerned, and I believe he said something in fact, if there's comments about those, you're going to have to deal with it, and the job's going to have to deal with them. I don't remember if he admonished him. They're going to be addressed. How did you and Detective Tully... He's going to make GHQ, General Headquarters, aware, bad language, handling that. Oh my God, this guy's the target of a federal probe. I was one of the few troopers in the office that wasn't sequestered, so I didn't watch every moment of the testimony, but I did see Detective Lieutenant Tully did address this with Trooper Proctor. Brian never told me about that, and he said he had handled it, supposed to Proctor. Well, this guy loves to talk. All right, let's go on Emily C's show, okay? So give me a second. Oh, this is bad. These guys are very corrupt. Aiden was right. Karen was right. Lindsay was right. These guys are very fucking corrupt. I mean, this is corruption on a level that, folks, I've almost never seen. I've never heard of anything like this in my life. And it's all right there. And this is like the most friendly cross you can get from your own IA department. Oh my word. All right, we are heading in. All right, we're heading into Emily C's show, Little Towels. Here we go. Towel. Emily C. Let's see if this works. I am wearing headphones. Thank you, StreamYard. Now, as soon as we're ready, I'm going to put this in the other window. But Emily C is the host, so I'm just being interviewed, and she will take the lead. Okay, that's me. I'm a towel. Okay, now, I'm going in Emily's studio live, so I just want to let everyone know. All right, I'm here. Emily, if you're talking, you're on my stream. I'm here. How are you doing, Emily? I got it. Well, and let me say, so folks should go over to Emily's channel to hear Emily, because for some reason you'll be able to hear my mic, but I can't hear her and make it go to the software. So just go to Emily's channel, the Emily C, and you'll be able to hear this interview. And my thoughts are, I went into that IA report about Brian Tully thinking, I'm going to learn a little bit about why the MSP tried to cover this up. What I found was that it's very clear that February 1st, 2024 was a big day in the world of the Massachusetts State Police who investigated Karen Reed. Because not only was Yuri Buchanan supposed to testify at the federal grand jury, something we did not know, but the federal prosecutor sandbagged Josh Levy sandbagged Michael Proctor. They told Proctor to come in for a 2-hour interview. He went in there for 6.5 hours, and the first questions were about texts from his mom and sister. The way John Fanning described it, no, it was the opposite. That Proctor was ready to go in there to talk about it and then got sandbagged and was like, what do you mean you have conversations with my mom and my sister? So I think he and the unit realized that this was big. This wasn't just what they did with the Karen Reed investigation. This was why was this unit acting the way they were in multiple cases, and what was Proctor saying about it. They weren't worried he was going to hurt himself. They were worried that he had flipped by accident. And John Fanning literally slipped and was like, I did not want to be on any grand jury list. Yeah, no shit, because you cleared Farwell for Sandra Birchmore. Isn't that right, John Fanning? It's like, yeah, innocent people don't say, I didn't want to end up on any federal grand jury list. It also doesn't make sense in context. He was lying. There was no rule against him getting information from Proctor about the federal grand jury. Witnesses can talk about it. What they testified to at a federal grand jury, unless it's to another witness who is subpoenaed. And Fanning was like, I wasn't subpoenaed. So the IA investigator was like, so let me understand this. He could tell you about what he testified to, but you didn't want to ask because it was a violation of something that wasn't a rule. That was basically how the investigator asked it. And Fanning stumbled over his words and was like, well, I guess he did talk about it a little bit, you know what I mean? But, not too much. And yeah, very obvious. Who says that? Right? Who says that in response to, why were you uncomfortable asking? Yes, and then to find out Tully and Fanning did know each other for 20 years. Oh, sorry, that Tully and Fanning did know each other for 20 years. That they were, in essence, rushing over to Proctor's house after the 6.5-hour session. That Fanning wasn't it wasn't Yuri who was the second in command. Fanning was the second in command. Fanning ran the unit under Tully. He was the executive officer. Because a number of things. One, I thought it was fascinating that the feds set up an NDA, and this is in the Tully part of the interview. The feds set up an NDA that forced Laura McLaughlin to read only certain parts of Michael Proctor's messages to Tully, so Tully could do his administrative report about Proctor. What's weird is Fanning was not allowed to sign the NDA. He was shown a copy of it. Fanning was never told what was in those text messages that Proctor was, that the Norfolk DA's office got. And Tully wasn't allowed to look at whatever the feds had. Laura McLaughlin had to hold the document. He wasn't allowed to hold it. She had to hold it and read it to him, which means Laura McLaughlin knew the whole time that it was this unit being investigated, and Laura McLaughlin was the feds man on the inside, woman on the inside. No, I'm saying, yeah, and it makes more sense now because it's more Laura McLaughlin being like, this is probably still ongoing. I don't think we should be turning them over, but judges do it anyway. I don't think that happened. I think Tully showed him the NDA before signing it because he wasn't bound by it. Once you sign it, you're bound by it. And then once Tully signed it, he then went and got to see, I think what the feds did, this is my best read of it. They thought Tully and Proctor were already obstructing justice and Fanning. So they were like, okay, Laura McLaughlin, you can tell Tully about some of the messages, but we're not letting Tully or anyone on the unit learn about, or anyone in MSP learn about what we actually know. Laura McLaughlin, you can know. She probably has some other NDA of her own, but you must tell Tully just X, Y, and Z. That's it. She's working with them. That's the only explanation with the feds. Do not let Tully know anything that he could bring to Fanning, probably being the target because Fanning was at the center of the Birchmore cover-up. Don't let Proctor onto anything, or Jen McCabe, or anyone. Tully talks to Jen McCabe directly on her phone. So therefore, the feds knew this because they had Jen McCabe's phone records. They were like, don't you tell him anything that he can then go to tip these people off. That's the only thing that makes sense. Exactly what Brian Walsh's lawyers put in their discovery motion for Tully's NDA. Why was the federal government in March of 2024 investigating the performance of the state police right in the middle of the Farwell investigation, which started in August of 2023 and ended with an indictment in August of 2024? Why was there a superseding indictment in the fall of 2025, and then why did the death penalty go off the table 2 weeks later? Because Farwell's not the target either. It's Fanning. Fanning's baffled by all this and sweating and stumbling over his words because he knows he's the target and they're not telling him yet. I bet he knows now. And they're making sure these guys don't run or hurt anyone before they get arrested. That's what I think's going on. The weight of it all is very heavy. Yeah, and you got to imagine how freaked out these people might be to talk about the larger context. If, say, they're used to always being able to get their way. Always. They can call CF. They can call this place, and they always can pull it off. What if one time they call and the response is, yeah, we got a call from a very big FBI office about leaking to you. You're cut off. All right, they're going to panic. They're going to burn everything down. That's what they're doing. Yeah, and John Fanning's answers, like Tully, like at least lied. I know he lied because there were multiple examples there where he was proven truthful by further information that came out. Fanning was so unartful. Fanning was sitting there like he has like bodies on him. Like, oh my God. Oh, got you. Okay, so in 2024, somebody named Stoop the Kid came on one of my YouTube reads of like the pretrial motion documents in the Reed case. And they were like, Grant calls himself a towel. Those must be his pronouns. I thought that was hilarious. So I was like, I'm a towel now. And then it became a whole thing. We have towelettes, washcloths, beach towels, towels with little grapes. You know, Carrie B just walks around with little grapes. She's a little towel with a headband. It's adorable. You don't understand. Oh, there's one more layer to it. There is another layer. Oh, sorry. I know we're lagged. Sorry, so I have to like wait 5 seconds. Can you hear me? But yes, there's a layer to it, which is Towelie from South Park gets high and unintentionally solves complex social problems. And then also, towels are in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. They're useful and absorbent and fluffy, and I'm a towel. I think. Oh, I'll give you some. I'll give you where I think you can dig deeper. Two pieces of information. One, in December of 2023, Brian Tully asked Lindsay Gattani who the target of the federal probe was. Completely inappropriate. He and Ken Mello were going to do a grand jury about Josh Levy. This was the spank from the feds. Don't do that. Second, where's this going? I can tell you that Brian Tully, for about 12 months after this, maybe 6 months, was still on the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case and the Turtle Boy case. Suddenly, in the spring of 2025, this other guy named Trooper Murphy, who's friends with Tully, was brought on, and Tully was just gone. So Tully was, at a certain point, like demoted, re-promoted, okay, then left on just the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy case from a different office, then 6 months later removed from the Turtle Boy and Karen Reed case. And also, by the way, you want to know where I think this is going? I think when Michael Proctor and Brian Tully and Yuri and Fanning realized Proctor's cell phone was coming out, they needed a distraction. The leak of Lindsay's phone to Jason Broyles, who works with Kate, Peter, was not to help Jen McCabe. It was to help Michael Proctor. It was a distraction. It's sick. That's why Kate and Tully's messages were removed. They got these guys on obstruction. I'm just waiting for the arrest now. I believe that the reason why Nine Vodkas, who's a Kate Peter anti-free Karen Reed person, Koala, who is AFKR, etc., are all melting down, is because Kate Peter worked on the 2023 indictments for Ken Mello, didn't disclose it to Aiden and Discovery, and now the cases have to be dismissed because the only reason the 2024 charges were no prost is because Kate deleted the evidence Tully submitted to the grand jury. Now that Aiden is going to no doubt call Kate as a witness for a voir dire, the Norfolk DA will no prost the 2023 charges and the 2025 charges. No more leverage on Aiden to get him to try to go against Karen. Therefore, the only thing Kate had left and Tully had left was the moles close to Karen, like Meredith, who were pretending to be FKR when they weren't. I burned all of them, so there was no backup plan. Kate has a recording where Karen talks about being a cooperating informant for Deutsch. Kate was going to try to leak that to knock Deutsch out of the race. I got ahead of it, so I basically kneecapped them. They're done. It's over. Checkmate. I'll be on a space in the next few minutes where I'm going to brag about all this. And Emily, you're wonderful. Of course, and yeah, it's a thin line between genius and madness, and sometimes, like Vinny the Chin, you just got to go along to get along. But yeah, we'll talk soon. That was great. Okay, so sorry that you all were only able to hear me and not Emily. StreamYard's great, okay? StreamYard's wonderful, but the one downfall of StreamYard is that it won't let me broadcast like to my headphones through both softwares. So I could hear Emily, but I couldn't let you hear Emily. And you might be saying that's annoying. Well, I also wanted you to go to Emily's channel, so I didn't work to fix it. But you got to hear me. You got to hear my answers. Emily's great, isn't she? So anyway, yeah, I was kind of like, I could fix this. And then I was like, no, I want them to go to Emily's channel anyway. So, but yes, now, my name is Towel, and we are ready almost for this space. I just want to read a little bit more of the John Fanning thing. So hold on one second. All right, let me do this. Yes, the wonders of modern technology. All right, so let me get out of that. All right, and then let me open this, and then let me do this, and let me get out of that. Yes, the John Fanning documents. Let us just keep reading them, and then we'll do a space. Yes, the infamous towel space is coming. Only like an hour left. Less than an hour left. I was going to say only an hour behind. I initially planned for like 3, so, actually we're right on time. All right, let me get this John Fanning document up. I also want to be able to reference it during the debate, during spaces, and just yell at people. There's going to be a lot of towel yelling during this space. I want to give you a heads up. If you want to yell with me, that's great. If you don't, that's fine. I'm just going to be yelling a lot, all right? I'm going to take my victory lap. Like Emily C. said, this is one of those moments you just got to take a victory lap. All right, let's do this. There it is. All right, let's go back to the John Fanning part. All right. No, the John Fanning part's like page like 226. That's where we left off. Yeah, it's like in here. Then he starts talking about like how he saw the testimony. Do you know when this non-disclosure agreement was signed by Lieutenant Tully? Sometime in March or April. And then it was when the evaluation was taking place. Oh, they were baiting these guys. You describe Tully as being more stern than you are. Yes, if you know both of us, Detective Lieutenant Tully is a more serious type. I think that's why we work well together. He's a more serious type, as he's astute. He's a really smart guy, and he's firm for sure. So once I knew he was handling it, I knew it was going to get done. And given the circumstances that this was a federal grand jury and your concerns about secrecy, did you think that Lieutenant Tully's approach or a response to learning of Trooper Proctor's, Detective Proctor's disparaging remarks was appropriate under those circumstances? I do. Again, I can't emphasize enough that Trooper Proctor was under an extreme amount of stress. That doesn't change the things that he had said. That at least I later learned through his testimony about Miss Reed, but there was an extreme amount of stress in the office, and in particular Trooper Proctor. His family was being harassed. All the people around him were being harassed. It wasn't really, though. I can't emphasize enough that when we went there, we were really going there for his well-being, in particular because his wife was not home. And I thought Detective Lieutenant Tully handled it well. I felt we were under constraints. I know that DLT, Detective Lieutenant Tully, mentioned that, it's not a secret if he tells us. But I didn't feel it was my place to kind of grill Trooper Proctor, and he's lying, and prod and asked what they asked him. If they ever called me as a witness or something later, I think that would be, it could be problematic. Oh my God. John Fanning was so worried about being called before a federal grand jury. And I do think Detective Lieutenant Tully specifically he was bound by that NDA. I read that NDA. It was, I believe, a 9 or 10 page document. It was very specific that whoever was read in, any of that information was supposed to be used for the state court action against Karen Reed. It was very specific to that. And honestly, I was shocked at how lengthy the document was and specific it was to the state court action against Karen Reed. In addition to his response to learning about at least the overall disparaging comments, did he indicate to Detective Proctor that he was going to have to report it to his supervisors and that Detective Proctor was going to have to deal with the consequences? Yes. Okay, and in fact, you now know that's exactly what he did. He notified his direct supervisor in GHQ of the issues that he had learned about regarding these disparaging comments the following day. Is that true? Is there anything... All right. I'm going to start this space. No, let's just finish this first. Is there anything that we didn't ask you that you feel we should have asked, or is there anything that you would like to add or feel that is important or helpful regarding this investigation? No. I think that I just kind of summed up, the interaction with Trooper Proctor and Detective Lieutenant Tully's actions, and so no, I don't have anything to add. One last question. Sir, given your reading of the NDAs, it was your impression that would have prohibited Tully from commenting or making any reference to the disparaging comments in the subsequent ES eval? Yeah, I do. I would have, if I read and signed that, I think I would have had even had concern of passing that information along to headquarters. And I think, no, this is wrong. Headquarters was allowed to be read in. I think, they kept us all from Fanning. He's a target. I think he did the right. I think Detective Lieutenant Tully did the right thing by passing that information along. I think the job had. I think they should be concerned about and have a heads up as to what's coming. But if it was a specific language and things like that, I think I would, after reading that, I would be very careful on the wording. I use passing that information along to anyone, including his supervisors. Yes, but nevertheless, he did the following day. Correct? That's what he told me. If Tully knew the specific content of some of these text messages prior to signing an NDA, immediately after being told by Trooper Proctor after he testified in the federal grand jury, do you think that information would be appropriate to document in a negative EES or be part of the eval? Answer, I'll say it again, sir. I did not leave there with specific words or commentary other than he had made comments about Miss Reed that there were going to be a problem. I did not, leave there with any specific words, descriptive words, the word you used earlier that he had used that I do not recall him stating specifics. And it wasn't in reference to you, it was in reference to Detective Lieutenant Tully. Had he had that information prior to signing an NDA appropriate for his evaluation report of Trooper Proctor? I think I'd want to see it. When you say it, what do you mean? I'd like to see the text messages, and I'd like to, or read the grand jury minutes before I would take action. I mean, he was just on the stand for 6.5 hours, and so yeah, I don't know. Me personally, I would have liked to have seen the actual text, or had specifics about them. But yeah, there's I think a lot of different. I would say that I would like to see them first before I take action. So if a department member informs you that they had these specific communications and they're not fabricated, the department member indicates that they're not fabricated, that these occurred, you would still need to see those messages to corroborate before making a full assessment. I think questions unfair. I think I would have to sit down and interview him. I wasn't interviewing Trooper Proctor. I would have to, you think the question's unfair? I would have to sit down and go over and take notes. And this was not the intent of the meeting. We're talking about a guy, potentially unaliving himself. Who? That was the concern. Trooper Proctor. That was the concern when we went to his house. So no, I don't think it was appropriate to stop, take notes, and ask him specific questions about the text. Question, no. Answer, no, it was not appropriate. Question, and no, and highly inappropriate. The welfare of him was what the purpose of that meeting. No, I understand. That's not what I was asking. Answer, well, you're asking me a hypothetical. That was not the situation. So, yes, by policy and procedure, sir, 100% right. But in that specific instance, no, that was not the case. That was not the situation. I didn't get into content with him. I don't remember Detective Lieutenant Tully get into content with him. I don't think it's fair to ask a hypothetical. That was not even close to the situation we were in. Yes, the question you're asking me, different series of facts, certainly, for sure, but not in the specific incidents. Yo, that's not right. Tully said that Proctor told him what he said about Karen. Bro, this man's going to prison. This man is going to prison. He's going to prison. He's going to prison. All right. So, I am going to do a space. All right. Let's get ready. He's going to prison. Oh my God. This is fucking bad. This is so bad. This is horrifying. Why wasn't John Fanning disciplined? They're going to arrest him. They want him to think that he's in the clear. Fuck. I may have blown this up, investigation. Not blown it, but I may have, exposed it without Fanning realizing. Fuck, man. Why does this shit always happen? It wasn't on purpose. I was just being a towel. Well, there you go. You got your answers. I don't think it's what anyone wanted or expected, but... Alright, towel space. Definitely go follow Emily C., follow Erica's channel, and let's do a towel space. Let me sum this up. Let me breathe for a second. I'm not even tired. I'm just disappointed. So disappointed. Alright, let me play a video. Yeah, let me play a video. Let me just walk around for 5 minutes before we do the space. I'll find a video we can watch. Hold on. I'll play you a video about... I don't even know. I'll get in the zone for the space, but, I am so disappointed right now. I feel so manipulated. I feel so gross. I hate these people so much. And they're so evil. And they just lie. And they coordinate testimony. Breaks my heart. Middle. Alright, here's an interview I did with Emily C. It's about 12 minutes. Let me just get ready to debate people.
get ready, because I'm in a mood, all right? But I'm very sad, and it's all out there. So you're either going to come on and talk about your reaction to that IA report, or I'm going to own you and interrogate you. So let me have 10 minutes to clear my head. The middle of that is a document that was filed by Robert Cosgrove on the Aidan Kearney docket on December 3rd or something, 2025. Now, there's two integral disclosures there under paper copies number 3 and 4. The first disclosure is there is a report from Kate Peter to Sergeant Yuri Buchanan about Karen Reed in September of 2023. This was
Kate Peter to Yuri Buchanan. Hold on. My brain needs to catch up.
So if you can see number
Kate
3
Peter.
there, you can read
Okay.
it. Like you want to read it, because this is Robert Cosgrove describing it. Don't take my summary. Just read how Robert Cosgrove describes it on number 3 under paper copies.
Report of Sergeant Buchanan dated September 29th, 2023. Subject info provided by Catherine Peter, R.E. O'Keefe, motor vehicle homicide. 2 attachments provided on paper copy to council.
Never. And how do I know this was never disclosed? Because David Unetti reposted my post where I was like, oh my God, this was never disclosed to David Unetti.
That's why Unetti was being so nice.
Well, I didn't figure this out till like a couple days, like 24 hours ago. He was nice before that because I was on to other stuff. This is a bombshell.
Yeah. No, I'm
because
just
no
kidding.
one would really put it together. I mean, I'm not saying other people probably didn't see it, but like even the astute document watchers, I don't think understood the material relevance of that, because you'd have to ask David Unetti, did you get this document? Everyone's just going to assume he did.
Right.
They didn't. They hid this so Kate wouldn't be called as a witness by Karen's defense.
Oh my goodness.
And they
that makes perfect sense. Okay.
And they never disclosed it till after, because Lindsay didn't know about the Buchanan report. Cosgrove just turned that over. Oh, give it to them now. Karen's trial's over. What do we care? They were never going to turn that over. And then right below it, you get, or maybe right above it, you get Cosgrove misrepresenting the date of the email from Kate DeMello as May 1st instead of February 19th. Oh, sorry, it was the same
This
image.
one?
No, same. I was talking about the same image, just a different red squiggly line. So it's number 2 under the top part. It says some email from Kate Peter to Ken Mello, May 1st, whatever. No, it was February 14th. And that was not disclosed until after Lindsay made her post on social media, being like, why did you turn this over? She may have disclosed it through somewhere else first. But the point is, it was out there in public, and then they turned it over. And over on the left, if you read paragraphs, you don't have to read them, but that whole document on the left is the description of Robert Cosgrove being like, and yes, I do have this all memorized. On October 9th, 2024, Mark Betterow sent us a production demand for all correspondences between Kate Peter, Ken Mello, and Brian Tully. Then over like December of 2024 through July of 2025, I, Robert Cosgrove, personally went through 5,000 pages and spent 20 billable hours redacting those communications between Kate, Tully, and Ken Mello. Then on July 8th, 2025, I turned them over to Mark Betterow, but Mark Betterow got mad and wrote me a letter saying only 1,000 of the 5,000 pages were readable and 4,000 pages were blank. So then I, Robert Cosgrove, personally went through all 5,000 pages again, made sure they were there, and turned it over to Mark Betterow on July 28, 2025. Then 4 months later, this email comes out after Robert Cosgrove's exhaustive search. So, yeah, it tanks the case.
The other thing that I think is interesting about the misrepresenting the date is without that, there's almost a piece that's like, well, maybe Cosgrove was just, didn't realize the import of it, or had just stumbled upon this and was adding it into discovery. But misrepresenting the date is proof that he understood its importance and intentionally.
As always, the great Emily C. nailed it. All right, I'm ready for the space. See? Everyone's like, Grant, you clearly have felt the weight of this. Yeah. Are we all feeling the weight of this now? Like, anyone who's not feeling the weight of this doesn't get it. And I think almost everyone gets it. All right, let's do our towel space. You've all been waiting for it. Towel Battle Royale, round 3. All right. Who's ready? I'm ready. I'm a little towel. All right. Okay. Towel Battle Royal, round 3. Brian Tully, John Fanning, and Kate Peta collapse. And Kate Peters collapse. Turn on recording. All right, everybody. Here we go. All right. Hello. There you go. I love that sound. If you've been waiting for this, I'm at the towel. Hello. I'm at the towel. Are you a towel? I'm a towel. How are you all doing? Look at that. People jumping right in. They've been waiting all day for this. How's everybody doing? I'm a towel. You're a towel. We're all little towels. All right, go ahead. Oh, the space is already posted. Nice. Can we repost it again? No, I think that will piss it off. All right, I don't want to piss it off. All right, I don't want to piss it off. I'll just leave it alone. I think the thing is just a lot of people join the space, so it like overloads the cache of the browser. But that's fine. Good morning. I'm here to debate. I'm a little towel. You're going to have to give it all of like, I don't know, like a minute or two before we actually get settled into the space. Because I have to let this load. I'm trying to reduce the strain on Towel Computer, and then we will have a space. We'll get to debate. You can request to come up and speak. It will be wonderful. All right, so we are going to do this in the way of the traditional towel. Okay, so I'm going to dual stream this. So if you come on the space, you're going to get to speak to the Towel friends over on the Towel YouTube as well. Okay. So we're working on that. Going to take a second or two to get everything up off the ground, and then I have to set it up so I'm able to actually like approve you to speak. All right, so give little towel the second there too. And yeah, you'll eventually be able to request to come on up and we'll talk. If you want to debate, that's great, but I think a lot of people are going to want to talk about this Brian Tully IA investigation. And that's what we're going to do. Now, if you want to defend Brian Tully, I mean, more power to you. I don't think you're going to be able to pull it off. But I'm here. I'm here to interrogate. I'm here to listen. If you are just blown away by the revelations about Michael Proctor's 6.5-hour grand jury testimony, if you are blown away by the fact that Yuri Buchanan was also supposed to testify, if you're blown away that Michael Proctor went into that grand jury thinking it was going to be about Karen Reed and was immediately confronted with text from his mom and sister, if you want to talk about how shocking it was that Michael Proctor realized immediately, almost, that as a result, and Brian Tully and John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan realized that as a result of what happened at that grand jury, this was way bigger than just one case investigated by Brian Tully's unit. John Fanning's answers were so evasive. I've never seen anything like it. So this is an opportunity to talk about that. Okay. Now, it does take a second to get everything sort of structured, but you're able to request. Okay. I set it up so that you can send requests. You can come up. You can talk. We can debate about what you read. I mean, the fact that this got released in full at that specific moment in time, it was like the Aurora Borealis popping up in the middle of Principal Skinner's kitchen while Superintendent Chalmers was there. The timing of it was simply impossible. Now, I'm just telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I have never seen anything like it in my life. The way that this information was revealed, the way that Tully was acting during the IA interview, the way John Fanning was acting during the IA interview. Now listen, you may have read Tully's answers and been a little bit shocked at how Tully rushed over to Proctor's home. But you might have been even more shocked to learn that John Fanning, the man who was involved with the Matthew Farwell
investigation by the state police clearing Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's death, you may have been surprised to learn that he rushed over and was the executive officer for Brian Tully in Tully's unit. Now, why is this all shocking? Because when did Brian Tully and Michael Proctor and John Fanning and Yuri, who all talked to Kate Peter, when did they realize this was happening? February of 2024. It led, according to John Fanning, something Tully didn't reveal, it led Fanning to think Proctor was going to unalive himself. At least that was his excuse for going over there. And as a result, ladies and gentlemen, we have a situation here where it's very possible that this unit knew the feds were onto them. And the timeline gets even more interesting. Oh, we have Allie. How are you doing, Allie? Please feel free to come up and speak. The timeline gets even more interesting because we'll talk a little bit about how Tully reacted by leaking Lindsay Gattani's phone just 2 months later. But let's focus in particular on, hold on one second. But yes, it's very disappointing what has been going on. Very disappointing. And I think a lot of it speaks to the foundations of what is a very concerning series of reports. But in the IA report, the foundation of all of this is not just damning because of the result for Brian Tully, which makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. Why does it make no sense? It makes no sense because at its core, is an indication that the state police demoted Tully, re-promoted him, and then for some odd reason, he was removed from the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy cases just 6 months after all that. And the scariest part of all this is the implication that Brian Tully signed an NDA and was not allowed to tell John Fanning or other members of his unit even the small amount he learned about what was on Michael Proctor's extraction. This is very concerning. All of it. Indefensible. It's simply indefensible. All right. I don't know who you are. Thank you for the request, but you dropped it. So there was a point during this week where people were willing to come up and debate this. And this isn't one of those things. I did approve Allie. She might be requesting again.
I'm here.
Hello, Allie. I did approve you. I didn't know if you were actually
Thank
on the
you.
speaker panel.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted me to come on yet or...
No,
or not.
Allie, I am very interested. It's been about, less than 24 hours since this report has come out. I think we all rushed to read through it. What's your initial reaction?
I mean, almost nothing surprises me anymore, but like when you go through it, it really is shocking and it's sad. And like towards the end, before you switched over to the spaces, like I could feel you so much because I know that you're a good person and you were manipulated into a certain way of believing and thinking as well throughout the beginning, right? And that it's happened to a lot of people, but you are seeing what is truly happening. I mean, I can't get over the fact that Fanning is the head of the sex crimes tech unit. Like that completely blew my mind. Like off the charts blew my mind. Um, Tully, I don't even know where to begin with him. There's just so much that he needs to go down for. And I'm so happy this all came out exactly when it did. Like you said, it was perfect timing. And I love that you are so passionate about giving us the information in a way that we can understand it and make us as passionate as you are and want to fight. And and you're not just saying things, like you are really trying to change things too. You have that ability, and you won't go down without a fight. And I have full respect and admiration for you in what you are doing.
Well, thank you. And I will say, I think it's wrong that so many people who stumbled onto this were punished for it by proxy.
Yeah.
I realize it's about time that the DOJ begins to move on this. I realize that. But there's only so much that people should have to endure. I know the Boston Globe has been writing about what was going on with the state police informant network, and it's disturbing to me in some regard that there was this air of unaccountability from Tully, but almost
Yeah.
like evasiveness from Fanning, like he knew they were onto something.
Yeah, absolutely. It all shows that this goes back way further than people realize, and why it's integral with Karen and everything else that's come after that.
Yes, and it's interesting to me that Karen's lawyers, both the lawyers that are still on her team and the lawyers that previously represented her, seem to be onto it. And it seemed like Turtle Boy was used as a foil for this. And if you see some of these people connected to Kate Peter starting to retaliate, I can imagine there's going to be a pretty large groundswell of public support now that this is all out in the open. And that is what fascinates me about this. That it ended up with Turtle Boy, with Aidan Carney, Karen Reed,
Yep.
myself, Lindsay Gattani, and others, Ida
Yep.
Lee's on here, standing before the world and saying, it's so
There it
much
goes.
worse than everyone could have imagined. And the reaction now is not defend this unit. It's not anything else. It's just these people are on the attack. I've been noticing that it's becoming more vitriolic as the FBI gets involved more, as people realize the scope of this. Is that, I know you're commenting on my resilience, but is that something you think is kind of like a microcosm of where this all went wrong? These people started to use very militant tactics in a very brutal way.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen so many people be traumatized in so many different levels, and it has happened for such a long period of time without people really knowing the deep down of it and for how long it's been. And I feel like this is just like the tip of it. And the people that didn't want to believe anything and couldn't believe it, there are still going to be those people out there. But anyone with a real brain, anyone that can read, and see what the true corruption and the true real hurt that is happening to people that are your neighbors, that are people that are just like you every day. It hurts, and it's trying to build trust back in the community too. How can you trust someone that you once trusted before? Or how can you trust someone new? And each, creator that I follow or anyone that I try to help, I say, vet me. Vet me in any way that you want to. I don't expect you to trust me. Like, I expect you to have boundaries with me because I've seen people on here that have said like they have been talking to people for years and they were moles. They were people that were just there to get shit against them. That and that's scary and it's sad.
Yeah, and I will say, there's a man who approached me, I don't know, like on LinkedIn years ago and pretended to be like a friend and an ally. And then even he last night, when I kind of like pushed him and was like, were you a mole? Like, were you like just trying to get around me for intel? He was like, yeah, my handler said they like really screwed Turtle Boy. Like, he finally admitted to it. And I was like, wow. Now, I will say, like, some kind of legal fundraiser becomes necessary or whatnot for the people who uncovered this and maybe face retaliation or whatever it may be. I
Right.
hope I hope people will be willing to help with that. I think it's very important that the people who work to expose this, whether it's Aiden, whether it's myself or Karen or whatever, are supported. People may think that like Aiden and Karen are their own people and do their own work, but people may think that because someone has nothing, that they're an easy target. I hope this community, whatever side you stand on, Turtle Boy, Karen, or both, are willing to say, okay, well, no matter how things played out, someone was willing to take a stand. And I think your
Yes.
support may mean a lot going forward. Allie, maybe you'll be able to help set something like that up. We can do some fundraisers with
Yes.
Emily C. But it's time to show people that there is a united front, that we all can
Yes.
mutually support each other, and that no one's going to get tormented because they're vulnerable or look like they have
Yep.
nothing. So we need to show that.
Absolutely. And I'm 100% on board with, I've been trying to help with what I can. I don't have a lot of money, but I do have um, good organizational skills and I do great at outreach and event planning and things like that. Um, and it's been nice to be able to come onto a space and actually talk. I enjoy being able to talk about things I'm passionate about and things that I truly believe in. And you gave me that for the first time. So I really, really appreciate it. Um, I know Erica, you broke the news today. Erica Walsh is going to be starting up her own YouTube channel. And, I think it's another way to bring the community together. There was a break um of sorts, and I do think now I'm seeing more people, you know not coming together more, at least I can say. I mean, like, looking at all the people that come into your chat now and enjoy you and say, I never thought I'd be here, and I love what you're doing. That's a big deal. And Ray from Dallas, he is, you know, unfortunately, like, he lost some followers because, of petty things that happen out in this, high school world. But he truly just believes in, you know, um the injustice, and he brought Lindsay on, to give her a space to talk. And if people would have just stayed and listened to the end instead of attacking her in the beginning, I think that it would have gotten out there faster and sooner, and instead of, you know waiting. And when you came on, it definitely helped even more get her story out and get your story out and validate it. So thank you. I want to thank you for that. And thank you for supporting Ray. And thank you for supporting the other creators that are out there and realizing that there doesn't need to be a division. There needs to be unity. And that the people that do need help, and if you can support them in any way, then do it.
Yep, and I think we have Mo who's requested to come up to speak. Mo, did you read the IA report? How are you reacting to some of what you're seeing?
Make sure you unmute, babes.
We'll give Mo a second. It's okay if Mo's getting settled. But if for those who are
She's my girl.
for those who are wanting to come up and weigh in, we are talking about the implications of the Brian Tully IA report being released. The implications of that report, the interview of John Fanning, not just what was said, but how it was said and what wasn't said. If you haven't had a chance to read it, you can find this document. It is quite explosive. I don't even think when I posted it last night I realized the impact of it. So if you want to come up, you want to talk about it, we're talking about the 6.5 hour testimony that Michael Proctor did in front of the federal grand jury. We're talking about the impact of John Fanning and Brian Tully talking about going over to John Fanning, to Michael Proctor's house, what John Fanning had to say about that interaction, why Brian Tully was allowed to sign an NDA but not read the federal material about Michael Proctor's text, why Laura McLaughlin might know a lot more than she has let on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very interesting. And I see Cyber X Space wants to come on, but I want to look who you are first. So give me 1 second. All right, who are you? Your account was created October 2025. Who follows you? Basically no one that's related to the case. And who are you following? No one related to the case. No, I'm not comfortable with you. Sorry. Okay. Allie, Mo unfortunately stepped down. I wanted to hear what Mo had to say, but Allie, go ahead. What else were you saying about your reaction to some of these documents? I mean, they pretty much show, you were complimenting Ray, but these documents show that what a lot of people were concerned about was right. This unit had something to hide, and whatever was on Michael Proctor's cell phone seems to go more than just the Karen Reed case.
Yeah. And I think that it's been, they've alluded to, knowing a lot more than what the people have known. I feel like AJ has kind of slowly mentioned, like, there's a lot more that is going to come out than people actually realize. And so I think they've been alluding to that for a long time, and have been sitting on this for longer than we realize.
Yes,
And I
that's
bet
what
they can't wait to get it out.
That's what struck me. It's almost like Karen Reed's team knows that certain information was withheld from the state police unit to allow the feds to more easily investigate them. How do you think that plays into Adam Deutsch running for Norfolk DA? And do you think it's a little bit interesting that, unlike all this week, there's no one at this point who really wants to come up and say, there's nothing going on here. This is all a bunch of nobody's defending it anymore. There's a very loud silence. It feels like this IA report was a break glass moment. There's a very dark feeling about it. People are very mad.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like we just did this, right? Didn't we just have our last space and it was like everyone's quiet? Like, why is everyone so quiet today? And and we have another quiet day. And I think you even brought up some people that may be involved in being informants, and that may be why they're extra quiet right now. Some of these creators that, kind of flipped in certain senses, that do talk a lot, do post a lot, do say a lot, aren't saying anything. And I think that is very telling because they love to shit talk. Even when they can't defend it, they still shit talk you back with nonsense, right? They just filibuster basically. And I'm not seeing a lot of it right now, like I usually do. I'm not seeing screenshots all over the place or, dick pics talked about and all those other really, what the usual suspects are doing, right?
Yeah, it feels like it really did. It really does feel like it's over, but there are going to be, like, people are going to suffer because it got exposed. And that makes me
Yeah.
very sad. Like, these people,
Yeah.
there's something that lies beneath here that was an air of unaccountability for Sandra Birchmore, for the people around her, for anyone this unit came in contact with. And I don't even know, like, I get it's the entire world. I sympathize so much with Aiden and Karen now because, like, I don't know if I'd feel safe if I didn't have you all. Like, you all, like, we've all become, like, friends, even though we never agreed to begin with. We just, like, came to support each other. And every day I wake up and I'm like, wait, like, I understand this is very daunting, but, like, it's all out there. Like, there's nothing being hidden.
Yeah.
And people are recognizing why I'm being tormented. Lindsay, Aiden, Karen. We have to support these people who are fighting this, or they are going to just overwhelm us. That's why Aiden and Karen can't be divided. And, I don't know how we're going to confront this. I really do think it's going to take a group effort. And I now think you're going to see me double down. I want to see Aiden supported more. I want to see Karen supported more. That's how I'm going to respond to this.
And that's exactly, I feel the exact same way. You know, if you're supporting one, you're supporting the other. If you need to be supported, Lindsay needs to be supported. Anybody else that's been hurt throughout this needs to be supported, that has been taken advantage of, that has been exploited. I feel for the children that have been put through the ringer in this, you know, which breaks my heart. You said the DCFS is getting um looked at by the FBI, right? Which good. That needs to happen.
How did we get to
Um
this point? It really makes me wonder, how did, and I'm not talking about any one agency or person, but how did government
yeah.
come to think of itself as this apparatus of, like control? Like, it stopped thinking
Like
about
God,
policy and people.
it's God syndrome. That's what I truly think it is. It's a God syndrome in a sense. They believe that they are above all. They cannot get hurt, and they can make the whatever decisions they want, and they will get backed by it.
It's a crushing reality, but also I think people are watching. Like, I truly believe that, I don't know what the FBI is doing. I don't know why they're doing it. I don't really understand. But I truly believe that they're onto something. And I don't know why they've
I have
waited.
inklings.
I think we all do, but I don't know why they've waited. And
Right.
I think it might be political, but even if I could talk to President Trump or, like, the leadership of DOJ, I would say, I understand this is so delicate, but the human impact is, like, it's so sad. It's so overwhelming. It's not your regular kind of, a group of people maybe had a few connections. It's so all encompassing. It's a liberal state. The reason Karen was 100% right. The reason it happened was because it was a one-party state, so no one ever wanted to rock the boat. As long as
Yeah.
everybody could go along to get along, and this is where we got. Like the fallout from this is going to be like I don't even people keep saying oh it's going to be figured out, it will be celebratory. No, like it will
It
be
needs to be
very
completely
sad.
rebuilt. It needs to be completely rebuilt, and it is going to be really sad. Um, and hopefully there's a community that can be built better upon what has happened, and there people do find the resources that are good that are out there. I'm a part of a nonprofit called NAMI. It's everywhere. It's nationwide. They offer all all free support groups for everything. Um so anybody that needs or needs resources or seeking help or you know is on the borderline of like if I need to talk about this or need to talk to someone, that's a place to start. And I truly believe therapy is going to be needed for a lot of people, and a lot of people can't afford it. They don't have insurance or their copays are very high. So finding those resources that are free to you help a lot. Um,
And I think that's something people don't see in all this. It becomes very ideological, rightly so, about fixing the corruption, holding the people accountable that have done wrong. People don't
yeah,
see the trauma, like the why doing bad things is a problem is because it causes trauma. If like what
yeah,
you do is bad in the sense that like you don't return a shopping cart, right? That's the classic example. Is that going to cause a lot of trauma on the person who has to go get the shopping cart and return it? No, they're doing that anyway. So that's a very low level of a moral wrong. But when
hmm
you inflict any kind of trauma, I just think it's and the people who do it behind a badge, that's what really gets to me. Like trauma is
yes,
such a devastating force in people's life, and the system uses it rather
yep,
than protects people from it. And I don't know how you change that with a law or a structural reform when the people take glee in obtaining power through trauma. That is something that this case has shown me over
yes,
and over again.
yeah. And I mean, I've had to learn that, even when because I had been going to school, I had to take this semester off, but even the politics in the school I had was ridiculous. And I had to learn that there are politics everywhere and that our voice really matters and getting involved really matters. Voting really matters. Voting for everyone, voting for your judges, voting for the people that are making decisions for you, working towards laws. I would love to be a lobbyist. I think I'd be really great at it. But I love working in the mental health field, but it trickles down through everyone. And when someone is traumatized, especially when they're young, it's like people can sniff it out, they can smell it. If you're an empath, if you are someone that has been through trauma, I meet them, I can see it, I can see it, I can feel it, I can vibe that what people have been through. It's like a sense you get after a while. And you can use it in a positive way to try to help them, or you can use it in a negative way and bring them down more because they're vulnerable. And some people are afraid to get the help. There's stigma, and then if they've gone to people that have badges, that are people that are supposed to protect them, then they're even more afraid to go get help to anybody. They're afraid that something's going to happen to them. Like I get afraid for you. I get afraid for Lindsay, especially. I'm afraid for Karen. I'm afraid for Aiden and anyone else that truly speaks out about what is going on right now. And that has to live there and walk the streets every day.
Yeah, and I know we have some people who have just joined. I'm sorry, I was slow on the approve button. So Ida Lee and Mo, you both should be up here. And I know I have spent some time interrogating the people on these spaces who I thought were involved in this. But I know there are also people who saw some of this on playing out. And I really hope that as this all goes forward and people see what's going on, they recognize that at the center of all of this was, unfortunately, like a group of people who wanted to show the world a very dangerous group of troopers, and then a bunch of people who decided that because those troopers had connections or whatever, that stuff couldn't get out. And that is what breaks my heart about this. That through it all, the polemics, the attacks, it was never about justice for anyone. It was about, you can't talk about some of this stuff or you'll pay. And that makes me very upset. Because who else was this done to that we didn't even learn about? Who is suffering in silence?
Exactly.
If I hi Grant, hi Allie, and
Hi.
everyone else. But I mean, for me, it's like this is not shocking to me at all. Like this is the whole point of the movement and why people got into what was happening. Yeah, it was, it's Karen Reed, but it's so much more common, and it's these actors like this, like it's Tully and Robert Devine, who are in these, like, either they're, Robert Devine was the chief, and he's running that entire, police department, and then Tully too is on, very high up at MSP, and they're the worst of the worst. Like Proctor's like a fucking, I mean, they're all, I don't think any of them are like in Mensa, but these people, I don't know, I'm not shocked, and it's like I'm glad that, Grant, you're infuriated and you're outraged, because like this is the whole point of the Karen Reed movement, is this. It's not whether like who did Karen Reed think or this or that. It's like, no, this is what we're trying to, this is what everyone's been addressing. Like Karen Reed was just, could have been replaced by anyone in that same position, and there's probably been a bunch of Karen Reeds, but it just never came out because but it's just such deep-seated corruption and just rot in Massachusetts that, at this point, it's like, this shouldn't even be shocking, but I'm obviously so happy that it came out. And like, I'm an attorney in Florida. I'm originally from Massachusetts, and, everyone talks about Florida like it's the craziest place in the world, but I've been going to do my, just to wave into the bar there and just look at their laws. Even it's like we have in Massachusetts, the best hospitals, the best schools, the smartest people, the like cutting edge science in our legal system, and our, criminal justice system is, people joke about it. Oh, back at the Salem witch trials, but it's true. Like there are books, there are laws in the books that are so antiquated. Like you can't even e-file a lot of stuff. You have to like print it out and bring it to a scanner and drop it off at the courthouse. Like they can't even use Zoom. It's like, but anyways, I'm glad you're outraged and this is all coming out to people, because this is the whole fucking point. And
How did you react to the IA report? Did you get to read it?
No, I haven't even read the whole. I mean, I saw some of what you were covering earlier, but I could hear you just it reminded me of the parts that I listened to, because I didn't read it. I like to read it on paper, so I'm gonna download it and read it. But it reminded me of Robert Devine, right? Like it's just this, like, everybody just lies. You're just covering for someone else. You're all scumbags. I mean, Robert Devine was like getting blowjobs in a parking lot from this girl, but I don't know if Tully has gone that far, but they're all just like sick. And these people, they have this entitlement. You're giving them this power. Like, think of the power they have over anybody that's in Massachusetts. And you don't have to be a resident. You're just driving through there. And these people have the power to arrest you, to take your liberty and freedom away. And yeah, you could have, you might be entirely innocent, but it's going to fucking cost you money. And it's like, I don't know. I'm not shocked at all, because this is just the deep-seated rot that is the state of Massachusetts.
And I know Rachel is on
Italy is on, and I know that there is an interview with John Fanning in there that I want to ask Italy about, because I think a few of us have been saying this very loudly for a year or more, and people were listening. But I don't know if anyone really saw it until they read that interview that John Fanning gave, which I have never seen someone who's a 19-year state trooper. I've never seen anyone, not to mention a trooper, react to questions that way during a formal interview. It was almost like he was worried that there was something going on.
It's like he knew.
Go ahead.
It's like he knew he was caught, and he had not planned to get caught.
Yeah, and
I mean, a lot of them. I think, everybody's talking about access to resources, the retaliation. I think that part of it is that these are the puppet masters. They can pull every string. All they have to do is manufacture a little probable cause, and they have complete control of your life, including your access to supports, services, resources, whether it be mental health, whether it be legal resources. Um, it's deeply scary. I mean, I've watched them retaliate against anybody that's kind of come close to broaching this information. And each time I watch the same circumstances kind of, play on repeat, and how they're retaliated against and silenced. And these are the people that are supposed to actually be upholding the Constitution, and are supposed to provide support and safety when they get concerning illegal information. Um, so, a big piece of it is the accountability piece of it. Like the Rob Devine IA report, they did know exactly who that man was, because there was another IA report from his antics around Tiffany Overstreet. So they knew. They just, for whatever reason, chose not to deal with it in a complete way that protected the vulnerable in the community, for whatever excuse it was. I think, he had kids and they felt bad. But at the end of the day, him being in that position not only put other kids in the community at risk, it ultimately led to their life being ended.
and
And
how
it's
did
like he's the worst. That's what, if you watch the hearings, and then what a
Yeah.
smug asshole at the hearings. Just just hearing him talk, it's like you just unapologetic. Oh, all my accounts got hacked. Oh, this, it's like you're a fucking liar, and that was he lied throughout the whole thing, and then now he's trying to appeal it, and he's representing himself pro bono because he's a lawyer. I don't know why isn't he barred
Oh.
yet? Also, because they took his badge, but.
and how
Guy's
did
like
you
it's
react?
disgusting.
How did you react, Italy, to the breakdown of John Fanning running the computer crimes and SA
Yeah.
division?
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
it was this.
It's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying, and I would love to know what they were dealing with his company, with Colleen Crawford. Oy. It's yeah, all of them. I have a concern about how they all came from the same place and had the same vested interests, same conflicts of interests. Um, Tully definitely was on notice about that starting in at least 2022 in regards to Sandra Birchmore and public concern about it. And this is the way they handled it all. It was, you spoke to kind of like militant, scary tactics. Like, is this a
Yeah.
war? This is a war on women,
It
really.
is.
It's scary as hell.
like I like to touch on, and I know people hate her, but Kelly Dever or Dever or however you say her name.
Yeah.
When she was on the stand and the way that she acted, everybody attacked her for how she acted. But as a young woman who I believe started working when she was like 17 there, I think she may have been in the police kids program, right? Um, what did they do to her to make her act like that on the stand? No one just does that. No one just acts that way as a woman for no reason. There is something behind it, and I have been questioning this for since I've seen her on the stand, and thought about all the other people besides Sandra that have possibly been groomed and put through um what like these houses or these cop houses or whatever. I think it runs really, really deep, and I think it's been going on for a really long time, and I think that there are more women out there and probably young men out there that have been sexually abused and groomed. And I think that is a real running deep thing that is something that they don't want to get out.
And Samantha Benigno, she did a good show about Dever's stuff, and she's a is a two masters. She's getting her PhD. She does all that stuff, and talking about like this is pausing the video, like this is fear. Like this woman is
Yes.
afraid of her. She's so
Yes.
scared right now. It was like all based in fear. Yeah, she obviously was like
I,
whatever, but
I mean,
yeah, it was all fear.
it is absolutely fear.
Yeah.
And now, from that perspective, of a woman that's been taken advantage of as a young person, groomed to ally herself with these men that are, cosplaying as protectors that she
Or she sees
now realizes are absolute evil poo.
or sees that they
Where do
are
you go?
killers,
Where do
you
you
know?
go? Where do you go? Do you
Yeah.
march into the Norfolk County District Attorney's office and stand 10 toes down to Brian Tully? Do you call Colonel Mon? Do you call the FBI? Like, where,
You,
once you realize, like, in this structure, oh, these are his homies, like the Matthew Farwell stuff, that was scary as hell. Like,
yes.
I tried to address concerns with Ryan Tully about conflict of interest, that one incident, and I knew, like, these men are obviously like Matthew Farwell's high school buddies. No, so
Yeah.
this cannot be unbiased. This cannot be unbiased. And rather than like take the steps they should have taken to alleviate that in any capacity, they all like
Hmm.
double down and cover for him. Like, even his wife, like, I couldn't, for the love of God, I can
Yeah.
not imagine being Michelle, married to a man that has like killed his pregnant mistress,
Oh my
and his buddies are
God.
covering it up. Can you imagine? And like, you've seen how the family courts work, I'm sure.
Yes.
And
Yep.
like, could you imagine like her going in there and be like, "Oh, my husband killed the woman." Like, he could easily paint her as insane with his
Oh,
buddy's help,
oh my,
and
yeah.
then she's
Like with
and now her
Kelsey
kids are in the hands of
Fitzsimmons.
a monster.
Right.
So
Yep.
and it's these men that have the entirety of the county, multiple counties at this point, in a
Yeah.
friggin' hostage situation because they don't want to hold each other accountable.
And none would
Accountability.
come out without the FBI. That they just wrapped up the case. Nobody would even know if they did. If they didn't get if the
Ah,
FBI didn't get involved. It would just been okay. Bye. She killed herself. That's it.
ah.
It's not.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Bring in Leah Foley, baby.
And if they see one girl die at the hands of the police and almost get away with it, who in the world is going to try to stand up to them, or the people that are still being controlled by them? You know what I mean? Like, That would scare. That would
Listen,
scare.
they
That would
drag
scare
me
the
to
shit.
hell.
That would scare the
I
shit
don't
out of
go.
me.
Part of that, it is scary as hell, but they drag you to hell silently, or you can go kicking and screaming. Is
Yeah.
frankly, when it's this kind of a situation and they've had some kind of like weird grasp on just like knowledge of your life since you were like 14, 15 years old, they
Yeah.
are like so easily able to like m- manipulate you and like manipulate circumstances and people around you.
Yeah.
So like you can, yeah, I mean, like die quietly or go kicking and screaming. I don't know.
Yeah. And it's a sad reality,
Yeah.
and that's why nothing surprises me. And I think that there are so many more things that are hidden deeper that we don't even know about. Like Sandra could be one, like, she could have been not the first one, not the last one either. You know what I mean?
And she's
And
not. And that is why they have all behaved this way. And
exactly.
even whether or not they were all exploiting young women, they at the bare minimum, John Fanning in charge of cyber
Yes.
sex crimes. Like what? I'm sorry. Were you just gonna let these men get away with this and then extorting half the community? Is that what we were
Right.
doing, John Fanning? You man of honor.
Or
Like, this
being
is
a part of it,
Massachusetts.
or
Why do
being
you
the
gotta die for like
ringleader.
MIT? Like, you have John Fanning's the head of cybersecurity. Like, there's a lot of smart people. Like, why the fuck is that guy in charge of it?
Well, it's not just that, but like, why does this state police unit, the SPDU, have these 4 specific divisions, like the drug division, the cyber crime and SA division, the homicide division, and then like one other roving kind of officer? Why?
Grant, what was the one you read? He was calling it like the body division or something.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
oh,
it's like
body.
it's a shorthand for unattended deaths. The all unattended deaths are in the original jurisdiction of the state police. So he's talking about more than just like,
But that's what he means. Body. He means like that's.
because it could be like someone who passed away from natural causes at their home outside the presence of a medical examiner. That's the body team. It's an unattended death.
Okay, so but we don't really know how they died.
Right. It
Quote
might be different.
unquote.
It might be. It might turn into a homicide investigation. That was my read of how he explained it.
Right.
But they have to go to every unattended death by statute.
Right, but even if it's unattended, quote unquote, they can label it as whatever they want. In
Yeah.
a sense.
No, because
even the labeling, like even like okay, by statute, these silos are supposed to exist. They're supposed to serve this executive function in this like investigatory capacity, right? My question is less like why do these silos exist, and more why is it like a bunch of dudes that were all like high school buddies and were co-workers in Stoughton and like play hockey together and like how the hell are you guys hiring in any kind of like equitable fashion that like this kind of gross inbreeding is happening in this unit?
well, it
Yeah,
does seem
I
like they
think
went
they're
way back.
high-fiving.
Yeah.
One of the
They went
things
way back.
I love about Massachusetts is that, like, these small, it's like you kind of know everybody, you know everyone in your town, and it's very different when you like go live somewhere else. I live in Florida now, and it's like it's just a whole different. I still can go to my hometown, and it's like the same friends that I knew back then, and it's such a warm feeling that I love. And I think how going back to the historical stuff of how Massachusetts was set up and the neighborhoods and this and that probably would explain some, but it's like so that stuff is so deep seated too that everybody knows everybody. So it makes it kind of easy for corruption like this to happen because first it starts with, okay, that's your brother. You're not going to turn him in. It's like, so the good parts that are so awesome about and unique about, I think, Massachusetts and the towns in Massachusetts, also is like its downfall because it made it such an easy place. And like, this is not going on 10 years, 20. I mean, this is like from the,
But I've
beginning of
seen people like look into the Fort Bragg cartel,
Okay, I don't know if people have been following this story. It's as bad as this in some ways, if not worse, as to what was going on down in Fort Bragg. With there's a book from a New York Times best-selling author. People should read it. It's very important. That was bad.
What's it called?
The Fort Bragg cartel. And
I know all about it.
Oh, hello. How are you? Is that Jessica?
Hi. Hey, I'll come and chat in like 20 minutes. I'm finishing my dogs. I'm at Canine Bike Club right now, so I'll be back in 20 minutes. But you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you. Come back, please. But let me just say about this.
I suggest people read that. It's very eye-opening.
Yeah, it's a very good book. Yeah, and I'm so glad you've heard of it. I'll ask you more about it in 20 minutes. You would look at that situation and say, okay, those were really powerful members of the military who got a lot of connections and then abused like a military base to move narcotics. Even people who looked into that did not suffer the way that people who got too close to what this unit were doing suffered. That's what's stunning about this to me. That's what I am intent on telling, because I feel that this unit was masquerading as a group of state police officers, but in reality functioning as, for lack of a better term in my opinion, a gang.
Yeah.
Preach, Grant, a gang. Thank you.
Yes. And hot take here, which I may be completely off, but what if John was, John O'Keefe was, found out about any of this sexual assault type stuff going on, any of this, I know they say it was, the drugs in Colin and whatever else, but what if he was really onto something and found out about these cop sex houses or
What
Sandra
scares
or
me,
any of that?
yeah, what
He
scares
was
me,
And that's
involved.
what
well,
took
okay,
him out.
I don't
He
know.
was
No,
he
but
was
they're
involved
people
in
are
like
dumb, but they're not.
CSAM.
If they were gonna try to off him, they're not gonna do it at a party at his house with Karen sitting outside. Like so.
Right, and I'll also say we don't. John has passed away, so we'll never be able to ask him what happened. But I would like to note that, speaking generally, and tell me if I'm wrong, like New York to Canada is a drug trafficking route. 128 splits off right at 93. You can go right to Dorchester or left up 128 to like Canada. There is no doubt in my mind that whatever is going on with Canton, the reason why it gets so intense is like, this is bad. This is like, I am worried about people's physical safety. I'm worried about people's mental health. I'm worried about why the system got the way that it did. And then furthermore, I'm a little bit concerned that the reason this is all playing out the way that it is because the state police powers that be realize, because I want to drill down on this. Fanning, in his interview with IA about Tully, says he had no idea what Tully learned. He said the NDA Tully had to sign was like 10 pages. Fanning only saw it. Fanning wasn't allowed to sign it. And that he thought that Tully just didn't do anything with it because no one else was allowed, the Proctor text, because no one was allowed to know. Fanning didn't even know that Tully had permission to tell 3 high-ranking people in the state police, one of the colonels and 2 other people. That's big.
But how can you believe anything they're saying in an interview, on the stand, in front of?
Oh, sure, but the way Fanning was talking was almost like he realized, because anyone who's reading between the lines would see that what they did was the feds said to Tully, you can see some of this, Laura McLaughlin can read it to you, but you're not allowed to see all of it. Well, why would Fanning not be allowed to know? Why can't Tully go tell anyone else about what McLaughlin told him? Because they don't want.
Let me ask you this: like in Florida, like we would have a judge do an in-camera of that. You don't let the prosecution, you're probably more familiar with Massachusetts law than I am, but it's like we would be like, no, we're not going to have them decide what, like, and I've had, people say, oh, we'll review it first, then we'll give you what's relevant. Like, no, no, no. The judge doesn't want to go through 18 million pages of things, but you get we make the judge do it, and the judge will do it, and they review it in camera. So that means if anyone has, it's like the judge will get the records, and then they will review it themselves, basically in their chambers, and then let us know.
Yes,
so
but
why
let's
don't they
go
do that in Massachusetts, Grant?
because, well, it's not about just Massachusetts. It's comedy. I'm not a lawyer, as you know. I've studied a little bit, but I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. It's a comedy question because remember when Judge Cannone was like, I'll make a ruling on the TUI material, but I'm not subject to a federal protective order. You have to submit it to me, Judge Cannone, because it's discovery. I'll impound it, but I won't subject myself to a federal protective order. That was that debate, because it's not discovery per se. It is TUI material that is subject to a federal protective order, and TUI material by its very nature is discovery in a state criminal case. So it's subject to two protective orders, a federal protective order and a state court impoundment order, and it is discovery that no one can talk about.
Yeah, but then why does I guess, but here it'll be the judge can review that. We'll be the one to review it to say, okay, this is exculpatory or this isn't. It's not.
Yeah, so that's exact. Yes, but by the time Judge Cannone gets it, this is a very good question. It is a TUI production. So Judge Cannone is only making a decision after the DOJ, pursuant to 28 CFR 16, 26 through 27, has done their own review and then excised anything that is subject to an active investigation. There's like 6 categories that get removed. That's what this really is. It's a question of Judge Cannone was ruling on the admissibility of the TUI report, but the TUI report from 2024 was excised, and Judge Cannone was only ruling on what the DOJ allowed the Norfolk DA and Karen's team to see in 2024. Another TUI request came in I want to say, the fall of 2024, the winter of 2025 from Brennan, and that was responsive too. We have no idea what's in that. We're only talking about the 2024 TUI that was released, the 5,000 pages Mr. Yannetti referenced in court. That's why this is a big deal, because that itself was just a small sliver of the federal material. No one has any idea what the feds were actually looking into or what's going on now or why this is all playing out the way that it is. This was our first hint to hearing Tully say, it's not just the NDA, Mo, as you know, it's when the NDA was signed, why Tully was allowed to see only certain things read to him by Laura McLaughlin, and then furthermore, why no one else was allowed to learn about what was on Proctor's phone. And then jump forward to the summer of 2025, Michael Proctor submits a motion in court on the record, and says, my old phone, I got rid of it in November 2024. My new phone auto deletes every 30 days. What? And then 2 months later, they drop all of his records?
Right.
No, it's more than that. What if the reason Tully had to sign the NDA? What if the reason Laura McLaughlin was read in on the full file is because the DOJ had Proctor's phone the whole time? They were continuing to monitor him. They waited until he misled the Miles King judge, and then they dropped the documents proving he lied.
And that's like he came up with that chart just with the vague, so the defense wouldn't be able, because you're supposed to be able to see. Okay, well, we got to see if it's up to McLaughlin to say if it's exculpatory or not.
No, it's not. It's up to the
chart, and then they blame the defense that the chart sucked and it was her chart that was like just very. You couldn't identify it through that. So that's what I'm saying. It's like a very different process down here that it's like watching that. I was like, wait, what?
And it almost makes you think
the defense know what she decided was, it's not.
Well, it almost makes you think it wasn't Laura McLaughlin. That's what I'm so intrigued by. I cannot believe, first of all, that this IA report was released in the form that it was. It is everything about this case summed up it's the conclusion of it all. It's only a hint at the larger picture. I just cannot understand how Laura McLaughlin would have been read in and then told, like, I can't imagine the DOJ hid from her that the reason they were only giving Tully limited information and not allowing him to talk to anyone else was, like, they didn't hide that from her. That was, like, she had to have been told, you have to be very delicate. You can't just go reading through this whole production with Tully. We, DOJ, must be worried that Tully's going to run to Proctor or Fanning or whoever and tell them what we have. That's the part that blows my mind when I saw that Laura McLaughlin was the point person. We knew she was, but not in that way. I'm telling you, there's just something to this. Feel free to weigh in, but I'm not even sure we're going to be able to process the fallout from this until we get more information. Like, there was a reason this was not released right away. I don't know if
But
you all
remember
watched.
when but it came
Right.
out, we had like 5 hearings about, oh, well, we can't, we're working through trying to get, released from this protective order. And then it turns out that the feds are like, yeah, we already gave you that stuff. Like, you could have released it 6 months ago. Like, it was like just fucking a dog and pony show. That's like, okay,
Unless it wasn't.
this is stuff, you know what I mean?
Unless it wasn't, because there is
Right.
a text. And this is why I always knew there was something to this. There was a text where Aiden, back in 2023, Aiden Carney says, Turtle Boy says, the feds want Jen McCabe's phone, quoting generally, the feds want Jen McCabe's phone that gets turned over to Karen Reed and Discovery because they want to see if the DA's office doesn't include anything that the feds have in their records. Doesn't that just sound too eerily familiar to exactly what happened to Proctor for this not to have been a larger operation? Am I like completely, like, that's the only explanation.
You're thinking of it like an operation, like that. It's just this case. We're gonna do this. This is just like a standard operating procedure for these people. So it's not like there was But then of course, when things are coming out in this case, and that's why I think the Karen Civil case is so important, just because the discovery alone.
But it's the federal grand jury that was different here, wasn't it, Mo? Not every criminal case has a federal grand jury looking into the investigators. Here we had a prime example.
This is an extreme one, but as to what they do and how they operate, of course there are going to be more, cases that are worse than others. But like, it's just, say there was just a little something in a little case, they will lie about anything, like a little, in the smaller cases, and something that.
But it's not the lie. It's that. Well, sorry, but it's not the lie.
I think it's that there's deeper things that are in there that aren't being told, that we don't know.
Well, why would they? The federal grand jury,
right?
We just learned for the first time that it wasn't supposed to be just Proctor on the 1st of February 2024. It was supposed to be Proctor for 2 hours and then Yuri for 2 hours. First of all, whoa, that's big. And then Proctor, we learned, went in there prepped to answer Karen Reed questions, and the first question was about a text message between his mom and his sister and him.
Yeah.
And then after 6.5 hours, Tully and Fanning, the two top dogs in the unit, rushed to Michael Proctor's house. They were worried about what he said. Clearly.
Yeah. Because he wasn't prepared for what they had on him, and that it was about him.
But I mean, look at Aiden's grand jury. It's like Cosgrove, like, oops, like, forgot to like charge him with something. Like, I forget what he did, but he like had some like blunder that he went into this whole day about some other issue. And it's like, people think about it like this grand jury. Like, no, it's like the same thing as a regular jury, but it's like even less, and there's no defense, and you just stand up there and you just present whatever thing you want, and it's like, I don't know. They should probably rename it, because.
Well, and in the end, Proctor's own, So what do they get? They get like their own lawyer or whatever. Left was like, I can't do this,
Well, he
But
didn't
and
just
that's
Proctor's
leave.
just an idiot. Proctor's like the lowest. Like, okay, yeah, Proctor, you need to be fired. You need
Well,
to be
hold
fired.
on.
You
He
need to be
didn't.
fired.
He didn't just leave. Let's be clear. Proctor's
like
lawyer
this.
made a material misrepresentation in July of 2025 to the Miles King judge. It's also like Giovanni Dos Santos, a few other defendants. A
Ooh, I
material.
didn't see this. I'm excited for this.
Oh yeah, Proctor's lawyer said in July of 2025. This really ties it all together. That his old phone was
Yeah.
gone in November 2024. His new phone auto deleted every 30 days. Folks, that there is something that is shocking about the fact that then 2 months later, 13 years of his phone comes out. How do we know? The Norfolk DA discloses this in discovery to all
Yep.
those defendants. That is when Proctor's lawyer withdraws. That lawyer. That is
Yeah.
when Proctor drops his appeal.
Yep.
It's all lining
Because
up.
I
right.
kind of liked his attorney. He was kind of cool. I liked him. So and I was glad right after it's like good because and at that time everyone was thinking like, oh my god, what is he saying in the text? Because as soon as that came out, it was like over.
Well, you guys are talking about a lot of these bigger cases, but also like looking at the like microcosm of Canton, right? And basically anybody that dissents from what the deciders are deciding we should think, they're using taxpayer resources in the same kind of the manipulative way. I mean, like if you read through that absolutely goofy interview of Yuri Buchanan with the Canton fence guy and the three tiny ducks, like it literally Rich said something like, I don't think this is funny. So like Yuri's laughing in this interview, I guess. Like this is all a big joke. Him wasting our taxpayer dollars, I guess, after stalking this man around town a little bit. Like they're then using that in the criminal justice system, wasting the court's time, wasting the court's resources, which are already spread exceedingly thin, like for real crime. Like it's
And the select board is like I've that I started watching early on when it started. Like, I
oh
mean,
yeah.
when the first Karen retrials started, I started watching the meetings,
Yep.
and I mean, they were fighting. I mean, they're like, you get this amount of time to talk. We're not responding to you. And basically, fuck
Okay.
off.
I
You know
mean,
what I mean? How
right
sad
after,
is that?
well, right after Chris Albert was elected, they
Yeah.
started scooping up women in town. So they all started acting in this self-protective manner. And yeah, like those kind of things, like limiting people's rights.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to one of the police audit committee meetings. One of the people on the select board had a heads up. I've been through some of this stuff in relation, to these cops. And I had contacted somebody on the select board and said, hey, I'll be there. I prepared my statement for 3 minutes. Obviously, like domestic violence, that kind of stuff is hard to talk about.
Yeah.
And I'm not a great public speaker. Can I just like get through the whole, I just want to get through the whole statement. So I get in there, get up to the mic, ask Bob 32 McCarthy for an accommodation under the ADA and say, hey, this is 3 minutes, but I'm looking for an accommodation under the ADA just to make sure I can read the statement in its entirety. And that evil old prick denied me. Not only did he deny me, this is like a public meeting.
Right.
It then later, when the Canton Community Cable uploaded the footage, they edited out
Yeah.
part of a public meeting Like
Yeah.
that, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. That's definitely a violation of my First Amendment rights.
I mean,
And
what's
like,
her name?
they,
Colleen McCarthy, or what's her name?
Pauline O'Neill, yeah.
That edits all the videos. Yeah, there you
Not
go.
to
I've
mention the
seen
open
parts where
meeting
it's been
law.
completely blacked out. Yeah.
Really?
Where
I
they'll
mean,
just cut the camera
they
off.
literally, they didn't even do that. They literally started it after the meeting had started when I started the little speech that I made. And then you know,
That's
whatever. I went to
ridiculous.
Canton High. I know all these people, and I threw a goddamn hissy fit. I was like, "You violated my rights under the ADA. Who's telling you to cut this footage? You haven't cut
Ugh.
any footage before." And after bitching and moaning, they uploaded the full meeting with Bob McCarthy denying my accommodation.
Wow.
Good for
So,
you. Good for
So
you.
what can we do
That's what you
other?
got to do. You got to
I just
advocate.
want to, because I'm gonna go. I gotta walk my dog
Go
for a
ahead.
few minutes, but I'll obviously be back and I'll have it on the headphones. But, um, for Yuri, like his laughing stuff, I think like it's not like I give him a break or anything, but like there is some
don't,
aspect
don't,
that's like I don't. He fucking
don't.
sucks.
He
He
deserves
fucking
not
sucks.
an
But
inch.
he like seems kind of fun. I mean, if you're
He,
gonna you know what I mean? Like
he's not.
he's
I know him.
terrible. Of
No, he's
course,
not. He's
he's
not.
terrible. He's of course, but I'm just saying like I think some of that laughing
He was the
is not
explicit.
necessarily he's like evil. Like, it's just like part of his personality. I think.
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now,
I'm not trying to defend.
explicitly.
I'm not trying to defend
No, no,
anyone.
no. That man is explicitly, him and John Fanning are the two reasons I explicitly went to Brian Tully and said, I am concerned, sir, about the conflict of interest in the Sandra Burgess investigation. And he was like, fuck you, lady. But, so there was that. But he's
I
the
didn't know you
reason.
like knew him. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I know all of them. I went to Canton High School,
I'm
was
sorry.
involved with
I
their
mean, he looks
buddy.
like he's from
Like
Minnesota.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's all I'm
sorry
saying.
that you had to go through that.
Or whatever.
And that you
and I
still
will
have
stand
to.
10 toes down to him every day. He can bite me.
But I love that you say that like you're not great at public speaking and you're like sitting here talking about advocating for yourself and repeatedly going to bitch about something that you had a right for. And I think that you need to give yourself a lot more credit,
I mean,
Yeah.
period.
it wasn't just for me. I mean, the way these men were acting, even before that IA report came out, I've like had the Farwell's brother-in-law breathing down my neck since 2021. Like, what
But
are you
wait, what do you
guys?
mean?
What did you
What do you
know
mean?
was
Yeah.
coming?
What do you
Um,
mean?
oh God. Whatever. Canton guy, and he's absolutely out of his mind. And
Are you talking
I
about the
went.
guy who went out to Nevada and then caught a charge recently?
No. His brother-in-law, his wife's brother, has been like serial harassing myself and other women in town. But he kept like sending me very creepy messages on social media, like, "Oh, hey, beautiful, beautiful." Kept trying to like say Cash App, offer me money, and I thought like, "Oh, maybe this man is slow, and maybe this has worked for him before." I really like this is.
Right, right.
I mean, like this is creepy as hell.
Yeah.
And then that IA report came out about Sandra Birchmore, and I was like, did they make a list of women they've had sexual contact with? This is scary as hell. They're already crawling up my ass. I have two small kids. You know what I mean? I live in this community.
Yeah.
Did
That
you
I
watch the Robert Devine hearings?
yeah,
If
I
not,
did.
like, were you just throwing up? Like, it was so
Yeah.
disgusting.
I literally cried for 2 days after listening to that absolute load of horse
And him
shit.
sitting there, like him laughing, like like
Yeah,
that, just
smug.
fucking yeah.
I mean, like, wow, what a cluster B personality disorder.
And
There
that's
aren't even
the
words
lead.
for it.
That's the chief of police. Like what? That's the fucking chief of
I mean,
police.
how they let him stay on the force, like after that Tiffany Overstreet incident where he literally swatted his girlfriend after like sending his coworker nudes, like crazy pants.
And then he had the girls in the gym office and all this
No,
stuff.
no, his daughter, dude. There was like his coworker, Brian Holmes, like there at work, and Divine had like take your daughter to work day or something. I don't know. And then at the end of the day, Brian Holmes had like a hand written
Yeah,
letter
like a
in his
painted
mailbox in
crayon
crayon that
thing.
was like,
Crayon.
yeah, revenge is a dish best served cold or some deranged shit. And he blamed his own kid who was in
Oh
second grade.
my.
And then Donna McNamara, which God bless her, I don't know how I would have handled this too, because clearly this man's a full blown sociopath. But all she gave the kid a no trespass, some second grader, rather than fire this man. She was like, "We're gonna just take out this protective order against a 7-year-old." Like,
Wait, and this was the
what are
same.
we doing?
And I know, Italy, you've known about this for a few years, but this was the same series of investigations that unearthed the interview where someone, we don't know who, was asked why he was aware of text messages where someone threatened Sandra Birchmore about money she owed to the girls in a dorm suite.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
There-
I mean, that IA report sent me reeling when that came out. I got positively crazy because of those lines. I was like, "Holy hell!" So they've been doing this for how old's this girl? How old was I? Like 20 something years. Like this is. And,
Yeah.
and
And
it looks
Italy,
like
you're
it's
not.
now morphed into trafficking, and that's
That's
when
what
I
I'm saying,
started showing
trafficking.
up down at the DA's office with like my little pink pussy hat protest, and he was like, "Oh, God help
And you're
me,"
and
you
you're not
know.
just saying this, right, Italy? There
No.
is documentation from I've seen as early as 2023 from you onwards where you were trying to raise this issue. You are very close to this,
Oh,
and there
absolutely.
are documents that show it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I definitely had no chill about it, but also part of it was because I thought I was in danger and my kids were in danger.
I feel like I
So,
remember watching like the Canton meeting and there being a woman that went up to the microphone and she had talked about, being, assaulted by um, men in and around and was trying to speak up for herself and saying like if you don't live in a certain part of Canton, you know, you don't get the benefits of
no, they will
what
tread
they
on
get,
their
and
own.
then my kids are being treated a certain way because I'm standing up for what has happened to me, and they are getting bullied and they are getting
Yes.
attacked. Now I don't know if that was you or
Oh,
not, but
no, that
I remember
wasn't
another
me, but
woman,
I
but
will.
there are more women out there, like
Oh,
right,
yeah,
like you're
there's more of
saying,
us. There's more of us.
there's more of you.
And part of this is like, I know I know all these men because I was like in with the in crowd. And the second I spoke up, being like, I mean, this man is a human trafficker and he keeps offering me money. Is somebody, they seem to have killed a girl. Is somebody going to stop this? You
I
know what
mean,
I
in my
mean? Like,
town, the
but
people that
I'm the
became the
problem.
cops were like not were like the people that did like they took just like extracurriculars since like ninth grade because they were like idiots, and then they had to do one lap around the track and like became police officers.
I
It's
mean,
must be different in different. I mean,
Jordan versus New
I'm
London. Look it
far
up.
from. Well, it's not that far, but it's not close. I'm from Hingham.
Yeah. Yeah. I
I
mean,
heard
oh,
that's where the swingers started was Hingham.
oh
Everyone
God.
says. I don't know, but
Dude, I mean, really, I don't know what their hiring criteria is, but I went to high school with a lot of them, and I think part of it, I think, is that like the caliber of the candidate that you are hiring, but a lot of it is
like,
like
were they
these
smart? Were
cross.
they
It's
in
who
like the
you
smart? Were,
know.
were they in the smart kid classes? Any of them?
I think it's who you know. It's all about
It's who you know. It's who
connections.
you know. It's
It's all about
100% who you know.
connections.
Yeah, like your
You,
So that's
dad. If
enough.
your dad went
your
to high
dad,
school with the vet
yup, or your
ages, you get a job.
uncle, or it's
That's
all
me, but
about,
Hingham too. My
yeah,
dad, anytime to get your car fixed, it's Tony, and that's what
yeah.
I was saying before. Is kind of like it's the atmosphere that is the positive stuff. They're like, oh yeah, my dad's got a guy, whatever,
Yeah.
and but that it just
Well,
then that
that's how you become a cop there.
Well,
no,
but it's more
I mean
No,
like
scary.
that like
you know a
why
guy.
corruption,
Absolutely.
why it's so deep seated in mass is like this. There's a different vibe in Massachusetts that everybody knows everybody. You got a guy who does this, got a guy, and you just know it's such a small world or something. I don't
But
know.
doesn't
what
it
I
feel
mean,
I got a
different?
guy for everything too, but like at least the police here aren't corrupt. You know what I mean? Like I got
But
a
it's
guy,
like
I got a vape guy,
these
you
small
know?
towns. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
something about Boston and and
But
I don't.
Massachusetts area. It's just different than other states. And
I don't. Do you guys like have civil service lists in other states? That was like one of the things the new
Yeah.
chief of police, like he said
yeah,
that, and I was like, oh, this is promising because like
yeah.
you don't have a list of like a third of like Michael Smith the third, whose grandfather has a dedication at Pequot Farm. You know what I mean? Like
But
you're getting
it does it that's how it works, but the scary part is even though list, like it's designed to funnel. So like they know how many points they need. They know how many points they get for doing X thing. So it's more like your cousin or your brother or your father or your grandfather will say, okay, if you want like the 8 points on the civil service exam, make sure you do this. Now do this, do that. It's like it doesn't have to be that direct. And the consequence is that
But no, it is though, Grant, because there's some stuff with certification of these police officers that I think a lot of other stuff is to distract from that, because that was an issue with one of our resource officers and taking his police certification exam. I don't, know the specifics, but
Or what about becoming an
why
advocate?
is he then put in charge of a bunch of kids if he can't responsibly take a test
Yes.
and like
like
his
solve a
first
math
job?
problem. They should have a simple competency test that if you're on a jury or you're a cop, you just got to do a couple simple math problems, because you
Right.
want someone that can't solve a math problem, and I bet that would eliminate half
Oh
of the
yeah.
bad police in
but
Massachusetts. Make
but
them solve
why
a
is
fucking
it
math problem.
but why is it I guess what confuses me is every other element of government I've covered, the Cannabis Control Commission, local, state,
Ethics.
whatever. It all comes down to like people play by the rules. I know people are going to say, yeah, but it's Massachusetts and they really don't. And look at Rachel Rollins and Arroyo and Hayden. Yeah, I get it. But that's still playing by the rules, the unspoken rules. Why is it this specific group of people, not the Norfolk D8, but the people around him that have like made this something so bad? I know you're all talking about the culture in Canton,
It's
but
ethics.
what is it?
It's ethics. They were taught a specific kind of ethics and ethical behavior that they go by.
But I think
Kind
they
of like,
think the
well, let me
ethical
ask.
thing is to cover for their friend. I think they think because it's like this is the small
Privilege.
town you grew
And
up
then-
in. And
But
it's-
why
And
the
then,
threats of
like, if one's a
violence?
predator, it's okay if the other becomes a predator. It's like almost like I want to be the cool guy. So like if they're going to do it, or they get an initiation of some sort, they hold things over each other. They got to have stuff on each other as well. So that's what a real smart person does when they start bringing in people like that, is building up what you can hold over people, and probably doing initiation style stuff, so like they would never want anyone to know about, right? And then I think that's how they hook them, and then that's how they turn these people into unethical,
Yeah, is that why this is getting so,
non-professionals.
is that why this is getting so dark and scary? Because so much of the running of the interference was beneath the surface here was like people who were willing to make threats of violence. Like we had that 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
We've all kind of moved on, but that happened. I heard it on an X Space. I heard Sean McCabe do it.
Yeah.
So are we all just supposed to be like, oh, well, it's Massachusetts. That's how it goes. Who cares, like, if this is just how it is? I can't accept that. That's not okay for Aiden, for Karen, for anyone who, like, tries to stop this. It just immediately let's overwhelm them, torment them. No, like, we need to be a united group that stands up and says, like, this is why they tried to divide the Free Karen Reed movement, because it was bigger than just Karen. It was about this very specific node of corruption that doesn't allow you to talk about it. Karen, I think, doesn't even talk about it in full. Do you notice? We talk about it more directly than she does, because I think the people around her are saying, this is like a scary group of people. The scary part is
Yeah.
that no one does anything.
Yeah. Well,
Well, that's it. Nobody's done anything. Let's not
well,
pretend. Let's not pretend that, like, I mean, I've contacted so many people. I've
right.
contacted elected officials to let them know what's going on. I've contacted the office of the, inspector general, the FBI, yada,
Yeah.
yada, yada, to be like, and honestly, it's not even necessarily to say, oh, here are the men that I've had
Hmm.
romantic relations with. It's like, hey, I mean, like, I put myself out there in 2022. My friend owns the local newspaper, and I was like, yo, want to cover this? And they were like, heck yeah. So I put myself out there, but other people who like have unwittingly been like drawn into this, that like are experiencing what I'm experiencing in with the information I know. Like, I've contacted them to say, hey, man, like, other women, like victims of these cops have reached out
Hmm.
to me, and there isn't anywhere safe to report this information, because like where we're supposed to, like, this is compromised.
And are there
And
reports? Like,
so
can you look up
it's
any reports? Can you see if there's any?
oh, they stonewalled me.
You know what I
I
mean?
file
Like,
every
there's nothing. Right. There's
Well, oh,
probably
hold on.
nothing to
public
Italy,
prove
records
anything you're saying right
request,
now,
hold on.
right?
they
Italy,
stonewall you.
Italy, I'm sure, is one of the people who will attest to this. I think Italy has proof that she communicated with Brian Tully and then tried to FOIA her communication, and they said it didn't exist, but she has it, so she knows it exists.
Literally. Yeah, back in 2022, when I first staged that little standout, I then got scared because I had a feeling they'd go tell Yuri and it would turn into something. So
Hmm.
then I started trying to like approach it from a proactive vantage point, like, hey, do you have grant money for after school programs that aren't run by Skinners? Like, like stupid stuff. But I had those old emails of him, like, basically really not being helpful, but anyway. And
Yeah, but
then
like,
and
good
then
for
in
you for
July,
trying to get money to go to something besides paying
right,
for millions of dollars towards shit that shouldn't
well,
be
it
put
panicked
towards,
them.
and
It
paying all
panicked them
them
that when I
and
started
paying all them.
asking. Yeah, I mean, like, they anyway. So 6 months ago, maybe around July, I used some of their strategies. I sent an email ahead of time in anticipation that I would request it, and the subject line was Matthew Farwell, and then I wrote, "You're a real piece of shit." And then 6 months later, I sent a public records request, uh, hoping to get that back as like a joyride. But none of them came back to me. None. They were like, nope, sorry. Those records don't exist. Mind you, I marched in there with a FOIA in 2022 demanding to know how many cops smack around women and kids, and had a very long chat with Brian Tully, just him and I, about my concerns, about people who had reached out to me. So I was basically looking for any documentation, considering all these freaks then immediately descended on my life. And they said there was no record of me even coming in there. Oh,
And
so
that's just as far back as what you have done. And thank God for you. You are a advocates of advocates, and I love you. I think you are amazing. You are powerful, you are resilient, and do not quit.
well, there isn't an option to quit. They've got me and my kids on their puppet strings. So.
Well, just know that I support you,
Thank you.
and everything you're doing. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm here, and everything you're doing is fantastic, and keeping in all those documents and trying as hard as you have been is just further proof. And you're doing an incredible job.
Yeah,
You
thanks.
are, Italy, you have proven that even before people fully realized what was going on, that no matter what they put you through, you continued to speak your truth. And I hope in time people realize that this tactic of gaslighting people, tormenting them, their families, and otherwise, will become the story. And it wasn't just Italy. It wasn't just the people in the orbit of Sandra or Karen or Aiden. This is happening not because of Aiden and Karen, but because of what they found. And as you've seen, like, did I suffer this way from you all? I hope you all realize how kind you are. Please do not take this as me blowing smoke up your skirts. It is outrageous. Even when I was so critical of Karen, of Aiden, I never suffered like I'm suffering now for trying to expose these people in the orbit of the Norfolk DA's office. I've never experienced anything like it. The government, the Cannabis Control Commission, published an official promulgation calling me a racist because I was onto a group of men in the CCC who were abusing women and covering it up. You can read Judge Gordon's decision about this, where I am referenced. And it took 3 years. And I don't care about myself. I'm comparing it to this. As soon as I said what was done to Karen and Aiden was wrong, I started suffering unlike anything I've ever experienced. And it's not just me. I saw it happen to Lindsay, too. You cannot talk negatively about these people or they torment you. And all it's done is made me sympathize more with Aiden and Karen. Sorry.
Yep.
But you're doing something and you're bringing people together. Grant, like, look at what you're doing right now. Look at the people that you have, like, influenced and changed and are bringing people together that would not have been together. I honestly truly believe like you are doing everything right now. Like whatever you've gone through to get here was all meant for a reason, right? We all go through whatever shitty shit happens to us is for a reason. We have to find the goodness in that reason. And this is the goodness in it. As much as you are getting like antagonized and that you're scared and you're fighting for justice, it is you doing it, and you are brilliant at doing it, and we need you to do it.
I understand, and I it's unwilling. Okay, I believe that petitioning one's government to say this is what's wrong and this is how to fix it is the only hope we have. And I don't understand. I do understand now why, when you come up against something that has no name, has no structure, does not use its actual identities, the punishment isn't like somebody comes and shoots you. The punishment is like you pay with your like day-to-day life. You can never...
Death by 1,000 cuts, Grant.
Yes, and I've seen it now repeated over and over where I don't believe it's a coincidence. I just don't. I believe it is a specific series of attacks on people who don't toe the party line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a playbook.
And you're
it's a very
unraveling
effective
it.
one.
Yeah.
I mean, Grant, the hats off to you. You should wear this with a badge of honor. You blowing up Michael Morrissey's confidential informant program, like as a woman of Boston. Hell yeah, that was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, because he was leveraging that in the most abusive way possible. Like, hats off to you, sir.
And I don't feel good about it. I don't want anyone to think that I went into this with anything other than questions. And I still only have questions about what happened to John and, frankly, why Aiden was in the middle of a street with a bullhorn. Very simple initial questions that spiraled into a whole life.
You can buy a bullhorn at Harbor Freight for $29.99 right over in Braintree. I'm just letting you know.
And maybe
I swear if I lived where you guys live right now, I would do a rolling rally. Like
Yeah.
I would be out there in the cold doing a rolling rally right now. I swear. I wish
Well,
I lived there. I wish I had money to fly out there. I wish I could be there to support you guys. So when I can be supportive from afar and do and help in any way, um
thank you.
I try. But I wish I could be boots on the ground. Like I really, really do. I'm glad that I don't live there because I I just feel so I feel for you. But I would fight my ass off and I would be right beside you trying to make a change and holding your hand and being your support. I would go down for anything.
We got you here though, so that's what counts.
I
Yeah.
say that all the. Hi, how are you guys? I just wanted to say
Yeah.
something real quick.
Erica!
Hi,
Erica.
Brew. What's going on? So, like, small world shit. Like, I've known Rachel since I was a small child, actually. So,
Act.
I actually was showing up with other boots on the ground people to that meeting with Bob McCarthy that night you spoke. Remember when I saw
Yep.
you outside, and I was like, "Holy shit! I didn't realize you had been doing it so long, as long as you have." You know. I just want to say one thing, and it's gonna be backwards because that how my memory works. Grant, you are doing the right thing. You're exposing the truth. So you can't, the truth is always the right thing. Wherever it may lead you, however that road may take you, it might get rocky, it might get bumpy, but if you really are a truth seeker and you really want to know what's going on deep down, you'll stick with it and I think you'll be just fine. Um, you guys were talking about things that have happened in Canton that have someone used the word, I can't think of it, but I don't know if this is true, Rachel. You might be able to help me out. But oh, you guys were talking about units and how units are like
Mm.
they have the unidentified, unattended death unit, right? They have different units. You know, when you're coming into Canton, there's the gas. You could come in the way with the gas station, and if
Yep.
you across from the gas station, it's like a reservation, like a park, like a state thing, I think, right? Or maybe it's down a little bit.
Yeah.
If I could be on the wrong entry road,
No,
but
no,
anyways,
you're right. You're right.
yeah,
It's like
wasn't
right
there
at
was
the
a
base of Big
woman,
Blue. Yeah.
yeah, there was a woman found there in her car, shot in the head twice,
Right.
and I don't think they've solved that yet, right? And there's the one,
And you
there's
wonder why.
right, and then
Mm.
there's the story about the young girl that was impregnated by, I'm not even gonna say his name, but by one of the Alberts, and she was given money and up and fled town, and you never heard of her from her again.
Yeah.
Like that's the type of pull that these people have. So one can understand where you would feel like a little reserved, but then you have to remember that they're lunatics coming on Twitter to speak their mind. They are drunk and getting yelled at by their wives because they haven't confronted any of the issues they say they have. They just sit online and they talk shit all day. They've done nothing about it. So again, I just keep pushing forward and keep fighting for what's right. And of course, you have everyone here alongside you. Again, Ali, when you say that too, like people online I've said it from the beginning. I've said it from the first trial when Tom CP was, running amok with this camera. I said, no matter where it is, and it's spread near and it's spread far. And I like to, be proud of that, and I think everybody should be proud of that. We got one thing accomplished, and again, I'm sorry, you can't think of, what happened. Logic there. I just preferably I don't. So do as you please,
Yeah.
but don't.
I'm
Like
team.
I haven't
I'm
stopped
team.
supporting either one of them.
Yeah. I'm
Absolutely.
team.
I mean, what they did to him was wrong. At
Yeah.
the end of the day, I mean, like,
That's why.
I mean, there's probably policy, but like, do I think he's a human and that
Right.
is respect and honor
Well, that's like
constitutional
the other
rights?
night. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
In the face, like I was getting torn apart because I couldn't mute somebody that I didn't have the control of the muting. It's like simple, and they think it's true. They hit post, they think it's true, and that's it. Like you just down. Some of these people on here are just here for I say, like they're not here for the cause. They
Fixing the audio now. Takes like a second to reboot it. It's because there's so many people on the space. It overloads Towel Computer. I felt bad this happened with Lily Kangaroo the other day. I hope she comes on the space today. She came on like while the audio broke and she thought I was ignoring her. I was not. But anyway, I'm not ignoring Erica either. I want you to be able to hear her audio. So give me one sec. It's not them, it's me. Oh, no need to mute. Sorry, I'm back.
Just get up there and talk for 17 hours like Twisted Strategies about other people's content. Like I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Like I want to make sure that it's something unique. And I've had a lot of ideas along the way. So I'm gonna try to, utilize those. And yeah, like, I said the other day, like Auntie Deb inspired me with a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
I was writing a rap against Janetti for like a while now. I've asked him to rap battle me so many times.
Yes.
Yes,
For some reason he
please.
Yes.
won't, and
That's
I found
great.
out I got a lot of dirt on that little asshole. So I need to battle him sooner or later. But anyways, like it's just stupid stuff like that. Like but I want to do it. I think there are stories that need to be told, and
Yep.
I think there are stories that need to be corrected. I'm not going to say that I'm going to correct it with the truth or whatever. I'm gonna tell you what happened to me and what
Mm-hmm.
my truth is and what I witnessed out on the sidewalk, out on the stand, standouts, out front of court, wherever. And it was a great experience. Like I said, I've learned a lot of things about myself, about a lot of individuals. I've learned about just in general.
You're
And it's okay to like overreact sometimes. Like I said the other night, like I came in hot on like Rat House Media. I already apologized to Danny. He was like, "You fucking kidding me? Shut up! Like, what's wrong with you?" Like, but it's just like me. Like I didn't. But like I was so irritated because I'm the like, why are you talking about me, sir? It's like, what the fuck,
yeah.
man? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, I made a comment, like, and again, whatever. Like, I don't even know. I don't even know what he was mad about. Like, I really don't. And I don't like now. I don't care. You know what I mean? But like, don't tell me who or what I am. You will never ever be able to fucking break me. You'll ever be able to knock me down or ever make me feel less than. I think what he did
Yes.
actually, I have messages upon messages. I'm telling you, I've been getting them for the last fucking week and a half about this man and how that was their last straw. That was the last time they'll ever tune into him. That is the last they canceled. Like again, I don't know how true it is. People can say whatever the fuck they want. But I know I'm not the only one. So it is what it is. But
Well,
I love you all. Just stay strong, and haters gonna hate.
And
exactly.
Erica,
And
I just want
yeah.
to say one thing is that what you were describing, that you can just go and say whatever the fuck you want. Like, remember, everybody, that's going to be one of the attractions, the amusements at NanCon is going up to the booth, the litigation booth. It's like has a sign that says no evidence, no, not, and you can just say whatever the fuck you want. I
We
can't wait.
can't wait for
I can't
NanCon.
wait for NanCon, so I just wanted to say
You
that.
all
Erica,
fucking insane.
congratulations.
Thank you.
I love you.
I love
Multi
you too.
selfie. You make me
Yeah.
stronger, girl.
We'll talk.
You
I got to
got
talk to you about some
this.
shit too.
You got
Yeah,
this.
All
and
right.
We're
Love
very
y'all. Peace
excited
All
for
out.
you.
right,
I'll
stay
be
So,
warm.
listening. Yes, I'll be listening. I'll stay on for a little bit. If you need to boot me, I can jump off.
no, you stay as long as you want, Erica. I fixed the sound. For those who wonder why do I like go off and on, I made Rachel a co-host to help. Like anyone who wants to help is great. It's because the sound after a few hours on YouTube will get crackly. So I refreshed the space. It sounds better for the listeners on YouTube. Thank you, Erica. I'm so excited to
Of
watch
course.
what your presentations
Yeah.
in the vernacular will be like. I think that's going to be great. I only jumped in because veterans has been waiting to ask a question for a little bit. If their hand was raised, if you want to unmute, feel free to jump into the discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I wanted to join in. My name is Shonda. I'm the founder of the nonprofit. It's Veterans Memorial News. I wanted to grab a mic and just say thanks to Jessica for like loving our post. And we're set up organized as an app and a website. And we're a Groupon for veterans. exclusively for their families, and it really is just a whole new way to honor and like pay tribute to these men and women. And I don't really know what the topic is related to today, but I kind of wanted to plug what we're doing. We are a year old, recognized as a nonprofit by the IRS, so we're nationwide. My goal was to start a horse farm for veterans and kind of
Oh,
build a vehicle to get there so they could have the equine assisted therapy to kind of
and
retool their life and set them up for success. Like,
we could
give them.
definitely use that where I live. I live right near a military base. And to see the people here that need help, it's very life changing.
It's
And
unbelievable. I'm in
And now I'm
Ohio. I'm not sure.
flying.
I've
Let's
heard
take it.
Canton, so I don't know. Like, I'm in Ohio. If anyone's in Ohio, but that's where we're based out of.
I'm in Illinois.
Okay.
I'm in Illinois too, but I'm moving back to Cincinnati, so we'll hang out.
Yeah,
What
I would
what a
love that. Yeah, for
wonderful
sure. Let's.
initiative.
I mean, I've been
How,
doing this for 10 years. Grant, thank you for the mic. I'm sorry to talk
no,
over
no,
you.
no. I want to ask you a question. Where did the initiative start? I actually, you may not know this, and my streams every day encouraging people to donate to various charities. Veterans charities are one of them. Did you? Were you a veteran? Or were you in the military? How did this start?
Thank you for asking. Again, my name is Shonda, and my daughter, her daddy passed in 2015. He was a sniper for the Marines. He did like the first push over into Iraq. He came home with an injury, like a back injury, kind of honorable discharge, and um, yeah, he definitely was. He was one that was suffering with like the PTSD and it's just a lot. It's heavy on people's
Yeah.
hearts. It's really heavy on people's hearts when they go overseas and they do things. And many people, don't recover from that unless they have the right support and the right network. And
Hmm.
that I enrolled my daughter. My dream was like to really start a horse farm to get this equine therapy, assisted therapy out there. My background's in tech. I've been in technology for 22 years. Um, and I knew like the farm to build the farm, it was going to be something like where we literally had to have like funds coming in regularly. So
Yeah.
I decided like I wanted to build something very similar to like a Groupon that would be like a rewards program for businesses to give back and contribute,
Oh,
share
that's
like
awesome.
any discount. And there's like 30 different types of businesses. Small business makes America tick, right? So we're city
Yeah.
by city. It's for movers, junk removal, realtor, handyman, chiropractor, massage. All these businesses, we can bring a discount to the table and let the veterans know in their community, like, look, these people are here to support you. They're here
Yeah.
to love you. So it is Groupon and it is like Facebook as well because vets get a free platform to talk about anything. If they are running a business, like a moment of bravery, a highlight of their career. I met my wife, I met my husband, whatever it may be, they want to share. I think there's so much healing in storytelling. That is
Yeah.
like what you do. You go to AA and you tell your story. You go like to your therapist and you tell
Yeah.
your story. Like you go, if you're a veteran, you go to the veteran clinic and like they have group therapy to
Yeah.
tell your story. So this is a free platform for all of our military families to do that. And I
Oh,
really just encourage you, if you have a friend or a family member in the service, download our app. The company that is Veterans Memorial News. And thank you so much for asking me the question, Grant. Like my goal
Well,
was to start this so I can build the first homeless veterans horse farm. I want to launch one in Ohio. And when we get this one up and
oh,
running, I'm doing it nationwide. I am
yes,
doing
you
it in
are.
every single state. I'm not
Yes, you are.
stopping until we get it done. And
Will
girls,
you
I need
please
your help.
inbox me, please? Because I'm a nonprofit. Like that's what I love to do, and I've done outpatient therapy, and that's how I know people from the military and how I ended up where I am. And there's no experience like being in counseling with someone that has been in the military. Um,
no, no.
so
Can I
what you're
can I
doing
There's
is
ask?
so much
fantastic.
love. You know what I've realized, you guys, by doing this after 10 years? Like there is so much love in our society, like our
Yep.
world, there is love everywhere. And people just don't have a place to like share what they have to offer to the military. And that's why this is here.
Yes.
I am hiring independent contractors, sales professionals, anybody who is interested in working from home, work 3 hours, work 5 hours, make
Inbox me.
money.
Yeah, I will. I'll
Listen,
Now,
talk to you too.
now that
I
if
get
I could just,
ready.
Spread the word.
if I could just ask, how did you? This is such a important initiative. Our military members are in almost every sector of society. How did you find the true crime world, and do you see a lot of overlap between the military and law enforcement? Is that like
Mm,
something you see in your work?
Great question. I have a
mm,
job board as well. The job board is chief police and fire all over the US. You know, I've called about 12 different police stations. I got three of them immediately to create their job because they want to hire veterans. Everybody wants to bring a veteran on board. And what I am seeing is that some of these people are
mhm,
not mentally able to sustain that position. So we want to bring them with the farm, that equine therapy,
mhm.
back to that spiritual grounding. I want to give them a metal ranch to work on, like
Ugh,
give them a job, give them a garden, give them some non therapy with psychotics. I want to put
yeah.
medical marijuana in our hands.
Yes.
Medical marijuana. That is what they need. They do not need all these antipsychotics that are forcing them to then, get worse. The lithium, the
Yeah.
drugs that are out there, it's unbelievable
Can
how these
I
men,
can I interject real quick?
please.
And then I'll be quiet. Coming from my experience, I am actually so when I came back from combat, things like that, my trauma level was at a 40. Sorry, you may hear one of my canines. My trauma level was at a 47 out of 50. I'm actually SSRI like resistant. It doesn't work for me. The only thing that helped me, and I don't like smoke weed or anything like that. I'm not opposed to it. It's just not something that I choose to do. The only thing that would help me, and this is from like doctors who are pushing like, hey, let's give you some Xanax, like da da da. I'm like, none of it would work. The only thing that like helped me personally is doing like ketamine infusions and things like that, which is thank God I got that. But like you're so right on the whole, like it's the pill, like the whole. I won't go on a tangent, but like especially with veterans, like when you go to the VA, they like have they have not a quality crap. What's the word? They have a quota to meet, and it's like a lot of these drugs will stack them or whatever, and they won't know the actual like how they affect different people. And what
Yeah.
happens is that I mean, so many veterans, that's the way they commit suicide because they're not able to get the help that they need, and it gets to a point where it's hard enough to ask for that help. It's hard enough to
Mhm.
even realize the fact that your body's shot, like your brain's just sauced. You're not sleeping, and to get to that point, to even ask for help, and then be like, "Oh, well, we know better than you, and here's a bunch of pills. Good luck." And then like you get to that point, and they just they kill themselves. And so I just want to say I'm very much looking forward to assisting you in getting the word out and stuff like that. Like I said, we'll talk.
Can
And
I say
One
something
quick
about the
thing.
topic of like mental health veterans and like circle it back to law enforcement?
Yeah.
Um,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, I don't know if every department or municipality is similar, but some of these men that I've loved that are a little on the fritz, they got that kind of chemical intervention without getting appreciable like mental health support to support that trauma.
Mhm.
And a lot of times in law enforcement, I mean, rightfully so, like they give preferential hiring to veterans. And I guess maybe it's more a question like how are they filtering out that unresolved trauma that could lead to like on the job issues
it doesn't show
where
up till later a lot of
right,
times.
right. I mean, like the Sandra Birchmore is a prime
Or
example. I'll
like
tell you
oh
right
yeah,
now.
or like the Farwells. I mean, I served with them.
Yes.
They're
Oh,
they're they
yes.
both lied. They
Same.
both lied. So
I
yeah,
think they've always been like that, though.
yeah.
But
Oh, they have. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to share some more crap that I found out about them while they were
Wait,
work
did someone
studying.
say
I
they
mean, not even
served
the
with the?
Farwells,
Hold
like
on.
some
I
of
don't
their
mean to.
friends.
Did
Sorry,
someone
go
say
ahead.
they? No, I just heard something I want to clarify. Did someone say they served with the Farwells?
I did. I did, Grant.
Oh,
Baby girl,
wait,
who are
what?
you?
What?
Whoa.
Yeah. So Matt Farrell was in. So because I was the bomb squad unit. So basically, when you deploy,
Oh God,
you
honey.
have what's yeah, you have what's called like your security. You basically get teamed up with a unit to run your security for you. And so Matthew's unit was actually going to be our security. Well, they were our security, but Matt didn't deploy. But Billy was
Mm,
actually a bomb tech.
hate
So
him.
it's a very small world in the bomb tech
Small
community.
world.
So yeah, I have lots
Now,
to say
now,
about
do you?
them.
Okay, I actually went to school with their wives, and I am fully on like team free Angela because actually, in regards to unresolved trauma, all that. I mean, and the fact that he's just fully insane. Like one of the big concerns for me was like these men had women of Canton. They're both Canton high grads, like captive, and then Billy literally like took off and absconded with his family to isolate them in the middle of New Mexico without like access to like their normal support systems. And like, and who is monitoring this and their safety in this situation? Because Billy, I mean, I'm sure you're following this too since you know them, like Billy's gone
Yeah, and
off the
I was
rails.
and like a lot of people don't know this. I actually went through a. I live in Chicago. I went through a really dangerous federal investigation where I was a witness. So like all these things people saying about being scared and all that other jazz, I get that
Yeah.
because the federal case was with some of the most powerful players in Chicago, and yeah. So like I've experienced a lot of shit that most people don't do, and a lot of my friends from military and post military are like work in the agencies and things like that. They don't tell me anything they're not supposed to, but you know what I mean. I pick up on stuff. So yeah, it's just remember one thing people don't. I'm so tired of people saying this. Well, the FBI announced that they're gone. They're done. The FBI never actually announces that shit ever. And if they do, it's to get people like to
Yeah.
chill, or there's a tactic for everything.
Yeah.
But I went through
There's
a
no
class.
way the FBI is done with this. Let
Yeah,
me put that to ease like in your brain right now. Like I I mean just even in terms of like demanding support and services, so I'm not like some kind of goddamn hotline for their ex-girlfriends like some of
hmm
these idiots. Like I'm not a complaint line. You actually have to set up a complaint line. I mean, that is a literal conversation I had with them because similar circumstances existed in Worcester County with like the exploitation and whatnot, and they set up a nice little hotline.
I have a
And
question. Wasn't Enrique Delgado Garcia
Delgado, yes.
Delgado a victims advocate in Worcester before he went to the state police academy?
I I thought it was Brockton actually,
It
but
might have been
I
Worcester.
mean, but my well. It very well could be. And I heard information about Sandra went there, but I'm sure it went multiple places. So
I was going to
I
ask about like victim advocacy as well, because we obviously know that that's not top notch there.
they're not functioning as victim advocates in
Right.
the Norfolk DA's office. They are acting as
You,
co-conspirators.
you know who
I
was
mean,
the victims advocate coordinator for a long time in the Norfolk DA's office, the head of it?
whom?
Pam Friedman. Pam Friedman, the person that was
Pam the
brought on,
scam?
the person brought on personally by Brian Tully to
Yikes.
work with Lindsay.
And what did she do for Lindsay when she
Mhm.
had like an over a decade release of her personal, the most extreme personal information somebody has? Did Pam Friedman advocate for that victim and protect her?
No, Ken Mello is the only one who did, and Brian Tully didn't even answer her calls for like a week or more, or something along those lines.
They did
And
nothing for
He's a
her.
maggot. Brian Tully. I hope you're listening. You are a lowly maggot. And the way you have victimized women in Norfolk County will go down in infamy. Mark my words. Sorry, guys.
it needed to
Don't
be said
apologize.
because it didn't
Don't
start.
apologize for that.
It didn't start with Marty Kraft's firm looking at visitors to Karen's home. It went back clearly a little bit further, and this unit, it's the IA report, for those wondering what are we all up in arms about. It's the IA report that was released last night, okay, related to Brian Tully. There are interviews with John Fanning. There are interviews with Tully. This is only the beginning. As you know, if you follow these cases, there tends to be a huge lag between when things happen and the public learns about them. The way Brian Tully and John Fanning reacted to Michael Proctor being brought before the grand jury, John Fanning said twice in his interview with IA he really didn't want to get on any federal grand jury list. What were these people really worried about?
Accountability, that's what they were worried about. I mean, they feigned that they went over there because they were worried Proctor was gonna eat a lead gumball. Did they take his gun? Did they take his
Wait,
gun?
yeah,
Did they
wait a minute. Oh my
section
God.
that man?
Oh my God.
Did they section that man?
Yeah, exactly.
'Cause they
You
tried
just
to
figured.
section me. They tried to section Cameron Reed.
Well, how
but
about
did they try
Kelsey?
to section this guy?
How about Kelsey?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I would. I could.
Wait a minute. You just exposed.
So rage filled over that.
Yeah, if you were listening to my read through earlier, I knew they were bullshitting the IA investigator, but you just exposed the literal logical flaw in their whole story. They went over there after they heard about the 6.5 hour testimony because of the pressure on Michael Proctor. Okay, so you left a man exactly as you just said. I want to reiterate it because this is a smoking gun. No pun intended. You left a man you thought was going to take his own life, who had no wife there, with a service weapon and his badge, and then you just called the colonel the next day.
They were hoping the problem would take care of itself.
Oh, no.
Mic drop.
No. Oh, that's
No,
horrifying.
I know. I actually think they went over there to do a little more co-conspiring.
Oh my God. No, but they didn't know because remember they set them up. They told Proctor he was going in for 2 hours and then Yuri 2 hours, and then they spent 6.5 hours with Proctor. I'm not saying your theory is right or wrong, but there is a strong indicia that they didn't go over there because they were worried about him. They went over there because they were worried about what he said. And then you're exactly right. Their story only makes sense. Maybe they did actually think he was going to take his life, but they never did anything because they were like, well, that'll be easier if he's gone. That makes me feel bad for him. Now I'm horrified.
And he did go in, and he did go into the hospital.
I mean, you can't put too much stock in that. Was that to avoid a deposition, darling? Like, what was?
No, I don't think. No, I think no. I think that was the consequence of the compartmentalization being revealed, because Proctor was already on tilt when in 2024 when he realized they had some of his phone records. The reason for the NDA with Tully and Laura McLaughlin being weird is that they wanted Proctor, once he thought he was in the clear, to then lie to the judge in the Miles King or whatever case it was going to be. The DOJ clearly planned this. And then as soon as Proctor did that, 2 months later, they dropped all 13 years of records on the Norfolk DA, forcing the Norfolk DA under Rule 14 to disclose it to all these defendants. That's how it got out. It all lines up. That's why he went into the hospital, according to reports. I don't know if he did or not, okay? But that makes a lot more sense. It was bad when it was partially revealed in February 2024, but the DOJ kept the worst stuff from all of them so that Proctor would have his lawyer lie. When that was revealed, they all know that this is bad. The question is, why is no one telling the public, and why are we all fighting this out? in public? Like, why is it so targeted towards making sure Karen and Aiden like fracture their support? That's what I don't understand, and I think I do now. And it's because Karen and Aiden were the only people that could have brought attention to this in a way that wouldn't have resulted in them just disappearing.
Right. I mean, that's
100%.
that's why I, you know, kind of connected to that space and Aiden and all that. One, I understood that one, he's a political outlet for some of this news information, that kind of thing, using their own political weaponry against them, because once they're hearing Sandra Birchmore's name in their own echo chamber, they can't escape it.
Did anyone notice
Um,
Kevin Linehan out of nowhere make a post defending the MSP for their Sandra Birchmore investigation the other day? That was a
Oh
little
my God,
odd.
how delusional. I mean, Farwell, his attorney, rubbing his back in court, was saying, well, the DA says that she killed herself, this poor bastard.
Do you know?
And the video,
Mm.
actually, one of her sticking points was the video that's like off by 12 seconds, which Matthew Farwell has been like, yes, that was me going there to break up with her. But they're still going to try to, I guess, get him off.
You know the most the funniest thing about this whole like his whole line about what's not funny. But this should tell you people don't a lot of times people like that their liars do not change. So for instance, I said that like I know things about the Farwells from time in the military. So this should tell you, and this is a problem I have is people that do like stolen valor, just lying in general drives me nuts because I'm like eventually somebody will find out the truth. Um, so while I was deployed, like part of once Matthew Farwell got kicked out of the military, he went on this basically like this I'm post military, but basically he was just trying to basically tell people that he was some like respected soldier, blah blah blah. So there was while I was deployed, there was a on post um issue with a soldier and his wife or whatever. And these were like this is when deployments were having like crazy. So this was 11 to 12. So people were gone all the time. And Matthew Farwell wrote a blog about this thing we talk about his post military service or during his time in service and how his trauma and like all this other stuff, PTSD was really bad. This motherfucker wrote in his blog like because he was trying to get funding for some he was trying to get funding or just like more exposure for himself that that there was an on post shooting and this dude died. The dude didn't die. He just got arrested with his wife.
He propagated, he
Yep.
literally manufactured
Yep.
fake
Yep.
news.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. So that should just tell you like something like that. Like what is wrong with you?
It's like
Well,
lying is.
rage bait, he thinks is going to get him some
Mhm.
kind of financial windfall. And that
Mhm.
should tell you everything you need to know about him, that he's
Mhm.
willing to perpetuate false information at other people,
Mhm.
dangerous false information at
But
other people's expense to financially benefit himself. He is
but
a
again,
absolute gutter muppet.
he's a dumbass because they tried to like I'm very into like OSINT like all this other stuff, like all of course above board. But I can find stuff pretty easily. It's actually something I really enjoy. So they thought that they scrubbed like when people put shit out on the internet. When Erica was talking about how people just put out whatever they want all the time. People don't understand they're yeah, you put out whatever you want, but understand that there could be a consequence with it. So I guess like when all this stuff happened with the Sandra thing, I'm thinking that they had some not very skilled person go back through their digital footprint and remove like all this stuff about them while they missed a few articles. So like it's just funny to be like the truth will always come out. It may be a very long time and it may be a
Mhm.
very slow process. And for one of the people who I got absolutely fucked over on the investigation that I was like, of course, I wasn't indicted or anything like that. I didn't do anything wrong. But like to get fucked over by like it's kind of like I think we're all experiencing like betrayal trauma from the whole like from everybody's eyes suddenly being open. Like, oh my gosh, what I was grown up and taught is not actually true. Like, you can't always trust the police. You can't always, the people who are supposed to protect you as a person aren't protecting you. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
Yes, and
That makes
Jessica,
perfect sense.
it
And
lines
a
up.
lot of these women have trusted them as partners, like myself
Mm-hmm.
included. Like
Yeah.
this person, like I thought loved me at some point and
Mm-hmm.
still feigns to this day to do so, but they're actively consorting to like destroy you. And
Yep.
like
And especially
and this
if you know the right stuff, if you know the truth and it's all on you, you become public enemy number one.
Oh, that's absolute public enemy number one. And it's honestly, this whole thing is so tragic because
Mm-hmm.
her death happened in Canton. The Farwell's wives are the salt of the earth of Canton. And all of these goddamn cowards on the Canton Police Department sitting back, twiddling their thumbs while women they have cared for, that have cared for them, that are good for women, are dragged to hell by these monsters
Yeah, and I
that
want
never
people to.
had good intentions.
Yeah, and I want people to understand. Someone asked, why are we talking about Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell? I don't know if folks understand. John Fanning, that was in Brian Tully's IA report. Okay, he was interviewed, wrote the initial MSP report exonerating Farwell. And the reason why I have so many questions, like no one is going to tell me that Ida Lee and Jessica cannot stand up here and talk and say what they have to say when you are listening to two women who, for different reasons, are directly connected to what happened to Sandra Birchmore or in Jessica's case to Matthew Farwell. If you don't know the story, I'll give it to you quickly. If you want the details, read page 99 through 102 of the Canton Police Department Audit Report from April of 2025. February 1st, 2021, 9:23 p.m., 9:27 p.m. exactly. Matthew Farwell goes to Sandra Birchmore's apartment. It was his, not girlfriend. He had been grooming her since she was a child, where he found her in the Police Explorers program in Stoughton. Matthew Farwell, according to the federal government, hung Sandra Birchmore from a door because Sandra Birchmore was going to follow through with having a child. Now, there's a lot of questions we'll get to about who was paying for Sandra's apartment in Canton. Maybe was Sandra going to have that baby and it was going to become too expensive? We'll get to that in a second. Nonetheless, February 4th, 2021, the Canton Police Department responded to a wellness check on Sandra called in by her colleagues at her school where she worked as an administrative assistant. They get to Sandra's apartment and find her dead with her phone battery died. They speak to the maintenance worker who tells them that Matthew Farwell was the man on the surveillance video at 9:27 p.m. when Sandra's life ended, according to the timeline the Canton police quickly construct. The maintenance man tells the Canton police, that's the same man who moved Sandra Birchmore into her apartment. The Canton police, over the next 48 hours, go to Sandra's school and get information that Farwell was grooming her, and furthermore, that Farwell had admitted to doing so, and that he was telling people if Sandra insisted on carrying the baby to term that she was about to have, she was 8 to 10 weeks pregnant, that Farwell thought was his, he would unalive Sandra, take care of the problem himself, in his words. On February 6th, 2021, all of that information was turned over to Brian fucking Tully's state police unit. Sometime 6 months later, that state police unit cleared Matthew Farwell. Yuri Buchanan and John Fanning both used to be in the military, I believe. Both used to work in Stoughton with Matthew Farwell, which is why I want to talk to Jessica about the Farwells being in the military and Ida Lee about the Farwells' time in Canton and Stoughton. I know the route that Farwell took with Sandra Birchmore. I know there's an IA report that, I know there's DNA confirming that neither Matthew Farwell nor Billy Farwell were the father of Sandra's 8 to 10 week old unborn baby boy. I know that there's an IA report that we talked about earlier saying that some unknown person was threatening Sandra in the months before her death because she owed money to the girls in a dorm suite. Sandra didn't live in a dorm suite, she lived in an apartment. Okay, this is bad. We're talking about it because the state police unit may have covered this up. Karen Reed's trial may have exposed it, and no one wants to talk about it. Jessica, if you don't mind, that was me responding to someone on YouTube, and I wanted to make sure they understood why this is so important. Can you tell me a little bit about this military unit? I have studied this case inside and out to the best of my ability. I didn't know the Farwells were in the military. Brian Tully wasn't in the military, but Yuri was, John Fanning was, etc. What unit was this? Do you mind me asking? I know you're open about your service record. Can you just tell us, like, where did you serve, when, what did they do, just so I can understand?
Yeah, no problem. Well, thank you very much, Grant. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was in the Army for 09 to 17. I was stationed at Fort Drum, New York. I was in 760th Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. So I was in the bomb squad unit. I was applied for the bomb squad for the unit. I just want to make that very clear because I will never claim to be an EOG tech. I did get to blow up quite a bit of things, which was fun. I was deployed from 11 to 12 outside Kandahar, like right on the Pakistan border. I worked with General Petraeus. I worked with Special Forces. Like I had a really cool experience while I was deployed because I got to work with a lot of people. I didn't realize like all the cool people that I was working with until later on. But yeah, it was really difficult. Um, it was a year of hell. I saw lots of people being blown up post IED explosions and things like that. Also, if your guys are watching, know about ARCA and things like that. ARCA was contracted by the DoD to basically make technology for what's called like an MRAP or a JERV. I can put some pictures later on in the chat what an MRAP is. I was actually the first person to have that technology installed on vehicles in Afghanistan. My world is very small as far as true crime is concerned. But yeah, I was what else? Yeah, so I was until 17. When I got back from Afghanistan, my body was just completely basically destroyed, as well as my brain. And so I've had to do a lot of work therapy wise as well as um like mental health, but also ketamine infusions and things like that. That I'm very lucky because the doctor that was contracted by the VA to basically create the treatment for the military for ketamine is actually here in Chicago, and um, his family has become very close with mine, and it actually saved my life. So, if any veterans or anything like that want to know more about it, it is basically the treatment is provided a lot by nonprofits because even though the VA has made it as has it as a treatment, they don't push it because it's expensive as well as they have to meet their quotas with pills. So, yeah.
And we had a question. What was the MOS? Spacey 118S. What was the MOS?
I was 92 Yankee, and then the EOD techs in my unit were 89 Delta.
Very interesting. And this is just them. They were in the Air Force, so they were very interested. And I'm circling. I'm circling you back because I know you're so interesting information. The ARCA connection is fascinating, but I want to pull your wonderful brain back. So the Farwells, where did you cross paths with them initially, if you don't mind me asking?
Fort Drum. So Matthew was in he was in what's called 287. That was one of I can't remember if it was the second or third brigade, but he was in one of the brigades. It was basically like an infantry brigade. It was on 10th Mountain. I was at Fort Drum. 10th Mountain was there. However, we were in our own little world, like because EOD is just kind of in its own world. So we were on Fort Drum, but we weren't like in the main line units basically. So Matthew, actually I met him, let's see, I met him when I was at a bar like right before, it was like probably within like I want to say probably I have pictures somewhere, so it's like, and anything I tell you I don't want to, you know what I mean, I have documentation of it. I want to say I met him like I don't know 9 months before I was deployed because I was actually good friends with his boss in his unit or whatever. But I met him once at a bar, just like in passing, or whatever, complete creep. His brother Billy was there because, like I said, EOD is very, very small. It's a very small world, but he was just so happened to be in town. Um, and then I never put like two and two together until I heard the case by with Kirk Minahan, and literally it was like a holy shit, I know them type thing. Um,
Have
so yeah,
you told the? And I don't mean to be so direct, but I'm just asking. Have you, like, I know you've had your own experiences with the feds. Like, have you told anyone this?
yes, that's all I
Wow.
can say right now.
Wow. That's some shit.
Yeah,
I have a question for you. Did
yeah. What's
you
up?
did you give any of this info to the Case podcast guys?
I've talked to them or whatever. It's like they're taking a break right now. Well, I did not
Yeah,
know
no, no,
about
no.
any of that part.
I
However, I will say this. What was told to, and of course, I look at it this way: you can only be given the information that you're given. Basically, the way that the firewalls were looked at, like in that, they're pieces of shit. Like they weren't very high ranking, like all this other stuff. So I was listening to it. I was like these motherfuckers. Like they came across as these like, and you see in the articles, oh, they're really high ranking. They're not very high ranking at all. So yeah,
And
I
and
contacted them or
and
whatever.
and I don't mean to
they're
jump in
pieces
because,
of shit.
but
Yes.
Jessica, like, I don't know if people understand. Like, Jessica is not saying she was in the military. If you want, I'm sure she will post whatever you want. Like, she
Oh
wouldn't
yeah,
do that.
yeah.
Jessica,
You can
Jessica,
Google me.
send
Yeah.
me a DM. I want you to hit me up.
Okay.
Here, yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
And
Let
I'm
me
I'm a
see.
little
Like I've been on,
astounded.
and I've been on like Fox News and stuff like that. So yeah,
Well, and I'm just a little
just putting
astounded
out there.
that, I mean, you can challenge. I'm just reading the YouTube comments. It's fine to challenge her, but at least give her a chance to post a picture or her service record. I mean, these, even though some things are hard to track unless the military member like releases it, she's not just going to lie. You can find her online.
You
It's
can
very
Google me, and
insulting
if
to
you look
do
up,
that.
yeah. Well, and also I'm not going to argue with people either, but you can Google me, Jessica Bowling, 760th EOD. Google me. I'm very Googleable. Yeah, I don't. I mean, Grant, I don't like. I want to.
To our country, and I bow down to you, Queen. All
Oh
right.
no. Well, but the thing is, like, look at today. So I was thinking about this. Everybody's like really like. And I'm sure like everybody's been kind of like just exhausted, and like this last week I was just so fed up with stuff, just because like, for instance, today we have a bunch of random people who are talking that have all their different experiences. We had somebody that came in and started talking about like doing like nonprofit work and helping people or whatever. Like we were focusing so much time on like negative and screenshots and blah blah blah. It's like, we have so much more to like that we can focus the good on. But at the same time, like,
Well, I will tell you the bad actors involved, because I tried to approach it from the positive community building constructive standpoint. That
mm,
was triggering as hell
oh
for
yeah,
some particular officers, LEOs, and it wasn't an attack on them, but I was looking for. I know these men. You know these
mm,
men. Like, how can
mm.
we better support them to prevent this in the future? So I started, asking about the after-school grant money, which later was brought up to me as a point of reference in a negative capacity. I guess I'm not allowed to ask the DA about after-school grant money.
Well, I have a question. Is
Like
it a
running for.
coincidence? Sorry, go ahead. Is it a
Sorry, no.
coincidence? Is it a coincidence that the open gym program was like a breeding ground? I'm just saying you were onto something.
Oh God. I mean that speaks for itself. And Canton didn't have like an explorers program or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, just so grossly inappropriate. I'll put it this way: if you look at the template online that exists for a memorandum of agreement for resource officers, police departments, and in school districts, right? The template language is that they are not to be utilized kind of in official school capacities that could be filled by like real other people with qualifications, disciplinary roles, education roles, things like that, like
Oh, and
per
let's.
hour,
Yeah,
right? But in the brand new contract with the Canton Police Department, that language has been explicitly changed to allow for that. So you're telling me we're paying at least double per hour so a cop can cosplay as a teacher when an equity audit in the school says they're discriminating against students. This is such a misappropriation of tax dollars, of talent.
You've got to be kidding me.
well, and so people
I wish I
understand.
was kidding you.
So people understand. There is a report. This is not just conjecture. It's about it. These documents. What was observed about that school resource officer during open gym? You can say who it
Thank you.
was. It's a very
Yeah.
direct part of the report. It's a governmental report. If you want to tell us about
Rob
that, so
talked
people.
about it. Yeah, no, I mean, Rob talked about it at that stupid hearing too. Yeah, bringing some young lady into a corner office at the gym by herself. This is a grade school girl.
Oh my
That
God.
like she's a vulnerable girl. That's why she's participating in this community building, self-esteem building program. And Rob Devine, attractive police officer, supposed to be a protector. She has a little crush on him.
This is
And
like,
dude, it was deranged. Like, if you
it's like
read
the
this shit.
perfect setup for a
Oh,
predator.
and if you even Rob admits the conversation happened, like, oh,
It's like,
I think you're a little young for me. When you get to hit 18, like, I cannot. And if you look at there's a Boston Globe Spotlight article they did. Her name is Ashley, and her stepmother was not having any of his baloney, and that lady stood down. It was beautiful, actually. It was beautiful, and good for her.
yeah,
But like also, this man is admitting this creepy incident happened, and then he's trying to minimize it and weirdly trying to.
right.
It's
Of
pathological. I
course.
mean, it's a pathological for him. And the entire program is problematic and plagued to begin with.
Like I
And
said, it's like a predator's dream.
oh, absolutely. I mean,
This is like built for predators.
well,
Like literally.
think about the fact that these resource officers,
And
are
you're
like the 22-year-old. First of all,
right.
did he go to high school with some of these kids? Like, one, does he have a fully developed frontal lobe?
Right.
No. And like, you're putting them in this really accessible a
With
position that they with
vulnerable
vulnerable,
kids
that he
that need
probably relates,
self-esteem
that
and
he relates far too much to
right.
socially.
He's
He
saying
doesn't
six,
like,
seven. You know
yeah.
what I
And like,
mean?
what is your job as a
Right.
resource officer? Guidance, discipline, structure. That 22-year-old that may not have cheated on his test to be a resource officer,
Oh,
do you think he is the best person to be providing guidance to these kids? Or do you think there's actually
he
a
should
statistical,
be a he.
right? I mean, honestly, that
He should be a she,
right. I mean,
helping
well,
young
not even that.
girls
Like, if you
and
look at
young
all of
men.
it, like the way they are implementing discipline in the Canton Public Schools, even I know it's different than Stoughton, but even Stoughton, I mean, you can look at how they're handling that. How about this? Sheena Isabel, she was Sandra's resource officer. Okay. And the sorry, not Canton, the Stoughton Public Schools is being sued by a Jane Doe for her conduct with this Jane Doe after this Jane Doe reported rape. Okay, they know this kid. I mean, you can look it up. It speaks for itself. Why is this woman? Was she credentialed properly? Because those
Right.
answers are yes. And like, what the hell are you guys running here? Because it really, I
It
mean,
doesn't sound
again,
like it doesn't
$50. How
sound like
about
a
this?
proper
How about this?
school.
How about this? A police officer, conservatively, $45 an hour, and a teacher, conservatively, far less than that, right? Why are we having Rob Devine run the after school program? That seems like so inappropriate. Like if it's about like childhood growth and education and things like that. What the
Yeah.
hell does I mean you look at some of these programs, even in Sharon, they do this like ride along. It's like these happy-go-lucky little white kids sitting in a jail cell at the like after school all smiles. Like, isn't there something better these kids could be
I
doing?
mean, learning about like how to balance
No,
like,
well,
money
other
or like learning how
listen.
to express our emotions
There's great
and
programs that like are
like yeah,
constructive,
that are
like
real.
BPD.
Protocol.
Okay, let me put this in contrast. BPD, like they have a lot of programming with children, and it prevents crime later, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like a weird let's cosplay, we're in jail for a day, ride along. It's like we have a boxing program and we have
Yeah.
like
We have
and
programs too, but it's like they'll like do special activities like
yeah,
every single
yes.
day, and like they're doing fun stuff, but they're also teaching and having people come in
But
at
these
real
also run
place.
external from the
Right.
school system. Like
Right.
Rob Devine was like, I am going to go to the school and bring this Boy Scouts of America plagued program
But it's
right
not
to your
just that.
doorstep. And there's actually, how about there
Go ahead.
is I think it's the Enterprise News. I forget what newspaper it is. You can look in my feed. I posted it for sure. But Rob Devine, when he hired Matthew Farwell, the same goddamn hiring spree, he hired Sheena Isabel. Her husband is who I was involved with, and he literally is right there. This will of Stoughton for the next 30 years. I mean, it speaks for itself. He was
And
a man with a plan. He
that
was a man
article
with a
is real.
plan.
That article is
I,
real. You can find
I
that
wish I was
article.
kidding.
Yeah, it's very real. You can
Literally,
find that article.
when I read that, I cried, Grant. I didn't even know what to think of it. I mean, I did know what to think of it.
Well, and
Um,
and I want people to understand. And listen, there is a resounding silence from all the people in the orbit of the state police and whatever about this, because I want people to understand the weight of what it could mean that people like Italy, who were seeing this, who were seeing, like, for example, Sandra's civil trial occurring in Norfolk County, who were trying to say to people, and, obviously not just you, but others in public, hey, like, Kirk Minahan, this podcast, they're on to something. As much as what was being said, there was things going on the ground in the orbit of these people that were just as active during the pendency of these investigations, and it felt like no one was listening. That's the part that I don't know if people understand. Of course, when the John Fanning part of the Brian Tully IA investigation comes out, the very first thing the people who have been talking about this for 2 years are going to say is, don't you all understand this is what we were trying to tell you? So I don't want anyone to misunderstand what is going on with Ida, Lee, and Jessica and others who eat. By the way, someone was like, oh, but these people seem to be so connected to this. Okay. Do you think maybe
right.
that's why they are trying to tell you about it? You don't have to believe, like, don't take their word go read
They
the
took
Brockton
everything from
Enterprise.
me.
Yes, go
Yeah,
read
they
it.
took everything. I
And
mean, and that,
children, and the children affected. The
oh,
children are being
dude, what they
affected.
did to my kids is disgusting. It's
And I
Yes.
want to,
disgusting.
yeah, I want to point out to people that what we're really talking about with this was started about the Tully IA report is that when anyone would talk about any part of this, they would get this blowback, right? Ida Lee's talked about it, etc. There would just be this blowback that didn't really make sense. It felt nameless. Well, for Ida Lee, it was very direct because she's so close to it.
Yeah.
Nameless, faceless, but institutional. And then for years, people were driven almost crazy because they felt that no matter what they said, no matter how accurate they were, no matter how right the reports were, no matter what was happening in the court process, nothing was actually changing. And now maybe because of, in a roundabout way, Brian Tully getting an IA interview that John Fanning also had to take part in, John Fanning crashing and burning so hard has now made people realize no, these aren't just
Beautiful.
random people. These are people who saw elements of what I'd compare to the octopus of the early 20th century when people would talk about the tentacles of business in the early days of the antitrust debate. This is that on a level that I don't think people understand because it's
Yeah.
the hidden hand, the black hand. It operates silently and expects you to conform, and if you don't, bad things happen to you. We can't have that.
Yeah.
It is 2026. We have things to actually work on in the United States, and we're not going back to cowboys and fucking extortion rackets. We fixed that already. What are we doing? I'm very worried, and it
Oh,
involves the
And
Grant,
police.
and
Grant,
shaping
that's the wrong time period. They're actually trying to go back to, I don't know, 1955 when you were caught cheating or your wife was a little too mouthy and inconvenient. You would put her in a nut house. That's literally what
Well,
the DA are
hysteria.
doing. I mean, it's literally, it was in the federal documents in relation to Sandra. They were trying to pull that with her. She had to do some, I don't know the exact motion or statute or whatever, but they did that. They try to paint
They're
you as
doing it with
crazy.
Kelsey.
Oh, they're doing it with me, baby. I
Yeah.
mean, they literally cornered me a few weeks ago under the guise of some kind of mental health whatever, and we're what cops have you made out with? I'm like, this doesn't feel like a psychological anything. This is what I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, but there's got to be an HR policy against
Literally.
your boss harassing your ex-girlfriends because this is creepy as hell.
Right. What's your social security number? How
Oh,
many kids do
honey.
you have? How many people have you slept with? How many
Oh, it
cops
was
do you
that. That's
know?
dead
Did you
ass.
wear a
That's what it was.
condom? Are you
That's
on
what it
birth
was. It
control?
was you chatting with the FBI? I'm like,
Right.
well, I want them to set up a hotline because this is awkward as hell.
I'm so sorry.
Oh God, it's funny. I
And
gotta
it
laugh about it because how silly are these men? This is silly. This is silly as hell. The little rubber duckies and I don't know. It's just silly. I don't know.
yeah, they really really try to go as far as they can and think that they really can, right?
Yeah,
Like
they do.
but do you
and what
notice the
scares me is
silence? Oh,
the
sorry.
children being shaped by this too. They're living in a world of what
My
we're all seeing right now too.
yeah.
So they're being taught by their parents on sides to take, right? Or what's right and what's wrong and who you can trust and who you can't trust. And then they're going to school and they have to have, you know, the hired police there, do I trust them? Do I not trust them?
Oh, I
Like
mean,
that,
how about having the police at the school
right. Right.
false reports? I have getting notification from outside agencies. Oh, hey, did you know there was a false report filed by this police department? Okay,
Oh my.
DCF, who do you report this to? This is the wildest. I mean, when they are at the when they're the puppet master, right? Like the police, they can file. I mean, if you read that
Yeah.
thing with Rich and the little duckies, Yuri tells on himself, oh, we just need to manufacture enough information to put in front of a jury and they fucking decide. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, you've heard other people on here talking about the grand jury process. Like, yes,
Yeah.
like there's no defense, there's nothing. It's a one-sided story, and the DA is intent on whatever this narrative is, I guess, in regards to all this stuff. And they won't take other evidence. I was literally told a DCF report was not evidence. I mean,
Well,
in
and
what
it speaks to
capacity?
I didn't mean to jump in earlier. I was trying to test the
No,
sound on the
please.
YouTube. It
I
speaks
got
to
kicked for a
this.
second. Sorry, guys.
Oh, don't worry. It speaks to this conspiracy of silence. I don't know how to phrase it by any other way to explain it to people who aren't in it. There is just sort of this like apparatus, and it's not like one person knows one person. It's at any one time they can activate certain connections that allow people to be pressured. We have to
Yes.
fix this as a society. We have to determine why it was happening, look at the
Hmm.
examples and it's not just the people who can get, media attention on their cases. Those are good vehicles and important acts of public service. It's the hyper individualized cases that you don't hear about. Every single
Right.
day, these cases are potentially happening. And just because you can't track, not you, the general public, the connection between this unit knew this person who did this to this, it hides that way for a reason. There's a lot of silence right now after
Yeah.
this.
Oh,
Grant,
And
yes.
I
I
think
understand.
Erica brought up a good point about, a woman being found shot with two bullets in her head,
Mm.
and there's, no one's working on it,
I had to keep
and
my
that's
mouth
why I
shut.
had mentioned that unit, because it's like, well, if certain people are dying or in certain situations, they can choose to investigate or not, because they could be actually a part of it or doing it, right?
Now contrast that with the DA requesting another $1 million to
Oh,
prosecute Karen Reed for
yeah.
Well,
a DUI.
And how
well,
much money is it
And
costing for Aiden's
I
case?
mean, I know another woman
Tripled it.
since Sandra Birchmore that has passed away, and they haven't done lickety split about it. And this woman is just like left living in trauma as the
Oh my
DA is like
God.
Can
spending
I?
our tax dollars on his like petty personal vendettas. It's like
Yep.
the most, like, how does this promote public safety? And
and
like, doesn't your contract exist, like a public safety contract exists under like the umbrella of public health?
But
Is this
remember
the
something.
wisest?
Remember
Sorry, go
something
ahead.
real quick. No, no, no. I'm just saying this as somebody literally. I was terrified for 5 fucking years. I had to keep my mouth shut for 5 fucking years. Well, almost every other day, I was like, literally, I was being told I was going to be taken out if I opened my mouth. I didn't have support. I didn't have family. Talk to the FBI, and if people are wondering if want justification or fact checkers, you can DM Justice Social or Justice Social Warriors Cat. Her name is Cat. She went to the meetings with me. So if people want verifications. Oh, because some people are saying, "Oh, you were part of a case." Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I was. Shut the fuck up. But I mean, you don't understand. I've been to war and I've seen some really bad shit. You don't understand what it's like. And I'm not saying that it's not anybody's problem that I dealt with this, but until you are day in and day out, you've done nothing wrong, you're on the other side of things where people who have done something wrong want to literally either ruin your life or in your life, and they have the people in place that can make that happen, and you're stuck with that. Like people just don't get it, and
and not just
but people
that,
need to under
and
yeah,
people,
people need to understand
yeah.
that that okay, just because the FBI is around, that is not going to magically fix things. And it's
No.
just not. I mean, I like it was bad.
But-
I'm being hacked from New Mexico, where Billy lives right
Well, and
now. I mean, these people just do what they want, and they.
But no, wait.
I get your
Actually, that's
fear.
a really
I
good
get
point.
your fear. I get your fear
well,
entirely.
hold on. I want to
Well-
ask a question. Hold on. I want to ask a question about the 1 million before we get, because I want to hear more about this. But that 1 million you mentioned, Italy, people might not understand what you're saying. Michael Morrissey went to the legislature in 2024 and asked for an extra $1 million to prosecute the high-profile cases his office was handling. He didn't get it. Okay, I looked at the bill; it did not pass. That raises a lot of questions about like how these prosecutions were funded, why they were funded that way, how it ties into what this unit knew, whether this unit was like worried about their own exposure and then using their very, very, very well-funded offices to like target people who were defenseless. All of it circles
Yes.
back to what
All
you
of the
asked
above,
about the
yes.
$1 million. That's why I was like, hold on, we got to talk about the $1 million. He didn't get it,
And
but it shows his mindset.
And honestly, that was the enraging to me when I saw that, he tried to get that appropriation. Like, the FBI has arrested a man for this murder, and you're out here still saying this woman killed her. So it was just absolutely mind-boggling. Like, where do your priorities live? I have a human trafficker's brother-in-law terrorizing me, my kids, my ex-husband, like whomever around me. They perceive to have information, and like it's delusional. And again, in terms of like the grander view of like this is part of public health, that is such a misappropriation of tax dollars. It's an abomination.
But isn't that
Like,
why they do it? Isn't that why they pick these specific professions? Speaking very generally, this is what I'm concerned about. This is what I'm trying to think about for reform. I love the idea of alternative programs that are better monitored, better funded, so this doesn't happen. But I'm thinking about
Yes.
how did we get into a position where there was no accountability? I'm always thinking checks and balances. No one in this chain of command thought that, if we use these resources for not just inappropriate purposes. You know what's an inappropriate purpose? Going for drinks after work in a cruiser. Is it the big, like, setting aside any one case, is it the biggest moral transgression in the world? No. But is it like a violation of policy? Sure. But that's not what we're talking about.
Brant, it was bigger than that. Don't.
No, but
like,
that's
bringing
my
that up.
point.
Hold on, bringing that up. I'm going to point out in that
go ahead.
bullshit PR. It was a PR job that was not an audit. There was some glaringly obvious issues, and one was the Kevin Albert bit of that report. It noted in there better oversight of resource officers. Why? Why did it note that? Because the IA report into him was when he was a detective and drinking on the job, right? So, one, that was problematic. Like, the data to support your findings doesn't exist in this report. But the other part of it was the Sandra Birchmore part, that there was no difference in findings in like we're doing a bang up job on domestic violence. The hell you are. What an embarrassment that was. And if you go through those responding officers' fucking initial reports, they write that this girl killed herself. Are you kidding me?
And just to be clear, I want to echo you. I was misled. I want to be direct about this, Ida Lee. And people think, Grant, you're just learning about this. No, I was directly misled by someone close to this who told me that Kevin Albert only responded on February 4th to the scene of Sandra Birchmore's apartment. That is not true. You know how I know that's not true? Because I then found a document that said Kevin Albert returned on February 6th with the MSP to get the surveillance video of Matthew Farwell.
Yep.
How's that? This is very intermeshed.
And they actually had to be called back by the property manager. If you read through the reports, like, hey guys, there's a video and I think like, you might want it. Like, why weren't they already on top of that? I don't know.
Well, and it just
I guess
it just
I don't
makes
know
me.
anything about investigations or like those kind of things, but I think that would be like the first thing they pull if you're a police officer. You walk in, you want the surveillance footage.
I mean, that would be the first thing I would absolutely look for, just like I would have done with John O'Keefe. Any
100%.
video.
And they were the Canton police. We have records of them going around from February 4th asking questions about this case. And therefore, what is the unspoken monster in the room here? It is staring us all. I think that it happens to be the man we read about in the IA report today. I think that's why, by the way, I meant to go back to the silence. Normally, like on these spaces, there's always the people who know the facts that want to talk about them. But occasionally, or almost always, there will be disruptors. Italy was talking about them. People who want to come in, defend a part of what some of like the behavior of the people we're talking about. This is not going to be like the Karen Reed case or even the Turtle Boy case. I don't know if it is even possible, even with the information that we know now, which is better than before, but not the full picture, to defend any of this. That's why Italy and Jessica and others have been speaking today unchecked, because there is no one that can come up and critique their position on the facts. That's the reality.
And I was going to say that, especially the last person that had come up to say something, and I could hear it in her voice, but the more people that speak out about what they have gone through disproves them even more and puts out even more. That is what's going to make a change, because there is going to be way too many people that are coming together and talking and telling their stories and being able to prove what has been going on to make the change, to get these people, to get them, to blow them up. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take an army, and it's going to take a lot of people coming together, and it's going to take a lot of courage of being able to speak up and speak out like you guys have been.
I
And I
think
truly believe that.
this is the liberal in me, but like there needs to be more safe places for people to speak
Yes.
up, because like as an active hostage of the DA in Norfolk County, like if you live in Norfolk County, it is not safe to speak up presently.
Yeah.
Maybe if you live in Suffolk County, it might not be safe to speak up presently. Maybe if you live in Essex County, it might not be safe to speak up presently. Worcester County, Hampshire County. This is a low-key cancer, is what they're all terrified of.
But
And
if there's an army of
John
you,
Fanning is the key. And
but
Grant made that inference, and I will call a spade, and John Fanning is the key to unlocking that cancer.
You could see his response. I want folks to understand, and I want to make two things clear. One, I'm honored to be able to provide this platform and to have been able to listen to these stories.
Thank you.
And then also, I want people to understand why I am just shocked. Reading, that was the first time I got to read John Fanning in that kind of context. We read, a lot of people who follow these cases, a lot of documents, a lot of, back and forth questions, etc. There's a kind of ebb and flow, to answers, to testimony. That was unlike anything I have ever seen, and that was a friendly environment. It shocked me. It isn't everything. It isn't Nixon saying to Haldeman, like, tell Pat Gray to make this go away, right, with Watergate. But it's a mindset for John Fanning that I didn't think would actually be on paper. Saying these words, it's like his soul, and this was a light interrogation.
his soul was just like coming out onto the page. Like, I don't want to be on a federal grand jury list. I, don't know like anything about why we went to talk to Proctor. I could have learned information from him again about the grand jury. That wasn't against the rules, but I didn't want to. Well, if it wasn't against the rules, why didn't you want to? Oh, well, because, I didn't know if I was going to be maybe like subpoenaed by a grand jury eventually, and that would cause me a problem. Excuse me?
And what does that tell you? What does that tell you, Grant? He's only out. He's only
Evasive,
gonna grant.
evasive, and scared as hell,
Yep.
as Johnny Boy should be.
But why are we? I have to just come to understand this, and this is why maybe there's some discomfort about all of this with how it played out. But how is the DOJ supposed to expect the public to handle this? All of this is out there. These people are still ostensibly working, some of them, for the state police. They have all these connections. People are still being targeted. Yet for some reason, it's just very quiet. What does that make me think? Either they don't have it, which is not possible. I'm sorry, I've reviewed this evidentiary record.
They have it, Grant.
Just remember, Grant, they are slow for a reason. They have a 97% first-time conviction rate.
Yes,
They're
and
slow for a reason.
I agree with that.
There's a lot of shit in the back door, in the back area that is getting moved around that nobody knows about.
I agree with
They're
that.
waiting for some particular criminal case to wrap up so they can move in, I would suspect.
Also, remember who's funding these campaigns? The lobbyists that have to go. Like, it's a big undertaking. You know what I mean?
So are you?
It sucks waiting. So
It does seem to me that Adam Deutsch running for Norfolk DA was not a coincidence. It was a
no.
Oh, baby, bring him on.
And so therefore,
Really?
therefore, it almost speaks to exactly what you just said. There is one case that is outstanding, being Turtle Boys, that if it goes away, changes everything.
Dominoes fall.
But I
Yeah.
also think why else are all these people I mean, to be honest, I paid attention to some of the craziness that's every day, like whatever. I started ignoring it just because it's aggravating. But listen, I think really, because obviously there's been a change in the amount of people that are just coming out of the woodwork or whatever, blah blah blah, like randomly, and all the screenshots and all of stuff.
Until today.
A distraction, honey. It's a distraction.
I know that.
Until today. Did you notice what happened when this IA report dropped? All of that exact behavior stopped. It just stopped.
Well, I'm sure they're just ramping up for more stuff.
Oh, and they pushed Aiden's case back, right?
They're terrified of Aiden because
They pushed it back.
probably. So guys, I definitely was like, didn't feel safe going to law enforcement, obviously, in 2022. And I definitely told people like Aiden and Colleen about what was going on because, like, God forbid something happened to like me or my family. I wanted somebody who like appeared to even give a shit about the corruption in Norfolk County to like have an indication of what was going on, and to like all the other victims that were reaching out to me to like connect them with other people that might be able to facilitate them and give them a voice. Like, I fully believe they're targeting him and anybody connected to him because some of the victims surrounding the Birchmore stuff, like, we're reaching out to him. And
do you think he was threatened? I mean, I'm just asking the question because I have a lot of sympathy for Aiden. Aiden was complimenting my post earlier today about the Tully IA report.
Oh yeah, because you didn't drip it out. Great.
Of course, and
bow down. We appreciate.
Well, I was happy. Yeah, I was happy to report it. I think it's important, but it just makes me wonder. Like, I'm worried that Aiden did find out about a lot of this, and that for his own protection or whatever,
I know
like
he
they
did.
started to like corner him. That makes me think
They
these
did.
charges were primarily to like silence him, which really pisses me off
Correct.
because like the whole
They want
time
him
100%.
they
100%.
kept
100%.
they kept telling me.
100%.
I'm telling you, they really manipulated me. They kept
I know.
telling me like he's evil, like it's really no, it's very clear. And like Aiden did respond clearly, and like Birchmore makes him uncomfortable. But at the same time, I'm sure I'm
Yeah.
not speaking for him, but I'm sure he's sitting there like, oh yeah, like about time someone would talk about this. And I'm sure he's like, oh yeah, Grant's going to suffer for this. Does he realize what he's doing? And then he's probably like, yeah, I
Yes,
think he does.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just remember,
Yeah.
just
Yes.
remember one thing.
Mm-hmm.
It is, I don't know, and
Yes.
honestly, this is like, honestly, I've stepped away quite a bit from like a lot of the channels I've been in, just because I am so tired of seeing the same shit. Because people see one rumor from some God knows account, and then
Yep.
they just run with it, and then it keeps going and going and going. And it's like, if people would just stop for a second, look at where it's coming from, and like, number one, look at where it's coming from. Number two, educate yourself on like how to like quickly be able to decipher what a screenshot looks like for real, what just like all the like, because there's some real outlandish stuff that I can't believe people like actually believe.
But it's
And
not
it's
like,
just
oh,
like,
look at
and
every other
but
case. Look at every other case. Richard
man,
Allen,
I
right?
have never in my entire life seen some shit like
Never,
this ever in
never,
my
and
life.
that's
Unreal.
exactly the point I wanted to make. And nobody came up here today, as you've seen. Like none of like the people trying to troll came up. No one wanted to play that game because the reality is I have never seen this in a case anywhere. The Richard Allen case I've been trying to learn about. There are people who vociferously disagree about the Richard Allen case, but they still will be like, okay, I really think you're wrong about that. I really think you're wrong about that. They go about their business, they have dinner, then they come talk about the next set of documents. Okay, that's one example. The Adelson case, very passionate people about the Adelson case. No one really defending the Adelsons, but just very passionate people about, I think this, I think that. Even better example, the Idaho 4 case, the tragic case with those 4 students who were unalived. People, even on the same side of that case, have the most vitriolic passions about different pieces of evidence. I've seen them arguing on social media. I understand just a little bit about it. I've never seen them take it to this level. We could pick any case from any part of the country, anywhere. And it's not just the Karen Reed case. It's not just the Turtle Boy case. It's this state police unit. This follows them around. They like it. They embrace it. It's part of what they do. And we need to find out why and how. That's what this is about.
I would like to say it's also nice being part of spaces where you can have a conversation and you can say something and you can talk and ask a question and a person will actually answer you back and do it in a respectful manner even, you know.
And not it
And
just
if they're uncomfortable, and you don't want to say it, you don't have to. There's no pressure, but there's actually real conversation happening here, real connections being made here, real uncovering real just realness, period. And it's
yeah.
comforting to be a part of something that isn't so defensive without any backup to to
A
just fight
wiretapping or
against it.
whatever.
Exactly.
Someone
I
always
think you
wants
all
to
know what I
like,
mean, but
yeah,
I
yeah.
just wanted to
I do.
say that.
I just
Yeah.
want to. Oh, hi guys, it's Rebecca. How are you?
Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
Rebecca. Oh
Hi,
my God, is your
Grant.
name Bella's
Hi.
mom on here?
Hey.
What?
It said, is your username Bella's mom?
It is, but I'm
Oh, that's hilarious.
Rebecca.
That's hilarious.
But
Nice to meet you.
my dog's name is Izzy, and I call her
Oh,
Isabella. So, and then I kind
oh,
of played on it. But I
that's
just wanted
exciting.
to reiterate, like what Grant was saying about like the people disagreeing, but then like not being divisive in other cases. So, unfortunately, I'm pretty close to the Ellen Greenberg case. I don't know if you guys know much about that.
Oh yeah, how she
Yes.
Um,
the bad guy
Yes.
stabbed herself
And
27
if
times or whatever.
yes,
yeah. So
if you
Ellen,
wouldn't mind,
So
if
sweet.
I could just if I
yes,
could set the
I
scene,
can tell.
because please
I
tell
can
us
tell the whole
about
story.
or even just why people might have seen the name Ellen Greenberg in the news the past week, because there's now a federal
Yes.
investigation. So please
Yes, and
tell
I can
us.
tell you, it can tell you everything. I know all the players involved. I grew up with everybody involved, except Ellen. So Ellen worked for my mom about a year before she was murdered. She was not. It's not a question. I grew up in a pretty small, tight knit community, kind of like Canton, I would imagine. It's a affluent suburbs, and that's basically where this happened. Even though they say it's Philadelphia. It's right outside of it's pretty
Yeah.
much the outskirts of Philadelphia and Manayunk, which is I grew up right near there. Sam, her fiance, was very good friends with my brother growing up. I still have tons of friends that are friends with him, and a lot of friends that are a lot of my parents' friends who I'm slightly closer or like closer with, who are friends with Sam's parents, and I'm friend. I don't want to say too much, but I know Sam's first cousin. So anyway, so what had happened is there was a snowstorm in January of 2011, and it was in right outside Philadelphia. They let school out early. Ellen was a teacher. She actually taught with a friend of mine as well, and she came home, and her and Sam, they seemingly were fine, but Ellen was having a lot of anxiety and blaming on other things. Her parents lived in Harrisburg, a couple hours away. She was complaining about anxiety to them, and she started seeing a therapist. They put her on like Klonopin, nothing like
Mm-hmm.
crazy. And anyway, so she had come home early. She had graded her students' papers. She taught first grade, and a couple hours later, so Sam said he went to the gym. A couple hours later, comes back, and if you see the guy now, you would say, "Yeah, he doesn't go to the gym." um, and even if you saw him back then, he also, yeah. So he says he can't get into the apartment. Um, Again, there's this big nor'easter approaching. So basically, um,
But she was
Sarah,
cutting up a fruit salad, right?
something like he murdered her with two different Cutco knives. If you ever had a cut, actually probably know the person who sold it to him, because there was like a person that I dated in high school that sold Cutco knives. It's kind of scary. Yeah,
Okay.
I actually
I
have
didn't know
my
that
own.
part. I didn't know that part.
Yeah, so Cutco knives are like super expensive. Sam's family is very affluent,
Yeah.
and they owned this store called Eigelberg, which was like a big camp store in Philadelphia, and it's his mom's
Oh.
side. Um, anyway, so sorry, I'm getting a little emotional because it's just really sad. And so basically, what had happened is, because there was this nor'easter coming, and Philadelphia, it's not as like tough as, I mean, they're not, I'm in Raleigh now. It's not as tough as Boston in terms of, I went to UMass my first year of college, so I'm like, I know how Boston is, but they're just like, they're a little wimpy when it comes to snowstorms, but not as wimpy as like the South. But anyway, so when they call 911, they come, and they kind of like, everyone's trying to like rushing to go home to get ready for the storm. And they're just like, he said he couldn't get into the apartment she was alone. So he said that the doorman was with him when he tried to break down the door. The doorman wasn't with him. They didn't even pull the video footage.
Mhm.
They didn't even clean up the crime scene. The manager of the building had to say, like, what do we do? The police told her to clean up. The police botched. Philadelphia Police Department botched the investigation very early on. So then they bring her, to the ME, and he rules it a homicide, even though they thought it was a suicide, which couldn't have been. She had 23 stab wounds, some at
In
the
her
base,
neck.
in her neck and at the base of her skull. And she had not defensive, she had like bruising on her body. She was
Mm-hmm.
wearing turtlenecks, like, and she wasn't really a modest person, like she had started wearing like, things to cover herself up. And I mean, the documentary doesn't do it justice. If you want to follow a little bit more about it, Gavin Fish is a podcaster. He's probably like her turtle boy, I would say, and he's really good friends with her parents. And he's got a lot of information on the website. So anyhow, they so she's Jewish, Sam's Jewish, I'm Jewish, we're all everyone's Jewish, everyone's like socioeconomic the same. It's not like anything, all same baseline. Basically, when they went to get her ready for burial, the women who noticed that she had bruising on her body, but it was never like really reported. And at her funeral, like they literally found out that because they had been told it was a suicide. At the
Mm-hmm.
funeral, they told it was a homicide. Then a couple months or about a month later or so, there was a secret meeting with the ME, somebody from the PPD, and I think there might have been somebody else, but nobody knows who. And they
Mm-hmm.
overturned the manner of death from murder to suicide. So fast forward,
And didn't his
yes.
like
So his
uncle or
uncle.
someone take
So
all of her
yes,
devices?
yes. So his uncle is what? Well, I think he still is a judge. He was an AG. His name is Jimmy Schwartzman. So I'm friends with his daughter. So I can't say her name because I would like I literally have her like I didn't so I was living in New York City when all this happened and I was young and my mom called me and she's like this girl
Yeah.
that so I didn't put two and two together until like later until social media was like a thing and I'm like wait why do I know all these people involved, do you know what I mean, because I didn't know the whole story until probably
Yeah.
2019. And you're like I literally know the killer. And so anyhow, so yes, his uncle Jimmy Schwartzman and his cousin, who's also a lawyer, came in. Not the person I know. I know the sister, his daughter, and I'm sorry, he took her devices when they went to do the crime scene cleanup. He came in to the manager and because that's why she did the crime scene cleanup. The uncle called and said, I just want to get some things for the funeral because in the Jewish tradition, you bury people pretty quickly. And she's like, well, I don't want to let him in, So they told him that they told her that they can clean up the crime scene. He came in, he took her purse. I think he took her laptop, her cell phone, like all of her devices.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even the wedding ring or, the engagement ring, because they were engaged. And she had even sent out the save the dates. So anyhow, fast forward. And they overturned it to suicide. And her parents didn't really question it too much, but then they started questioning it more and more the more that they heard. They hired a private attorney who turns out to be the now DA of Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, who is the most corrupt DA. Well, he's up there with Marcy, let's just say that. And
Jesus.
in different ways, he doesn't like to prosecute anyone. Basically. So when I lived in Philadelphia up until a couple months ago, like you could pretty much like if you were a white person, you could get away. If you weren't a white person, sorry, you could get away with murder. Like it didn't matter. It's like if you were white or Asian, like it was like opposite of like racism. Like he just wanted like people of color to walk free because they were marginalized, and it made no sense. Like and people would just get and you could steal up to a certain amount without getting. It was the whole thing. So anyway,
Jesus.
got yeah. That's why I moved. I was yeah. Um, anyhow, besides other things. So Krasner and his office were like, yeah, like we don't really, like we're gonna go with Emmy and like when he got to be DA, but he's like, I can't really take this over because it's a conflict of interest. So he kicked it to the AG at the Times office, who is Josh Shapiro. Now Josh Shapiro I have connections to as well. Unfortunately, his brother was my cousin's principals. He signed their ketubah, if you know that's a Jewish wedding license. So anyway, yeah. So
Lord.
I know, like it's like I'm friends with all these people, not knowing that they have all these it's at the time. And like I shouldn't say this, but I'm like, yeah, like I have their private like Facebooks and Instagrams because they don't know that I, like would know this. And it was funny because when I did see about Sam, I'm like, why are all these people still friends with him that I know? I'm like, how can you still
Right.
be friends with him? I'm like, oh, they want to watch to see what he posts.
Right.
So, but it still bothers me. Because
Are there people that like that
yeah, yes,
really believe that like
everyone does.
he okay,
The
so everybody
whole
does believe he did it.
community
Okay.
believe it's a dirty little secret. Let's just say that.
Okay,
So
cool.
his parents are in complete denial. But
Well,
well, yeah, exactly. But his mom, like, so my mom's good friend, Judy, who's a friend of mine, she was like over the summer, was it 2 summers ago, we were talking about it when right when the Hulu documentary got like announced, because it got a
yeah.
lot more because this happened back in 2011. It didn't get the attention then, like, Karen Reed and all this stuff. Like, I
Yeah.
almost think of it like Sandra Birchmore like meets Karen Reed, because it's like she's like Karen Reed, but she can't speak for herself. Like, they're framing her for her own murder, basically.
Right.
And so, or like Sandra Birchmore. So basically, yes. So Judy was saying, like, Mindy is his mom. She's like, yeah, poor Mindy. She like doesn't want to believe it, but everybody knows, that he did it,
Yeah.
and he's moved on. His best friend
And
is
he
like,
gets to live. He gets to live his life.
his best friend is Adam Pally. I don't know if you know him. He's a comedian. Um, he's friends with like all these like really bigwig people. Anyway, so Josh Shapiro, when he was AG, he took so Josh Shapiro went to school with his cousin, the one that I know, very small Jewish day school, high school, along with some other people that I know. And Josh Shapiro knows the uncle, knows Sam's family, knows
Hmm.
everybody very, very, very well. So when he was AG, I don't think it was like the intent from the start to help cover it up, but the PPD messed up pretty bad. A lot of people who went from the DA's office went on to work with Josh as AG. And then also, so when he was AG, he's like, yeah, we digged into it. They made some like phantom like tech things an issue. They said that she was researching suicide. Sorry,
Right, but
yeah, but she
how
wasn't. And they were saying there were she was if you like, let's say we're researching back then, because this is different, it was a different time then, like if
right.
you're researching side effects of Klonopin, let's just say,
Yeah.
it could come up with,
Suicide is one
yeah,
of the
I know Grant's streaming on YouTube, so I don't want to say the S word, but
Oh
you
yeah.
know what I mean. So
Yeah.
And also, I will just say, so it is okay to discuss elements of true crime. I just like to use a little bit of disclaimer. I prefer SA. I just personally, you don't have to. Everyone has their preferences.
Yeah, yeah.
Prefer SA instead of that other term, just because of the
Mm-hmm.
impact on people.
no, but what would you use for taking your own life?
Yes, and so yeah, yeah,
Unalive. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's what I'm trying to say.
and that's okay. And I will also say it's perfectly fine to talk about it. Just if you don't mind prefacing when you get to that point with, I'm going to talk about a sensitive subject, not because it's per se the rules. I just want to give people who that might impact a chance to turn the volume down. So.
Yes. So, so Shapiro's office, when he was AG, was saying that she did it to herself. And obviously, if you just look at the autopsy, it's just like John's autopsy. Like, there's no way possible,
There's
basically. And even the crime scene photos, there's just no way possible. It's very easy to open a door like
you
that.
can't sever your own like
Spine,
spinal
yeah,
cord
and
and
have entry wounds from the front,
from the
23 front and the back,
yes, like
and then still be holding a tea towel for making a fruit salad.
right.
And then also the blood was dripping up her
Yes.
nose. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's just so sad. Sorry, it's just so sad because I just like know so many people involved.
I'm so sorry.
And it's just like it's like unreal. Like when you're like watching it, like so. Anyway, so just to fast forward about the politics of it all. So Josh Shapiro is now our governor. Or sorry, now not in Pennsylvania anymore, but my family's governor. And I was like, rah rah. My politics have changed a lot, a lot
Mhm.
because of Josh Shapiro, quite frankly. But not just because of that. Also, Josh Shapiro and Krasner personally feel like victimized by them. But
Did the Democratic Party leave you like it left me?
yes, for after 46, or I was 46 at the last election. First time in my whole entire life I ever voted for the other side. The only vote that I'm happy with is John Fetterman that I made in 2022.
He's kind of fun. Listen.
I
I don't agree with everything he does, but I just love the
but
idea of
he's
like they got to.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm glad
Grant,
it.
if we could do like let's raise our hands if we've been personally victimized by Michael Morrissey. I mean,
Oh
I think
yes.
the numbers would be astounding in this chat.
Run a poll.
Oh,
Unreal.
Well,
I can
if you
do
do
that.
Philadelphia people, they'll say Larry Krasner or Josh Shapiro or both, but
Yes,
there's a
but
whole community.
Yes, don't let
Yeah.
me distract because I will run that poll and I'll put those names on. But it just seems to be,
Okay.
listen, the Democratic
So
Party
now
became something it wasn't.
yeah, so now, so this has been people, everybody knows in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, that's been like, has any, and knows the case that Shapiro helped to cover it up. And it's been out there, and, he is probably going to run for president.
Wasn't
In
he
the,
the vice
Wait,
president before
what?
that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
what?
want to hear Jessica's question. He's running for president?
Wasn't he?
No,
Wasn't
it's
he? Wasn't
Rebecca
he
who
gonna
said
be?
it.
Wasn't he gonna be Kamala's vice president pick?
Yes, I'm going to go back. So,
Sorry.
okay,
Okay.
so Josh Shapiro is, so I'm Jewish. I consider myself more culturally Jewish. Like I go to synagogue on whatever, fine. Josh Shapiro is very religious. He keeps kosher. He keep whatever. Like I said, his brother was the principal um of my cousin's school, and her now husband. It was a Jewish day school. He went to Jewish day school with with Sam's cousin as
And
well.
people might not understand
But
this, but the difference is
yeah,
that you can.
not politically conservative, but like religiously conservative. If that
Yes,
makes
and just
sense.
I
Yeah,
happen to come from a half Jewish family, so I did observe
yeah,
some of the traditions growing up. People may think, oh, Jewish people are like a monolith. They are not. There are lots of different types of observances of Judaism,
yeah.
and I just want to, that's what we're trying to explain, because a lot of people
So it
think
would
of it
be
as a
like if you're a
monolith.
Christian, but like you just celebrate Christmas, or you're Christian, but you go to like church and like pray like there's different sects and different whatever. So
We call that a CEO, Christmas and Easter only.
yeah, so a lot of Jews are like, Hanukkah and that, and like Rosh Hashanah, like, or they just go on the high holidays basically. And then there's Jews that like do Shabbat every Friday, and then
Yeah.
there's Jews that
For
like
the joy.
pop in
They're
and
in it for
out.
the joy. I
Yeah,
get
or
that
we
though.
like
But
pop.
valid.
But
Yeah.
like or like for me, I pop in and out. Like if someone has a Shabbat dinner, I'm like, oh yeah, sure, I'll go. Like, I've become a little bit not more religious, but more like involved because of just feeling persecuted throughout after October 7th. But that's a whole other story.
Hmm.
So anyway, where was I going?
Oh,
So
you were
Josh
telling us about
Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro's
Yeah,
and
so
the DA.
he's been wanting to run for president for a long time. He takes money from George Soros, if anyone knows who George
Oh,
Soros
yep,
is.
yep.
And it's this like I keep on calling it out on social media. A lot of people call it out. George Soros is basically like this horrible Jewish person. Like, and I can say like
But it
as
has
a Jew,
nothing to do. It has nothing
he
to do with him being
he's
Jewish. He just happens
well, he's
to be
Jewish,
a
but
very powerful
but he
person.
basically wants to like take down like anybody who he doesn't want a world order. Basically, he's just like a completely communist,
Well,
socialist,
and
whatever. I
George,
can't.
just so people understand why this ties in and
Excuse me.
why my mind was kind of blown when we started talking about Shapiro running for president, don't
Yeah,
underestimate the politics of it all. And of course,
I know, Grant. That's what I'm
if
getting to. It's taking me a long
yeah,
time, but I'm telling you, as
I
soon as
love it.
so last week. So everyone's like, the FBI's got to know. The FBI, like how, because Ellen's parents have been fighting since 2011, and they're old, and they're not sorry, that's not a mean thing. They're older, and it's their only daughter, and they've been fighting, and they got this documentary out there, so they got with the Fanning sisters and all this stuff, but now Shapiro's running. I don't buy the story. I think it was a setup that his house got burned on whatever Jewish holiday it was. I think it was a setup. The guy got away, like whatever. It was a whole thing. I think he lied about in his
Like
book about
to make him
yeah,
look like
like
more
he's
more
yes,
sensitive.
or
Okay.
more targeted. You know what? I'm
Okay.
sorry, and
Okay.
now I'm gonna get really emotional because I was a Jewish Philadelphian for I was terrorized for almost 2 years. Every time I would walk out of my apartment, every time I was in my apartment, he did not stand up for just like Jewish human rights. Like we were terrorized by the protesting and the calling from, like from the river to the sea. Like it was just like I couldn't wear. If I want, I ended up taking. I don't know if anyone knows what like it's just like a Jewish tradition. You put a mezuzah on your door, right? So it's
Yeah.
just to like protect your home. And like I ended up taking. I lived in an apartment building on the 24th floor. There were so many people moving in and out. I ended up taking down my mezuzah because I didn't want people to know I was Jewish. It was so scary. They were ripping
That's
down. it
So
was
sad.
it's like it was just so scary, and he didn't do anything. He didn't
And
speak
then
up
he wants to
publicly.
throw the card out when
Exactly.
it's good for him, right?
Exactly. And he didn't speak up because he knew it would politically put him as a, like taking, this side or that, whatever. And that's why I Fetterman, because Fetterman doesn't give a shit. And he's like, I'm not going to go along with the fight. Like, I'm going to go along with what I believe is right. And Fetterman's done more for Jewish Pennsylvanians than Josh Shapiro. So, and then Josh Shapiro just comes out with a book like a week or two ago, or this week, saying that Kamala Harris asked him if he was a Mossad agent and if he something else. I'm like, really? I'm like, that makes zero sense, because she's the vice president. If she wants to know anything about you, she has the FBI and the DOJ at her fingertips. So
Literally.
why would she
Right.
ask you that? So it's just like,
Make it make
so people are
sense.
making, he's making it oh, I'm a
And
victim, I'm a
also,
victim.
Right.
she's too dumb to be put in those rooms anyway. She's not gonna
Exactly.
care.
Yeah.
But
I mean, why not?
also, doesn't that feel like they're making it somebody else's problem? Like, let's elevate this. Let's
Exactly.
elevate this. Let's
I
elevate
mean,
this.
he
And
went.
divide in every level of that inferno
Yeah.
is divide. Okay, so here's
So,
we got religious divide, we got the political
exactly.
every
And
rung
he's
of
all
it,
wait,
and
and also, yeah.
every rung is built
Wait,
on
and
avoiding
media. And
accountability.
media. He's best friends with Jake Tapper. They went to school together as well,
Oh,
from CNN.
How
So,
does this
and
one person have so many connections? It's
well, the
wild.
Jewish, Grant, sometimes the Jewish community is small. I
Yeah.
mean,
So
I mean, I know, literally, things fall into my lap. I think I messaged you something the other day. It has nothing to do with the Jewish community, but I randomly met the head of the bus club, who told me 2 months after Karen was acquitted that she still thinks Karen's guilty, and that it was the whole thing.
Oh
We'll
my
get to
God.
that. Yeah, we'll get to that in
Oh
a
my
little
God.
bit. Yeah, things. I feel like Forrest Gump sometimes. I'm like, how do these things fall in my lap?
that's how I am.
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
and I want people to I never thought about it growing up, so I hope I want to just echo this, because people may think not only do I believe everything you say, I could probably research this and it's all going to line
I
up
can get to
because
you. I can show
exactly.
you my Facebook.
But to get to your point, okay, I grew up in a half Jewish, half Roman Catholic family. And
Oh, wow.
I never thought about it this way. But yes, my dad knew everyone. In
Yeah.
his
I know
family knew
everybody.
everyone.
I
And it
can
never
name
really
people that you guys all. Yeah.
yeah, and I'm
I
sure
mean,
and it never clicked to me because, and maybe this is why it works this way. I just assumed that the world worked that way. I never
no,
understood there was.
It's just there's so few of us that we just happen to all know each other if you're from a certain area, or even I know. Okay, so Sam, for example, right? When I found out Sam's name, our friend's ex-boyfriend that was stalked, I looked up his name and I looked on Facebook, and we have mutual friends because he is Jewish, and he went to college with people I know who are from my area that were Jewish as well. So it's just I'm not gonna go and ask them about it, because I don't want to they're gonna be like, who's this, why is this person
Just
asking me about?
interrogate. No, just interrogate them. Sit them down and start interrogating them. Be like, how do you
No,
really
no,
feel about
no.
this?
That's the thing. I like to take things too far. If it came up in the Lindsay, the one from New Jersey, she's friends with my friends, and I'm like, I'm not asking them because I don't want to get involved.
Right,
You
and
know
I
what I
don't
mean?
think,
Just
it's kind of weird.
All right, I'm actually very
Go
super
ahead.
intrigued by this line.
Which line?
It's
yeah.
personal intrigue. It's personal intrigue.
The Greenberg line
Into
or Lindsay? The Lindsay from the other state.
They're all because that Lindsay
the
was Jewish.
Jewish
That
social
Lindsay.
connection,
Yeah.
Catholic social
But I would, I would
connection.
explain it.
No. Tyler's right. I
Go ahead.
wanna maybe understand this social connection situation to Canton.
Well, so
Um,
that Lindsay girl that is in Jersey, she's Jewish also, so that's
sure.
probably why she knows. I think her husband's not Jewish, but her maiden name, and I looked her that. I'm pretty sure she is, because I know where she grew
Okay.
up, and it's a right outside of Atlantic City. It's a Jewish neighborhood where my parents live in Atlantic City now. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I have weird connections. I have a connection to Canton that I didn't even know about. I'm sure, Idly, you probably know the person I'm connected with.
Well,
Um,
DM me, girl,
I will actually know two people. One
because that's
person I,
what this is what I'm curious about.
yeah. So,
This has been like really
This is the ish,
informative and
the ish.
interesting, and I'm
so
very intrigued.
So the Ellen Greenberg, so where this all leads up to as of today is that last week the it was announced that the I think it was either the FBI or the DOJ subpoenaed people into the Ellen, like now it's
And that
becoming
goes
a
into
federal
what
case,
went
into
from
the Ellen
Russia.
Greenberg case, because you know that Trump doesn't want Shapiro to, well, I mean, Shapiro's corrupt as hell, but it's just another way of calling him out. It's political theater.
It's
So
a political play
So
exactly, which I'm
to
happy.
open it up,
I'm here for it because
right?
It's a
I do
blue
believe,
state.
yeah.
Yeah.
but
But
does
So just
everyone
take
see?
it.
oh no, I'm here for it because I know the things that Shapiro has done, like to the point where I had a personal issue, not with him, but in my old apartment building where I wanted to take legal action, and I was too nervous because of him, because he knew the people that own my building.
Wow. But and
And
That's
wow.
just
Rebecca,
that's a lot, Rebecca.
yeah.
Yeah.
can I just tell
Hmm.
you right now, like I said, life is my life especially, and I'm sure you guys feel the same way. Life is weird how it works, and like I mean, think about it, 3 years, like 4 years ago, did you think that all of us would be on this space and we all have connections somehow to
No.
somebody? Da 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 da. Like
But it's
No, like
you
I
talk.
had no idea you had
Hold on.
connections to Farwell.
Yeah.
right.
Well, I have more connections that would blow your mind.
Yeah.
But like it's so nice to hear like you talk about this, just because my brother was murdered in 20 or sorry murdered 20 in 2012 or whatever.
Mm.
He's the reason why I joined the military. He was in a wheelchair, had muscular dystrophy. He was brilliant, but his body just didn't work. He
Mm.
got dropped on his head in his nursing home, and my
Oh my
parents couldn't
God.
sue. My parents couldn't like get justice or anything like that. So I always feel for like I always whenever the Greenbergs and stuff like that. Like I've been following
Yeah.
that case, obviously as not as intricately as other people have, but I always just hope for the best for her parents, because I just see my own parents and how crushed they were.
Yeah, her
Yes.
parents are,
I'm not gonna
her
cry.
dad is just like, they moved to Florida, they're devastated. And her cousin who still lives in the Philadelphia area, like there are all these people that I know. It's just really sad. But back to that's the other
But
weird thing.
it's just
Back to
it's so
Jessica.
nice to hear you talk about them and stuff like that, because it's like as much as it sucks about like my own brother, it's like God, I hope that they get
Well,
the justice that they deserve. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
Jessica, what you're saying about your brother, and I don't like, this is where my head starts to go a little bit crazy. So, my brother passed away 6 years ago unexpectedly of a heart attack at 37 years old.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. And, we do have heart disease in our family, et cetera. Never thought twice, it was 6 months before COVID, never thought twice about it. And maybe 2 years after, I was in a taxi and telling the taxi driver about my brother and some weird things that happened with my sister-in-law after the fact. And I'm like, and then the like all this stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, can my sister-in-law, because there was some shady shit that happened. I'm like, could she have done? And my brother's best friend and I, we debate if we want to investigate it or not. But my brother was cremated. My
Yep, mine was
brother,
too. Mine too.
but my brother was cremated, but we never knew he wanted to be cremated. She told us he wanted to be cremated.
Oh,
So
was
we
there a life
can't do
insurance
any.
policy?
What?
Was there a
Oh,
life
she got
insurance
it.
policy?
She got the house. She got the insurance policy. Not that it was like a ton of money, but it was enough that
Yep.
but she knew her now husband before he died. We didn't know that.
Interesting.
I would definitely do
But
some digging.
but that's the thing. My parents, it will just destroy my parents. It will
Or
make,
reopen everything.
I can't get his
Yeah.
I asked her, I was like, do you have his autopsy? And she's like, yeah, somewhere. And I'm like, oh, she wouldn't give us things back that were like family things, like weird stuff. Like my grandmother played for the sorry, my grandfather played for the Knicks in the 40s, and like we had
You're everyone,
I know.
Rebecca.
I have a weird. I feel like weirdly, oddly connected to everybody. But anyway, like just things like there were basketballs from All-Star games that were signed, like that we wanted back, and like there was just like even my brother's blanket that my grandmother made, like weird things. But
That's not like
and
weird things like that. That's like
oh yeah, like
shit
very.
you should
It's
have
his
gotten
best.
back.
Wait, and then I found out he was a swinger before he died.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I know, right?
And it was all like her kind of like pushing him. It was a whole
Well, and
thing.
then she's
Yeah.
obviously got some on the side and
Who was
probably
like San Diego and then miraculously moved home.
right now they're married.
No, married with two kids, one kid, a kid in the way, and
Yeah.
he was sleeping in my brother's bed 6 months. Maybe,
Ew. Okay.
6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She did all the grief stuff like super quick. She went on like grief
Oh
retreats
my
and all
God.
that. It was a whole thing. So again, my brother's best friend, like he knows things because she, whatever. So but I'm just like, but that's the thing. Like, what is it going to do to my parents? And I can't get the autopsy because she's the next of kin. So she has all the power. So like if my parents would have to say to her, like, I can't go to her and be like, I want the autopsy. If she tells me no, then I have to like basically like subpoena her like in the county that happened.
Right.
Like I can't. And then there was
Maybe
supposed to be
you know what?
tax.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should subpoena her, and then she'll be like, "What the hell? What's going on?"
Well,
But
maybe I'll
Right.
just ask her again for it and be like, I
Yeah.
really want to see it just for my
Right.
own health,
I don't want to have to go.
reason, or just for my own
I
health
don't want to have
reasons.
to, go down to the courthouse
have
to,
call her.
you know what I
Call
mean?
her.
Oh, I should have a fake private investigator call her.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
I
I'll
know.
do it.
God, no.
I
God,
can do
no.
a good accent.
Oh, good.
No.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
I'm
my
just gonna,
goodness.
I was just gonna say to her, like, listen, I'm having a lot of heart issues, and I want to see what like had happened. Can
Good
you,
to think of.
Yes.
like, from a medical standpoint, my doctor would like love to look at the autopsy to like just see if there's any
Yeah. And
similarities.
his medical records, because
Yeah. I don't know if she would still
hereditary.
have that. I mean, I'm not going to put her on that,
Well,
but just the
just,
autopsy. Yeah. But they were supposed to do a toxicology, and
they
we never,
didn't.
no, because he was also in the DR when all that poisoning was happening, like 2 weeks before. And so everyone's like, well, maybe it was like a poisoning from the DR with the mini bar stuff. I don't know if you remember that whole thing. So like
Well,
everybody, the
did they
hospital.
want to figure it out?
No, because my we do have a major heart thing in our family, so my parents just believe, like, it's like you want to believe the most obvious thing, like just like
Yeah.
John, and like that's how I obviously John, like my parent, like, think about it, right? Like my mom has had a traumatic loss. She lost her mother of a sudden heart attack at 50, and my grandmother's 58, right? So that was her
Yeah.
best friend, and then she loses her son of a heart attack at 37. She just wants to believe the easiest thing, and so do I. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But then you start thinking about it. So think about John O'Keefe's parents. They're like, well, it's the most logical thing. He got hit by a car. Like, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like they don't want to see it. I mean, I think if it blew up this big, my parents would be like, but still. But I get it. Like I get where people are coming from, especially when they've experienced crazy
Yeah.
loss like that, and it just
And it ties all the cases together in some sense.
I know. Isn't that weird? That's why I'm so
Yeah.
intrigued by everything.
Right,
I'm so intrigued by it all.
Yeah, then we were talking about Ellen Greenberg, Sandra Birchmore. We can talk about John O'Keefe. All of these families, obviously, some are more outspoken than others, but the internal process of, oh my goodness, I have lost my loved one, and then whether it's the investigation being botched, there being something under the surface, there being all these political connections, nothing happens. Imagine
No justice.
what your brain would be like, even if you could think rationally about it. What would you say? You'd say, my country has failed me, my system has failed me. And then to get back to Ellen Greenberg, so people understand, there's a common tie with this as well. I really want folks to know about what the dynamic was like in January of 2025, because now I want to tell you, you may be saying, like, Grant, you are, like, obviously very religious, so okay, you might be more right as you get older, but, like, you are, like, clearly, like, love everybody, like, but you hate the communists. How's that even possible? Okay, I'll explain it to you, because in America, you have two political dynamics, like the Democrats and the Republicans. The Democrats will basically let anything fly as long as you give them enough money. I'm not kidding you. There's no loyalty in the Democratic Party, whatever the fuck.
Today's Democrats.
Yes. By the way, I would have voted for JFK.
In
Don't
the past,
get it
like,
twisted.
10, 15 years.
Yeah, do not get it twisted. The last Democrat I would have voted for is JFK. I don't want to, like, mislead you. I would have voted for JFK. Okay, just because he's from here, he's Irish Catholic. What do you want me to do? I can't not vote for him. People would yell at me. All right. So my grandfather also voted for JFK. Shit, I gotta draw a corollary. and
Mhm.
it led to chaos. Why I like lying about holding Democratic. The governor is Democratic. The AG is
Grant,
targeting
yeah.
Democrats. About time. About time someone.
Company. I worked for Cole Hunt. Company. I worked for Cole Hunt. I was the buyer for them. So you can fact check me. It's all.
People are going to question it. So like, fact
Yeah, I
checking
mean,
it.
I'm like, come find me now. I'm not anywhere near anybody. And so, except my parents be like, why are you telling all this stuff? Because they're like, don't. So, so I worked there. I was like in my early 20s, little thing, and so was my friend Jen, who actually lives in Norfolk County. And I swore she was on the jury, and I didn't ask her until the verdict day. And I was like, "Were you on the jury?" She's like, "No, but my friend almost got picked to be on the jury." I was like, "Oh God." And
You were
so
going to
that's how
talk
my
about how
connection
it's
is to
very. Yep.
different.
So, but hold on.
Yes.
Before we get
So
to President
so
Trump,
Trump.
hold on. I just want to redirect. I want to
Yeah.
just focus this because where I was going with my question about
Yes.
President Trump is, folks should understand when he came to office in 2025, one of his things was going after Democratic corruption, but also he immediately ended 6 consent decrees with police departments across the country. By May of 2025, okay, he ended basically the public integrity unit. However, have you noticed that in certain states, it doesn't matter if you're a cop, it doesn't matter if you're a governor, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're a Democrat, they will get you. What do we have in
Yep.
Pennsylvania with Shapiro and the DA? What do we have with Morrissey, with Maura Healey, with Michelle Wu? These are all Democrats. Maybe that's the bigger picture here, and that's why we're not all seeing it
I'm
like
in
they have a
Chicago.
plan.
Well, yeah,
Grant,
Chicago's, yeah.
I want him to take these men like geese, just take them and fly away.
And for president, but
Rocketman,
think about yes,
oh my God! Somebody get me this man's email.
well, think about
address,
for
and I could write a compelling letter.
But forget, I agree with you, but think about the politics of it. For this is why I think he might do it. I think Pam
And all
Bondi would have.
political.
I
Yes,
don't
but
care.
no, I know
My
you.
own betrayed me. The values they pretend to espouse that I was factually living, these protecting children and inclusivity, like all of these values they pretend to espouse.
Yeah, and think about for President
They
Trump.
did
The
not.
opposite.
The moment it was politically convenient, they were willing to sell a victim who espouses their own views right down the river.
Of course. And
Yeah.
so
Oh,
for
and this is
President,
a victim or
Mhm.
somebody who doesn't fit within their
yeah,
or within what they're trying to push.
and so for President Trump, you have this situation where it works right now politically against the Democrats. It works for, and this is like the point I've been trying to make for the last year. It works because President Trump can then say, look, it doesn't matter if you are a cop. It doesn't matter if you're in a position of power. If you do bad things and hurt the vulnerable, we'll hold you accountable. That's why I think that's the bigger picture. Maybe we don't have an insight into what they're doing because President Trump is being very tactical. I would guess Pam Bondi was not just randomly involved in the decision to take the death penalty off the table for Matthew Farwell. This is a Democratic state. Like they don't like it. Michelle Wu basically used Josh Kraft to guarantee another term. Like it's very Democratic, and President Trump can't really get to them. How would you get to them? Specific targeted prosecutions on cases where the Democrats enabled bad behavior,
Exactly.
and then it helps you in the midterms and the next election. That's what they're going to do. I see it.
No, but that's
I'm
that's
praying
Josh
for it.
Shapiro. I mean, Josh Shapiro has been very outspoken against Trump, and he has no reason to be because he tried to run for governor on bipartisanship, and he totally went the other way. And the other thing I was going to say is back to Trump is that when I knew him or when I worked in his building and would ride the elevator with him, I thought it was kind of annoying because they're filming The Apprentice in my building all the time. But he was always really nice. I'm like, yeah, he was kind of like an older guy being like, oh, you girls are kind of flirty with us. But he was totally a normal, moderate Democrat. He was a New York Democrat at the time. No, not totally. He was a Democrat. That's what people forget. It was he was what the Democratic Party was.
I mean, any notion that there is the political platform that one person is evil is completely diluted and out of touch with reality.
But we were
When
brainwashed
like
as liberals.
when people are literally facing real goddamn crises, like in like women in Norfolk County, like do you think some platform that is just so single-minded, so narrow, without nuance, without like, where does this break down at the county level in Norfolk County? Because like, is this about President Trump? Because I actually have not
No.
heard you say a goddamn word. Or Jeffrey Epstein, or those connections to
Hold on,
Massachusetts and
hold on.
Boston,
Oh, well,
or
hold on.
Matthew Farwell in his own crimes against children in
Yeah.
that exact same capacity right here on the ground you walk. How dare you try to make it some grandiose stand when you're not even willing to take that stand in your own
Well,
capacity, in your own
Who?
county, in your own
Well,
town.
right, but and you have to see it as if there's complicity up and down the chain, right? If everyone thinks that this is just acceptable, then it's going to take
it's not just one person. That's
right.
the
It's
thing.
the whole chain. So it's going to
it's
take
a
a
whole
person,
cohort,
a disruptor, someone who's like, listen, this is a zero-sum game, okay? Either these people are held accountable or they're not. Now, for 10, 20 years, you might have no movement because every single person is complicit. And that's what you stare down.
But that's the thing with Epstein, right? It's not about Epstein. If you listen to Mark Bettero, he has it exactly right? So he because I think he represents a victim, and it's not about Epstein. It's about all the. I mean, it's not about. He's dead. He's a dead pedophile, right?
Right.
It's about all the people that are still out there or that were out there doing this that are people of power. And people are like, "Oh, Trump releasing that."
Yes.
It's like, do you know how much chaos that would cause if some of those names got out there
Well,
without
and
due process?
have you looked
Well,
at the
I
black?
think part of that, if you look
Go
in
ahead.
Boston too, like people are making like comments about Whitey Bulger. I'm like, all right, well, we're talking about a dead mobster here. As a complete distraction from like the institutional
Well,
failures to support victims. Like
was
that's
it not?
actually what people want.
Was it not the old Norfolk DA, William Delahunt, that courthouse is named after? Was it not him that like initially caused this war? He was the one that saw Flemmy in that restaurant in '78 and went to the FBI and was like, "Hey, do something about this." The FBI covered it up. He went to war with them. We're dealing with the fallout. It's not Whitey. You're exactly right, Italy.
Yeah, right,
it's the institutions that Whitey took part in, rose up like whatever, and then crashed. This is Boston. It's what no one wants to talk about. People want to pretend it doesn't exist. It's here. It's causing real harm, and no one knows what to do.
Right. And
I think but I think the overarching theme too is about who you're connected with and who you want to protect across the country. You know what I mean? It's like it goes to like it could be political, it could be friendships, it could be whatever it is. What your common goal is. But I think that's like the whole thing. It's like
Are we not
who are you
realizing?
protecting? And
right? This is not random. Like all these connections. The military intelligence establishment. Why is a random guy in Canton with his brother getting multi-million-dollar contracts from the defense intelligence establishment? It's not random. At a certain point, we all have to make a decision. What are we trying to accomplish? Are we trying to say, because you have money and political connection,
soccer program,
exactly?
Right,
well, whatever.
Christ.
Whatever.
Just normal moms.
Right.
No, I have some inside dirt.
Shit.
Well, but whatever. Hold on. Whatever we're trying to accomplish, right, in the local context, what are we actually talking about? We're talking about people with a lot of money, people with a lot of connections, and people with a lot of political power. This is the age-old story. It just happened to have popped up in this case in a way that isn't supposed to be public. They're supposed to have their private soirees, their private world. It's not supposed to be
Their
public.
swingers club.
Yep.
I've
Oh,
got
this.
a big mouth. So sad, too bad.
Oh no, Idly, I've had it confirmed by other people in your town that the swingers thing is a real thing, and they're
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
how
really?
about let's talk
Well,
about
then
Karen.
nobody cares. Hear me
Well,
out.
hold
Like,
on.
I
Go on.
don't give a shit if they dress.
No,
I don't give a shit if they dress as like furries and like beat each
Right.
other with
Just
like
be good people.
toadies for sexual pleasure. But like,
but
it
from
actually cannot involve procuring middle school girls, impregnating them, and murdering them in whatever
Yes.
weird octopus fashion that Sandra Birchmore is related. It absolutely cannot involve that. Like, that's a hard goddamn
So
line.
what
Like,
if this is
right.
just the only
Swing all you
one?
want.
Well,
well,
right, but
there's
what
I
if
friend
this
I,
is just what if
yeah.
this is the only example, one of the only examples in Sandra Birchmore of this larger culture that exists in the absolutely prey on children, they absolutely prey on positions of power, and that the only
Yep.
reason there's so much vitriol about this specific case, these specific people, is because this isn't the stuff that's supposed to be public. The only reason, not even Sandra's family's lawsuit, led to what happened when Karen Reed brought down the attention on this
Exactly.
case. That's what this is about. There's something hiding here. I just cannot get
Yep.
away from that. So
Yeah.
I think that Karen
I
was
mean,
I think that Karen was targeted because like exactly what you said, Grant, when she started talking about, that she knew about Sandra Birchmore
oh
pretty
yeah.
early on.
Oh
I
yeah.
Yeah.
mean, that made
Oh
her
yeah.
a target on so
That
many
made her a
levels.
target. 100% made her a target. And I mean,
And John probably was a
she was,
target
hold
too.
on.
John could have been
That's what I
But
said.
also, like, she was romantically involved with some of these gentlemen as well, like
hmm
me. And that, like, maybe you don't understand the complex. I don't even know
what do
how
you
to
mean?
like
So like kind
explain
of
what you're
hold
getting
on,
into.
hold
like
on.
the
I want
mud
to.
you're wading into, if you will.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about
And
that. What if John mentioning to Karen about the swinging culture? Remember, Karen said that on Rotten
Yeah.
Mangoes. What if that like played into like Higgins and John and Karen? What if like Karen
Yeah.
would coordinate? That's all I'm saying is like it's not out of the question.
Oh, I
And it's
think I
weird.
totally think no, Grant. I caught that pretty early on, and when in the trial when Karen was talking about how she said to Higgins, or somebody or in one of the interviews, how she said to Higgins, like, yeah, I don't really like to hang out with couples. I rather hang out with people like other people who are single. So like, does that mean that she was saying that she doesn't want to be a swinger? Like, I don't know. She said something
all
along
right.
those
So
lines.
also, does anybody else in this conversation feel like maybe I understand privacy, HIPAA, things like that, but if this is the case, maybe whatever approach the district attorney took to the entire fucking thing to like protect a few select people from embarrassment was not worth the human cost on the other end, in
Yeah,
terms of public health.
and can I ask
100%.
a question about that? Because I cannot get this out of my mind. I have thought about this case and all of its intersections for a long time. I learned a lot on Canton Confidential the other night about how Matt McCabe could not have left his home because Jen McCabe called him at 6:35. Like, I am thoroughly convinced it is impossible. He had to have left earlier, and there's no explanation for why. Okay.
So wait, I have a theory.
Go ahead. Well, hold on. Let me say my theory. Then you
Okay.
can say your theory, and I'll be interested.
Okay.
Maybe it aligns.
And
maybe
then
it
I have
doesn't.
another theory.
Excellent. I love theories. And by the way, we're going to go till about 8 o'clock. Okay, about 8 o'clock, and
Okay.
then people can. Like, I need to get ready for the storm. I didn't ice my steps. Like, so anyway, we're going till 8. So, by the way, there's going to be 3 feet of snow here in the next day or two. So I'll be back again tomorrow. But let me focus on my theory.
Yay.
So we have to think about why is it very possible that Karen didn't necessarily know what happened or why, but these people also saw John on that lawn. And again, I like to use the word act of God because we don't have a verdict saying otherwise, so we're calling it an act of God. John ends up on the lawn because of an act of God. What if they saw him and just left him there? Okay,
I don't
now
think he was
both.
out that early. Yeah.
No.
Well, whatever the timeline is, what if the reason why folks were talking that early in the morning before 6:35 is because the reality is who did Matt and Jen McCabe drive home that night? Julie Nagel and one other guy.
Levinson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe think about how much of a problem that is. Think about the black blob. Wasn't that a little weird? You saw a black. You saw a black blob.
Yeah, but I think she only said it in the second trial. She didn't say it in the first.
Correct, but here's where I'm going with that. Why say black blob? It's a very specific word, because that way you don't have any liability for seeing a body and not saying anything.
Right. Just like coming up with some kind of measurement of it, right?
And
it was about maybe 6 feet.
Right,
well, and that goes back to Higgins saying that he saw to the federal grand jury that he saw a tall guy with dark hair coming to the house, but he didn't know. Right. Yeah.
And so therefore, and this is just for argument's sake, because I don't understand the timeline based on the new information I learned about Matt McCabe's movements. It would make a lot of sense if, because of whatever was going on around the house, or because of maybe someone didn't like John and didn't want him to get up from the lawn, people just left. That freaks me out.
I don't think that. So that my theory is that John was put out after the fact, but the white Jeep, right, was never parked at the mailbox Higgins' white Jeep was never parked at the mailbox when everybody was going to the house. Karen didn't see it. Nobody else saw it. The only person who said it was there was Higgins, right? Mm-hmm. But
are you talking about the Jeep he said he used to plow the driveway?
The white Jeep Wrangler, right?
Yeah. Because remember, Higgins was, and this is odd, just so people understand the context. I'm happy to talk about this. Higgins is an undercover ATF agent, right? We all know that. And this man is at a bar with John and Karen, Christina Kolokakis, Jen McCabe. It's pretty normal. Say what you want. It's pretty normal for him to be at a bar with those people. What's not normal is for him to arrive first at 34 Fairview, where there are just children. Sorry, why is he there first? What is going on? Why wouldn't you drive over with someone else? I don't understand at all.
But his car, he was there, obviously, at some point.
Right.
But his car doesn't necessarily, if it was parked in the mailbox, then the whole theory of Karen hitting him totally goes out the window.
Because that would be in the way she would have crashed into it.
No matter which way, she would have crashed into the white Jeep. But guess who else has a white Jeep? Ida Lee, do you know?
Does Ida Lee have a white Jeep? If you're going to blame Ida Lee, I'm going to be upset.
I wish. Is it Jennifer Judith?
Jennifer McCabe, yeah.
Yeah, Jennifer Judith.
Yeah, she has the same white Jeep.
JJ.
So maybe that white Jeep was back there at one point, and it wasn't Higgins' white Jeep, it was Jen's white Jeep.
But
honestly, all this conjecture is deliberate on the doer's orchestration. Don't you dare tell me that from the bar to the Alberts you could not get one bit of camera footage.
Well, speaking of which,
this is so exhausting. And
speaking of which, so what you guys were talking about Proctor being in the institution,
which is unconfirmed but reported. I just want to be
clear. Is unconfirmed. Right. However, when it was reported I went back in my texts to confirm. So when it was reported, I think it was late October, early November. Around November 9th, I think the date was.
Are we talking 2025?
2025, yeah. His car was back in his driveway at his house on November 9th. I think it was a Sunday. You could check the dates, whatever that Sunday was. I have a picture of it from somebody who lives in Canton. And because that person those people check on these people. Mm-hmm. And the person, we were talking about it, and they said, yeah, I also went by. I said, oh, so he's not at Courtney's house. And they said, no, but Courtney's door, at the same time that Proctor's car was back home, Courtney's, I guess, door, and Ida Lee would know better than me, her glass door was open, but her wood door was open, but you could see the inner door. that door was open and there was a white Jeep there and some kind of so I'm like, when the person said white Jeep, I'm like, Jen McCabe's Jeep was there. So Jen's Jeep was at Courtney's house, and there was another Jeep of some kind of bronze color, but it was a Cherokee. I don't know whose car that was. And that was the same time. So that's all I know, is that Jen was at Courtney's house right around the time Proctor supposedly came home.
Well, and that would make sense because these folks all are friends, and I don't want anyone to think they're crazy here about these connections, because I know these folks were on a Discord together, at least Proctor's wife and Jen.
Okay,
so
but
why
also
wouldn't they?
I think
Can I theory mine?
can I just like interject really quick because one geez, I mean, in the grander context of this, like, no, I don't really know anything about their homes or this or that, but like, in terms of the fact that like I graduated from Canton High School, I love the community.
What year did you
I
graduate?
2004.
Okay.
And
I have seen the yearbook, just so folks know. Don't even think.
yeah.
Don't
No,
even
I-
call her.
I- I-
I've seen the yearbook.
Yep. Yeah. I I think it's very quick to jump to conclusions about these women's motives. And I think in the grander context of things, like, hit pause and take a step back. I mean, like, fuck you, Jen McCabe, but like everything else, like, I think is were these women given complete truths? Like, was Elizabeth Proctor given a complete freaking truth? I mean,
Right.
you know,
No,
even like
you believe
letting
people.
her back, like letting him back in contact with their children and this and that, like the human perspective, we're very, very quick to like jump on it in terms of like gossip or something. But like from a human perspective, like we
But that
don't know
makes
what's
sense.
contained in those text messages. We don't know if he's the real bad guy or the patsy. And conjecture about it, I think, like, does her a disservice. I think we should actually be out there being like, Liz Proctor, like you don't even know how great a divorce would be. You could go on a cruise. Go on a cruise, bitch.
Okay, but let me ask this. But let me ask this. Hold on. Before, I have one question about this, because it is abnormal to me to think that during two trials, witnesses would be on a Discord together. That's the only, like, Italy, I totally agree with you. I don't think, like, Liz Proctor, other than her, like, uncle's
but,
weird
like,
connection
also
to my
looking at
mom.
the way they're operating, Grant.
Go ahead.
I know, but also
They're sloppy.
I know, but part of me again is like, how much were these wives read into it until like the absolute last moment, where then it's like a matter of coercion. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, but you're talking about
or were they read into it at all?
Yeah, but let me give a counter to that. And I'm not blaming Liz.
I know. I just want female liberation. And
I back you 100%. I back you 100%.
And like, if her husband's a fucking scumbag and cheated on her or whatever, and like she was then pressured because like he's a very serious law enforcement officer, and this is very
obviously
serious.
gets
You know
away
what
with
I
a
mean?
lot.
Like, I don't want to like put negative action or intention on her when like I mean, like, I've felt the pushback of these men. Like, I have no idea what it's like being married to a state trooper. I only like showed my boobs to a couple losers, and like this woman's like dead ass married to one of them.
Well,
so,
look
like,
at Nicole Albert. I mean, you kind of can't. I don't think she knows really exactly what at the time knew what happened, or even
free
really fully
Coco,
knows.
free Coco.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard stories about how she's been pretty intimidated, and also maybe not so.
But hold on, I still have a question, and I might have to reset my volume, so I might go in and out.
I still have a question about
Hold
Matt
on.
McCabe as well.
Okay, so pause. We will pin that, and then as I reset the sound, ask it. But my question before I go
Okay.
in and out is, I just don't understand. No other criminal case I've ever seen. Do people, even when they're like being subject to pressure, like create a Discord that like the district attorney sends like as a link to his email? Italy, this is not about women. You want to liberate the women. I'm behind you 100%. You could take over the country. I'm all about it. However, that doesn't like excuse like complicity just because they happen to maybe get read in late. That's my only counter to that, and then I'll reset the sound.
Yeah.
Oh, Italy, I tried to message you, but I
Tell friends on the YouTube I'm resetting the sound. And yes, like that's how spaces work. If you go on desktop for like more than 2 hours, eventually it just gets mad at you. You can make it better just by refreshing it, just so you know. No other streamers like do this, but if you run into an issue where you're streaming a space and you're going for a while, you eventually have to refresh the space because the like cache will get really mad at you. How do I know this? I've done this for like 3 days now. We're going till 8 p.m. by the way. Thank you all who have been listening to this. This is very important. I really appreciate the people who have tuned in.
Women in the community in his own like immediate oversight even.
but you know that you know how he is. I mean,
I mean, but that's not a fucking
oh, it's not an
excuse. Do you
excuse,
know what I
but he's
mean?
not the right person. You know, it's like
We all right. So
I feel
so
I
you're
definitely
married. All
feel
right,
for
hear me out. Hear
you
me out. You're
and
married to one of
understand.
these LEOs. You're one of their ex-girlfriends. Where is the right venue to go for safety and security? Like,
Right.
because like
Yeah.
factually, it does not exist. From
I agree.
my
Yeah.
human live perspective, it like does not exist. And I mean, goddamn, I haven't been romantically involved with one of these gents since like the early 20 somethings. And
You build that is
So
what
how
yeah,
you
would you
do.
how would you have
You
played it?
build that
Yeah,
for
how would
these women.
you do? But how would you have played it? Let me ask you, Edith Lee, because I value your perspective. You're very close to this. How would you have played it? You have a situation where you're being targeted. You know the Turtle Boy crowd. Like it's great to have their support. It's not good to like have them
yeah.
looking into you. So you're wife of a law enforcement officer. You got this tight knit community. How would you have played it? Like in light of everything, you can't get the DA to do anything. You have all these connections. Like you know the case is important. You can't push too hard. You'll
I mean,
compromise the case. What would you have done?
I've directed folks to the FBI. I mean, like, I genuinely don't, the food chain there, that hierarchy, what's above that state level oversight? Well, geez Louise, if it's not going to be the Attorney General, it's going to be the FBI, right?
Yeah, but I'm a little bit
Grant,
worried
And
that
like
they have.
I
totally
am a
right.
Wonder Bread white lady. I'm gonna pull a full Karen and I'm gonna call your manager.
Yeah,
like,
but you don't
fuck
think
you
that.
guys.
I need to be direct about this. You don't think that if you don't like this might have been so hard because what if these people weren't just on task forces with the FBI and other agencies? What if like
They are.
this is
They are. They
yes,
factually are. They
but
factually are.
we
Grant.
know one of Proctor or Michael Proctor or Liz Proctor's family members,
Mm-hmm.
not the one that knows Talamom, another one, was in the FBI.
Liz's
so you
dad. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So you got
Yeah,
to
and that's the thing with
But
Liz
like
is that she's from
also, how much? I mean, do you think that Proctor went to his father-in-law? Was like, well, I was sending around my neighbor's nudes.
no, but do you?
Fucking no, he wasn't.
No, but
And
do you
then
know
like,
where? Hold on, it goes way more than that. Do you know where Liz Proctor went to school? Where high school?
Belmont High School, yeah.
Yep. Now people thought I knew her. I did not. Okay, she was named Liz Syracusa back then. Someone I found like a picture from a yearbook where she was ahead of me or something. I never met her. I didn't know anyone in her grade really. I played football. Like I was like a big kid. I was kind of weird. Like I'm weird. I'm a tap. So anyway, what do you want from me? I'm sure people would be like, yeah, he was a big fat kid who spoke fluent Spanish as a freshman and played football. Like, he liked to drink. Okay, like, yeah, that's true. But anyway, I don't drink anymore.
Get it, Grant.
Yeah, it was fun to play football. I love being a D tackle. I would just use the swim move.
Grant, how old are you?
36.
Oh, okay. You're young.
So, yep.
Yeah.
So I was in Belmont High School from 2004 to 2007 or so before I went to BC. And while I was in Belmont High, I didn't know Liz Syracuse, didn't know any of her friends. Okay, now it makes me wonder, like, my mom, I don't know if you understand, she runs the women's club here. My mom is like a fixture in Belmont. My mom is Miss Belmont, okay? Like, if there were like a Real Housewives of Belmont, my mom would be the president of the Real Housewives of Belmont. Okay, so
Apologies.
no, it's an interesting town, but like it's weird, but it's interesting. There's nothing like, it's more just like a commuter town. There isn't a lot that actually happens because there's no commercial base here, so there's no reason you can't run businesses here really. So it's very, very small.
You're close to
Okay.
Hanscom, though, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of Harvard professors. Joan Baez lived here in the 60s. The John Birch Society was run out of our post office, what is now our post office.
Wow.
So, like, it's a lot of, like, power, but very quiet power. Mitt Romney used to live up on the hill. He's the reason why we have the Mormon temple up on Route 2. He was, like, on the steering committee. He was cool. When we used to go collect donations for high school baseball, the Stadies would be like, why are you here? And we'd be like, we're in baseball uniforms. We want them to donate. And they'd be like, that's okay. And we'd go up and Miss Romney would give us like $20 or whatever. And we'd be like, thanks, Miss Romney. It was really fun. So anyway,
What town is it? Sorry.
Belmont. So, like, I don't know if you've
Belmont.
ever like gone to a governor's house. Like, you shouldn't. But like, if you're
That-
like
right.
a high,
Yeah.
if you're a high school kid, like, okay, you have to like raise money for your like baseball, football team, whatever. They tell you like, go to this neighborhood, do the boosters
Yeah, you better
thing.
go to the governor's.
Well, they put me in, like, my buddy up. I remember this to this day. Me and my buddy up on Belmont Hill, and we're walking along, and there was this long driveway with a state cruiser at the end. And I was a very just like forward guy, and I was like, "Hey, like, we're raising money." And he was like, "What are you doing this for?" I was like, "It's pretty obvious." And he just let us walk up and raise money. And I was like, "That's great." The Romneys support the local baseball team, so there you go. I liked Mitt Romney because of that. He voted in my town. So anyway, this is getting a little far afield. Belmont is small, but my mom, there's no doubt in my mind, the Norfolk DA, a new email just came out, Kyle Sharkey found it, showing my mom was on the Norfolk DA's radar in 2022 because she writes for the Herald. There's no doubt in my mind that they brought her into this because Michael Proctor and his wife have deep connections, not just to like the media establishment, not just to the FBI, not just to the state police, but everywhere. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't understand it. Maybe he's just a nice guy. Maybe he has like a family that's very connected. It makes no sense to me. Do I think Michael Proctor's the problem?
It
No.
actually makes perfect sense to me from a victim standpoint. You garner an ally in someone who does very, very legitimate, serious work and change and advocacy in like the space.
That's not. I need. Hold on.
Sexual assault victims, and like she definitely fits that bill. And like,
Yeah,
if
but it's
you
darker.
need,
I know. I got to do my like truth journey now, and this is some interesting
no,
info. So
like get it.
no, I want to reward the people who listen this long. You're going to hear something that I don't think people know. My brother is not well. Okay, like he's just like he had his colon removed. He got in some trouble, like not intentionally. Like he yelled at some guy who like beat him up, and then the guy got charged, and then like the guy's like friend got out of prison, found him in a convenience store, and like threatened him. That led to like some stuff where I think my brother was like vulnerable. He started picking up like some like traffic tickets, like getting in more trouble. I don't think it was just a matter of my mom was someone who they thought could help. I think that I'm worried my mom is someone they thought they could control. And Kate Peter went, like they put, like, think about this. Liz Proctor's uncle just like starts like coming around my house a year and a half ago. Bro, like the vibe was so weird. And then like on top of that, I find out Kate Peter was in communication with her going back to 2024, and then no one told me about it. They in fact lied about it. And then my mom's old law firm represents Yuri in Karen's case and
Yep.
Dylan Haldeman in
That's
the
so
Lindsay
messed up.
Aiden case. No, that's what I really don't like about
It's so
this.
fucked up.
Right, it's very dark, and I worry that it's
It's all
more.
connected.
Yes, that it's more
Right?
than just, it's more than meets the eye. It's not just like PR firms, Berlin Rosen. It's not just these law firms. We are at the center, the nexus of political power in Massachusetts. That's what this is, and I saw it firsthand, and I watched how they move, and there's so much plausible deniability to it. But then, like, you're at, like, hypothetically, like at a funeral, and someone comes up to you and is like, hey, do you make sure you lock your doors at night? Like, I'm gonna go check, you know. Oh, really? At a funeral, my grandfather's funeral. What is this? Like, what are you people?
What?
When you say it like that, not at all concerned,
Yeah.
Grant.
Right.
Why is it always at funerals? That's where I saw Sam's cousin last. I'm like, and when I finally put two and two together, it's just so weird. Like how,
Because it's the deepest threat you can give.
Yeah, but it's
yeah.
also the
Well,
web
also
of.
at a funeral, you don't want to like act out, so you're not gonna be like
Yeah, it
saying
was
anything inappropriate.
and it was also
Right.
it was the position juxtaposition of the somber nature of the occasion and like the brashness of, but it wasn't a threat. Like, how can you report a statement like, oh, I'm worried that you're like not locking your doors, like I'll go by and
Right.
like, okay, that's like looks like concern, but it's not. That's the scariest kind of threat. That's what worries
Exactly.
me about this. Like, that's why I want to keep speaking about what I've seen and experienced. It's
Grant, I've gotten threats like,
Yep.
guys as concerned. Oh, remember that time you said you were gonna self harm? No, I don't. And like, you better prove that right now because whatever
yeah.
you're saying to me has me
Oh, well,
concerned as hell.
and did anyone hear earlier in the space where I talked about a mole that I thought was a really good guy, and then
Yeah.
something started playing out over the last week that crescendoed in me calling him out last night. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I heard that.
Yep. And like until I figure out exactly who this person's working for, I'm just gonna keep looking into it. But they use their real name.
Do you
And-
have an idea? Like, do you have
Yeah.
do you have a sense?
Yeah, because I went right to his handler and
Okay.
like talked to his handler at the same time as I was talking to him, and I could tell they were
Oh.
freaking out. So
Wait, did
You
you
could
name
like
the
that they
name
were
of the
kind of
person?
communicating like at the like at the same time you were communicating with both of them, right?
and this guy, it was a con. It was a long con, like 2 years. He slow played it. He started off
Yeah.
by making an approach like it looked like he was just some guy like wanted to like be my friend, like hang out, and I didn't give him anything the whole time. I want to let you know that I had the inclination. He was like a rat from the beginning because he had this like weird criminal record. It didn't
Okay.
make sense why he got out of the charge, but like I'm not going to be a dick. Do you understand? This was the man that drove
Right.
me to see my father for the last time before he died because my
Oh
car tire
my
was blown.
God, that's how
Yes.
deep he went.
Yes, and I was aware of it. Okay, so I was very guarded. Never gave him anything. What folks should understand: you can do this to me, but I'm still going to give you nothing. And
Yeah.
he's very, very playing it super cool, but like it was almost wild.
But you knew.
I knew, but the way he was playing it, like I could never get an in to like confront him. All right,
Right.
so like eventually he
Grant,
go ahead.
Did you name him in your in your post at all? The guy that is
No.
the guy that was okay.
No. All right. So, and I don't want to because, like, this guy used his real name, and I don't think like he's the problem. I think they did to him what they do to everyone, which is he got caught up in
Right.
some shit, and they made him do this. So I'm not like upset,
Right.
but I feel betrayed, and so I
Oh
want to talk
man,
about
Yeah.
it.
Grant, that's like what the grander issue is. I mean, he was caught up in some shit and
Yep.
they made
Yep.
him do it. And
Yep.
let's like reel it back into that that
That
piece,
it's the
that
common
article
theme.
in the Boston Globe
It's
where
the
they
common
literally
theme.
explicitly call out the use and abuse of confidential
Yep.
informant
And
programs
yep.
to cover for their own misconduct.
Yep. And
That's
that's
what I've been
Well,
saying.
yep. And that's
I can confirm that the Boston Globe,
yep.
I'm telling you, they don't
Yep.
want to touch any of this because they don't want to implicate people.
Yeah, well, so hold on. So there, but
They're
hold
scared,
on. No,
man.
so
Like everybody else.
The Boston Globe is in a FOIA fight over a record of 854 confidential informants that they're going to get. Like
Oh,
they
shit.
want it. They're going to get that list. They're going to get it in discovery. They're going to release it. I know. I'm watching the case. Like they're going to get that list.
Yes.
Now, the
Grant, did
thing.
you get my message about the Globe?
No, so I will look into it, but I want to get back to
Okay.
this guy because this just happened overnight, and I want we're not done. We have a little bit more time, but I want to talk about this because what he did was, first of all, it was impressive. Okay, like he built. It was like if I actually looked into it, like the background of it, like would have matched. Like the people that I knew in the orbit he was in, like they knew him. Okay. Now, what tipped me off though is like I went to a place with him where there were a lot of industry people from my other work. They acted so fucking sketch around him. Oh my god.
Okay.
Like they were like, it should not be possible that you're here. Like they didn't say it, but like
Right.
the vibe was like
You could
rap.
see their eyes. Like you could
Yes.
see their their just gestures, how they spoke, how they looked, probably trying to get out of the conversation quickly. Tips you off, right?
Not just that, like they were concerned for me and they weren't saying it. So I was like, okay, like I investigate the government. Like, first of all, like I'm a
Right.
Kantian. So like all I'm doing is trying to find the truth most of the time, all of the time. Other times I'm trying to survive, but like just find the truth, like hold the government accountable, petition the government for redress of grievances. So that like if you get close to me, you're going to find that's what I'm doing. This guy, like they were worried that he was getting close to me, but I kind of was like, okay, you all, I've been like investigating that world for a long time, that other industry. You all like are suspect of me, so maybe that's the vibe. I overlooked it. This guy eventually did something that tipped me off, like really key. Like he moved to another state, a specific other state. And there's been this pattern of people in this world who go from this state to that specific other state, which shall remain nameless. And when he did that, my guard was up, but he stayed in contact with me. And then all of a sudden, like this op must have ended. Like that's my only deduction from how everything is unplaying. This op ended like this week. And why it ended, I don't know. But he all of a sudden just changed. His whole demeanor changed. He went from like telling me like he was in a new state and like jobless and on the point of like not being able to like do his laundry. And so I was like, okay, like he had helped me with some money when I like had nothing. Like he would give me donations and be like, oh, just give me back whenever, like whatever. Okay. He started saying like, I'm not going to be able to bathe, like, or like shower, like, please send me whatever you can. So I'd send him $30 a week, whatever. Then all of a sudden, like, I realized this isn't adding up. Like, he didn't move to a new state to like with nothing and then like just go without, do no work, like just be like, I have nothing and I don't know what to do. And I was giving him advice, like, here's how to get a suit, like go to like, like go to the church, tell or whoever.
How do you even get to another state without anything?
Right. So
without any money and like
exactly. So my brain is like, this cannot be right. They had to get him out of this state to the other state. And then finally I call him on it last night. And when I called him on it, like, first of all,
they obviously stopped paying him.
Well, right. Okay. That was what I started thinking. And then when I called him on it, though, like, if someone said to you, like, I think you have handlers, I think, like, you've been playing me, you exploited me, like, you would react and probably be like, no, like, why do you think that? Like, no, this man, like, immediately went into, like, troll mode, right? And then so I kept pushing him, like pushing. Finally,
he was talking about like how his handlers spank his behind, okay? And I'm like, this is like really weird.
What?
This
is like deep weird.
Yeah, so I finally get him to admit, like after like an hour, like mercilessly trolling him, he finally says, like out of nowhere in a way that didn't make sense in the conversation, yeah, my handler's like totally real turtle boy, like, and I was like, I knew it, and then he just gave up.
Wait,
Yeah.
Grant, was he on your spaces at all? Just
No.
you don't have to say who. Okay.
No, he's not a
Because
Twitter.
somebody tried to catfish me on your space, and after I spoke, and then now they have a totally completely different profile. And
definitely keep an eye out for that. And I can't like tell you the whole network because it's so big, it's so hard to track. But
I'll screenshot the person. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a profile. They like change. They have a characteristic. They change names, and I'll tell you. The thing that blew me away about this though is so most of their like catfishing or like confidence games are with online accounts. All right, ask anyone who monitors any of this; they'll tell you like, yeah, it's mostly this like weird network of online accounts. But the most dangerous people that they have are the ones that use their real names. Okay, I'm telling you right now, like those are the most dangerous.
How about the ones they send out in person?
Well, that's what I mean. So this guy,
I'm
That's
the
scary.
number of people
This was
that
in person.
Have,
Yes, I would-
me as standouts for Sandra Birchmore that have like later popped up in like nefarious like weirdness.
well, can we talk about something else?
It's stunning. It's stunning.
And Ely, I want to talk about another one. So Courtney Egan. Okay, this is how I knew this operation like was all tied to very specific
her name
people.
popped up on something yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. So
we were talking about her last space.
No,
Yes.
like her name popped up on somebody on like a donation or something.
Yeah,
for somebody.
but let me explain. So she ostensibly looks like a Free Karen Reed person, looks like a Justice for Sandra Birchmore person, whatever. No, I found out because of Christy Citroni just like revealing things, thinking it was a gotcha when it wasn't. It was like a work yourself into a shoot moment. It was kind of funny. Anyway, this account, not the guy I'm talking about who used his real name, which I'll get back to. This fake account had been LARPing for months. Now, have you ever heard Kate Peter talk about how sometimes she uses movie plots to troll people?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Courtney Egan, on a fake account, was trying to convince me that Marty Kraft was sending guys out to have her beat up. She was faking being a man named Connor, creating a completely fictional story. Okay, now I didn't reveal her. Okay, like Christy, out of glee, like inadvertently, like she thought she had a gotcha, but it was an anti-gotcha.
Yeah.
She revealed this person. You probably saw me be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you just told me that." This person used a very similar strategy, like that I've seen with these online accounts. They make up this like narrative that kind of touches on what you're looking into, but is seeded with disinformation, like intentional false trails. Now, that's how the online fake accounts work. They always like spin this narrative. It always looks like a movie plot. They're always very obvious. They tend to pretend to be Free Karen Reed, but actually they always follow the Kate playbook. What made this other mole different? And this is what I want people to be aware. This is out there. I don't know why it's happening. It freaks me out because this was years. I'm talking like when I was calling Karen out hard. Sorry, I was drinking some water.
You're good. You needed
when I was calling Karen out literally every day, when I was doing everything, like say like the powers that be in the Norfolk DA like wanted a narrative out there, me inadvertently I was doing what they wanted. They weren't telling me to. I just was like a little blinded, as you all know, by like the propaganda. That was when they put this guy around me. I'll go find my messages years ago. Years ago, he spent years, which means it wasn't about my position on the case. They were worried about what I was going to find out.
Yeah.
And this man, I have never seen it. And that's why the people who use their real names, these are the ones I'm the most scared of, because he was committed to this. I mean, like he almost did think, now that I look at it, it was just like Elise Bennett, like with Lindsay. It freaks me
That's
the fuck out.
so sad.
It's scary. Like he would, and I didn't even have time to decompress because the Tully report came out. But this man,
Right.
okay,
Grant,
go
I'm
ahead.
trying. I'm trying to find the Courtney Egan. I think, and I'm trying to find it and screenshot it for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was watching a microdocs video that just came out or recently
Mm-hmm.
came out, and Courtney was like a supporter.
Yeah, she
Like
definitely
at
is.
the end.
She's ostensibly pro Karen Reed, but again, I want to
But
be
there was
clear.
like a recent. It was a recent one.
Oh, sure. Like 24 hours ago is when or 48 through Christy Citroni, I learned of this. I didn't know she was Courtney Egan. All I knew is that the person behind the Connor account that had been trolling me was not free Karen Reed and was trolling me specifically with like narratives to veil what Marty Kraft and his people were doing. This is the PI, etc. That
Did anyone listen to the space yesterday where
hold
Christy
on.
was on it?
No,
Oh, sorry,
no,
go ahead.
hold on. So Lily, the kangaroo, if she hears this, I do want to invite her up because her and I had a misunderstanding. She came on our last space and wanted to talk, and I was resetting the YouTube stream while that happened, so I never got to talk to her, and it was her birthday stream. So first, happy birthday to Lily, belated. Second, going back to this real person for the last time, and then we can go back to yesterday's space, whatever you want to talk about. When he did this, he developed like a persona. It was his real name, but there was like a specific like character he took on over the years. He like it was like a backstory that was somewhat real, but like he was playing a character, like a guy
Like
who
he was
like,
writing, like he was like writing a script for himself.
like
Graham, you're preaching to the choir. Like,
oh yeah, and it was
is
very
deeply concerning when somebody's going to craft some kind of
Person, like fake
fictitious
person. Yeah.
backstory that harps on your own personal trauma, which
Yes.
you've weirdly been clued into.
But you know
like,
what's
get close
yep,
to you.
and you want to know what's weird? I would test him by asking him about Turtle Boy and Kate or like random stuff, and he'd be like, "Oh, like I've heard of that blog, but I don't know much about it." But then he would say things where he would like it was just too much of a hint that like he knew more than he was letting on. But you like he got so close, and I never gave him anything, but like I didn't have a lot of people, so of course like. They must have been telling him, like, yeah, like, if he asks you to take him to his dad's, do it. If he needs money, lend it to him. Like, whatever you need to do,
Right.
do it.
We got
Okay.
it. We're giving it to you.
And then
This is your job.
Like be Grant's buddy, like because we want to know what he knows.
And you know who else did that?
And keep him off the track.
Who else? You know who else did that? Barry Lewis. Barry Lewis tried to do the
that.
same exact thing, and I think he's not free Karen Reed either, and he also was doing the same game. I spotted him from a mile away, but what I didn't spot was this other guy, because he approached me on a different platform. Like they totally, like this was genius. I don't know how they pulled this off. He looked just like a regular human who would have found me, asked like questions, like Bill, and it took years for him to run this operation. And then in literally 1 week, it's not like he tried to guilt me or anything like that. In like a matter of 48 hours, he was like, "Oh, it's done. Like I don't care anymore." I've never seen it.
What?
He literally just bailed. He was like, yeah, his whole vibe was just like, this doesn't matter anymore. Why do I even need to keep up the act? That's what tipped me off that something big had happened. Like two things tipped me off. One, David Yannetti kept resharing posts and stuff from this account that was calling out all these moles around Karen. And two, David Yannetti reshared my account about the post about the hidden discovery with Kate working on a report with Yuri Buchanan about John's case and Karen Reed's case in 2023. As soon as that all like clicked for me, I was like, okay, it is very possible here that this is not just like a network, it is a well-funded network. And if they can do that to a random reporter who is just on their side trying to cover the case, but they're so concerned, they put this guy, and I'm sure they had to try multiple times before they got one. And what did they pay him for 2 years?
Yeah.
That's
I
really
mean,
messed up.
people,
That's
I mean, that's
people,
what I'm
and if
talking
they
about.
have,
Like,
and if
what
you're
do you
gonna
think
get
of
out of
confidential
things,
informant
you
in
know,
terms of like civil asset forfeiture, like the percentage of that budget? How much do you think goes towards supporting like crime prevention and victim support versus, I don't know, rogue confidential
right?
informants?
Well, and that's what I'm worried about. How have you ever heard of a hip pocket operation? Does
No.
someone would
No.
someone just so I can I can Google it, but if anyone wants to Google hip pocket operation, like, and I want people to understand, I am now on another level sympathetic with what Aiden and Karen ran into, and I want to know. I want some of you in Canton to know you were followed. Okay, I know there's one young lady out there who knows. She's not on the space right now, but she knows who she is. Like, you were followed. Okay, I know you were followed. I know how they did it. I know why
So
they did
many
it.
women in Canton were
But
followed.
it was, but yes, and this is specifically about Karen Reed, though. Like, there's something about, and it's not everyone, okay? And listen, I want to tell you all, I tipped off every news station like 2 years ago about a lot of this. And they, like, it died every single station I went to except for one outlet. And I think that, unfortunately, what we're onto here is, like, it doesn't look like they have a lot of power in the public sphere. Like, it looks like anyone can just talk about them, but they actually managed to, like, get around everyone who talks about this case. They're around all of us, and
I
nobody
googled
realized
it.
it. Oh, go ahead. What is a hip pocket operation?
I saw
Okay,
it.
so overview. So like, it means keeping something or someone close, controlled, or readily
Oh
available,
no! Oh, hold on.
like
Sorry.
a
Hold on. We have to re-Google. So if you could, hip pocket operation intelligence community definition.
okay, okay,
What was it? Hip hop.
hip pocket
Uh, operation intelligence
opera.
community definition.
But Grant, back to the media thing. I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to get them. They're in too deep.
Or, well, and it's not just that. I think the way the media works is like, you're allowed to talk about certain things. Do you know what a D notice is in the UK?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, a D, for folks who don't, a D notice in the UK is a governmental notice. They don't have the First Amendment. You get a D notice.
Hmm.
You can, like, a good example is Anne Sokoloff. Okay, she was a CIA agent who drove on the wrong side of the road and killed a young man, like, on a motorcycle. We brought her back to the United States and never let her go on trial. When the UK newspapers reported on her, they were not allowed to report on her really because of a D notice. Now, a hip pocket operation, to bring this back, because I know we'll get the definition in a second. This is what we're dealing with. It is a formal term. You will find it in the files. I research a lot of declassified documents. A hip pocket operation is where, and this is what I think we've stumbled onto here. But it's the weirdest hip. Okay, I have to explain this. This is actually important. And by the way, someone tell me when Turtle Boy starts, because I won't impede on his stream. I think it's around 9.
Okay,
We'll go until then. So,
Okay.
a hip pocket
I
operation.
think
Go ahead.
okay.
A hip pocket
I was gonna
operation.
say I think I found it.
Okay,
I
so
found it. Yeah.
I'll give you the initial. Read the definition. Go ahead.
So this is just a Google AI overview. It
Yeah.
says a quote unquote, a hip pocket in an operational or intelligence context refers to immediately available, often unvetted or rapidly deployable assets, information, or training. It generally signifies items or people kept ready for quick, informal, or
No, no,
contingency
no,
use.
no. So
No,
they're
not it.
it's even hidden there. So I'll tell you what it really is. And
Well,
this
it
you will.
goes into more. It goes into all the
Well,
different
yeah,
kinds.
well, yes,
See,
but
I got a U.S. military.
Yeah, it goes into the
one.
military
yeah, but
one as
but
well.
I'll give you the way
You
it's
give it
used.
to us, Grant.
Yes,
Okay.
because I'm interested in how this hides in plain sight, and you will be able to eventually verify this. A hip pocket operation in the traditional sense is, say you have it's a black budget operation would be but a black budget operation Oh, God. Okay. So traditional funding works like this. You have a legislative appropriation. You have to document it because it's the fucking government. You can't just spend tax dollars, right? Everyone has to document it. But there's another budget that no one knows like about publicly. It's just a fucking number called the black budget. We don't tell our fucking enemies how much the CIA gets or the DIA or any of those agencies. We give you a total number. That's it. Now, there's something else within an agency, like the CIA is a good example. A hip pocket operation is funds not from the black budget, but like think Iran-Contra. That was a hip pocket operation. You get narcotics from a seizure. You sell the narcotics, you get money so that you can give it to people to like buy guns. That's not the black budget. That is you sold drugs and then got money to buy weapons. Like that's a hip pocket operation because the funds come out of the hip pocket of the head of the department. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
Understand.
Okay.
Grant, you must follow Mike Benz pretty well.
I don't actually know that account. I will follow them. But here, if you want to know how I
his name is, it's a real
Grant,
person.
Grant, will
talks
you
about all
tie this back to civil asset forfeiture for me?
Yes, this is exactly where we're going. Where this plays in on the state context, hip pocket operations are more common in the CIA. I'm not in the government. I've never been in the government. I don't know anything about the government. Disclaimer. However, hip pocket operations are very common in the CIA. On the state level, it wouldn't be a hip pocket operation like traditionally. It would be like civil asset forfeiture goes for CI payments, exactly like you're thinking. What made this case different, and I have this figured out, I know that I'm right about this, in my opinion. What happened in this case was different. They didn't have a lot of civil asset forfeiture funds left in the Norfolk County DA's office. They didn't have a lot of money left at all. In fact, this defense was so well funded that they couldn't get a lot of money. They did something, and I just want to be clear, as far as I'm aware, unless some lawyer out there wants to correct me, it is not okay, legally, ethically, or otherwise, for a public prosecutor to say, okay, what we'll do is we'll use private funds. You can't do that. So what I think they did was, to tie this back, this was a hip pocket operation unlike anything the justice system has
but they
ever
not
seen.
only use private funds, they use them to target the perceived enemies of the donors of those funds.
Yes, and the thing that makes it wild and why it's like a novel hip pocket operation is if your unit commander or your agency head has private hip pocket funds, that is the most dangerous situation you can imagine. You have an unaccountable state apparatus with an unlimited budget. People talk about prosecutors having an unlimited budget. They don't. Morrissey had to seek a $400,000 appropriation from the emergency budget for the DA's Association, according to 3 Clerk Monty in the comments from earlier. Yes, I did read that and remember it from 4 hours ago. What happened here was they created the first ever, as far as I'm aware, maybe this happens all the time, they didn't go sell drugs to get the money or anything. They just solicited secret private funds that the unit commander of the Norfolk SDPU, and maybe with Morrissey's knowledge, used liberally with no accountability, no chain of command, no oversight. The auditor needs to be involved in this. You know, the auditor agreed to have a Lincoln Douglas debate with the attorney general with me and Jim Browdy as moderators. Literally, she was like, I'll be there.
Is it happening, Grant?
I don't think Andrea Campbell
Make
is
my
going
dreams
to
come true.
Now, listen, I had grand plans. I was going to have a picnic. We'll do it on the Boston Common. But listen, I don't think Andrea Campbell wants to spend the day debating Diana DiZoglio. No one does. Diana DiZoglio is a force of nature. By the way, the reason she started in politics, there was non-disclosure agreements in the State House. She tried to expose it as a staffer, ended up getting elected, and then as a senator, then becoming the auditor because she was fighting for women on Beacon Hill. However, to bring this back, we have the first ever hip pocket operation, I believe, that was funded via private funds and then deployed to sustain a network of assets that is in multiple countries multiple states, that is local, that uses the internet as cover, but is actually just circling the people who find out about these cases. This has to be brought down. Do you understand, if I'm right about this? This is a conspiracy involving hundreds of people. Hundreds of people.
Grant, you need to contact Mike Benz. I sent you his X account, and also Data Republican. Those people, they follow the money, even when the money isn't obvious.
Yeah, and a lot of this stuff, okay, people think that I am willy-nilly, okay? I'm not.
I don't think you're willing.
No,
I
no,
honestly
I'm really
believe what you say.
Yeah, and
To be
what even
to be
back,
clear.
Yeah, even back in the day when I was reporting on the money in the cannabis arena, I got a call in March of 2023. It was the scariest call I've ever gotten in my entire life until I found this case. It was the government, like 7 fucking department heads calling me saying, Grant, we by accidentally released you a spreadsheet of every single employee in the cannabis industry and all their personal details and every reason they got fired. Everything but their social security number is in that spreadsheet.
Oh my God.
Grant, we would really like you to take your article down.
Grant, were any of those addresses in the town of Canton?
No, yeah, but hold on. Let's go back. So let me just back up a little bit. I never published anything about that Excel spreadsheet. I wrote an article about how another part of the public records release they gave me was about the feds investigating a big company for getting money from a Cypriot holding company tied to Roman Abramovich. Okay, when I got that call, the government engaged in prior restraint of a journalist on the basis, their justification was direct threat of physical harm to government employees. Me and my colleague were basically like pale white. It was like a Woodward and Bernstein moment outside Capitol Grill at the Heinz for a convention. My colleague almost had a mental breakdown. I was like, fuck it, I'll take it down. That was, until this case, the most intense thing I've ever covered. And I immediately backed down because I said, this is about this is clearly about something I don't understand. And it got worse somehow. But that was the scariest thing I've ever dealt with until this case. This case somehow is more intimidating than getting an accidental records production from the government of like every employee in the state in a single Excel file, having them call you, begging you in tears basically to delete it and saying that people are going to get hurt. This is more intimidating than that.
I agree with you, Grant. You know what? The number one reason why is that we're all talking about it, and we're all talking about the corruption on so many different levels with this case and the other cases involved with this case, and they can't control it. And that's why there's so many nefarious players like that are popping up, whether it's social media, whether it's following you. Whatever.
Yeah, and I want to echo this.
Becoming your friends for years.
I mean, I will say this. I said on your space last week where I got berated by somebody who will not be named. But, I was like, I don't trust people unless like I've had like phone conversations with them and so on and so forth. One of those people I trusted, and I didn't really tell her anything crazy or whatever. Now I'm questioning if she's on the right side.
Yep. And listen, I will say this. What really, I think, put it together for me a few years ago, before I even got involved in this case, the reason I think the way I do is clearly like people in government talk to me. It's not like I go to meetings, I testify, like you just stand there, they talk to you, okay? Like one person one time while I was at a hearing, like brought me aside and said, Grant, I don't think they're with us anymore, so I'll tell this story. They said, Grant, I took the note so I would get this exact quote. Okay. Grant, it was about this reporting I was doing. Grant, like you're right, okay? Like you are right about what's going on. but like
Mhm.
we would really prefer you not cause a panic. Like we can't really do anything about what you found because like you have to understand the dynamics of like how more interconnected economic ties between Russia and the West is important right now. Do you understand, Grant? And I was like,
Mhm.
oh my God. And they were like, it's just very important we not cause a panic. Dude, like, I'm telling you,
That
this was
that's
And
the
years
you're
whole
like,
ago.
thing
go.
is that they can't control it. Like
Right,
they
right.
want to
So
Yep.
control
now,
everything, and they can't control it anymore.
now we're in a situation where there is no press secretary for whatever this nameless, faceless apparatus is. There's no David Traub. So what do you do? Like, how do you deliver that message when you know the journalist isn't going to be like, okay, you have a good reason for this, I'm going to go along with it. When you know that if you do that, the
Yeah.
journalist is going to be upset, like if you don't have a real good reason. That's why they did this to me in particular. That's why they targeted me the way that they did, because they could not play it straight. I know now for a fact that they had different grades of operatives too. The, the people they put around me were like the B team, the C team. The people they put around Karen, oh my God, like
Oh
straight up
yeah.
A team.
Yeah.
Straight up A
That's like
team.
the triple A team
Incredible.
and Aiden
And they funded it, I believe,
and
and I don't know.
Lindsay.
Yeah, Aiden was targeted in the same way, and Lindsay, and a lot of content creators either were targeted
Yeah.
this way or like working for them. And there's
But
one
I don't
thing,
think it's just content. I think it's just anyone speaking out.
right? Anyone who they thought, but
Yeah.
it's not. I've noticed a profile because there's a lot of vocal people about this specific state police unit. The people that they seem to be concerned with, there's like they don't all know each other. As a journalist, it's very important to like try to understand different perspectives from people who don't know each other. So I've talked to a lot of people who don't know each other, and the common theme of the people who get targeted is they know something about Karen Reed. I'm telling you, she's like a politician, and when you're a politician, you don't just have to have a good legal team. You have to do defensive briefings. A defensive briefing, it's kind of like if you've seen House of Cards, they talk about it. A defensive briefing is
Yeah.
where
I'm
I'll give you an example. Say you're a cannabis control commissioner, right? You know what's really inappropriate to do? Go to an unregulated facility that doesn't yet have its license and smoke so many blunts with like your close personal friends that the fire alarm gets set off. So a defensive briefing is where you, when with no intent to do anything but just tell the person that it's not appropriate to do that because it can like cause a lot of problems and like they should
Right.
act better for the industry that you help build. Hypothetically, you go to them and you're like, listen, this is a defensive briefing. I have no intention of reporting this. I want to let you know that this is out there. There are Snapchat videos. Hypothetically, what
Right.
are you doing? That is what happens in politics. You must do defensive briefings all the time. If you let someone around you and you haven't done a defensive briefing, you have failed. Your team has failed. Your operation has failed. That's what happened
well,
here.
I think that the number one thing that Karen has failed in is having a proper PR team.
Yeah, and I kind of want to like do it for her because at this point I'm very
Like
sympathetic to her.
literally,
Because, like it's not just that like
she needs it so bad.
like what I want to explain this from because I think you're right. It's she understands like charts. She's a finance person, so if you can write her a good
Yes.
presentation, she might fall for it. But her team now, I think, is attuned to how she gets manipulated. So is she. I can sense things changing.
Yeah.
And I
But
also
again,
sense. Go ahead.
Grant, I have a question though. Like how, and I agree with Ali. Like how could this have gone on for as long as it has with the chaotic PR? And I know Jenna's listening, so maybe she can chime in with that. Like somebody like Alan, who is, tuned
Right.
in to LA, like how could he not be like, hey, like I have this agency. I think that you really need them. Like maybe even after the
Right.
documentary came out that she wasn't happy about she didn't get paid for. Like let's like wrangle this in. Let's have somebody manage your business, like the business dealings, your interviews, and your just overall
They're
PR.
doing that,
This
but
is bigger, and
yeah.
like Grant pointed out in his live stream earlier, this is bigger than Karen Reed.
No,
It's
no, no, no,
bigger
no,
than
no, no, no.
But
Stop, stop. Hold
she
on, hold on.
needs, but
She
like
is the.
she
Hold on.
needs a
Pause.
team.
No,
I
pause.
think
Yes,
it's
I want
hard to
to. No.
anticipate when you have so many external influences and factors that might not be like blatantly obvious to the public, and then when you hit a bump in the road and something like that is an issue, I think
So are you
No,
saying
no.
that
it's
like
Hold
more
on. Hold
reaction.
on.
so
Let me jump
I
in.
don't
Let
wait
me.
I,
Let me.
I,
Hold
I,
on.
I
No. Hold on. Hold on. Pause. Let me jump in.
okay.
I think
Okay.
that the answer to this is that the people around Karen some of them may have been subject to the same confidence game that I just described. So, people who thought that they were like benevolently advising Karen, you get around like that person, right? Like I'll use the Roccos as an example. I don't think
Thank
that
you.
they were being malicious. I think Jason
Oh no, I'm not
Broyles.
saying that.
No,
No, hold on. I think Jason Broyles got around them, and you only need one weak link, and then all of a sudden you have these ideas in your
Yeah.
head. You think you're just trolling with a friend in DM. Bro, they are planting fucking ideas in your head so that you repeat them
Yep.
to Karen.
No, but
That's
Oh,
I think what Allie's saying
absolutely.
is, I think what
But
Allie, wait, I think what Allie and maybe Adelie was saying is like, there are things that you can control. Like you could control
yes.
your business dealings, right? Like if you're going to sign on to a documentary and making sure that you're painted in a good light and that
Yes.
yeah,
that you're
but
getting paid.
yes, but don't
And
And so,
who
miss.
and so
is
I'm,
speaking for
No,
you, or
and,
if you are having a
or
fundraiser, having the right people do it
yeah,
for
but
and
you,
you're
then
not
there's
missing.
having.
Hold on, it's compartmentalized.
yeah.
There is the business aspect of it. I'm sure her and Alan have that
Yes.
on lock. The
No,
different.
they don't. She admitted that
No,
it
they
went
are.
south with.
Yeah, sure. I'm talking about after learning those lessons. Like right now, the
But look
way
at what
Right.
happened with look at what happened with what's her name? The movie that's coming
the way
out with
the way
Olivia.
that Plevin got. No, I thought you were talking about the documentary before the first and second trial. Be aware.
No.
I think the YouTube channel that she's coming out with AJ is a good move for her.
No,
But I
no.
think
The
that there needs to be
hold
like
on,
an
hold on, hold
Ellen
on,
DeGeneres
hold on,
your team.
hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's be clear. The
Okay.
YouTube channel going members only was not a good strategy. It should always
Oh,
be
I didn't
public.
know it was members
No,
Right.
it's
only.
members only.
Yeah, no, that plan is not a good plan. It was sabotage. They should do them all public. Second of all,
No, I
as
didn't know
far
it was
as-
members
the-
only.
yeah, that's their plan going forward. They should abandon that plan. The second thing.
Exactly.
The second thing, they have this new approach Karen mentioned in the Rotten Mangoes interview, where Karen and Alan are going to get a writer and work with them and control the actual source material. Now, if you've ever been involved with Hollywood, you have to understand the way it works. Like, you shop an option on source material. So the way that the Elizabeth Banks movie worked is, by the way, did you know I was on the Wondery and Law and Crime podcast season 2?
The what? What were you on?
So the Amazon movie you just referenced with Elizabeth Banks, what do you think? Did you read the press release about what that is based on?
No.
It is the Wondery Law and Crime podcast season 1 and 2. Now, who do you think was interviewed for season 2?
Well, you said it. You.
Okay. Now, let me tell you. Actually, this is very insightful. We should talk about this. Let me tell you exactly how they did me. All right? I love it. I did it as a favor for Anjanette Levy, so I don't give a fuck. She's awesome. So, like, whatever. I don't need anything from it. She thinks it's important. I'm going to fucking do it. Whatever, bro. So, that's how I think. I don't do transactional shit. You think what I have to say is fucking important, I'm going to fucking do it. It's not transactional. I think she's cool. So, anyway.
Agreed.
They get contacted, and it's very informal. They're like, do you want to do this podcast? Like, it's like through Law and Crime. They don't even say Wondery at first. They're like, it's through Law and Crime. Like, we're just doing a little thing. Like, we just want you to, like, talk for a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, like, Anjanette's cool, whatever. So I, like, am like, let's do this. And they're like, oh, yeah, so it's going to be on Wondery, and I kind of got a little inkling when the way they set it up was like 6 producers and like all these different people. I was like, oh God, what the fuck have I gotten myself into? So anyway, I go there and it's really nice, but it's very professional. I get to the digital interview. It's unlike any recording I've ever done. Bro, the fucking like software, I've never seen it before. I don't know what that was. It was like being in a movie studio. It was really weird. But I'm just like, let's do it. We do an audio and video recording and we're just chatting. And they're like, okay, that was a good hour interview. Like, look for season 2. Like, maybe we'll use some of your interview. Okay, so the podcast comes out. I'm like in 11 minutes of one of the episodes. I really liked it. I thought it was like
Cool.
it was a little bit anti-Karen now that I look back. Not my segment, but like the production was a little anti-Karen. But they didn't say anything to me. I want to be clear. Everything I just told you is how this played out. Grant, do you want to come to
Well, at the
record?
time,
Well,
though,
they
your
they
reviews were
don't
different.
want to say anything.
Of
Like
course.
they,
But I just want
you
to tell
know
you
what I
how
mean?
I want to just tell you, like, there was no behind-the-scenes discussion. Nobody let me
Yeah.
onto anything. No one said anything. No one told me. Okay, then a year later, I'm just reading the internet, and they're like, oh, someone, I think, like one of the free Karen Reed accounts, like Karen Reed Updates, was like, there's a new Amazon movie with Elizabeth Banks. And it was like PR Newswire. So I clicked the link. Wouldn't you know it? The source material is the Wondery podcast. They shopped it for an Amazon movie, never told at least me, and got me to just be in my natural state to give them the source material. That's the game, bro. That's the game. And
Was there
Karen now knows it.
compensation involved?
No, I wouldn't have taken it if they offered it to me. I don't like that stuff. And they,
No,
I
I
haven't.
got that.
I
I
didn't
got
even
that.
know
That
about
should've been
this.
disclosed. Yeah.
yeah, I'm just telling you
This
that was
Amazon thing.
yeah, that was the so when I say like I am schooled in this, I'm telling you that when I said Karen knows the game, now I meant she
Yeah.
like got screwed by
I
that
still
second
think
documentary crew.
I
Or that
don't
first
know
one.
though. I just think that if she had a if she had a PR team, we would have known. It would have, or we would know.
Well,
The whole JFK thing would have never happened.
No,
The
so
whole-
right, but I
the-
need to be clear about this. That was the result, in my opinion, of a very specific operation to divide Aiden and Karen. I don't think Karen
Yes.
saw it coming. Did I see that guy coming who was a mole? Yes. Did I see
Well,
the fake account
Yeah,
who was?
yeah, you can kind of.
I agree.
I saw
though,
JFK coming.
Okay,
Yeah,
but it's
but wait,
easy
wait,
to
wait,
Monday.
wait.
Hold on, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback. That's why I want to be
But
clear.
if you
People,
have PR
can't-
firms are like handlers, though,
no,
like real handlers.
It's, no, it's
Right.
not. It's
I
not,
mean,
it's not
when
like that.
Rocco's online
No, PR
saying
firms are.
things for Karen and saying that this is from Karen.
I
And
mean, beyond
and it-
Karen, like,
They're
and
the
it was
only
like-
ones. They're the only ones.
it
who
was
are
not good.
Hold on, they're
it's
the only
all
ones.
concerning having like people LARPing as like reporters and like genuine concerned citizens. I mean, beyond Karen Reed, beyond Sandra Birchmore. I mean,
Well, hold on, but let's go back to this network. Hold on.
My cousin was literally killed in Haverhill, Haverhill a few months ago. And, you know, like every bit of coverage I've appreciated. But now, like, I wonder what part of this, like, is this genuine? Was my cousin targeted because of, like,
Well,
what
but Edie, let me ask you about this. Do you think they want to indict Karen Reed again? And are you worried about that?
I mean, I think they want to indict Karen Reed. I think they want to
So
indict
going back-
Wayne Tierney desperately for anything.
Hold on. So I think Karen's the main target. I think Aiden's Karen cases are going to go away. They're done. They were compromised by Kate. But if Karen is the main target, all of this makes sense. Okay? It's that the confidence games that were ran on Karen, which she did defeat in the last week, I believe. Okay, that's my opinion. Were the AAA team. They were really good, and they pulled it off. Now, I don't believe necessarily that the Roccos were complicit. I don't think that at all. I think they were subject to very similar confidence games. I see the people that moved around them. If that's the case, they're trying to indict Karen. That is the biggest conclusion from all this. It's not over. Like in the
And
sense,
to what end, Grant? And to what end? I mean, if this
Like,
was about
personal,
this was about
personal,
John O'Keefe,
person. It is
if
about
this
John.
was about John O'Keefe, we would not all be
When,
like
yeah, when did?
convening on this space.
No, it is about John O'Keefe though, because when did Marty Kraft meet Johnny for the first time? Like at least 10 or 15 years ago.
Sure.
There's a picture. It's about John O'Keefe.
No, I understand like
It
people's
is
personal
personal.
connections. I'm saying if this
Yeah.
was about, I
Um,
don't know.
It's personal.
I think though, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying. I think that what Allie and I are saying is totally different than what the end game is. I'm just
yeah.
saying, you know, I just think that it's been what almost 4 years since this happened,
Yeah.
and she's had Alan as her lawyer since what, the summer of '02 or sorry '03. Like
Yeah.
the fact that she doesn't have a PR handler that's a professional, like
That's
LA
taking
firm,
care of her social
She,
New York,
yeah,
media and
not even
things
but
just
like
social
that.
media, but just saying like, hey, these are like kind of like
no,
the
no,
rules.
but that's,
And
but
Right.
that's,
wait, and if like if something like the JFK thing happens and you go on, like they're going to be able to control the narrative and
right.
like
But
Right.
do
be
you
able to like
understand
put
that
something.
that's a central fail point? To be a quarterback, you must know how to
Right.
play every position. You don't hire the reason Aiden was
These
like
guys are good. I mean,
no,
look at
no, no,
Blake
no. Hold on.
Lively
No,
and you know
no,
all these
they're
people.
not. No, no,
Well, they're good and they're not. Yeah.
there's no discipline other than economics that is as rife with conflicts of interest in public relations. I study it. I know the history of it, and I'm just telling you, to be a quarterback, you cannot delegate. Dwight Eisenhower was not able to become the commander of the invasion force of Normandy by just being Dwight Eisenhower. He knew every
Yep.
role in the army. Okay,
Fact.
that's
Yeah.
so a central failsafe point would be actually a weakness for Karen. Karen had to learn through work
Yeah.
hardening how to do this. And now that she understands, it's not a PR firm, it's not any one person, it's Karen. She
Right.
has to be able to direct this and see. So it's actually the mind of Karen Reed that determines the success or failure of her public operation. It's who's around her.
Right.
It's who they're really working for and how they're doing it.
You don't think that somebody?
And I think
You don't
that's
think that
what's
somebody
been
now though?
happening.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, do you think that somebody now is more involved because she chose Rotten Mango to
No,
like put her
no,
story out?
no,
And
no,
Yeah.
no. It's her evolution.
No?
She is like Evie. Listen, the Evie character from V for Vendetta is a perfect sort of microcosm for every woman who has found their liberation in this story. You do not get saved by anyone. You, through work hardening, learn the tactics of your
Yeah.
opposition, understand their form, and then turn them around. To quote myself from earlier, the speech I gave at the Internet Archive, I heard it said once by a great scholar, I think it was Robert S. Hartman, that to understand Hegel's philosophy, you have to look at how its form and content met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 1942. What that means is that Stalin's philosophy and form inspired the Soviet Union, and in content it inspired the Third Reich. They fought at Stalingrad on the Volga. They emerged thesis versus antithesis into what we know as like the modern world order. That's the point. Now, if you want to understand PR, you don't hire a PR firm.
Right.
They'll fuck you over the second they get the chance. You have to understand the form of PR so that you can turn around its
Right.
form, weaponize its content in specific micro situations, and then win the battle so you win the war.
Well, it took
No
a really
one's
long
going to do it
time.
for you.
So
It's taken a really long
I
time.
think you guys are talking about it from like a very strategic
Yeah.
standpoint.
like I
And like a
did.
way you're able to like order to strategically plan, right? You have to be able to think critically. You have to be able to initiate your frontal lobe. You have to be able to
Spot
ground
informant.
out
Well,
distractions.
and Karen is
But in
really
Karen's case,
about
it's I think
learning.
well, not just learning.
She wants to be a
I
part
don't
of it.
think.
She
Well,
wants to
no, you're
be
on trial
in
for your
central
literal
point of
life.
it.
She's on trial for her life. I mean, like
Exactly.
frankly, at 24/7, she is in flight or fight mode, and like
But my
Right.
question.
scientifically, there's
So,
flight, fight, or fawn. and having to learn PR strategy when you're being bombarded with
No,
like
I'm not saying that's what
legal
these people do for
strategy,
you.
no,
No,
I
it's
know, but
not, but
I
it's
think
not
it's
an
like very
option. It's
easy.
not an option. It's she
No, you're
must do
right.
it.
I know.
It is not an
I know.
option.
You're
Right.
If
right.
you
You're
It
if you
has
right.
to
You're
be an
right.
no,
integral part of every
But
right,
single
but
no,
hold on,
I
hold on, hold
agree.
on, hold on, hold on.
world, right?
Pause.
I agree there, but like,
If you delegate, you will be exploited. So all the people around her who want her to delegate, want a piece, are the enemy. They may be
but
well intentioned. They may
there's no professional advice though being
no.
given
That's not what you
whether she
do.
chooses to
No,
take it
that's
or not.
no, that there is. So think about it like the scene from The West Wing when Bartlett is playing chess with Sam Seaborn, okay? He says to him this. Sam Seaborn says, "I don't understand how you do it." And the president says, "You listen to everybody, okay? You think about it, okay? And then you call the play." That is the only way to do it. You cannot say, okay, I'm going to be able to just have this person do this and it will be immediately solved.
I'm not saying that.
Right, I'm not saying you are, but that's the trap
I
people fall
can
into.
see. I can see though, like I remember watching the documentary and her Karen like literally being there every single day, like making charts, taking notes, being like involved in every single aspect of her case.
But I
And
guess, yeah, I mean,
I think that
yeah.
she is and I'm hoping that she is getting through that process right now too, to make it to the next level, to understand that it's better to come together as a community and win this
Right,
because
right.
it means so much, and that we do support her, and that we support Sandra, and we support Turtle Boy Aiden, we support Kelsey. It's all the bigger picture.
Right, but do
And
you
I'm
see how
hoping that
people
she's
were
learning that
But do you see how
along the way, right?
people were trying to bait her into falling for this narrative that for some reason Aiden was the enemy when he wasn't. The
Yes,
reality is that
absolutely.
people got very close to Karen and then
But the fact
using
that, but,
hold
but
hold
Grant,
on using the
yeah.
profile that they built up of her, they realized that a split between her and Aiden was the perfect way to conquer her movement. It failed though. It failed. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it failed. Karen
Yeah.
clearly saw through it. Yannetti is literally openly reposting the people calling out the moles. If you are a mole around Karen, she already knows. So it won't work. The key to dismantling the whole system is when you know they're a mole before they can do anything. She knows now. It's over.
No, I get that. I'm talking about public persona
No,
outside of this
she doesn't.
outside of this. Wait. Outside of this Twitter space, outside of the YouTube space, right? The common person who doesn't follow much about the case. A lot of people from that documentary where it made her look really terrible. Like the
Yeah,
fact
and
that
who
that
got to the
happened,
documentarian? Plevin. How much you want to bet? Some very connected
but it
people
doesn't matter if
set
you have the right
Karen up.
business manager.
No. You'll never see it coming. The way she would have seen it coming is by learning through
contract?
experience. No, even if you have
Yeah,
the
she's got to
contract,
go through the.
you
She's
have
got
to
to go
learn.
through the lived
But
experience.
Alan knows this. I mean, Alan
Yes, and they learn. No.
legal contracts. I mean,
Listen. I'm very good at what I do. Those people are better. You can still get played. The people who played Karen are they are the triple A team. They are the best of the best. They put people
so it got
around
by
her.
Alan, you're saying?
Yes, because if it wouldn't get by Allen, they wouldn't have deployed it. You need someone to get by Bradle or Betterow. Betterow's like the A team, but you need someone to get by them or maybe the B team. You need someone to get by like me and Lindsay. Start with the C team, see where you go.
And I'm just grateful to hear all of this so I can learn. So like nobody can, F team me.
Well, and that's what I'm so worried about. That like the way
You know
they
what I
did
mean?
this.
Like
Yes, but
this is a good
doesn't.
lesson.
It is, and this doesn't just collapse. It is a entrenched investment. Someone made an investment in this, and it ended this week. And I get it. Okay, I understand that the system is now in disarray.
I don't know. I know it was Emily C. and the Aaron person, Darbar, or whoever it was, that released the Brian Tully
Are you
IA
talking about?
report. But last
Wait,
night,
wait. Oh, Aaron. Yeah.
yeah, Aaron, sorry, yeah, when that report got released full last night at that specific moment in time, it was the nail in the coffin. Somebody
Yeah.
did that to them as like,
Yep.
this is the message to you that it's all coming unglued now. And the thing I think is fascinating about it is, I really do think it's Karen. What we are seeing is like the evolution of Karen Reed. She started as like this like very intelligent person who was up against a system that was very scary. She then started fighting them and started getting like cornered by them in different ways. She learned how to fight back. They started cornering her different ways. She got screwed with the documentary. They used it against her in the second trial. Does that not tell you it was a fucking setup?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, she then picked up on that. Now she's like, the more you survive, the more work hardening you go through, the more intelligent you
Yeah.
become. Now they've made her like this force, and the thing she had to get over to just get over the final hump was the last attempt to divide her and Aiden. Are they ever going to be like the same person? No. Aiden's like
No.
a turtle boy, Karen's like a Karen. They just got to do their thing without compromising the goal, which is taking down the people who they were trying to expose.
So Grant, kind of tying
Yeah.
back, to what I had asked or started to ask you earlier. There was a space last night. I think I sent it to you, where people, specifically Christy, was agreeing with you last week on your space about
Yep.
certain players doing things such as Meredith. And last night she was like playing like dumb, like, oh, I think it was Lindsay. And Lindsay, it was the whole space was about how Aiden and Lindsay are together.
Well,
Yeah.
I heard.
It's clearly, like-
Well, you know what I saw? I saw Kate Peter leading a charge.
she was going off. Yeah.
Leading a charge over this last week. And what was interesting is I noticed that Kate almost seemed to have this vibe about her post, like almost like Sean McCabe, like they
Yeah.
were like feeling that something was going to come out that was going to be
Oh,
a
they were
problem.
making fun of Aiden for going to the police about Sean McCabe.
And
Yes.
they were acting like they were the victims.
Yeah.
Lindsay was not the victim.
They
They,
were
they
making
are
up
and
bullshit
hold on.
about
They
Lindsay.
are
I know
the
for a
victims.
fact it's
And
bullshit.
hold on. So as we go forward towards the end of the week, everyone sensed it, right? Like I think I was even talking about it on my stream when we last were together. I said, does anyone feel that there's just like this crescendo? Okay, then here's what I think is really interesting. I don't know LTL that well from a hole in a wall. Good for him, he's
Ooh,
LTL.
I was
Okay.
hoping you'd bring this up.
Yeah, so this is what tipped me off that something was really interesting. I did notice LTL said he got the report. I even reposted his post. But I don't think he was going to slow drip it for his own purposes. Who gives a shit? Like, I know he has a style, but who gives a shit, bro? Release it. I think he was going to slow
Right.
drip it because they didn't want it out there all at once. Like, it was damaging. Then
No, he did
some...
it to make money.
Well, no, that might be Occam's razor. My theory is that he did it for this reason. If he slow drips it, that is like it's not the way you think. The news cycle is flash bang. You either make your fucking point or you don't. A slow drip does not work. It does not work. So
Because someone else is going to do it.
right. Well, not just that. A slow drip actually makes the information less harmful. In the modern news cycle, it's the opposite of conventional wisdom. You know what is really bad? That someone managed to put that together and then leak the whole thing last night at like 10 p.m. That was on purpose.
Yep.
It was genius.
God bless that
Whoever did
leaker.
it, and that's
Because because he's not the only one foying this information. Like, there's a million people getting it at the
But
same
they-
time,
but
and they
someone-
usually let it go at the same time. Yeah.
yeah. And so you want to talk about like what PR is? PR is not a firm. Public relations
No,
is
and
not.
FOIA and
No,
exactly, and
yeah,
FOIA's
Yep, hold on. Public relations is not firm. Public relations is not like an agent or an operative or a game plan. Public relations is responding in real time to unforeseen, although ideally they're predicted, developments in a cogent way without emotions. That's public
Yep.
relations. And that last night was epic. fucking epic. Whoever dropped Brian Tully's IA report in full, it was clearly Emily C. with Aaron Dabaugh.
I'll
Fucking
confirm that.
epic. No, it was Emily C. said it in the
No, I'm saying
comments on
I
the post.
confirmed that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, she said it publicly, so
Yeah.
you can find the comment because I got the name wrong earlier. And I'm telling
Yeah.
you, there is something about that timing, about how this played out. This is just the beginning, but that's what was coming. That whatever, like that.
Emily is
was,
working on some other really good FOIAs. I've asked her to. and she's- yeah.
I'm very glad. But that was what
There's
was
gotta be juicier stuff,
There is.
guys.
I asked her for-
I'm just saying.
But you know what? Real
Let's
hold on. You know
circle
what?
back to LTL and
The release, because
why.
that's what he was slow dripping it, and that was the final coup de grace. Because all the moles
Yep.
around Karen, okay, they had to play it right. You can't be a mole around Karen Reed if there's any hint that like you like Kate Peter or that like you're working with the state. All right,
Well, and
like
Kate was just making up bullshit the whole.
well, but hold on,
stage,
pause. I don't want to platform
Yeah.
anything she has to say. I want to point out her tactics. That's what gets her going. So.
Well, no,
when-
but Dag and Christy were agreeing
Oh,
with her. and
I
confirming.
know. So Dag fell earlier this week. All these moles started falling. There were
Yep.
some long-term ones that fell like last night. And that's what made me realize it's over. Like where there's going to be like fallout from all this. But the whole thing was that IA report to a really seasoned eye shows that there was as much, if not more, than we all thought was under the surface. You can't come back from that. You can have a
Well,
death.
Christy's trying to.
No. Yeah, but listen, these people around Marty Kraft, around the state police, they will have what's called as a proverbial death spiral in the PR industry. They will have that. They will go down kicking and screaming, but it will be a juridical apocalypse for them. It's already
But
happening.
everything's so sloppy, though.
It's
Like, I
not
hate to
though.
say
It's
it.
not. It's not. The operation was sloppy, and like it was like bush league. I'm sure the CIA looks at these fuckers, like the state police who did this, and they're like, "Please, bro, like what is it? Like, are you on pen and paper? Are
It's
you
like
using
amateur hour, though.
Airtels?"
You have.
Right.
Know, but it's amateur hour. Like I only listened to like part of it, and I'm like, you
Oh
said
my
the
God.
total opposite.
All
last
right.
week.
So let's stop. We're not going to platform anything they said. That's what they want. We're going to talk
No.
about
I'm just
why
saying,
they have a
generally
motive,
speaking, yeah.
right? Why
yeah,
they have a
I
motive
saw the
to
flip.
do this.
I saw the flip.
Yes, because the operation's over. Why would this guy who's known me for 2 years just suddenly last night be like, after I troll him, just be like, yeah, like my handler, like Rail Turtle Boy. Bro, you spent
Yep.
2 years and you just give it up in a week? Who does that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Because it's over. No one's getting any money. Everybody, the operation's over. No one's getting paid anymore. So
It's over.
the job's done, right?
Yeah, it's over. I mean, there's going to be fallout, which sucks. But like Karen, I want to be clear.
Yeah.
She didn't do it right away. If she could do it right away, she would be in the CIA. Okay, she's not. She figured it
Yeah.
out, and now she can throw.
Literally.
I don't think she wants to be in the CIA. They're dirty.
Yes, but what she can do now is throw fastballs that someone in the state police can't hit. That you can't do that right away. You have to learn how to do it. She can do it. She finally beat them. No one knows yet. We're like talking about this. We are like 6 months ahead of the news cycle. But she beat them this week. It's over. Yannetti was the tip off. It's great. Like good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about the postponement of the hearing?
Of Aiden's hearing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Convenient.
So the new disclosure that Kate Peter was involved in handling evidence related to the 2023 indictments against Aiden. I mean, the cases are over. Kate Peter will never take a stand in any case ever. And because those are fatal to the cases, again, there's no leverage on Aiden. Okay, no leverage on Aiden, no moles around Karen. What do? Cut your losses. Go. They had a meeting. Somebody had a fucking meeting. Probably the McCabe's, because I think that they were financing this. This is my opinion. Somebody had a meeting. It was like one of those executive level meetings where all these different people came in, and they were like, "All right, we like really have to weigh the cost benefit. Do we continue this?" And somebody said, "No." Deutsch's look at Deutsch's polling. Look at what's going on. We have to just cut loose. And then everyone was like, "Cut loose."
And Cosgrove's gone. I
Well,
mean,
like
triple dip can't stay.
Well, but it's not just that. It doesn't. The motion to recuse is now moot, basically, because
Right.
Bettero has now a renewed argument under Odell and DiBenedetto and McCarthy that Mello compromised the grand jury and violated Rule 14 by not disclosing, or at least not making readily apparent, the extent of Kate's role in the prosecution of Aiden, not to mention how that was
Yep.
financed. It is fatal to the case. They will never let that go to voir dire. They null prosecute Aiden's 2024 cases because Kate deleted the links that Tully played for the grand jury.
Right. And altered them.
That's crazy.
And altered. She
So
altered.
therefore,
Wait,
so
Grant,
therefore,
Grant,
the
I have
case.
an-
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. The case
Grant,
is
I have another
collapsed.
question.
Go ahead, Ellen.
I have another question, and this is just my own like Roman Empire about Kate. Whatever happened? Remember, she the whole month of August or early August, she was like, "Oh, the Morrissey report's coming out. The Morrissey report's coming out," and then she disappeared for a month.
I've been dying waiting for that freaking report. Like,
She's like a
bitch, air
66%
him
done.
out. Air him out.
Well,
And
you
then
want
she
to know what?
disappeared, and then the
I would
recording
be your
happened.
biggest fan.
You want to know?
fan, Kate.
You want to know what's really interesting when Kate hold on, when Kate made that post like threatening Morrissey almost.
She made multiple.
No, we have.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, the first one. All right, the very next day. Do you know what leaked?
It was after the recording. No, it was a month
no,
after the
hold on.
recording.
No.
What leaked?
What?
Go look at what Sean on the Gulf posted on October 8th,
Oh
2025.
my god.
No, I'm not kidding you. Go look at what Sean on the Gulf posted
I
on
believe.
October.
Well, I'm not going to go look because I don't follow him. But
I don't. Yeah.
It was a picture of Marty Kraft and derogatory information about him. That was
But that's
right.
October. This was
No.
This was before.
So what I'm saying is, when Kate released the first ever threat towards Morrissey, find the first ever one, okay? First ever, all right? The very next day, the leak comes out about Kraft, almost like a little message, like, this is what's coming for you.
Yeah.
Then,
But everybody
hold
already
on.
knew that.
No. Then it gets way, nobody knew until Sean on the Gulf posted that about Marty Kraft, and no one knew about the gun incident that led to him losing his PI license. People knew.
That's not true.
No, that was not. I'm
Oh,
telling
wait,
you.
this
Hold
was-
on.
oh,
Hold
wait,
on.
wait,
Hold on.
Grant,
Hold on.
I'm
Let me
looking.
get to the end of the theory.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Kate makes the threat towards Morrissey. Sean on the Gulf releases the limited hangout, kind of like direct shot at Kraft. What if Kate was so worried that some of the stuff that she was up to would come out in discovery that she basically forced the Norfolk DA to do the one thing that would lead to Aiden's cases being thrown out to protect herself? That was her motive, which is get him to hide discovery from Aiden, which we know the Norfolk DA did because the February 14th email from 2024 from Kate to Ken Mello about keeping Aiden in jail on dangerousness was not turned over until Lindsay Gattani revealed it. That's why this is all happening. Kate compromised the cases, and then she tried to get the Norfolk DA to cover it up for her.
So this, I'm looking back at her profile, and this was all back in August that she was saying this.
So then
And then
maybe
she went-
hold on. So maybe the date of the Sean post about Marty Kraft was earlier. Maybe it was September. The point is the same. You will find the proximity between the first ever threat towards Morrissey from Kate and the release of the derogatory information about Marty Kraft on Sean's profile. There is a temporal proximity. I know because I saw it in real time.
Okay, because what I saw in real time too, I'm not discrediting what you're saying, is that she was going off about how she's going to release the report, and everyone's making fun of her. You know, it's done, and then all of a sudden she went dark for a month, and then the recording came out.
Yeah, and not just that. This was also when there was a fight about Kate Peters' discovery and whether it would all be revealed. Were they going to have to turn over Kate's phones? The one that she got rid of her old phone already. What about the Discord
And
server
like,
she
what was
ran?
going to happen with the couch? And
No,
is
that
she
was all
still getting
fake.
paid,
No, stop.
right?
That was a limited hangout. Aiden got played. That's a Kate person. Sorry, that's my opinion. That
What,
was
the
fake.
couch never happened?
It was like peppered with a lot of falsehoods. It was it's what's called a limited hangout where that woman might have like been close to Kate, but that was planted to make Aiden look foolish, and he didn't see it. It was she
Well, and
was
Kate was going
definitely
on
immoral.
about that last night. Yeah,
It
she
was
was
So
fake.
saying it was false.
I think it was fake.
tangentially related that I think everybody should keep in the back of their mind as they're talking about these cases is whatever timeline exists around Sandra Birchmore, because
Marty Kraft, tell us about Marty
these
Kraft.
are, I mean, like. Well, I don't know about the logistics of his hiring, or I haven't read into it. I mean, I know he worked at BPD with alongside Brian Albert and some others.
Well, I'm talking about in
And
2021. What do you know about Marty Kraft and Sandra
Hey,
Birchmore?
Grant, can I ask you a question real quick?
Well, hold on. This is important before we go to the question.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't know anything about 2021. I do know that he was in Canton around 2023. But also there was a lot of there were other private investigators that came into town and came into orbit at the same time as Marty Kraft, who haven't been mentioned.
No. So who
put.
did Tully have going around for him about Birchmore in 2021?
Oh, I mean, like, it's been reported that it was him. And I assume it was in protection of John Fanning, because, he's the overlord of it all. So there's that. And I'm sure a lot of it's self-protective mode in terms of, like, MSP. And I also don't want to like project any negative inferences because somebody was hired for something.
What do you think about Ashley
not have
Bell?
been-
What do you think about Ashley Bell?
I mean, she has been victimized in a lot of this. I know she had proximity to the Farwells in that whole case.
Can you explain
And,
why? I just want to understand. I know you have a question, but hold on. One thing I want to understand, Italy, I don't get this. In
Sure.
April of 2025, Ashley Bell was very seriously critiquing Tully State Police Unit for Sandra's
Sure.
murder.
Which is valid. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure. And then, like 6 months later, she was at a Canton Select Board saying, "Okay, Brenda," and trolling the Free Karen Reed people.
yeah,
Wow.
no, I know.
And she
Grant,
talks
I have
to
a
Kate.
credible source. that
Well,
knows-
I think that I mean, I know Ashley. I like Ashley. I think she has been exposed to some of the same like malarkey that I have been, and I can't speak to that one incident specifically, but like I think a lot of this is a trauma response. Again, like in
Going to
case
Kate
of
is
danger. In case of danger, there's flight, fight, or fawn.
Now, do you
She
think
is
Kate
in
and
very close proximity to what happened with the Farwells, what is happening with Canton. I mean, the same people I'm connected to in Canton that make this like a nightmare for me and our jerk off selectmen, like she has proximity to a lot of these people too. So like I can't speak to like what the reality she's living day to day is, but I'm sure, like a lot of it is like trauma response to having your whole life leveraged against you for
and do you think that's how Kate
pushing
gets?
back.
Grant,
Do you,
Grant,
well, hold
Grant,
on. Do
I
you
know-
think? Hold on. I pause.
I
Do you
agree,
think that's?
though, and
Hold
I
on.
know
Hold on.
somebody-
Hold on. Do you think that's how Kate Peter gets people to like work with her? That's exactly what she might have done to Ashley Bell, and I'm a little worried about that.
I don't disagree.
I don't disagree
I
either.
don't disagree at all. And
I know Lindsay's here
Yeah.
and she had requested to come on.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to interrupt, but she.
So anyone
Lindsay,
who
if
wants,
you wanna,
anyone who wants to request to come up, just press the button. I have Allie here as a co-host in case I miss it. So by all means, all I asked Allie was to let me know if someone requests.
thank you, Lindsay. You can re-request. I'll pull you up, babe.
but
And
yeah,
we've been
I
going
think
for
that,
like 9
a lot of
hours,
the
so
stuff
I
that
might.
Ashley has been. Sorry. No, no, no. I was just saying, I think a lot of stuff Ashley has been through, I certainly like sympathize with. And again, because she's in such close proximity, and has had a relationship with these people since she was a young girl, like much like myself. It is very easy to extort, manipulate, and direct the course of her life, contingent upon if she is going along with your narrative or not going along with your narrative. So I think I don't want to project any of this on her because, frankly, at the end of the day, she didn't sign
Wait,
that goddamn.
her
She did
boyfriend's here.
not sign the contract with the Police Explorers program and the Learning for Life program. That was Robert C. Devine. And I want to actually bring this back to that royal piece of shit
Okay.
because at the end of the day he is trying to avoid every bit of accountability for this. He ran that program, he signed those documents, he is legally accountable. Cut and dry.
What about the people who covered it up though? Maybe Kate Peter knows him. Did you know Kate Peter's boyfriend is here now? His name's Andy. I want to tell
Hi,
a story.
Andy.
Oh, hey,
Wait a
Andy,
minute.
come on up.
Wait a minute.
you
No,
ever-
no,
Oh,
he's not allowed up.
Andy.
No,
I
stop.
love to
Stop,
chat with
stop.
you.
Stop.
Get
He's
up
not
here, Andy.
No, he's
Big
not
tall
allowed.
man.
Nope, he's not allowed to come up. I want to tell a story.
Well, anyways.
No,
hey,
hold on.
Andy.
Hold on, I want to tell a story.
Piss
Okay.
ant.
You know,
Andy's listening in
I
to report
wonder.
back.
I wonder why Andy gets so many favors. You know, he just seems like he gets really lucky. You know, he told me I was his hero.
What?
Yeah. He met me in line.
Whoa.
He met me
Gotta
in
stroke that
line.
ego.
It was the weirdest thing ever, bro. He like came to line sit
Get a
one
shirt
night.
made.
And like to his credit, he did like come
Babe,
there.
not the shit.
He did like come and sit overnight, but I'll tell you right now, that was like the weirdest experience ever to hear about like how close Andy is to like all of this. Like, why would Andy ever get favors from like a prosecutor? Like, it's some guy named
Right.
Andy. Like, it's some dude named Andy.
Just a regular Andy, right?
Just some dude.
What does Andy do? What's he do?
Does Andy have a job?
I don't know. I think I did ask him when he did. I don't want to fuck with him. I don't remember. I don't know.
So
what
like
he
a
does.
regular old job.
Like a 9 to 5?
I
Yeah.
didn't get that vibe, no. Like
But-
hustler. Like hustler.
Okay. So like not a person that would normally get papers. Right?
Does Andy have a criminal history?
Ooh, good question.
Very good question.
Interesting. I don't know.
Let's find that out.
It's not my business.
No. I just wanted to chime in and say idly that the things that you were saying about Ashley, I've heard the same, and I believe that she's just being manipulated.
Yeah, I mean, I have lived a lot of the same, frankly, overbearing and undue life influences that she has, and it's scary. It's all consuming. You know, when Michael Proctor's sister is like working in the special ed department at your kid's school, and they're nosing into your life. I mean,
Yeah.
it's, and like that's part of, Grant was speaking to like what are they kind of waiting for? They know what's going on. Like that's what a lot of other victims, like myself included, like are feeling in this. Like we know what they're doing. We know how they're prying into our lives in these like really invasive, illegal ways. Like at what is the straw that breaks the camel's back? Like
Right.
Well, what is the
When
end
the
game?
money
Like,
when the
Yeah.
money stops flowing. Isn't that what we all just realized?
I think it's more. I think that's part of it. But I know people like Ida Lee. I'm not saying for Aiden, Karen, all those people, but people like Ida Lee, people who are embedded in that community. I don't know how quickly. Like my friend who is not probably the same situation that lives in that community. She is tormented on a daily, weekly basis in some form or another, and like
right.
So,
When
and
does it
she,
end?
and it's been years, and it's like, and she's a tough chick.
Years. And how long can they drag it out? And now think about, I mean, like
When the
other
money goes
victims, like have
away.
have had their businesses reported,
Exactly.
have had some of these assholes in-laws stalking them at work,
But
stalking
what
them
if the
in their
money's
No,
gone?
the
Ida,
people
neighborhood.
that would
hold on,
love
pause,
to
pause, pause,
move
pause.
out of state but are forced to stay there
Yeah,
because,
yeah.
they have kids
Oh, and
and
yeah.
or they just they can't move, they can't leave, they can't afford it.
Well,
But what if it all
that's right,
stops?
Allie.
What if?
I was,
Hold on. What if it all stops now? What if the
um,
hold
I
on? What
hope it
if
stops right
what if
now.
the what if the
I hope
contract
that was
ended?
it, Grant.
And
Grant,
what if
what
it's over?
what was released last night, I have been waiting for since August of 2022. What was released last night, I think, like you guys pointed out, like the tip of the iceberg. But I think that like now the
that's just a
iceberg is
mystery.
coming into view and people couldn't
Mhm.
even see it before coming. And
True.
now that like they're in that vantage point where it's like it is undeniable now. It is not conjecture. It is not like me getting up there with like my personal story in some way
Yeah.
and being gaslit. It's like here's the
It's a
official documentation.
whole group of people holding hands, basically saying the same thing.
Yes,
But will it?
yes.
But will it? Or different things? I think everybody has their own
But
random issues.
Well, not
right,
just
but
that, but
Also,
but hold on. Look at the
along the
narrative. Hold
lines.
on. Look at the narrative that came out overnight because of this. It wasn't just Tully and Fanning are like very suspect. It was that all of a sudden, like the people around Karen who were like pretending to be her allies, just on a dime. Oh, fuck Karen, fuck Aiden. It was like that line sitter for Aiden. I forget his name. This motherfucker would like come there. He was fangirling me so hard, I was worried he was going to start riding me. You don't understand. I was like, stay the fuck away from me. I'm not
that would be
kidding, bro.
interesting.
Yeah, I'm not.
Get
do what you
that
want.
on a shirt.
So, anyway, this
I was just gonna
motherfucker.
ask though. I was
Hold
gonna
on.
ask though, like, oh, go ahead.
Hold on, I got to tell this story because this is exactly what these moles have done. All of them pulled the same thing that he did. This guy, I forget his fucking name. Like Aiden figured it out, or like got the guy's wrong name, but somebody knows his right name. I don't fucking know. He's like a weird hairy man who looks like a meatball. Not Michael Morrissey. He's like a hairy meatball. Anyway,
Yeah.
so this piece of shit like shows up at the fucking court, and he's like proclaiming to be one of Aiden's line sitters, but he's like really riding me, and I'm like, get the fuck away from me. I don't trust you. Like he wasn't like Rita, who like wanted a hug because she's Rita and just like a bubbly character and fun and loving. He wanted like to be around because he was weird as fuck, and like he was given the same vibe as Andy, Kate's boyfriend. Like oh my god, like I'm in the presence of greatness. Like no motherfucker, I'm a towel. Shut the fuck up. So anyway, like it threw me off, and like I was like, this is weird. Turns out he's the guy who runs the Miss Grant Smith parody account, and he's now openly calling for Aiden to be jailed.
Oh my God. Stop.
I mean, I've been looking at that angle and like the way they're pushing it in like 100 different fucking ways. And like a lot of these implicate their own culpability in this.
It's
Like,
not just that, but like the
did
switch.
Meredith
So many
I mean,
times.
Hold on,
it's
hold on.
crazy. It's
The
like,
switch.
okay, did Meredith, the accountant, use her knowledge and expertise
Pause.
to help defraud his wife of child support? or was she a business employee? Because
I have no
not a
idea what you're
business
talking
employee. I mean,
I have no idea. What
I
you're
mean,
talking about, but hold on.
you
Pause.
know,
Pause.
trying
Pause.
to pin
Pause.
Aiden in
Pause.
a corner.
Oh, right,
Sorry.
but pause. No, the people who have been going after Aiden this past week, what I was talking about is they pretended to be his supporters, this line sitter. Karen had the same thing happen to her in like 24 hours. Dag, all these other people, the koalas and his girlfriend over there, all these people look like they're pro Karen. And then all of a sudden, like on a dime, you can basically see them being like, fuck Karen, we don't care about that at all. It's over. They just bailed.
I agree. And
Yeah.
I think that also, and this is, you don't have to like Aiden, but if you're going to go pro Karen and anti Aiden publicly, like you just, if you don't like Aiden, don't watch him. Don't listen to him.
No,
Just
it's
follow
not
the
that.
case your own way.
It's tactical. They wanted Karen to think that Aiden was her enemy,
Exactly.
so that all these people could go out in public that were actually Kate Peter people, in my opinion, and be like, "We're just free Karen Reed, like Aiden's the devil." No, bro, no, you're clearly not. You don't like
No.
Aiden or Karen. Christy was literally saying, "I don't care about Karen. I don't care if she gets jailed. I don't give a fuck." Oh, I don't think it's that. I think you want that. I think you want to get
Or
Karen
Christy was
Reed.
defending
Yeah.
Meredith last night, and then today
No,
saying, "Oh, Meredith is
but
100%."
it's not
You know,
even
like
it's not even just that. It is a very clear ring centered around Jen McCabe. That's the name that people don't want to say. Ida Lee wants to say it. I want to say
I
Kate
Jennifer
want to
Peter.
say it.
Oh,
Judith.
John
Jennifer
McCabe.
Judith.
And it's a ring.
Are you in the room with us, Jennifer?
Right? Do
Sign
you
an
re-
affidavit, Jennifer J.
Jen.
hold on? Do you really
Jen.
think that first of all, Brian Tully made like $200,000 a year? That's more than I'm ever going to see. That's great and good for him. But like, he didn't make a lot of money. You know who made a lot of money? The McCabe's. Like Chris Albert doesn't make a lot of
yeah,
money,
he did.
but the
Oh, yeah.
McCabe's
Where'd
do.
it go? And where?
What do you
Where?
mean? It went to subsidize the persecution of Karen Reed, Aiden Kearney, and all their neighbors in Canton.
I think
Grant, you
that's
know where
right.
his one of his business partners lives? In my my new hometown. I'm waiting for the day to run into Matt.
Well,
Oh,
no, and I will
nice.
say this. I think it's very obvious. I went and looked at the DOD contract record back to 2009. No, I don't think people see where this is going. I went and looked back at them, and I pulled them from the official records, which should go back that far. And the only you can find contracts from 2009 through 2014. I know they exist because they did an article in like the Canton like Free Enterprise or something where Matt McCabe talks about, and his brother, how they had like 9 government contracts by 2014 or something through all these different agencies. But when you go into the government system, they don't exist. You can see like no,
Grant,
hold on,
data
pause.
Republican.
No,
Yeah.
I will. I'll talk to people about the data, but to pull this all together. The insight is that when you look at the contracts, they all exist as line items, and there's like a speculative like total of the contracts, but no contracts are searchable, identifiable, or pullable until the most recent one, which is still active for like 30 million, but only like 19's committed, none has been outlaid. So anyway, this is a very it's a specific area of expertise, but when you find out what this is, you're looking at like very wealthy contractors, I think, who funded, like, because of necessity, a prosecution. But now, whether you think that is like necessary because of what Karen and Aiden had in terms of their support and defense, it is not okay to privately fund a prosecution. That's the bottom line. And Karen and Aiden share the common goal of exposing what these people did and Kate Peters' involvement. And as long as they keep their eyes on the prize, they'll pull it off. We got 60 seconds left. Hold on. Closing remarks. 60 seconds left. Go ahead. You each have like 20 seconds.
All right, I'll go quick. I was just going to say real quick that I bet you that Elevate companies are under shell names. And once that gets revealed, you'll see there's more money behind it.
Oh, I love that insight. Sorry for jumping in earlier. You know the name of the companies, Elevate. If you find any of those shell companies, you let me know.
I will talk to who I can talk to.
I wish you well in the snow. I hope you stay warm. And Lindsay, I see you there. I hope you're doing well. I've been thinking about you and been wishing you the best of positivity and staying strong. Grant, thank you for having me on again today. And I hope we get to do this again soon.
Of course, Ida Lee.
Thanks,
And by the
Grant.
way, thank you all for being here. But yes, go ahead, Ida Lee. That was great closing.
Thanks for definitely always giving us space and providing us like safe space to have these conversations. And just kind of for women in general, in terms of like male allyship, super important.
Love
And
that.
everything you're touching on is super important, not just for the women in the community, but for general public health. So, again, thanks to anybody that participated, listened, and obviously Grant for, being the go-getter.
And thank you
And
for that.
everyone for being vulnerable enough to
Yeah.
open up about your
Yeah.
stories, because it really truly helps others open up. And it teaches a lot of us. And I can't appreciate you more
Well,
than anything for doing that.
Well, thank you all so much. And I will
Thank you.
say,
Thank you.
none of you actually are Kate Peter. So if at any point during this you felt like, oh my God, Grant is like talking to me like I'm Kate Peter. No, it's not you. That just happens sometimes when we talk about Kate Peter. So God bless you all for being patient.
Hydrate. I need you to hydrate, Grant, and rest your voice.
Get some
Okay.
tea. Get some
All
tea.
right. Everyone,
The lemon.
please, yes, we'll end at 9. Go ahead, watch your Turtle Boy. Have a great night. I'll be back tomorrow in the
Thank you.
snow. God bless, folks.
Thanks,
Be
Grant.
well.
Thanks, Grant.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night, Grant.
Good night, guys.
Good night. Bye.
What a fun space. That was great, little towels. You all have a fun time. Watch your Turtle Boy. What a way to end. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to lose my voice. God bless you. Look for a reason to do some good in the world. I'll follow up with you all very soon. Towel loves you dearly. I'm tired. Snow's coming. I got to go ice my front steps so that like the mailman can get here, because people just don't do that, so I have to do it. People just don't. So I'm going to do it. I'm a responsible towel. Look for a reason to donate to veterans, especially what you heard from Veterans News today. Make sure you give them a follow. You can find them in the space. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless each and every one of you. Please try to pay it forward by looking for a reason to do small acts of service and kindness. Look for a reason to donate to our homeless veterans. Look for a reason to donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Or the big issue if you're in the UK, look for a reason to be who you needed when you were younger, ladies and gentlemen. I think it can be a small act of service, like smiling at someone on the street, saying hello to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. And in that way, we can live up to our greatest good, our Tal Eudaimonia, our Summum Bonum, and make the world, I think, just that much better. Truncated ending today. I'm tired. My voice is gone. I'll be back. I got to go deal with the snow. Tal loves you all. Be well. God bless. I appreciate each and every one of you. All of you who watch. Thank you to all my guests. That was wonderful. Even though I definitely was having visions of Kate Peter at the end, and that was hilarious, and there was a lot of questions I have yet to get answered. Until next time, God bless, be well. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm a towel.